Cries drift across silent mountains under a starlit sky. A hunter hears the sound near his fenced cabin, confused by a baby's voice so deep in the wild. Inside, he grabs his axe, certain a thief has slipped past his traps. Shirtless and alert, he steps toward the door, ready to punish any intruder. He finds no thief, only silence surrounding his hut. Convinced someone clever is hiding, he strikes fast toward the shadows. The stable stands empty, leaving him puzzled and sighing. He recalls being told he could never father a child, yet phantom sounds keep haunting him. Turning back, he freezes at a glowing bundle resting on the floor. Lifting the baby gently, his fierce expression softens into quiet disbelief. Vincent cradles the baby while Alina arrives, startled by the commotion. Shocked, she demands to know why he is holding a child. Vincent struggles to explain. Finally, he reveals the infant is theirs. Suddenly, the newborn summons wind, clouds, rain. Rain transforms the dry land, bringing crops and safety as the mage protects villagers from danger. His mystical powers restore peace, ending hunger and thirst. Still researching ways to help everyone, he becomes known as a mage. Years later, a boy studies his legacy. That curious 12-year-old is Sharon. Vincent, now 40, lives peacefully with his family. After chopping wood, he happily carries Sharon home. Curious about his book, Sharon asks how magic works. Vincent explains magic through incredible physical feats. Their conversation ends when two villagers notice Vincent and Sharon approaching. Villagers notice Sharon constantly reading and question whether he understands his books. Some mock his appearance and adopted background, angering Vincent. Their cruel remarks make Vincent clench his fist. Despite feeling hurt, he stays beside Sharon. Unaware of the insults, Sharon cheerfully continues discussing magic with his father. Vincent rewards Sharon's help by promising a trip to the city and his favorite fruit. Seeing Sharon's excitement, Vincent regrets not providing more. Still, he proudly accepts Sharon as his son, while the boy dreams of learning magic. The next day, they reach Creus. Amazed, Sharon eagerly admires the enormous city. Sharon explores the crowded city, fascinated by its busy shops and unfamiliar people. Vincent asks him to wait at a fruit store while he handles business. Before leaving, Vincent warns Sharon to avoid dangerous alleys and nobles. While waiting, Sharon helps the elderly shopkeeper write prices. Impressed by his writing, the grateful merchant accepts Sharon's eager assistance. The shopkeeper admires Sharon's intelligence, comparing him favorably to his troublesome grandson. Eager for answers, Sharon asks the old man about magic. His enthusiasm becomes clear when he shows his book. Unfortunately, the merchant knows little about magic. Instead, he points Sharon toward a nearby bookstore filled with useful books. The shopkeeper allows Sharon to visit the bookstore while he stays behind. Left alone, he reads Sharon's book. Strange magical diagrams suddenly catch his attention. Realizing Sharon wants to use magic, he becomes alarmed. Before Sharon leaves, the worried shopkeeper urgently stops him. Sharon asks to browse, but the bookseller refuses because the books are expensive. He wonders how his father affords books as a customer arrives. The head butler enters to collect an order. Sharon secretly checks a book but finds little useful information. Disappointed, he leaves the bookstore and notices something nearby. Sharon spots the head butler carrying several books. Curious, he follows the man into a noble estate. Unexpectedly, the books are thrown away. Sharon discovers a discarded collection hidden among the trash. Realizing his father had collected books from here, Sharon eagerly picks one up. Sharon notices noble women carrying books and becomes curious. Their privileged lives make him question what separates nobles from commoners. Remembering Vincent's warning, he hesitates. Still, Sharon wonders why nobles deserve opportunities denied to him. Before finding an answer, someone suddenly grabs his shoulder. A guard stops Sharon, warning that children like him cannot wander there. He explains the area beyond the gate belongs exclusively to nobles. Sharon mentions his father nearby. Suspicious guards assume he might be an orphan. Believing Sharon could serve bandits, the guard orders him to come along. Before Sharon can react, the guard grabs his jacket, but the boy slips out and escapes. Realizing Sharon vanished, the furious guards immediately begin searching. Hidden behind flowers, Sharon waits until they leave. Relieved, he retrieves his jacket but worries his father will scold him. After finding his missing shoe, Sharon quickly gets dressed again. After escaping the guards, Sharon overhears a lesson discussing the true meaning of magic. Curious voices asking about fire magic convince him that a magic academy lies nearby. Excited by the discovery, Sharon secretly listens from behind the academy wall. Students suggest knowledge, hard work, and money as the greatest requirements for learning magic. None are correct, leaving Sharon wondering whether noble status holds the real answer. Sharon finally learns the Academy's answer. The greatest talent for mastering magic is insight. Confused students ask what insight means, prompting the headmaster to challenge their understanding. He explains that insight means recognizing truths naturally, just as people accept basic principles without proving them personally. Listening carefully, Sharon realizes magic follows existing laws that talented minds can understand through intuition. The headmaster reveals that strong insight surpasses knowledge and effort, inspiring Sharon with the possibility of becoming a gifted mage. Sharon dreams of becoming a mage, wondering if such a chance will ever come. Standing behind a wall, he freezes when the headmaster notices his presence. Panic floods him as he debates whether to run or answer. Fear of punishment creeps in, but a sudden idea forms in his mind. Desperate, he decides to climb the wall before losing his nerve. He hesitates, knowing this choice could bring regret for the rest of his life. Beyond the wall lies the academy grounds, calm beneath the summer trees. The headmaster, Mira Alpheus, greets him warmly instead of turning him away. Sharon sits nervously, unsure how to respond to such unexpected kindness. Overwhelmed, he leaps back over the wall, fleeing the moment entirely. Sharon walks alone past a tall stone wall, quiet and lost in thought. He steps into the academy grounds, where students gather beneath a great tree. The children accuse him of being a commoner and demand he leave at once. The headmaster calls him closer instead, curious about what drew his attention. Sharon admits he only wishes to witness real magic for the first time. Doubters mock him, insisting no commoner could possibly know how to read. Desperate, he bows deeply and begs the headmaster to show him anything. Amused, the old man agrees and casts a simple spell to create wind. Sharon freezes, staring at the swirling air with disbelief written across his face. Wind suddenly bursts from his own body, leaving everyone stunned into silence. The wall gives way beneath him, sending Sharon tumbling into the academy grounds along with startled students. Falling through open sky, he laughs freely, caught up in the thrill despite the danger surrounding him. Bodies drift weightless above the courtyard, suspended briefly before gravity pulls them back down. Confusion crosses his face as he realizes he is falling headfirst toward the ground below. Panic sets in when he understands nothing will stop his fall except the earth itself. Students burst into laughter, watching him crash awkwardly onto the grass in front of everyone. The headmaster smiles, calling the whole chaotic scene nothing less than magic itself. Trembling, Sharon repeats the word to himself, overwhelmed by what he just witnessed firsthand. The headmaster tries explaining magic through a simple example, though his words remain vague. Desperate for clarity, Sharon begs him to stop hinting and reveal the truth directly. Students whisper nervously, stunned that anyone would speak to the headmaster with such disrespect. Sharon stands quietly, leaves drifting past him as he waits for an answer. The headmaster smirks, offering a denser explanation of magic as bending reality itself. Struggling to grasp it, Sharon wonders aloud if the concept is simply too complex. He questions whether irrational things might actually stand closer to the truth. Amused, the headmaster asks if such an idea came straight from his books. Sharon explains he noticed patterns, ideas once dismissed later becoming accepted truths. Watching students murmur, the headmaster admits the boy's reasoning matches his own thoughts. Determined, Sharon asks directly what it takes to finally learn magic himself. Impressed, the headmaster silently notes the boy's drive to seek real answers. Doubt lingers among the students, wondering if Sharon truly believes he can achieve his goal. The headmaster notes quietly that being a commoner leaves him at a disadvantage. Instead of explaining further, he calls on Shuaman to demonstrate the spirit zone. Confused by the unfamiliar term, Sharon watches as she prepares to show him. Shuaman's eyes glow as she announces that she has entered the zone successfully. The headmaster tests her focus, asking her to guess the coins in his hand. She answers correctly, leaving everyone stunned by her precise mental awareness. He explains that magicians sharpen their minds until they can sense their surroundings completely. Shuaman demonstrates again, her senses growing sharper as she counts unseen details nearby. Mastering this state, a magician gains supernatural awareness capable of shaping reality itself. Sharon realizes true focus means feeling an entire situation at once, not merely counting details. The headmaster explains that anyone can attempt this method, starting by sensing then erasing oneself. He warns that although anyone can try, not everyone succeeds in opening this new perception. Sharon reasons that without first sensing himself, erasing himself becomes completely impossible. Impressed again, the headmaster invites him to attempt the technique immediately. Failing this step means magic will remain forever out of his reach. Standing alone, Sharon questions what truly defines the self he must sense. He dismisses the brain as merely an organ, not the answer he seeks. He realizes his senses and reality cannot extend beyond the brain's concept. Understanding dawns as he begins erasing, piece by piece, everything he calls himself. Only a sensitive mind remains once every layer of self dissolves completely. His clenched fist steadies as the process pulls him deeper into stillness. Watching quietly, the headmaster asks how the experience felt for him. Curious, he presses further, wanting to know exactly what Sharon perceived. Overwhelmed, Sharon gasps, struggling to describe the sound flooding his senses. He admits hearing every sound at once, though students nearby dismiss it as nothing special. The headmaster assumes he failed, since true results exist beyond ordinary perception entirely. Synesthesia blurs his senses together, letting him smell sound and taste light itself. Impressed by his progress, the headmaster praises him and promises greater growth ahead. Satisfied, he ends the lesson, leading the students back toward the school. The headmaster watches him go, quietly regretting such raw talent left unrefined. He wonders if noble birth and early training could have unlocked his true potential. Still, he admits countless talented children exist throughout the world already. Determined, Sharon climbs the wall again, pushing himself toward home. He falls awkwardly through the air, limbs flailing as he struggles to land safely. Catching his breath, he mutters in disbelief at what he just accomplished. Eyes wide, he confirms to himself that the method truly worked after all. Sharon, the main character, experiences an odd feeling as the world around him begins to fragment. He hears a thunderous sound, and everything seems to split into fragments. Floating within the spirit zone, Sharon is uncertain about what is happening, but he soon realizes that he is merged with the world. The immensity of existence overpowers him as his perceptions extend past the physical realm. For a short instant, Sharon forgets himself, feeling as if he's no longer part of his bodily form. But, with resolve, he forces past the fear, embracing his new, infinite existence. Abruptly, Sharon is forced back into the real world, confused and shocked. He stumbles, dropping onto the stone path. The impact rattles him, but his thoughts rush, trying to understand what just happened. As he tries to recover his footing, he accidentally runs into an unknown person in a lane. His apology is interrupted when a group of hostile figures come closer, raising the danger. Tension fills the air, and Sharon feels cornered. Just as matters appear hopeless, Lady Amy appears. Her noble bearing immediately halts the thugs where they stand, and the situation shifts sharply. Sharon is shocked, seeing how the appearance of a noble changes the whole situation. In the bustling streets, Sharon finds himself trapped by several thugs. As they mock him, he struggles to stand firm but is quickly struck down. He tries to protect himself, but the attackers continue their harsh ridicule, demanding payment for some false debt. The rough words stab at his thoughts as he tries to recover his calm. The thugs pressure him more, their brutality increasing with each step. Sharon tries to escape, but one of the men moves ahead, mocking him even more. His determination starts to falter as they continue to dominate him, striking him mercilessly. The burden of the situation presses on him, and his body hurts from the strikes. Just as the situation seems hopeless, a shape appears far away. Lady Amy, a noblewoman, moves toward the scene with an authoritative presence. Her arrival immediately changes the tone of the confrontation, and the thugs stop, acknowledging her authority. Sharon, lying on the ground, looks upward in shock. His pain is briefly forgotten as he realizes that someone is at last present to end the violence. The situation grows more intense as Sharon, helpless on the ground, is at the mercy of his attackers. Lady Amy, the noblewoman who came to interfere, finds herself caught between stopping the thugs and choosing her next action. As they order Sharon to undress, she weighs the situation with a chilly, calculating look. She doubts their behavior but seems to consider it only briefly before focusing on the larger matter. Sharon, troubled, has no clue how to respond. Abruptly, the atmosphere shifts sharply. Sharon's body starts shining as something far more sinister stirs within him. He struggles, feeling a powerful energy rush from within. His body, shaken by energy, releases a bright blue glow, startling everyone nearby. His internal power increases enormously, and the world around him seems to warp as though responding to his abrupt awakening. In an instant, Sharon is carried into a completely unlike before realm. The power around him strengthens, spinning into a vortex that swallows everything before it. He gazes in disbelief, realizing that this power might not merely become his escape, but a gateway to a world of limitless possibilities. As he gradually recovers his senses, he's forced to wonder what had just occurred and how this new power will change his future. As Saron struggles to recover command over his abilities, his body starts to shake. His blue eyes shine fiercely, and a strange, uncontrollable force bursts around him. The thugs surrounding him are hurled away, their bodies flying through the air with immense force. Saron is overcome by the raw power flowing through him but feels an odd bond to it. The power, though uncontrollable, feels like it is part of him. The thugs, now fallen on the ground, plead for mercy as they hold their wounds. One of them, seized by terror and pain, calls out, begging for aid. The disordered scene changes as Saron stares at the damage surrounding him. Not completely knowing how he caused it, his eyes dart to the ground, looking for answers to what just happened. Lady Amy observes the scene develop, her expression one of uncertainty and caution. She moves towards Saron, asking herself how an ordinary person like him could use such power. She is both amazed and puzzled by the display. Saron, still shaking, feels lost but is beginning to understand that his powers are not merely an accident, they are a part of his current self. Returning to the Karmas household, Lady Amy is met by her father, the leader of the house. He notices her quick return and reprimands her for not going to class. Amy, however, is uninterested in his reprimands, claiming she has learned all there is to know and that it has all become far too dull. Despite her genius, her father worries that her careless attitude could lead her into trouble, especially when dealing with situations beyond her familiar world. As the conversation continues, Amy's attention changes when she hears discussion about magic. Her interest is piqued as she asks her father about the topic, and his reply suggests at the possibility of a mighty force magic. With an interested expression, Amy insists that if he knows anyone in the magical world, he should present them to her. Her desire to learn more about this secret world dominates her, and she shows impatience with the typical noble life. Unknown to her, Amy's father seems to understand the seriousness of her interest. He sighs but agrees that maybe it is time for her to encounter those who use genuine power. Her quest for knowledge is about to lead her to a new world, one far beyond what her noble birth can offer. In a snowy village, Chiron's absence troubles his guardian. The elder searches for him across the frozen roads, his steps heavy through the snow. He calls Chiron's name, but there is no response. The man spots footprints leading away from the safety of their home toward the cold wilderness. He dreads the worst but decides to find him. Chiron, meanwhile, is deep in thought, standing in front of an unusual tree. Its limbs extend outward in strange bone, like shapes stark against the gray sky, puzzled and uncertain. He senses something familiar yet foreign. Abruptly, a powerful force seizes him. Magic. Maybe. He feels it move inside him, a power he cannot describe. The magic seems alive, beating around him. The man comes in time to see Chiron fighting, his small body hardly visible amid the spinning magic. He watches as Chiron lifts his hand, the air around him crackling with energy. The earth below them shakes. Chiron has activated something remarkable. The elder is shocked as lightning bursts from Chiron's hand, tearing the trees around them. Chiron's eyes widen in understanding. He can command the magic. A new ability has risen, and the child's path has only just started. The next day, Chiron's achievement with magic feels like an unusual piece of luck. His previous attempts had failed again and again, but today was unlike before. The magic, though unsteady, had at last responded. The elder observes in shock as Chiron manipulates the forces of nature. Though the boy himself is not persuaded, he understands it was chance. He's learned how fragile the power is. Time moves on, and after 3 years, Chiron is a different person. The once young lad, now a youth, has spent many hours refining his skills. As the seasons shift, he practices in solitude, feeling the current of magic not through his eyes, but through his whole existence. The feeling of magic, like becoming one with the environment, is no longer unfamiliar. He feels nature's rhythm within his spirit. Although he advances, the elder is still there, leading him. Chiron stands upright as the magic rises again, this time much better controlled. With a sweep of his axe, the wood breaks like nothing he's ever done before. It's obvious now that Chiron's journey to controlling his powers has only just begun. As the sun drops beyond the horizon, spreading an orange light, Chiron and the elder walk back, their steps matching. A new stage waits, full of unfamiliar trials and unused potential. Following a long absence, Chiron at last comes home, the door groaning as he enters. His family greets him warmly, and he is introduced to an important guest. The man Murim is an assistant butler of the Ogent family, one of the greatest noble houses. As they exchange pleasantries, Murim seems interested in Chiron's presence. Despite the boy's humble background, Sharon is confused by the attention Temurin directs toward him. The butler studies Sharon carefully and, to his amazement, discovers that the boy can read, an ability uncommon in their village. Temurin's interest deepens, and he offers Sharon a strange offer to work for the Ogent family. Despite his hesitation, Sharon is caught off guard by the offer. Temurin explains that the Ogent family is moving everything from their hidden library to the primary mansion. Sharon would be involved in the work, working with Temurin the condition. Sharon would have 2 years to finish the job, and if he fails, the consequences could be dire. His dad, a humble man who hoped for better things for Sharon, is keen for his son to take the offer, wishing for a better future. Still, it quickly becomes clear that money isn't the only thing Temurin seeks from Sharon. There's something far more significant behind his interest in the young lad. The matter worsens quickly when Sharon's father challenges the butler Temurin about his son's abilities. Temurin explains that Sharon's intellect is far above what anyone would expect from an ordinary person. Sharon's father, overwhelmed by the understanding that his son could read, remembers a time when his son was just a child, teaching himself to read books, an ability that should not be possible for a person like him. As Sharon's father fights with his feelings, he recalls the days when he worked endlessly in the mountains, wishing for a better future for his son. But with Sharon's developing mind, his dad begins to wonder if he really belongs in such a modest life. His anxiety and confusion grow as he struggles with the possibility that Sharon's beginnings may not be as simple as he thought. Could Sharon be the child of a noble family? If that's the case, why was he raised as a mountain child? Things take a more troubling turn when Sharon's father, pushed by desperation, begs Temurin to help him, offering his son's labor for the chance at a better life. But Temurin, unmoved, brushes off the offer. He's concerned only with Sharon's potential and finds no need for his dad's money. As the tension increases, Sharon's father reaches his limit and commands Temurin to go. His anger resounds in the room as he shouts at the butler to leave his house, rejecting the offer of assistance. What follows remains uncertain, but it's clear that this clash will influence the future of both Sharon and his family. In the darkened room, Sharon's father stands with a stern expression, his frustration boiling over. His rough voice orders Sharon to depart from the house, accusing him for the financial downfall that's been developing. The elder man, dressed in proper clothing, is enraged at Sharon's inability to protect the household wealth, and his anger is obvious. Sharon, quiet and steady, lowers his head in acceptance, not protesting, but ready to accept responsibility. Sharon faces his dad again in the chilly night, the tension heavy between them. His dad warns him about the hazardous road ahead, telling him that failure could cost him more than he expects. Still, Sharon stays determined, promising never to blame his dad's choice, whatever results may come. He walks into the night to meet his fate, unsure of what will happen next. As Sharon walks away, his dad's worry climbs intensely. The weight of his son's dangerous journey rests heavily on him, but he must honor Sharon's decision. His despair increases, but there's nothing he can do anymore. Sharon's feelings are conflicted. He values his dad's worry, but he is now fully committed to the mission ahead. With a last embrace, they separate, not knowing whether they'll ever meet again. A week later, Sharon finds himself at a turning point, carrying a contract that would change his fate. His dad's directions are plain: signal the document, and his journey will formally start. After a brief hesitation, Sharon reluctantly signals, the burden of the choice settling in as time is nearly gone. The contract fixes his position in a perilous world, and he's swiftly escorted away. His future, unclear. The carriage journey is quiet, and Sharon's thoughts hurry. He knows that what waits ahead isn't just a trial of his strength, but also his determination. In the middle of this reflection, his feelings rise as a known image of his parents appears before him. Their faces full of concern seem to urge him to think again. But Sharon cannot return now. He has already selected his road, reaching his destination. Sharon faces the towering capital of Bashuka. It is a place of both opportunity and danger, a land filled with political schemes and strong factions. The grand city stretches before him, a sign of riches and authority, but Sharon's thoughts are fixed on the future he must now create. He wonders whether he can endure the coming 2 years in such a dangerous setting. With every step farther into the realm of Thormia, he senses the burden of his decision. The risks are high, and the price of failure even greater. The next day, Sharon starts his new life. He stands in front of a large building, a place filled with countless books. This is his new life. His task arranging the library's huge collection. Sharon feels a blend of wonder and excitement as he enters the great library, taking in the towering shelves of old volumes. The responsibility that waits ahead will be a trial of his endurance. As Sharon begins his work, organizing the stacks of books, He is given direct instructions. He is to obey the rules and organize the collection, but his liberty is restricted. He is not allowed to leave without approval, and his life here is controlled by a rigid schedule. Yet despite these limits, Chiron is resolved to continue. The work feels tiresome, but the wisdom inside the books strengthens his resolve. Chiron's thoughts turn to his greater aim, to study everything possible and grow stronger. His pursuit of knowledge gains new meaning when he finds an unusual book, its cover glowing with a strange aura. As he opens it, he realizes that learning history is the key to unlocking his potential. With this book in hand, Chiron finds a road ahead. In the 2 years he will bury himself in the knowledge of the past, using it to enhance his magical abilities. As Chiron goes on with his work, he gets advice from an elder librarian who warns him not to hurry and to be patient. He still has a great deal to learn, and this journey has only started. Chiron nods, determined to remain focused and not allow excitement to blur his judgment. Still, the elder's words remain in his mind, urging him to accept responsibility for his actions. Afterward that night, Chiron's job becomes harder. The work is more difficult than he imagined, and the truth of his situation starts to settle. The weight of arranging such immense knowledge weighs down on him. He wonders if he can really manage everything. But the more he fights, the more resolved he grows. He forces through the fatigue, remembering his goal to learn the art of magic and show his value. The next day, Chiron is still working without rest. His irritation increases as he realizes how hard this task is. His hands ache, and his mind feels tired, but he will not surrender. The books, though apparently endless, contain the key to his future, and he cannot risk failing now. As the hours go by, Chiron's determination is tested, but his wish to succeed keeps him moving. The elder librarian continues to look after him, giving occasional encouraging words. Chiron knows this road will not be simple, but he's prepared to face any challenges waiting ahead.
Chiron became diligently sorting volumes in the Ogent household volume corridor, working without pause. He possessed swiftly adapted to the duty, making the task easier with period. Following finishing, the second youthful master borrowed a volume, leaving previous ones unreturned. The butler mentioned that aristocrats never cared about the missing volumes, merely servants did. Chiron discovered the truly significant volumes weren't held in the volume corridor, hidden elsewhere. With a warning to maintain it silent, the butler cautioned Chiron about dangers. A shadowy figure came closer, telling Chiron that commoners risked everything for aristocrats' neglected matters. Understanding the severity, Chiron understood that aristocrats could easily manipulate perilous situations for others. The figure's words departed Chiron uneasy, with the weight of risk pressing on him. Frustrated, Chiron grumbled to himself as a familiar figure appeared without warning prior to him. A youthful male, drenched in sweat, hurriedly stepped within, plainly fleeing from someone or something. Chiron observed the youthful man's panic, recognizing that the circumstance became rapidly escalating. The intruder demanded answers from Chiron, threatening violence to power compliance with his orders. In a firm tone, the male cautioned Chiron, his intentions unmistakably aggressive and clear. Thinking swiftly, Chiron managed to escape, but he knew the risk wasn't over yet. Chiron gazed with astonishment as the blue-haired male, with a mischievous grin, came closer. In the scene, "Follow me, you rascal," Chiron called out, as he turned to lead the way. The youthful male, yet running, smirked and promised, "Simply you wait for it." It accepted Chiron 20 periods to complete reading the initial history volume thoroughly. Following absorbing its content, he understood his understanding possessed deepened, making further reading easier. As he progressed through history volumes, Chiron's suspicions started to grow and doubts formed. The question of whether studying history became the proper route crossed Chiron's thoughts. He pondered if his decision became truly the best course of action to accept. With period, Chiron grew additional certain that pursuing this understanding became the right decision. In the scene, magicians, like scholars, studied theories. They could turn theories into reality, entering a state of thoughts zero scholar reached. Chiron understood that scholars couldn't access the spirit domain, merely magicians could achieve that. A fresh ponder emerged. By employing massive information as a base, he could enter. Chiron readied himself, thinking that perhaps with this understanding, he could break boundaries. He created the decision to push further, employing each resource he possessed at hand. Chiron faces his rival, tension rising as the atmosphere grows thick with anticipation, hesitates, sensing something significant in Chiron's chilly, concentrated gaze. The trial escalates, both understanding this instant will shape the outcome of their actions. Chiron walks in front, motioning for the youthful male to follow, leading him forward, observes the surroundings, feeling overwhelmed by the mysterious fresh area. Although his doubts, the youthful male follows Chiron, unsure of what lies in front. Chiron draws his blade, the motion swift and sure as the clash begins. Stares at the wooden blade in astonishment, uncertain of how to respond. Determined, the youthful male grips the blade, accepting the duel with steady resolve. In the scene, the duel begins with swift and intense strikes, both fighters testing each other's limits. Chiron notices the youthful man's hesitation, sensing a profound uncertainty within him, reflects on his former periods, deciding never to let it define his route ahead. The duel intensifies, the youthful man struggling against Chiron's immense gift and speed. His thoughts races as he focuses, a spark of determination igniting within him. A sudden realization strikes the youthful male, preparing him for the final decisive instant. The youthful male grits his teeth, readying himself for the following attempt. In the scene, the boy charges with a mighty swing, hoping to land the blow that matters. Strike seems swift, but it lacks the precision needed to hit its mark. Chiron watches, observing the youthful man's effort and struggling power with each blow, growls in frustration as his strike barely scratches his rival. He prepares for the following strike, the atmosphere tense, the clash distant from over. Chiron's calm demeanor remains. As he gathers his force, preparing for the final blow, braces himself, fighting against the immense odds, willing to offer entire. In the scene, struggle intensifies as the clash of weapons echoes through the arena. Fierce, driven by will, delivers a blow that cracks through Chiron's guard. Chiron's guard weakens as the blow lands, but his resolve stays powerful, unbroken. A silent determination fills the younger male as he readies for the following strike. Ryan strikes with his blade, determined to defeat Chiron with calculated precision and power. He prepares for another forceful swing, the tension building with each passing second. Ryan's blade shatters Chiron's guard, sending pieces of the broken weapon flying everywhere. Chiron, exhausted, grips his wooden blade tightly, thinking of his earlier gamble. Chiron wonders if his strategy will task once more. He calls out to Ryan, alarmed by the power and gift he's witnessing. Chiron questions Ryan's technique, understanding that his rival's skills might be additional complex. Ryan explains his practice under his father, mastering the thunder strike technique over period. Chiron seems impressed by Ryan's technique, knowing it could be a grave trial. In the scene, Chiron, as a child, practices swordsmanship under his father's watchful eye, honing his skills. His father praises Chiron's natural gift, seeing him surpass other warriors in potential. Others watch with wonder, amazed by his gift, knowing he seems destined for greatness. Ryan feels frustrated, understanding he cannot catch up to Chiron's incredible power and gift. Ryan jokes about Chiron's genius, wondering if he inherited such exceptional gift from somewhere. Chiron disregards the comment, staying concentrated on the clash, his aim obvious and unwavering. Chiron, visibly angry, commands Ryan to shut up. His gaze burning with fury, unsure of his offense, asks if he holds upset Chiron in any way. Ignoring Ryan's question, Chiron tightens his grip on his blade, ready for action, charges forward, his blade aimed at Ryan, catching him by surprise. Ryan's wooden blade shatters from the impact, leaving him stunned and defenseless. Chiron quietly announces that since their weapons remain destroyed, Chiron warns Ryan that if he holds mastered the technique, he should be ready. Currently anxious, realizes that Chiron seems about to escalate the duel still further. Both remain intense silent, preparing for the following phase of their combat. Informs Ryan that single month from currently, they'll duel with real swords. Ryan's gaze widen with surprise, understanding the true risk of this upcoming clash. Terror begins to creep in as Ryan wonders if he'll survive this perilous trial. Ryan begs Chiron to reconsider, confessing that he's never learned swordsmanship prior to. Remains firm, telling Ryan he's giving him period to prepare, but zero mercy. In the scene, Chiron's confidence shines through, as he declares he will surpass Ryan in the end. Ryan seems different from his siblings, his parents note, being additional rebellious and unpredictable. As his siblings remain highly skilled, Ryan difficulties trying to meet their elevated expectations, wonders if he'll ever be able to live up to the household legacy. Holding a volume, practices by himself, thinking about his struggle and determination to improve. In the scene, as he reads, he realizes that he needs to learn everything he can to survive. Shouts to himself, his thoughts set on improving and pushing his limits. Ryan runs tirelessly, pushing himself former periods his limits, practice date, and night. His trainer, amazed, tells him that he's finished 100 laps, breaking the record. Questions Ryan's dedication, astonished by his relentless practice and drive. Ryan, panting but determined, refuses to stop, ready to face whatever trial comes following. His trainer asks if Ryan seems sure about this route, aware of the risks involved. Sweating but eager, responds that he's ready to face whatever comes following. A diagram explaining the concept of schema in the human physical form. Schema represents the mental image of one's physical form, mastered by those with extreme command. Chiron wonders if he should try mastering this technique himself, ready for any trial. Begins experimenting with a fresh technique, visualizing the motion of his physical form. He focuses on controlling each part of his physical form, mastering each muscle and fiber. Although his efforts, Chiron faces difficulties, knowing mastering this technique seems zero simple duty, continues his rigorous practice, pushing himself further. Although the strain on his physical form, Rian's muscles remain at their limit, but he refuses to stop, determined to break through. Frustrated, he wonders why his physical form hasn't yet broken under the intense strain. Rian questions why he can't seem to learn the schema technique. Although his difficult task in the scene, the instructor, watching from the sidelines, comments on Rian's inability to grasp it yet. Clenches his fists, vowing to continue pushing forward, zero issue the challenges. Instructor stops Rian, telling him to accept a break, as his physical form seems showing strain. Panting heavily, questions what his instructor seems talking about, never feeling any progress. The instructor tells him that genuine power comes from mastering inner command and patience, listens intently as the instructor explains that geniuses know they remain succeeding entire along. Ryan laughs off the comment, admitting that he knows he holds greatly additional to improve. Although the hardships, Ryan seems additional determined than ever to prove he can succeed. Chiron stands without speaking in the silent area, blade held steadily, awaiting the trial. The boy contemplates swordsmanship, understanding that its genuine purpose seems to end life swiftly. Imagining an rival, Chiron anticipates their following shift, preparing for any surprise assault. With a swift movement, Chiron's blade slices through the atmosphere, leaving a glowing trail. His movements remain fluid and precise, changing directions seamlessly with each practice strike. In the scene, a bead of sweat forms on his brow, but his concentration remains unwavering. Chiron laughs softly, reflecting on the route he holds chosen and the route ahead and front. Without regret, he understands that life and death remain intertwined in his journey. Resolute, he steps forward, ready to face whatever challenges lie in his route ahead. Chiron strides across the barren earth, his footsteps echoing in the profound silence. In front, a looming structure fills him with anticipation as the tension builds around him. The earth trembles beneath him, signaling the approach of a formidable trial in front. Steps forward, locking gaze with Chiron. The atmosphere between them crackles with tension. Rian recalls Chiron's rapid growth and the potential he holds seen in him prior to. The pair warriors prepare for clash, both ready to face what seems coming following. Chiron senses an unfamiliar force as Ryan strikes powerfully with his blade, cutting through the atmosphere. Alarmed, realizes that Ryan seems concentrated entirely on him, his each motion precise. Chiron's heart races as he questions. If Ryan seems afraid of the power he is about to unleash, Chiron confronts his inner terror of death. He steps forward, willing to face whatever comes following, undeterred by the risk in front. Ryan's calm, determined look reveals his mastery over death, unaffected by terror. His lack of emotion shows that he's detached from the struggle, shifting like a power of nature. Realizes that Rian's technique seems beyond anything he's faced prior to. With an unexpected shift, Chiron seems caught off guard as Ryan swings his blade, difficulties to counter the immense assault, his grip tightening as Ryan's strikes grow faster. Although the difficulty, Chiron pushes back, determined never to offer in. Rian intensifies the clash, each shift faster and additional perilous than the final. The collision of blades sparks, each blow forcing Chiron to react with entire his power. Chiron grits his teeth as the duel reaches its peak, Rian's relentless power pushing him to the limit. Chiron feels his physical form tremble in terror as Ryan's blade nears, certain it is his end. As Ryan's assault slices the atmosphere, Chiron barely manages to escape, gasping for breath. Puzzled, Chiron wonders why he didn't feel the complete power of the assault. Stunned, watches as Chiron stands with an unnervingly calm look. Rian reveals the nature of his swordsmanship, explaining how each strike seems designed to crush. Departed speechless, currently understanding the complete power at the rear, Rian's precise swordplay, complete of confidence, prepares for another lethal strike, determined to complete the duel. Chiron's gaze widen as he sees Ryan shift with an unprecedented speed. Swiftly adjusts his stance, understanding that he needs to rethink his approach, adjusts his tactics, deciding to assault with the power he's been holding back. Alarmed, counters with a perfect guarded shift, effortlessly dodging Chiron's offensive. Puzzled by Ryan's reaction, begins to question his rival's genuine gift. Calm demeanor turns into single of focus as he prepares for his final decisive strike. In the scene, Chiron feels the tension rise as Ryan's blade clashes with his own. Creating a thunderous shockwave, realizes he must do additional than simply block. He needs to act decisively to survive. Chiron stands firm, thinking about his following shift as Ryan's immense power presses on. Ryan laughs, taunting Chiron's attempts to survive, plainly confident in his own abilities. The tension grows as Chiron difficulties to maintain up with Ryan's relentless onslaught. Chiron's rage fuels his desire to prove his power, shouting about his dreams of becoming the greatest sword fighter. Rian watches him, momentarily alarmed by Chiron's fierce declaration, but swiftly dismisses it. The clash rages on, with Chiron putting everything into his following strike. Chiron's sudden change in attitude catches Ryan off guard as he prepares for another swift strike. Ryan, perplexed, wonders if Chiron seems simply acting on raw emotion, lacking proper command. As Chiron's strike cuts through the atmosphere, Ryan braces for impact, expecting the worst. With a sharp eye, realizes that Chiron's blade route seems unpredictable and difficult to follow. A minor instant of hesitation creeps into Ryan's thoughts. Chiron's assault connects, and Ryan begins to feel the intensity. Ryan's blade emits a radiant radiance, cutting through the enemies in front of him. Chiron panting heavily. Difficulties against the immense number of opponents. Ryan's blade moves with precision, leaving zero chance for the enemies to counterattack. Both Ryan and Chiron remain in the open area, their bodies worn from clash. Chiron looks to Ryan, whose stillness suggests an instant of profound contemplation. In the scene, gathers his thoughts, preparing to push forward with renewed determination. The pair warriors face each other, their gaze locked in a silent exchange of wills. Chiron, without speaking, acknowledges Ryan's power. Understanding this duel seems far from normal. Reflects on their duel, understanding the significance of the instant they share. With a forceful surge of force, Ryan strikes upward, catching his rival off guard. The clash reaches its climax, both men unleashing their complete potential. Stands resolute, determined to face whatever comes following in their clash. Chiron watches in astonishment, wondering how his rival could surprise him this way. Rian, without speaking, accepts the outcome, knowing this loss holds taught him valuable lessons. In the end, Chiron claims victory, but there's a newfound respect between the pair. Chiron laughs, plainly never taking Ryan seriously, questioning his intentions and actions. Responds quietly, defending his former period's difficulties and the reasons for his actions. Becomes guarded, yet unable to understand Ryan's perspective on loyalty and pride. Ryan tries to create sense of the absurdity of their circumstance, questioning their clash. Chiron challenges Ryan's thoughts, asking him about the strain of being in his position. In the scene, tension builds as both reflect on the complexities of their roles and responsibilities. Ryan nearly stumbles, understanding the perilous nature of their final clash. Remains silent, reflecting on their duel and questioning Ryan's genuine power. Ryan jokes about the circumstance, unsure of how to act following the intensity of their clash. Chiron stands back, thinking about the shift in Ryan's demeanor following their duel. The boy can't shake the feeling that Ryan seems hiding something deeper beneath the surface. Chiron afterward questions Ryan, trying to figure out what motivates him beyond his actions. In the scene, in an unexpected turn, Ryan introduces himself, dropping the tension between them. Instant seems odd but strangely peaceful as they acknowledge each other's names. Chiron stands, yet puzzled, but slightly impressed by Ryan's direct approach. A cycle holds past since Ryan started laboring at the Grand Volume Corridor, achieving much. The additional volumes he catalogued, the faster his progress in his aim to read. Ryan likewise practiced in swordsmanship, learning to command his stamina and spirit force. Ryan reflects on the vast number of volumes in the volume corridor, impressed by the collection. He wonders whether his household holds read entire these volumes, intrigued by the understanding contained. Chiron, observing Ryan, notes how Ryan's playful side contrasts with his grave appearance. Ryan, as exploring the volume corridor, jokes about how smart his household must be with therefore many books. In the scene, Chiron laughs, calling him the ideal youngest son, adding that Ryan's playfulness matches his appearance. Ryan's simple, going nature surprises Chiron, showing a side of him beyond simply power. Chiron warns Ryan to be careful around the volumes, joking that damaging them would be deadly. Ryan laughs it off, reassuring Chiron that he would never damage the volume corridor. Scolds him but can't assist, but smile at Ryan's carefree attitude toward the circumstance. In the scene, minutes later, Ryan, restless, complains about being bored, eager for something exciting. Chiron comments that Ryan's force seems like an uncontrollable fire, once ignited. Although the calm, Ryan's impatience shows as he waits for something to spark his interest. In the scene, Ryan reflects on his travels, remembering the mountains he climbed in search of answers. The boy recalls the views, the vastness of the realm, and the endless challenges he faced. Although the beauty, Chiron interrupts, humorously complaining about how boring it entire sounds. The pair companions, always at odds, banter about who would win in a duel. Their playful argument escalates when a fresh figure enters, offering his own opinion on the issue. Recognizing Chiron, greets him warmly, adding additional confusion to the debate. Chiron, stunned, wonders how the male knows him, his thoughts racing with questions. Equally puzzled, starts to piece side by side the conversation, thinking back to their earlier talks. They both try to understand the fresh man's motives, but his cryptic words merely deepen the mystery. Circumstance grows tense as the newcomer holds a volume. His silent speaking volumes, Chiron and Ryan share an instant of doubt, breaks the silence, suggesting a possible solution, though it feels additional like a warning. Ryan's playful nature shows as he mocks the grave tone, but his curiosity seems piqued. Chiron looks on without speaking, considering the newcomer's wisdom. The interaction between the triple of them grows, with tension and humor mixing in a surprising balance. Newcomer challenges Ryan's assumptions, declaring the magician would lose. Chiron looks puzzled, as Ryan at final acknowledges the logic. Realization hits Ryan difficult, but Chiron seems amused. In the scene, the stranger continues, sharing a personal experience. Ryan begins to understand the complexity of combat beyond his arcane skills. Previously intrigued, seems currently additional concentrated on the stranger's words than ever prior to. Ryan speaks to Chiron, mentioning the legendary quintuple godly general's armor set. Shifts to the artifact's gift to disrupt a magician's spiritual zone. Ryan reveals that this artifact seems called anti-sorcery, capable of nullifying entire sorcery. Arcane domain appears, showcasing a magician's exclusive gift, the spirit domain, where combat becomes far more perilous. Chiron compares fighting in this domain to being surrounded by sharks in profound water. Nevertheless, by disrupting the water's flow, Chiron realizes that the shark's senses can be blocked. Ryan explains how anti-sorcery works. With anti-sorcery, zero magician can employ their sorcery. Although anti-sorcery seems an impressive concept, Chiron inquires about the cost of anti-sorcery, with Ryan explaining that the price seems astronomical. Ryan reveals that single part of the artifact costs the equivalent of an entire year's worth. Wonders if a sword fighter could become stronger with anti-sorcery. Harshly criticizes the magician class for profiting from their weaknesses by selling out their vulnerabilities. Taken aback. But the conversation shifts towards the reality of magicians and the creation of anti-sorcery. Shocking revelation seems created. Anti-sorcery became actually created by a magician. Speaks about anti-sorcery being employed in places where sorcery seems forbidden. He explains that anti-sorcery seems likewise a practice aid in sorcery schools. Ryan concludes that anti-sorcery never merely hinders magicians, but likewise serves to benefit the realm by limiting their power. Smiles, suggesting that it's difficult to believe swordsmen could be above magicians with such an artifact. Nevertheless, disagrees, steadily stating that the fact a magician can't win against a sword fighter remains unchanged. Nervously laughs, feeling uneasy under Ryan's teasing look. Ryan laughs at Chiron's look, plainly enjoying the discomfort his teasing caused. Sweating and embarrassed, tries to compose himself but can't escape the playful instant. Sighs in relief, glad that Ryan seems done teasing him, although yet feeling a little awkward. Chiron and Ryan share an instant of laughter, with Chiron blushing from Ryan's teasing. Comments that it's uncommon to see Chiron react this way, enjoying the instant of vulnerability. Tries to brush it off, but it's obvious the instant holds departed an impression on both of them. Ryan shifts to an additional grave tone, reflecting on the difference between idealism and reality. He emphasizes that research and wisdom shape the real realm, never simply ideals or dreams. Understanding that the severe reality they live in doesn't match the ideals he once held. Chiron bursts into the chamber, calling out for Ryan, quietly responds that he holds finished everything, and there's nothing departed to read for currently. Alarmed asks if Ryan really managed to complete it entire, never expecting such an answer. In the scene, laughs. Genuinely impressed, praising Ryan for being amazing, feeling proud of him. Looking a bit flustered, asks if Chiron seems really this excited over something, therefore minor. In the scene, feeling embarrassed, tries to tone down his excitement, but the mood stays lighthearted. They both head out, remembering their usual meeting location Faye, the volume corridor where they often spent period. Jokes about how they lived like that for a cycle prior to leaving. In the scene, excited Chiron eagerly suggests they go to Ryan's house, wanting to see where he stays, explaining that entire his household members remain out, and Chiron can come in currently. Chiron, alarmed, asks if they really should enter through the front entrance like this. Assures Chiron that it's fine, with merely servants around at the instant, easing his concern. Chiron seems with wonder as they enter Ryan's house, amazed by how silent and massive everything seems. They both accept in the spacious, opulent surroundings, Chiron commenting on the sheer size of it. Overwhelmed, questions if single of the rooms in this place seems still bigger than his entire house. Ryan laughs at Chiron's surprise, pointing out how such grand houses remain never uncommon in their realm. Frustrated and losing the card game, announces that he seems quitting since he lost once more. Seated across from him, smiles mischievously and asks if Chiron seems sure about quitting. Previously irritated, throws his cards down, giving up once additional, yet grumbling about his loss, demands to know how Ryan keeps winning, sounding a little suspicious, saying it's never about winning or losing but enjoying the little things in life. Plainly frustrated, wonders if Ryan seems simply toying with him, finding the circumstance ridiculous. Chiron, currently intrigued, asks Ryan about his household. Ryan pauses for an instant, afterward confirms that his household will return in the evening, adding a bit of mystery. Intrigued, looks around the house, commenting on how silent and spacious it seems compared to his own home. Trying to ease Chiron's nerves reassures him that it's perfectly fine to enter through the front entrance. Chiron remains skeptical, questioning if it's safe to simply stride in. In the scene, Ryan confidently leads the way. Chiron seems with wonder as they stride through the grand estate, continues to be amazed, wondering if any single chamber in this place seems still bigger than his entire house. With a gentle smile, Reina permitted Chiron to proceed, lifting any terror of disapproval. Departed without an option to decline, he swallowed nervously and offered in to her offer. Seated beside her, he listened as she identified the notes and clarified the markings on the sheet. In the scene, following her direction, his fingers pressed the suggested combination of keys. A gentle echo rang out, and a faint excitement stirred within him. Curiosity building, he requested to try additional, and Reina agreed without delay. Eager to experiment, he started striking the keys on his own. Reina noticed the dissonance at once, but he remained concentrated and steady. Though unsure, she chose never to interrupt his uncommon playing. Something felt off. His performance didn't match the notes. Yet, it echoed her earlier style almost perfectly in emotion. Glowing gaze disclosed, he became channeling something beyond normal learning. Abruptly, a vibrant scene of music surrounded them both. In the scene, his hands moved with elegance, creating luminous trails on the keys. To Reina's amazement, each note grew additional refined beyond her own. A surge of force erupted from Chiron's hands, startling Reina as luminous pulses spread from the piano. She gazed with wonder, overwhelmed by the sudden shift. In the scene, this wasn't mere playing, it surpassed her understanding. Chiron apologized quietly, puzzled by her stunned reaction, unsure what he possessed done wrong. The room's silence broke as Ryan shouted loudly from across the corridor, his frustration echoing. The boy scolded Reina harshly, unaware of the tension in the chamber. Recognizing Chiron, he inquired why he became at that place, causing Reina to realize they knew each other. Chiron panicked at the pondered of their bond being disclosed. To his surprise, Ryan openly announced their bond without delay. As Reina challenged it, Ryan dismissed her concerns, saying she wouldn't care anyway. Quietly, Reina accepted their bond, saying Ryan's words stood enough. Yet puzzled, Chiron tried to understand how she could accept it therefore easily. In the scene, his inner logic collapsed under the weight of her unexpected response. Reina inquired why Ryan possessed lied, causing tension to ease slightly. Sarcastically, Ryan cautioned Chiron never to trust her excessively greatly. In the scene, laughing softly, Reina expressed gratitude and teased Ryan for being overly dramatic. Afterward, Ryan lashed out playfully, reminding Chiron he wasn't the special single in this place. Chiron winced from the slap, as Reina observed their bickering unfold. Inquired why he returned, Ryan clarified he came to pick Chiron up for a major event. The certification test, as described, became zero normal test, merely as several passed it among the thousands who applied across nations. Still, with alternatives like non-certified licenses, the official single remained highly sought following. Ryan clarified that Rady, at simply 18, became taking that difficult test. In the scene, Reina excused herself to prepare dinner, keeping it personal due to its royal origin. Prior to leaving, she warmly bid farewell to Chiron, leaving him stunned and silent. Understood his period at the mansion became ending. Intrigued yet embarrassed, he awkwardly inquired if Reina possessed a boyfriend. In the scene, Ryan smirked mischievously, holding back laughter as Chiron denied the question. Abruptly, Ryan shouted Reina's name loudly across the chamber. Afterwards, Chiron panicked, trying to stop him prior to it became excessively late. In front of the maids, Ryan yelled that Chiron wanted to know if Reina possessed a boyfriend. Acting swiftly, Chiron silenced Ryan prior to the circumstance worsened, covering his mouth. In the scene, Reina brushed off the commotion, calming the maids and dismissing their curiosity about the boyfriend remark. At the same period, within the mansion, the head butler challenged the presence of a guest that wasn't scheduled. As Chiron's name became overheard, a spark of recognition flickered in the butler's memory. The boy offered an immediate command to summon Temerin for a private discussion. His urgency created it. Obvious something about Chiron possessed triggered grave concern. Distant away, Ryan practiced in the snowy forest under the watch of his instructor. The aged male reflected on Ryan's progress, noting how long it possessed been since his final burst of force. Simply as a break became called, urgent news reached them about Chiron being in risk. Ryan, yet panting, assumed it became about his brother and tried to ignore it. The message became obvious Chiron became in trouble due to his connection with Ryan. Stunned, Ryan chose to seek their father at once, hoping to intervene in period. He clarified the circumstance and inquired permission to leave practice temporarily. Without warning, his master refused, denying him the chance to act. Ryan froze, stunned by the stern rejection as the weight of the circumstance sank in. The mansion remained silent under the snow-covered mountains. A formal gathering assembled at its grand staircase. Kneeling by himself prior to aristocrats and servants, Chiron faced the audience, tense under the weight of judgment. A verdict became announced. Chiron, identified fully by name, became sentenced to execution without further deliberation. In the center of the corridor, Chiron kneeled by himself prior to aristocrats and staff, tension building as murmurs spread. Among the maids, disbelief surfaced. How could a normal citizen be involved, therefore closely with the aristocrat? An older nobleman observed without speaking, uneasy by the circumstance, though he disclosed zero opinion. Reina remained up, halting the proceedings. The girl demanded to speak prior to her father acted. In the scene, unrolling a document, she pointed to its origin provided by the head butler and filled with testimonies. In the scene, the statements accused Chiron of mistreating Ryan, casting doubt on his intentions. Although the accusations, Chiron quietly inquired what would become of Ryan if they stood companions. Others reacted with surprise, questioning Chiron's grasp of the circumstance. Single aristocrat lashed out, warning that aristocrat's status could be tarnished by associating with someone like him. Chiron admitted his bond with Ryan without delay. He announced their bond lasted a cycle and would never end in this place. His boldness angered the aristocrat, who accused him of disrespect. The patriarch ordered the butler to act discreetly and end the issue. Reina intervened once more, declaring her decision became final. In the scene, the butlers hesitated, torn between loyalty and preserving the household's order, under heavy guard. Chiron became escorted away as distant figures spoke of root ahead gratitude for today's severe decision. Without notice, Ryan charged down the corridor, fueled by urgency and refusal to accept the decision. His tone rang out powerfully as he burst through the doors, drawing everyone's attention to Chiron. Enraged, Ryan demanded who possessed given the order to harm his companion without his understanding. With calm authority, the aristocrat responded, claiming complete responsibility and justification for the act. Stepping forward, Ryan announced Chiron innocent of any grave wrongdoing and asserted his loyalty. A sharp rebuke followed as the aristocrat dismissed Ryan's protest, calling it childish. Doubt became cast over Chiron's intentions, questioning whether their bond became genuine. Ryan remained firm, arguing that Chiron's actions never hinted at deceit. Challenged to prove the bond, Ryan faltered, struggling to define emotion as evidence. Thoughts swirled. He couldn't lie, yet honesty felt powerless in this place. Recalling Chiron's power, he searched for a way to respond with conviction. A single memory surfaced: Chiron's intense gaze during their former period's duel. That look spoke volumes, filled with certainty and silent determination. Rather than overanalyze, Ryan felt clarity sometimes emerges when instincts lead. At a table earlier, Ryan recalled advice from his father: genuine power lies in seeing others never by title, but by heart. Those words echoed in his thoughts as he faced the male prior to him, never simply a father. The boy understood this wasn't a simple argument, it became a clash between ideals. Simply 30 minutes earlier, Ryan pleaded with his instructor for assist. The instructor denied him, stating that Chiron became merely a normal citizen from the book hall. Ryan exploded in rage, reminding his instructor of the values he once taught about bond through swords. Ryan's frustration built as the instructor emphasized duty over emotion. Although the warning, Ryan refused to abandon Chiron. Driven by courage, he refused to rush. Softening, the instructor handed him a blade and acknowledged Ryan's sincerity. The boy cautioned him never to regret the route he'd chosen regardless of the outcome. As Ryan accepted the blade, he vowed without speaking never to forget the meaning of genuine bond. Back in the present, Ryan remained ready. This became zero practice, it became life or death. The boy laughed in the face of risk, knowing this instant proved everything Chiron meant to him. Still, as aristocrats argued, Ryan's spirit shook the chamber. His decision lit a spark of change. Kneeling without delay, Ryan announced he'd offer up everything if it meant protecting Chiron. Rising with resolve, he proclaimed he'd leave happily proud of his decision. Outraged, his father shouted for him to draw his blade, demanding he prove his claim through action. Ryan lifted the weapon quietly, gaze unwavering still under strain. The boy clarified that the blade wasn't raised in rebellion, but to affirm his conviction. Accusations followed. His father challenged if Ryan employed Chiron to mask his own failures. Defiantly, Ryan responded that Chiron wasn't a weakness, but someone worth standing at the rear. Determined to aid him, Ryan insisted his companion deserved to shine at the top. Still, when accused of deluding Ryan, Chiron refused the blame and remained beside him. Ryan stepped forward, claiming complete responsibility for his choices without burdening Chiron. He recalled their initial bond, foreseeing the instant he'd risk everything for it. Tears welled as Chiron announced he'd never regret their bond. Zero issue the cost. Reina smiled quietly, reflecting that emotions yet defined them, although their youth. Their loyalty stirred the hearts of still skeptical aristocrats watching the scene unfold. From above, the grandfather burst into laughter, praising the courage of youthful hearts. With relief in her gaze, Reina felt assured by her grandfather's presence. Stepping into the chamber, Radiogent remarked on Reina's assumption that he'd arrive periods later. Mentioning a companion's sudden elopement, Rai clarified his early return, as Chiron identified him as Ryan's grandfather. Seated quietly, Ogent admired the lively environment and youthful force. Turning toward Rade, he carried up Ryan's recent behavior and requested input from those gathered. In response, Reina justified Ryan's actions, noting he departed to avoid consequences from breaching house regulations. In the scene, rather bluntly, Rai confessed his dislike for Chiron. Yet, he distanced himself from the issue, claiming zero involvement. Clarifying his stance, he emphasized Ryan's choices possessed zero connection to him. Intent on shifting forward, Reina urged a swift resolution. In the scene, finding amusement in the debate, Kumpf turned to the butler for final judgment. In the scene, Temurin stepped forward, ready to deliver his insight. In the scene, acknowledging his role, the deputy butler reminded them of their duty to obey. He highlighted Chiron's flawless completion of a major duty distant in front of schedule. In closing, Temurin stressed that such competence became beyond that of a mere child. Ryan and Chiron remained quietly, watching the chamber react to the deputy butler's guard. Reina observed the shift in tension, noting that the merely single departed opposing Chiron became Pathek. In the scene cornered by changing opinions, Pathek grew uneasy as the momentum turned against him. Kumpf abruptly announced his disapproval, silencing the chamber with a firm tone. As acknowledging their bond, he cautioned of the consequences if it disrupted the household's order. He emphasized that numerous in their household held significant positions, and Ryan's route ahead depended on reputation and discipline. Reina hesitated, but Kumpf noticed Ryan's powerful resolve and challenged his understanding. In the scene, although he appreciated Ryan's passion, he reminded him of the responsibilities tied to their name. Looking at Chiron, Kumpf expressed gratitude for showing Ryan the value of sincere bond. Chiron responded quietly, saying he couldn't end things in this place. Though he knew he might never see Ryan once more, Chiron yet announced they stood companions. His tone remained steady, affirming his bond with Ryan regardless of consequence. Ryan clenched his fist, ashamed of his earlier terror. The boy admitted relief at Chiron's safety, though guilt followed near at the rear. Yet profound down, Chiron possessed always known abandoning a companion meant abandoning oneself. Afterward, Ryan raised his hand defiantly, rejecting compromise and declaring his resolve aloud. Kumpf and Reina remained frozen, their gaze wide with surprise at his sudden action. In the scene, panicked, Reina shouted for him to stop, fearing the unknown consequences of his declaration. In a flash of force, Ryan activated a forceful symbol beneath his feet. Facing the assembly, he loudly proclaimed himself as Chiron's blade from that instant on. Gasps filled the corridor as Rai gazed in astonishment, and Kumpf roared furiously. A brief history of the Knight's Oath became recounted, rooted in Thormia's foundation. During chaos, knights pledged themselves to forceful families in exchange for protection and status. Though symbolic, breaking such an oath currently would be worse than betrayal. Rian proudly raised the blade, announcing his bold shift prior to the entire household. Chiron, stunned and concerned, demanded to know what Ryan became doing. Afterward, Kumpf, grinning, challenged if Ryan truly believed Chiron became worthy of such loyalty. With firm conviction, Ryan responded that he possessed zero need to evaluate Chiron's worth. To him, judgment became irrelevant. His role became to guard, never question. In the scene, Kumpf burst into laughter, acknowledging their fiery spirit and praising their boldness. In the scene, the boy mocked Ryan's dramatic words, teasing him for his unrefined swordplay. Although Ryan protested, Kumpf waved it off, saying the issue became settled. The boy acknowledged Ryan's loyalty and inquired Chiron to watch over his grandson with care. Seeing their oath sealed, Kumpf chose never to send them off without aid. The boy ordered the deputy butler to fetch Chiron's parents at once, employing the carriage. At the same period, a stunned nobleman whispered in astonishment, unable to grasp the sudden turn. In the scene, Kumpf laughed heartily, energized by the chaos they'd stirred. Rian danced with excitement, thrilled by his household's stunned reactions. Turning grave, Rian clarified he created his decision never just as a companion, but as someone drawn to Chiron's character. In the scene, Chiron blushed, overwhelmed by Rian's sincerity and admiration. The boy joked that Ryan possessed better train harder if he wanted to guard him. From across the chamber, Reina barged in, enraged at Ryan's impulsive oath. As reprimanding the boys, Reina challenged their household's actions. She afterward disclosed plans to enroll both of them into Kaizen swordsmanship school. Rian protested, shouting that he'd rather play with Chiron than be compelled into school. In the scene, Reina struck Rian in frustration, scolding him for causing chaos. In the scene, Rian, pinned down, yelled back, revealing Chiron wouldn't attend swordsmanship school. He exposed Chiron's arcane gift, stating he had opened his spirit domain. Reina and others reacted with surprise. Understanding Ryan's oath became created without complete understanding, Reina laughed. A fierce exchange unfolds as Chiron clashes with Ryan, luminous mana bursting between them and revealing Chiron's sharp gift to read motion during combat. From close by, Reina studies the circumstance, recognizing that Chiron's command over synthesis and spirit domain demands extreme concentration. Following the clash ends, Chiron remains silent and reserved. Reina later explains the attention Chiron seems drawing. Ryan reacts strongly to the news, as Chiron listens without speaking. That evening, Chiron stands by himself beyond, gripping his blade as thoughts of his instructor weigh heavily on him. A servant announces the arrival of Chiron's household, shifting the atmosphere within the grand building. Without delay, Chiron chooses to meet them. Excitement replaces uncertainty as he moves forward with obvious resolve. Descending the staircase, Chiron difficulties with aristocrat customs as attendants nervously guide him. His natural behavior unsettles them, showing how unfamiliar this realm yet seems to him. The reception chamber entrance comes into view, marking a long-awaited instant. Chiron bursts within and freezes as he sees his parents standing prior to him. Emotion overwhelms restraint as he rushes forward without delay. The household reunites in a tight embrace, closing cycles of separation in a single instant. The boy worries seeing his parents thinner, assuming hardship during their period apart. They try to ease his concern, smiling, as his father subtly questions how Chiron finished up in such a location, uncertain. Chiron hesitates as his father asks if the aristocrats remain treating him properly and letting him return freely. Chiron explains that aristocrat youth became his companion and pledged a knight's oath, earning him permission to stay. His father, never believing such claims, urges him to speak. Honestly, although Chiron's sincere reply, both parents remain overwhelmed. Abruptly, a servant announces the arrival of the household head, changing the atmosphere completely. Rian and Reina enter respectfully, leaving Chiron's parents stunned and speechless. In the scene, panicked by the unexpected formality, they try to maintain composure. In the scene, at the dining table, the lavish feast stuns Chiron's parents. They remain silent, watching in astonishment as aristocrats treat their son with surprising regard. In the scene, confusion builds as they try to process everything around them. Chiron's father at final speaks, thanking them but expressing concern about status differences. The household head answers quietly, explaining that honoring Ryan's oath means respecting Chiron as well. He promises complete aid, affirming that Chiron will never face this realm by himself. As the discussion continues, others quietly admire Chiron's composure, noting how he created careful choices for his household's sake. Reina highlights his bravery, impressed by how he remained steady still when burdened with difficult options. The household head reveals Chiron's uncommon gift as a spirit domain user, something only possible with exceptional gift. He suggests Chiron attend Alphea's sorcery school, a top-tier institution fit for aristocrats with powerful potential. Although never mandatory, the nobleman insists that a common school wouldn't match Chiron's gift. Chiron's father, overwhelmed difficulties to process the idea that his son could become a magician. They remain both stunned, unable to believe the opportunity being offered therefore abruptly. Nevertheless, the nobleman reveals a problem sorcery schools merely accept aristocrat children. In the scene, Ryan proposes adopting Chiron to resolve the issue legally. In the scene, the offer leaves Chiron's father speechless, unsure how to respond. He stares at the document, understanding what it means for Chiron's route ahead. This decision could redefine everything. In the scene, calling it painful, he fears it feels like giving Chiron away. As he hesitates, Chiron abruptly rises with resolve. The boy rejects the adoption, declaring he can't become another man's son. Chiron's father calls out, alarmed by his son's rejection, as Reina gently tries to reason with him. The girl explains it would merely be a formal change, promising his real parents would always be acknowledged. Although the offer, Chiron steadily refuses, stating he'd rather stay a normal citizen than change fathers. The aristocrats push back, warning him that commoners can't enroll in sorcery schools. With steady resolve, Chiron replies he won't attend, shocking everyone present. Accusations of stubbornness rise as Ryan questions if his ambition became truly sincere. In the scene, quietly, Chiron acknowledges it might seem trivial to others. The boy continues, expressing that his ambition seems rooted in the love he received from his parents. Each opportunity reading, studying, still reaching this mansion came through their sacrifices. Turning to the aristocrats, he thanks them but insists merely his parents offered him life and purpose. Rian, without speaking, begins to understand the depth of Chiron's conviction. Understanding the meaning at the rear his words, the chamber falls silent. Breaking the silence, Chiron's father bows and pleads for them to adopt his son. In the scene, Chiron reacts in confusion, overwhelmed by the sudden shift at final. The male confesses Chiron seems never his biological child. Vincent's outburst halted the chamber. Shock spread as he announced something unthinkable, causing confusion among those seated. In the scene, Lowering his head, he admitted that he and his wife could never bear children. He claimed Chiron's talents stood beyond him, likely aristocrat, born, and suggested adoption into a aristocrat household for Chiron's route ahead. In the scene, the others seemed unsurprised. Most possessed without speaking suspected Chiron wasn't their biological son due to their obvious differences. Yet, it felt like rejection. Still, the host challenged if this wasn't simply an attempt to cut ties. A chamber erupted. Chiron remained, stunned by his father's bluntness. His father tried explaining, but Chiron possessed previously known. To him, a child merely needed single mother and father. He refused to let his father abandon his dreams for his sake, but the pain became obvious in his tone. In the scene, Chiron shouted, unable to hold back. It felt like he became being abandoned once more. Afterward, he challenged why his feelings weren't pondered. Tears filled his gaze as he understood the weight of those choices pressing on his heart. Vincent hurried forward, embracing Chiron. The boy begged forgiveness, swearing never to offer up on him once more. With everyone silent, Vincent cried out that Chiron meant everything to him. Single male reflected aloud sometimes. Still love-driven actions could unintentionally hurt a child. Raising a child by himself possessed never been simple, he admitted, hinting at the silent burdens carried over the cycles. Across from him, the suited male lowered his face, overcome by thoughts he couldn't tone. Their conversation turned to the school's severe structure. Although feeling powerless, the elder became reminded that persistence once created him a symbol of change. Rather than dismiss it, he pondered that his stubbornness might yet serve a greater purpose. Simply prior to the entrance test, Chiron spent the evening beyond with Reina and Rian. As his parents appeared calm, concern lingered in his father's look. Under the stars, Chiron and Rian shared laughter, brief comfort prior to facing the unknown. When the school loomed in front, Chiron stepped forward with resolve. At the rear him, Rian broke into tears. Unable to hide his jealousy and sadness, Chiron gently reassured him, promising they'd meet once more following the test. Without delay, Rian grabbed Chiron, declaring his wish for Chiron to become a magician. Reina stepped in, calming Rian as reminding him to trust. With a profound bow, Rian offered thanks, gaze filled with resolve. She quietly observed Rian, calling him a peculiar child with a gentle heart at the rear his wild force. Initially, she merely saw him as a younger brother, but that impression swiftly deepened with periods still under strain. Ryan stayed genuine to his beliefs, a trait she quietly admired. As watching Chiron, Reina hesitated as unfamiliar thoughts crossed her thoughts. Understanding he belonged to a realm distant greater, extending her hand, she encouraged him to do his best and inquired him to watch over Rian. The carriage ready to depart, farewells stood brief but meaningful. As the wheels rolled forward, voices called out at the rear them with growing emotion. From the window, Chiron observed Ryan shout, "A final message, destroy them entire at the school." Ryan yelled encouragement with a wide grin, tone echoing into the distance. Chiron smiled back, shouting his promise in return without delay. Their meeting marked the spark that would single date shake the realm's highly foundation. A dove launched from its nest, flying toward the luminous school below. Alpheus Sorcery School remained tall its gates, ready to receive a fresh story. Within, someone waited with a calm hand on a teacup, sensing the winds of change. The blue-haired male carried up a favor, expecting aid from his longtime companion seated across the table. Although their 50 cycles of bond, the older male steadily refused, stating obvious limitations on special admissions. The boy reminded that those policies weren't intended for aristocrat exceptions and must follow specific guidelines. Internally frustrated, the visitor recalled how often his aged companion stalled without grave pondered. Intrigued, the older man noticed an uncommon look and felt something uncommon in this case. Rather than plead, the male praised Chiron's power, comparing him to a younger version of his companion. The principal hesitated, questioning why such a gifted lad couldn't pass the standard test. Quietly sipping tea, the male admitted the issue: Chiron wasn't of aristocrat birth. Stunned, the elder recalled a lad with blonde hair and blue gaze. Beside his companion, Chiron announced he held zero regrets. Still, if it meant losing his life, the instant struck profound. The elder watching, the lad seemed persuasive, distant beyond his cycles. Nevertheless, when adoption became raised, Chiron's refusal became obvious. Abandoning his roots felt like erasing himself. From across the table, a white-bearded male recognized Chiron's grasp of natural causality. Unlike most, the lad understood that fresh paths must never abandon their origins. In the scene, losing one's cause, he reflected, meant losing everything. The lad reminded him of a younger self, clinging to principles as aristocrat could carry perilous consequences. Another elder challenged if guilt yet lingered following entire those cycles. Rather than boast, the male said he teaches to prevent others from becoming like him. Worry filled him. What if Chiron repeated his tragic route? His companion reminded him of his former period's brilliance and how he in period returned. Looking back, they joked about neglected prodigies and wasted potential. Alpheus turned away, murmuring that each effect stems from a cause. Recognition lit the other's face. Perhaps it became destiny. The exile from quadruple cycles ago possessed, come back utterly changed. Though Alpheus laughed off the idea of fate, a hint of doubt crept in as Sharon remained prior to him once more. Quadruple cycles possessed past since gift became buried beneath class barriers. Facing that instant, he wondered, became it really fate following entire? Without delay, he chose to admit Sharon to the school. Spring arrived triple months later. A luminous route stretched from the village. Sharon hurried home with excitement, announcing his departure with force. In the scene, the boy embraced his parents. In the scene, his mother wept, asking him to write often. In the scene, a final group hug followed. In the scene, they reminded him of his roots. His father pulled him near and whispered that he became proud. In the scene, though offered a home in the city, his father chose to stay in the village for Chiron's sake. Although repeated refusal, the House of Ogent insisted on supporting the household financially. To guard Chiron's pride, his father held everything silent from the townspeople. At final, the carriage arrived. A male stepped forward to escort Chiron to the school. The journey started. The forested route faded at the rear of the wheels. Within, silence settled. Tension filled the atmosphere as the pair seated himself in awkward silence. In the scene, soon, the carriage halted. The escort opened the entrance and informed him they possessed arrived. Arriving at Alpheus Sorcery School, Chiron remained with wonder prior to the towering gate, a symbol of new beginnings. The deputy butler assured him entire expenses stood handled, leaving Chiron with merely single duty studied diligently. Grateful, Chiron reflected on the aid he'd received, yet acknowledged the weight of being a normal citizen in an aristocrat realm. Never everyone could obtain such an uncommon opportunity, the butler reminded him, emphasizing its value. Among the aristocrat pupils, Chiron would face silent resistance, but he became told to bear it patiently. With resolve, Chiron promised to endure and become a magician. In the scene, within his thoughts, questions stirred what lessons awaited. Marching pupils voiced their discipline as the school grounds came alive with activity. The call for attention echoed through the courtyard as the grand building loomed in front. As his escort departed, Chiron stepped forward to explore the registry corridor. Reading about the class divisions, he understood how several advanced pupils ever graduated. A tone abruptly addressed him, breaking his focus. Someone knew his name. The headmaster greeted him warmly, his face familiar from Cycle's former periods. In the scene, Chiron bowed and expressed his thanks, recalling their previous meeting. They strode side by side as the headmaster clarified the upcoming placement test. During their stride, the headmaster inquired if Chiron could access the spirit domain. Chiron responded confidently. Hearing that, the headmaster became impressed. Opening it by himself showed uncommon potential. The boy regretted missing Chiron's gift earlier, but chose to teach him properly currently. The tour went on through the school's ornate halls, filled with echoes and radiance. Something odd darted former periods. In the scene, Chiron paused, uncertain, and quietly called the headmaster. Smiling, the male clarified they stood near beginner classrooms from class 10 to 8. Pupils practiced sorcery freely. Several levitated as others worked on spells. Chiron gazed in amazement, watching youthful magicians float and cast with ease. Everyone employed sorcery openly. The headmaster hinted the following area would be different. In the intermediate section, pupils debated arcane techniques seriously. Chiron offered a suggestion to adjust force flow. In the scene, it triggered a sudden burst. In the scene, flames erupted. The surrounding pupils jumped with astonishment. A red-haired young woman coughed, caught in the blast. The girl clarified the experiment failed due to a miscalculation. Unfazed, she smiled and vowed to try once more. Chiron became stunned by their reactions. Chiron stepped into the corridor, surrounded by elegant pupils and shining corridors. He felt completely out of location among them. The immense atmosphere created him realize how distant he'd come from his silent village life. As he strode at the rear of the headmaster, a red-haired student glanced back, catching sight of the unfamiliar newcomer. In the grand corridor, Chiron halted in front of a tall board, accompanied by a silent figure in black. In the scene, shimmering under sunlight, the marble pillar displayed rows of student names and rankings. Among them, the top spot belonged to Amy Carmus, recognized instantly as a first-class aristocrat. A sense of awe stirred within him. Those listed shared the same arcane aptitude. To see Amy leading them entire created her gift feel untouchable. Without delay, he resolved to start fresh and push himself from this highly location. His thoughts raced. Could the red-haired young woman be that Amy Carmus? Gaze met, and his chest tightened as her presence overwhelmed him. Zero reaction came from her, merely a silent stare and firm grip on her volumes. Aged memories surged through Amy. Lessons, strain, and expectations. Summonon once shattered her pride, a normal citizen's unexpected rise. Currently composed, she masked each trace of that former periods at the rear cool gaze. The girl moved on as Chiron shrank back, hoping to go unnoticed. Around him, pupils murmured, intrigued by the unfamiliar lad. Pausing briefly, Amy narrowed her gaze. Something about him felt oddly familiar. Pair girls chatted as Amy gazed at Sharon, puzzled by a sense of familiarity she couldn't explain. In the scene, her classmate teased her, accusing her of being interested romantically. Elsewhere, pupils admired Amy, top-ranked and admired by entire unaware of the darker side, merely single-person possessed scene. The scene shifted to the school's third test site, a grand building under gentle sunlight. Within, applicants waited as the current test proceeded. An older magician encouraged him to observe cautiously. At the test floor's center, a lad remained by himself in a wide circular sorcery zone. The instructor clarified how pupils must feel and interpret arcane patterns through sensation. Chiron listened intently, intrigued by the idea of linking emotion to arcane structure. A test started as the young boy confirmed he could use sorcery and stepped within the zone. When inquired, he responded with the number 6, indicating the zone's measurable size. The evaluators observed his response and went on questioning to assess his perception further. Test forms stood filled as notes marked him a divergent type, known for elevated activity. The student mentioned a great tower on his departed within his arcane perception. Feeling the heat, he described the environment as heated, his physical form lightly sweating. Applause followed as Kami finished her test. Instructors praised the elevated level of fresh applicants. Single examiner observed that a student named Mike demonstrated a zone with a shard's and meter diameter. As writing final notes, they marked Mike's sorcery command as powerful, but his endurance is lacking. Chiron's name became called following, drawing attention from the spectators and evaluators alike. Encouraged by his mentor, he nodded confidently, promising to try his best in the special test. Murmurs spread he became part of a unique screening, likely from a reduced prominent background. Chiron admitted he hadn't formally studied sorcery prior to arriving at the school. Single evaluator clarified that aristocrat children remain often exposed early, but Chiron lacked such understanding. Yet he was instructed to enter the sorcery circle and attempt the spirit domain activation. Blue radiance surrounded Chiron as he stepped into the zone, triggering a stunning arcane reaction. Force surged upward, forming a column of power, distance stronger than expected. He stood with wonder, understanding the spirit domain's brilliance firsthand. The chamber grew silent as everyone awaited Chiron's response. Examiners urged him to speak freely, emphasizing it became merely for assessment. Yet unsure, Chiron hesitated, gathering his thoughts under mounting strain. Chiron hesitated, saying he could see a number, but it stretched excessively long to read plainly. In the scene, the evaluator reminded him it wasn't visual, it depended on sensation. Chiron clarified it held growing. Doubt crossed single judge's thoughts, yet he instructed Chiron to say whatever digits he could. Surrounded by glowing symbols, Chiron concentrated and started reading the emerging sequence. The boy reported the number as Sendanyi-si, unsure why it appeared therefore plainly. In the scene, confusion rippled through the panel. Sendanyi-si wasn't part of their preset options. An instructor without speaking challenged the anomaly. Chiron perceived something beyond the expected range. In the scene, if Sendanyi-si truly appeared, it implied his zone size exceeded Senshimi Eater's. When inquired about color, Chiron responded without delay. Everything felt entirely blue. Several evaluators whispered that blue suggested a convergent type, never matching his massive zone. Another instructor recognized the scale of gift, understanding this wasn't normal at entire. The test sheet confirmed both hemispheres stood active, an exceptional outcome. When inquired about the floating spheres, Chiron glanced around and quietly offered his count. He announced at that place stood Badao-tsi, shocking the judges with the number's accuracy. Alarmed, single elder leaned back, whispering a single word, perilous. Sina narrowed her gaze as she examined Chiron's look. Inquired about his condition, Chiron responded that the chili became intense, almost unbearable, surprising the examiners. As reviewing the report, one instructor noticed the massive size of his spirit domain, far beyond normal parameters. Acknowledging the pupil's efforts, the instructor stated that class placements would be discussed following. Without delay, the fresh pupils stood instructed to leave the corridor as the faculty convened. The ornate doors closed at the rear of them, leaving Chiron beyond, unaware of the stir he possessed, caused within. Disbelief spread across the panel as they examined the 30-meter spirit domain reading. Several suspected external interference, unsure how a teenager could produce such results. Although their doubts, Sina dismissed the idea of deception. In the scene, debate broke out regarding Chiron's placement. According to Sina, his spirit domain became nearly complete and fit for Class 5. Her confidence in his readiness became obvious, though hesitation lingered among her peers. Thad at once opposed the recommendation, citing Chiron's inexperience in sorcery. The boy feared that assigning him excessively elevated might foster arrogance or failure. Sina countered, pointing out that never each student developed the same way as Thad. In the scene, Thad exploded in frustration, accusing Sina of favoritism and pushing for Class 5 placement out of personal interest. Unfazed, Sina countered with logic, stating that guiding gift shouldn't be challenged or politicized. Stepping in, another instructor acknowledged Thad's concern, emphasizing Sharon's youth, although his abilities. A different instructor proposed starting Sharon in Class 10, allowing structured progression from the basics. Nevertheless, concern rose that placing him with greatly younger pupils might sap his motivation. To settle the divide, the principal recommended Class 7, advanced yet reinforcing foundational sorcery. The school's class system ranked pupils from 10 down to single, based on evaluation results. Lower ranks concentrated on building spirit zones and arcane awareness in beginners. At the same period, upper classes readied pupils through strict practice for magician specialization. A golden emblem marked Chiron's robe, confirming his fresh identity as a Class 7 student. In the scene, peers observed him curiously, whispering about the unfamiliar face among their ranks. In the scene, their instructor formally introduced him, drawing attention to the sudden placement. In the scene, in hushed tones, classmates commented on Chiron's age and immediate advancement. With silent composure, he introduced himself, earning glances and lower chatter. At final, he remained among peers. His journey at the sorcery school possessed begun. Alphea's sorcery school spanned an entire mountain, covering over 75 kilometers in total area. It housed additional than 33 buildings, including dormitories and 40 separate practice centers. Though pupils couldn't leave on weekdays, the internal facilities offered everything they needed. Classes finished at quintuple, granting pupils complete freedom afterward to employ their period. Numerous chose to study in the volume corridor, which remained open around the clock for research. Others formed study groups and associations to explore shared interests additional deeply. Chiron found the subject's tough aristocrat, born peers wrestled, and he became zero exception. Although that, he resolved to maintain up by any means necessary, zero issue the pace. Through persistence, he gradually started connecting fragments of understanding into a larger understanding. Following morning classes, Chiron checked his schedule and noticed missing location details. Looking around, he spotted a student his age and chose to ask for assist. Alarmed but polite, the classmate clarified the location's second combined practice center. Arriving at the center, pupils greeted a popular senior named Amy with excitement. Watching her from afar, Chiron hoped to avoid drawing attention during joint practice. Blending in seemed difficult. He challenged whether staying unnoticed became still possible. In the scene, Romi cheerfully welcomed the intermediate classes, instantly capturing everyone's attention with her lively entrance. She introduced herself as the spirit domain instructor and mentioned returning pupils as well as fresh faces. With a smile, she announced the arrival of a newcomer, stirring immediate murmurs among the pupils. Called by name, Chiron gradually remained, his look calm yet slightly hesitant. Gaze shifted toward him as murmurs spread throughout the class, numerous previously aware of the gossip. Following greeting them, Chiron stated he belonged to Class 7, shocking everyone with the unexpected placement. Nervous thoughts swirled in Chiron's thoughts, unsure how to handle the sudden attention. Several classmates whispered about his test scores as others tried recalling where they possessed seen him. Single young woman, intrigued, mentioned hearing the teachers stood keeping a near eye on him. Suspicion grew in the red-haired girl's gaze as she pondered his household background. Abruptly, an arcane disturbance overwhelmed her, flinging her into a chaotic vision. Falling uncontrollably, she wrestled against the violent power pulling her deeper. Within that vision, a memory of Chiron as a child surfaced, tears in his gaze. Accused of employing forbidden sorcery, he remained helpless as the crowd raged. Snapping back, she gazed at him, stunned, understanding he wasn't normal at entire. The Karmas household became renowned for its genius bloodline, marked by an inherited trait known as red gaze. This gift permitted the user to analyze their physical state with flawless precision, enabling complete command of physical form and thoughts. Employing this trait, a Karmas archer struck the bullseye repeatedly, each shot additional exact than the final. Among them, Amy became the most gifted. In the scene, her talents rendered effort unnecessary, making studying pointless. The girl excelled at each game and duty, leaving adults impressed but herself uninterested. Amy found it entire dull. Zero trials stirred her. Everything felt empty. Seeking stimulation, she roamed beyond aristocrat walls, clashing with street thugs for amusement. Ami acted without concern, believing zero single could match her. But a nameless lad defeated her, forcing her to retreat in shame ladder at the school. Amy saw that same lad among the pupils. Stunned, she lost composure, mumbling excuses to mask her reaction. She understood that lad, once beneath her, currently remained as an equal. By himself, Amy panicked, remembering her former period's disgrace. The girl feared he hadn't neglected the date he humiliated her. The pondered shattered her pride. Her secret defeat wasn't buried following entire. Quintuple cycles earlier, Amy possessed crossed paths with a lad during a chaotic street brawl, though neither fully recognized the other afterward. Currently in the school, Amy feared those former period's moments might resurface, The boy recalled seeing her prior to taunting her as someone wild and improper. In the scene, Amy overheard his distorted retelling and clenched her fists in horror. In the scene, her face turned red with fury. Internally, she screamed. She possessed to stop this nonsense prior to its spread. The lad, unaware of her presence, felt a sudden chill down his spine as Amy's killing intent quietly surged at the rear him. At the same period, class resumed. Instructor Romy Atella started a lecture on spirit zones. The girl clarified that the circle became the most basic shape. The class observed as she readied to demonstrate advanced applications in real period. She activated the image zone, a wide arcane area, inviting pupils to observe its structure. Single student became amazed, able to plainly perceive the zone's arcane framework with his gaze. Romy readied a demonstration, stating she would cast a spell targeting the center for precision. In the scene, mana flared as she manipulated overlapping spirit circles. The student concentrated, sensing Romy's massive aura as she controlled complex layers. A blazing spell erupted as Romy released the assault. Pupils observed with astonishment as the fireball vanished prior to reaching its destination. Clarifying the circumstance, the instructor stated that sorcery couldn't extend former days' spirit domain's range. With a fluid movement, she expanded her zone, reigniting the fireball to strike the target precisely. Curiosity sparked among the class when Single inquired if zones could be freely reshaped. Romy responded by highlighting the mental burden such constant changes would cause during clash. To address that, magicians rely on quadruple fixed patterns each suited to different needs. The guard form emerged initial, forming a geometric shield with reinforced faces. Following that, she shifted into assault form, casting radiant lines outward like a star. In the following phase, cross form appeared, built for high-speed tracking in multiple directions. In the scene, amazement grew as she performed each transition without visible effort, announcing the final form. She introduced attached a technique several ever master. Murmurs spread, speculating whether success might lead to a higher promotion. Radiance surged as she activated the most advanced zone configuration. Stunned gasps echoed when her spirit domain physically separated from her physical form. Suspended in the atmosphere, it held perfect form, obvious proof of her complete command. Puzzled, the lad tried to grasp the concept of detaching one's mental focus from the physical form. He challenged how the spirit domain could function without a center anchored to the magician. The instructor clarified that the detached form permitted the zone to shift freely with infinite range, though the caster possessed no direct command point. Other pupils quietly wondered how she could handle such techniques with ease when they wrestled simply to maintain a basic zone. Single clarified she became an official Class 6 magician, distant beyond beginner level, with cycles of refined command. Understanding her power, the instructor offered a practical demonstration featuring the fastest student skilled in cross form. Ami Karmas became called forward, selected as the class representative for the trial. Though praised and admired, she started to feel the weight of unwanted attention closing in. Nervous and uneasy, Amy wished to avoid the spotlight, although her usual confidence. The spirit domain's target form extends its range outward, creating a wide zone ideal for intercepting long-range threats. Nevertheless, its structure proves ineffective when facing quick, agile enemies or numerous targets approaching simultaneously. With intense focus and rapid command, though, a skilled user can maintain its effectiveness under high-speed conditions. Amy activates the formation mid-duel, blocking several firebolts prior to they land. Holding her position quietly, each strike seems deflected in real period, as her spirit domain moves precisely with sharp awareness. Pupils watch with wonder, noting that, under such command, her spirit domain predicts the spell flow, shifting its axis to intercept projectiles prior to they converge. Zero assault passes, she remains untouched, anchored at the center as chaos erupts around her. Chiron quietly admires her, understanding the complexity of what she simply executed. Amy finishes the trial with top results level 9 in merely 20 seconds. She turns away, but her gaze catches Chiron standing nearby. For an instant, her composed face shifts into silent surprise. Murmurs spread. Amy glanced directly at the fresh student. Irritated with herself, Amy scowls. Understanding it became involuntary. Chiron stays silent, sensing their odd connection holds simply begun. Recognition strikes both Amy and Chiron. Their gaze reflect a shared former periods long buried. Uncertainty grips Amy, as she considers the risk his memory could expose excessively greatly in the scene. Rather than act rashly, she weighs her options, trusting her reputation to shield her. Following the showcase, pupils remain sorted into practice groups based on class rankings. The instructor assigns guard form to Class 7, citing its importance in chaotic combat. Absorbing the lesson cautiously, Chiron begins forming the zone structure in his thoughts. A silent realization hits Chiron, feels the zone's shape stabilizing, though he can't be certain. Eager for clarity, he approaches his instructor, requesting access to the visual confirmation zone. Following a brief pause, the instructor agrees, encouraging initiative as the zone remains unused. Gasps ripple through the class as Chiron steps forward without delay. Across the chamber, Amy reacts sharply, alarmed by his unexpected action. In the scene, though she tries to stay composed, irritation brews beneath her calm facade. Within the corridor, entire gaze lock onto the central platform where Chiron currently stands. In the scene, glowing lines activate beneath him as the image zone begins its evaluation. With a steady breath, he meets the instant. This seems what he came for. Chiron watches in astonishment as his spirit domain expands rapidly, taking up an enormous radius. Pupils nearby react with surprise, struggling to process the sheer size of the projection. Glancing at the meter, Chiron learns it holds previously reached 13 meters and growing. In the scene, confusion builds. He hadn't expected such an outcome, especially never during a routine test. An instant later, the number hits 20 meters prior to the system forces a stop. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, pupils stunned that someone from Class 7 could do this. In the scene, trying to stay composed, Chiron mentally resets. In the scene, the attention wasn't what he intended. The boy initiates the guard form merely to notice the formation destabilizing from the start. Although performing well earlier, the structure currently collapses under its own force. From the sidelines, class quadruple watches, certain such failure became inevitable for a beginner. Chiron questions if his vision tricked him but swiftly dismisses the idea. At that place must be a fundamental reason why his structure fails within the image zone. A memory resurfaces his instructor once said, manipulating the spirit domain consumes mental focus. Understanding his attempt to shrink the zone likely drained his command, things become obvious. With that, Chiron resolves to let the spirit domain manifest at its genuine size. Gasps erupt across the corridor as the spirit domain swells beyond expectations, stunning everyone. A second wave of disbelief spreads. The diameter currently reaches an immense 28 meters. In the scene, sweat drips down Chiron's face as the feedback displays the record-breaking size. In the scene, Amy and the others stare wide-eyed, struggling to process what they're seeing unfold. Mouths hang open as the counter flashes once more, currently 41 meters in total diameter. Pupils shout in amazement, unable to believe such output from a first year. Irritated voices rise, several accusing Chiron of showing off or manipulating the test. Adjusting his stance, he begins to balance the structure, evenly distributing its force. With a sharp movement, he folds the zone inward, creating a clean, controlled form. The crowd erupts once more. He's done it. In the scene, encased in a shimmering geometric zone, Chiron marvels at the crystalline interior. In the scene, amazed. He lifts his hand, feeling like he's standing within a giant jewel. Teachers praise his gift, noting the rarity of such success from a fresh student. Ami recalls her former periods, understanding with bitterness that Chiron once caused her downfall. Resolved, she hides her reaction at the rear a smile and without speaking prepares to confront him. Chiron's instructor observed his progress, noting his exceptional grasp of omnipotent sorcery, uncommon for someone without formal practice. Chiron noticed his spirit domain shrinking. The instructor clarified that smaller zones increase density, improving arcane guard. The girl commended his task and instructed him to dissolve the zone. In the scene, Chiron obeyed and thanked her. Cheers erupted as Chiron finished his duty. The other pupils clapped and shouted praise. In the scene, overwhelmed, Chiron panicked at the attention. He hadn't expected to remain out there swiftly. The instructor reflected without speaking. Though impressed, she resolved to continue monitoring his growth cautiously. News of Chiron's gift spread swift. Pupils started viewing him as powerful competition. Others showed admiration, impressed by his first-day performance and gift. Single student, nevertheless, observed him with a odd, unnerving intensity from the crowd. The following date, morning arrived at the school under obvious skies. A fresh figure without speaking came closer, gaze fixed on Chiron's classroom. Without delay, the figure stepped within, ready to observe him directly. Chiron recognized the instructor as Sienna Oliver from the entrance test. In the scene, though in charge of Class 5, she chose to visit Class 7. Several believed she came to guard Chiron from interference by Instructor Thad. Sienna's appearance in Class 7 wasn't by chance. She possessed come with a obvious aim to guide Chiron personally. Determined, she without speaking promised to shift him up, believing he belonged in her advanced class. As she scanned the chamber, Chiron felt uneasy under her gaze but dismissed it as imagination. A student's playful question about her relationship with Thad drew merely a look of disgust from Sienna. Without responding, she conjured a glowing crystal wrapped in swirling force, instantly shifting the classroom's mood. Instead of words, she posed a trial asking if anyone could explain the concept at the rear, the chilling spell. Chilly seeped into the chamber, prompting a student to shiver and tone discomfort. Sienna clarified quietly that chilly doesn't exist as force but reflects its absence. The girl introduced the idea of a limit absolute zero, where entire force vanishes. Still a minor removal of force, she said, could outcome in deadly chilly. The realization unsettled the pupils who currently challenged how near they came to risk. Rather than reassuring them, Sienna inquired how a magician could wield such power unaided. She disclosed the answer lay within the spirit domain, a space fully under the magician's command. At that place, perception and reality bend, allowing command distant beyond normal limits. Yet, she cautioned, without self-awareness, still divine power meant nothing. Within the classroom, Sienna emphasized that genuine sorcery required both omniscience and omnipotence laboring side by side. She clarified that power without understanding became meaningless, which seems why magicians diligently study the realm. As Chiron reflected, he understood his former periods. Failure was due to lacking understanding. He had only concentrated on power. Sienna informed the class that mastering sorcery likewise involved learning various academic disciplines. She reminded them that the spirit domain by himself wasn't enough. Understanding formed the other half. As pupils cheered for her guidance, Chiron quietly affirmed his resolve to grow. A fresh date arrived as the sun bathed the school in heated radiance, signifying fresh beginnings. In conversation, pupils casually discussed upcoming study sessions and shared research interests. Chiron, though, possessed his own priorities, something he needed to understand prior to anything else. When class finished, pupils either gathered for research or headed to the volume corridor. Afterward, he devoted himself to daily study, struggling to match aristocrat-born peers. Although fatigue and long nights, his heart remained radiant. He became chasing his ambition. Single afternoon, Chiron felt oddly buoyant, as though something became shifting in his physical form. Puzzled, he abruptly found himself airborne, his feet, zero longer touching the earth. In a flash, he soared above the school and noticed he wasn't by himself. In the scene, a gust of wind sent Chiron crashing into the forest clearing. The boy landed awkwardly, groaning from the impact as he seated himself up. In front, a cloaked figure remained yet, drawing his wary attention. Flowing red hair disclosed the figure's identity prior to she still spoke. Recognizing her instantly, Chiron became stunned. It became Amy Carmis. His shock deepened as she confirmed their former period's connection with certainty. Fire erupted in Amy's hand, casting sparks into the atmosphere. Alarmed, Chiron observed the flame grow larger in her grasp. Her gaze gleamed with intent. She possessed zero plans to hold back. In a shadowed alley, youthful Chiron curled on the earth as fists struck his minor frame. A woman's command carried the violence to a stop. Red-haired and composed, she intervened prior to it escalated further. The girl glanced down at Chiron's tear-streaked face. Though she pondered dismissing him, something in his look created her hesitate. Cycles passed, and Chiron raised his hand, summoning a fiery explosion that lit the sky. The female observed, stunned by the display of raw power unfolding prior to her. She gazed at him in astonishment, wondering if this capable youthful male became truly the same boy from years ago. Chiron confirmed he recalled everything, down to the humiliating instant he faced back afterward. In the scene, the boy accused her of ordering the delinquents, catching her off guard and flustering her. The girl panicked and denied it, trying to explain the circumstance possessed been misunderstood. In the scene, desperately, she defended her intentions and rejected any claims about impropriety. The girl insisted she never offered such orders, shifting the blame to the gang. Afterward, she snapped, declaring she possessed zero interest in men, and never meant any of it. Stepping back, she challenged why she became justifying herself at entire. Chiron, reflecting on the awkwardness, wondered if she feared gossip. He told her that apologizing would have been enough since the former periods couldn't be undone. Rather than drag things out, Chiron advised ending it with a simple apology, believing it became the proper resolution. Amy briefly faltered, stunned by the suggestion, but swiftly regained her mental footing. Internally, she saw through his composed demeanor, suspecting a calculated shift hidden at the rear aristocrat. Sounding words, a taunting laugh escaped Amy as she repeated his suggestion with disbelief. The girl belittled the idea, questioning why she should gain nothing from humbling herself prior to him. Accepting blame, in her view, would merely location her at a disadvantage en route ahead confrontations. In the scene, unbothered, Chiron clarified that apologies aren't negotiations, but expressions of accountability. Her sharp retort came swiftly, accusing him of manipulating logic to seize command. Watching her deflect and rationalize, he concluded she might struggle to thrive in the school. With confidence building, Amy delivered a warning about crossing senior pupils. Getting targeted, she claimed, would turn still classmates into enemies, especially for someone of lower birth. A threat followed, subtle yet direct. Expulsion loomed for anyone who didn't know their location. Smirking, she proposed a test of loyalty to evaluate his trustworthiness. Her condition became ridiculous daily coffee deliveries at her command. Staring in astonishment, Chiron wrestled to comprehend how things possessed escalated to this point. Amy mockingly pointed out Chiron's special admission as a normal citizen, reminding him how distant he'd come simply to risk expulsion. That jab became enough to break him. Chiron fell silent, mentally defeated by the strain and manipulation. Reluctantly, he agreed to her demands, hoping minor humiliations would assist him survive longer in the school. A blade flew former periods as Sharon started his initial duty under Amy's command. Though the circumstance felt absurd, he convinced himself it became better than being expelled. Yet, frustration lingered, doing whatever she wanted departed him feeling powerless from the highly start. The following date, the campus buzzed with activity as pupils headed to the volume corridor. Murmurs spread swiftly as Sharon appeared, drawing attention from intrigued classmates. With coffee in hand, he came closer, Amy in complete view of the crowd, calling her name with compelled cheer. Amy received the drink smugly as nearby girls gazed in astonishment. Their shock grew when she spilled the coffee deliberately and strode away without a word. Her companions followed, ignoring the stunned, silent Chiron left at the rear. Face flushed, Chiron remained frozen as pupils misinterpreted the scene. Several assumed he confessed and been rejected, pitying him aloud. At the same period, Amy sipped quietly, brushing it off as simply educating her junior. Amy laughed to herself, relishing the circumstance with visible satisfaction. In the scene, the feeling of domination, seeing Chiron misunderstood and humiliated, thrilled her beyond reason. She announced that Zero Single would believe Chiron anymore. His image possessed been sealed as simply another obsessed junior. Chiron, without speaking, endured the stares as he passed through the crowd, burning with frustration. To him, this became Zero lesson. It became targeted bullying, without cause. Yet he clenched his fist, understanding that sulking would change nothing, and merely action could guard him. The boy chose to adapt. If he possessed to suffer, he would at least do it with command. Determined, he showed up daily, without speaking, delivering coffee without fail. Murmurs filled the school. Pupils mistook his endurance for romance, calling him the pure-hearted confessor. Ami observed amused as crowds gathered, misreading the routine as a daily proposal. Still, her companion inquired if she'd consider accepting Chiron. Flustered, Amy denied everything, insisting she'd never lower herself, although always taking his coffee. With tension rising, her companion teased that still the student physical form awaited their official union. Amy froze, overwhelmed by the gossip spreading faster than she could command. As Chiron offered coffee once more, the crowd cheered, chanting for her to accept him. Chiron remained confidently, proudly stating his duty became done without error, hoping it would end the routine. Afterward, Amy's patience cracked as she trembled, overwhelmed by the growing strain and building frustration. Her fury erupted, gaze wide and rage uncontrollable as she snapped, unable to contain her breaking point any longer. In the scene, Chiron held out a cup, asking Amy to accept it. His tone echoed with resolve across the courtyard. The crowd of pupils grew restless, reacting to his persistence. Everyone gazed, expecting her response. Amy remained, frozen in location, overwhelmed. Chiron, without speaking, wondered why she wasn't taking it. Afterward, Amy panicked, thinking of escaping to the volume corridor. In the scene, her heart pounded as she froze. Irritated, she smacked the cup away, shouting. The cup flew through the atmosphere. Pupils screamed as it hit the earth and spilled. Chiron remained quietly as murmurs started. Amy scolded him for never studying and wasting period. Her irritation became obvious. In the scene, as she stormed off, Chiron tried apologizing, but she rejected it harshly. Ami muttered about avoiding gossip. Pupils nearby observed and commented on her behavior. Chiron understood he no longer needed to act. The boy rushed away from the crowd without explanation. Once by himself, he laughed and celebrated his sudden freedom. That night, Amy studied by himself in the volume corridor. In the scene, the girl regretted causing the incident, blaming herself. But she pushed it aside, focusing on her aim, researching Karmas's red gaze. Ami activated her red-eyed gift, allowing her to recall her exact emotional state at a specific instant. In front of the school, she remained recalling the scene plainly. Over 10 periods, she cautiously memorized Chiron's appearance during each errand, focusing on his smallest details, from the 2nd to the 10th date. Amy observed Chiron continuously, noting his consistent demeanor, although the repetition, his look, posture, and still eye motion remained unchanged through entire encounters. This pattern puzzled Amy deeply. His gaze never shifted, as if frozen in single exact state. Amy knew that emotions usually surface through involuntary eye motion, something impossible to command. If Chiron truly showed zero shift in his gaze, it implied either robotic command or sincerity. Faced with this, Amy shut her gaze, uncertain whether to trust his actions or remain cautious. Later that evening, Amy packed her things in the volume corridor, yet lost and pondered. She declined to stride with her companion, choosing instead to leave by himself to obvious her thoughts. Though pressed about the coffee, Amy steadily denied any feelings, avoiding further conversation. In the silent hallway, Amy admitted her exhaustion and confusion over her failed plans. The girl reached for the entrance, intending to rest, but without warning encountered a waiting student. Amy identified the figure as Jake Ardius, alarmed that he possessed waited simply for her. Amy challenged Jake's presence, unsure why he waited. In the scene, smirking, he referenced Chiron and casually extended a cup. In the scene, claiming the coffee's rarity, Jake said it matched someone of her status. The boy boasted about his route ahead title, placing himself above Chiron. In the scene, annoyance built in Amy as she dismissed his words sharply. Turning away, she created it obvious they weren't near enough for this exchange. Instead of backing down, Jake accused her of insulting his entire household. In the scene, the boy claimed that tarnishing his image equated to dishonoring his lineage. Amy responded coldly, stating he became nothing without his household's aid. In the scene, calling out his secret bullying, she mocked his claim to honor. The insult triggered Jake, who lashed out about his household's reach. With a threatening tone, he cautioned that her household could be ruined. Recognition dawned in Amy's gaze as her power activated. The girl compared his gaze to Chiron's, finding zero honesty in it, calm but firm. She announced his gaze stood rotten and corrupt. Jake confessed his misstep, turning aggressive as he spoke of interfering with Chiron's sorcery. Without delay, Amy activated her red gaze, her look turning chilly and concentrated. In a flash, she struck him down, sending his cup flying across the chamber. A flicker of terror overtook Jake as a glowing formation emerged beneath his feet. From within the sorcery, a shadowed entity challenged his actions, intensifying the strain. Gripping his side, Jake accused her of breaking school rules in astonishment. Rather than responding with panic, Amy quietly challenged his dependence on privilege. The girl highlighted Chiron's power, built without household name or backing. In the scene, faced with her unwavering stance, Jake hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Retreating, he shouted in rage, vowing never to let her go unpunished. Amy remained at the rear, catching her breath as the confrontation finished. Recalling Chiron's sincerity, she recalled the reason he endured it entire. Nightfall carried silent as Amy seated himself deep and pondered. Sprawled across her bed, she understood Chiron might never return. Yet, her thoughts felt lighter, cleared by the impact he'd created. Several periods passed as the school carried on with daily life under a calm sky. Nevertheless, Amy's earlier actions stirred silent consequences zero single expected. Threatening letter surfaced, and Chiron learned Amy possessed previously gone by himself to confront risk.
Quadruple periods ago, Chiron accidentally bumped into Siriel, spilling coffee on her in front of others. Though embarrassed, Chiron noticed the school swiftly moved former periods it. Later, he spotted Siriel by himself and recalled her oddly encouraging words. Siriel appeared tense as walking by himself, which became uncommon since she became often with Amy. Chiron felt something became off. Calling her name alarmed her. The girl screamed upon seeing him, plainly overwhelmed by panic and confusion. Grabbing Chiron abruptly, she demanded to know why he became by himself and challenged Amy's whereabouts. A threatening note appeared, revealing Chiron possessed been kidnapped by someone calling themselves the Black Magician. Chiron and Siriel read the message in astonishment. He yet processing, challenged who could be at the rear as Siriel remained frozen beside him. Earlier, Amy and Siriel possessed been came closer by a student carrying a warning from his boss. In the scene, the boy issued a veiled threat, pressuring Amy to accept an invitation or risk consequences. Siriel pulled Amy away, disgusted by the intimidation, and led her toward the volume corridor. Amy stumbled across the same note and understood Chiron became in risk. In the scene, the handwriting triggered her memory. It wasn't simply any threat, it became personal. Rage filled her gaze. The culprit became Jake. With a frustrated snap, Amy dismissed the message, refusing to be involved in the circumstance. Their pace quickened as the grinning messenger strode away, amused by their reaction. At the same period, Siriel identified the Black Magician group as known aggressors who preyed on fellow pupils. Alarmed, Siriel suggested reporting the issue to an instructor prior to it escalated further. In the scene, Amy shook her head, explaining that faculty involvement would reveal personal information. Uncovering the truth meant exposing never merely Chiron's identity, but likewise Amy's hidden former periods. The pondered of everyone discovering Chiron's status as a normal citizen filled her with dread. Memories of ridicule echoed pupils taunting his presence at the school. Although the strain, Chiron never retaliated. Instead, he endured in silence. The girl recalled him kneeling helplessly, surrounded by those who glanced down on him. That night, Amy possessed observed without acting, weighed down by hesitation. What she saw afterward currently drove her forward without doubt. Handing over instructions, Amy told Siriel to inform the instructor if she didn't return. Although Siriel objected, Amy turned away with resolve. Confidently, she announced that never still 10 like Jake could remain in her way. Following reading the threat once more, Chiron understood Amy had left by himself to guard him from risk. He challenged the logic, struggling to believe someone like her would go that distance simply for him. Siriel clarified Amy's decision wasn't sudden. She possessed her reasons and inquired them to wait until 7. Turning the circumstance over in his thoughts, Chiron recalled Amy's desire to maintain certain truths hidden. It became obvious her secrecy became to guard them both. Their stories stood tightly connected. The boy remained abruptly, unable to wait any longer, and dashed off.
Although Siriel's protests knowing the practice corridor lay beyond the mountain, Sharon pushed forward with urgency. Prior to long, a classmate caught up and urged him never to go by himself. Side by side, they accelerated, employing teleportation sorcery force bursting beneath their feet. Within the school, alarmed pupils felt the sorcery surge as they launched skyward. Sharon clung on as they soared, caught between terror and determination. Choosing safety, they stopped midair and started gliding toward their destination. In the scene, the pair landed roughly, spinning through the trees and collapsing with nausea. Following recovering, they reached the faith practice corridor, but it became empty. Understanding the timing became manipulated, Chiron grew anxious Amy might have been diverted elsewhere. Reading the threat once more, Chiron understood that exposure of his identity could endanger everyone involved. Concerned for Amy, he urged Siriel to return and inform the professors at once. Accepting responsibility, Chiron chose to shift in front by himself, believing delay would worsen the circumstance. Shock overtook Siriel as she understood Amy's secrecy revolved entirely around Chiron's safety. Pressed for answers, the truth unsettled her, revealing risks distant beyond personal misunderstandings. Although confusion, Siriel agreed to stay at the rear as Chiron went on forward without delay. Crossing the mountains, Chiron relied on sorcery to trace faint disturbances departed at the rear. Following unfamiliar footprints, he noticed signs suggesting compelled motion rather than escape. Abruptly, a distant explosion broke the silence, confirming his fears possessed been justified. Dropping to the earth, Chiron felt unstable sorcery lingering in the atmosphere. Evidence pointed toward teleportation and flight employed recklessly in the area. With urgency renewed, Chiron readied to shift once more, knowing Amy became yet in risk. Amy steps forward, arcane orbs circling her as she enters the scene with unwavering calm. Her presence by himself halts everyone's movements. A blast of force erupts from her, scattering nearby pupils. The forceful display overwhelms them instantly. Watching with wonder, the pupils whisper about her arrival, recognizing her reputation and connection to their boss. A group of uniformed pupils approaches. Their leader reminds everyone to behave, since Amy seems a valued guest. In the scene, surrounded, Amy stands firm. The others treat the circumstance lightly, questioning her decision to come by himself. Unbothered, she answers with sharp sarcasm, taunting their numbers and lack of subtlety. In the scene, the leader boasts about having a plan. In the scene, Amy ignores it and asks directly for Chiron. They laugh mockingly, saying Chiron seems probably hiding with volumes. Single mocks Chiron openly, assuming he's clueless about Amy's risk. In the scene, they dismiss Chiron, focusing entirely on Amy. In the scene, the leader threatens revenge for what happened the previous night. Ami grins, understanding his absence makes things easier. Force surrounds Amy. In the scene, the girl declares she'll eliminate them. Panic spreads as terror replaces their confidence. In the scene, fire bursts from beneath. Amy assaults without delay. Afterward, fire bursts out, burning single of the attackers as he screams in pain. Chaos breaks out among the pupils. In the scene, they scramble to contain the flames, their earlier arrogance replaced by panic and confusion. Orders remain shouted to regroup and maintain formation, but Amy's strain makes it nearly impossible. Another explosion hits, sending single additional student flying through the atmosphere. His screams echoing. Ami spins into movement, surrounded by force as she launches into another wave of assaults. Her tone cuts through the chaos, challenging their retreat as she unleashes a barrage of strikes. Single student retaliates with fire sorcery, throwing everything he holds. Although his efforts, Amy spins through the flames, unharmed, shocking the attackers. Puzzled, they question her speed and tactics. Understanding her motion seems distant beyond their expectations. They wonder if Amy holds real clash experience as her assaults land relentlessly. Single student attempts a flanking shift, analyzing her rotation pattern midair. The boy prepares a vertical strike, launching his windcutter spell at complete power. In the scene, the spell closes in, seemingly landing a direct hit. In the scene, cheers break out as they believe they've struck her, but Amy reappears instantly, revealing it became schema, never her physical form. They hit. With a swift gesture, Amy unleashes a blazing fire strike that tears through the atmosphere toward her target. In the scene, caught in the blast, a fleeing student screams as the explosion engulfs him mid-flight. From the scorched field, angry voices rise. Single student shouts obscenities as rolling in pain. Dust settles as Amy strides forward, her look sharp and unimpressed. In the scene, the girl mocks their incompetence, blaming their lack of discipline for their pitiful results. In the scene, instead of retreating, a defiant attacker growls and forces himself upright. Filled with rage, crackling force abruptly coils around Amy's arm, catching her off guard. Blue and violet currents spiral upward, distorting the atmosphere around her. Alarmed, she gasps as shadowy tendrils manifest, twisting violently in entire directions. In the scene, an unhinged laugh escapes Amy's lips as the chaotic power intensifies. At the same period, Enemy magicians complete their formation, encasing her from each angle. Single smirks, calling it checkmate, and accuses her of violating arcane laws. Struggling to recover, a student realizes still red eye won't reverse the damage. In a blink, Amy evades the trap entirely, slipping former periods the swirling sorcery. At the rear her. Another rival lunges, convinced he's at final seized his chance. Single of the attackers mocks Amy, reminding her of his proposal from the date prior to, currently feeling dominant. He flashes a knife, threatening her as she difficulties, unable to break free from the binding power. In the scene, Amy realizes schema isn't enough to escape, thinking back to when she started learning it at age 12. The attacker pulls out a second blade, claiming he'll assist her by scarring her face. Amy tenses, trying to resist as he taunts her, delighted at her terror. The boy laughs hysterically, enjoying the instant, and says she should have acted afraid from the start. Tears well in Amy's gaze as he orders her to beg. Her physical form weakens, power drains away as the knife nears. Abruptly, a memory flashes. Chiron's former period's helplessness becomes painfully obvious to her. A commanding shout interrupts the instant, halting everything. Amy, bruised and silent, looks up as a familiar figure steps in. In the scene, with fury, the blonde student confronts the attackers, calling them out in front of the crowd. Several pupils glanced alarmed as Chiron appeared. Amy, restrained, wrestled to shift as gasping for atmosphere. Amy glared as she raised her bound hands, gaze filled with urgency. Her captors remained unaware of Chiron's silent approach. In the scene, Chiron positioned himself defensively, gripping his staff. Although being outnumbered, he readied to act without delay. The surrounding pupils laughed loudly. In the scene, they mocked Chiron's arrival, calling him a prince with exaggerated praise. Ami yelled, questioning why he came by himself. In the scene, Chiron stayed calm. He knew Amy became powerful, and if he bought enough period, teachers would intervene. Sorcery flared around him. Remembering former period's battles, Chiron steeled himself with confidence. In the scene, charging forward, he shouted to release Amy. The group parted, amused by his reckless shift. In the scene, their leader ordered an opening. In the scene, Chiron advanced, unaware of the trap awaiting him. Chiron felt something wrong, mid-run. The atmosphere felt distorted. A surge of violent force overwhelmed him. His physical form twitched under the strain, screaming. He became flung into a tree in the scene. Laughter echoed around him. In the scene, the enemies mocked him. Amy remained tense, gaze wide. The girl yelled he became caught in anti-sorcery. In the scene, the zone nullified spells. Amy cautioned him to stop. Prolonged exposure could break his thoughts. Chiron's physical form floated within the anti-sorcery field. In the scene, sensory input faded, leaving him numb and drifting. His consciousness cracked under strain, mental images shattering like glass. Recalling his instructor's advice, he recalled, spirit zones and anti-sorcery remain both waves. In the scene, if he increased density, he could resist collapse. He raised his hand, channeling power to fortify the spirit domain. In the scene, violet streams clashed against his barrier. In the scene, from a distance, onlookers mocked him. They dismissed his effort as delusional and frail. In the scene, Amy shouted at him to stop. The girl feared the strain would overwhelm him prior to assist arrived. The atmosphere shifted. The taunting pupils paused, sensing something unfamiliar and growing. Force burst from Chiron, forming glowing constructs. The immense display scattered the crowd. He remained by himself, exhausted but concentrated, determined. He pressed forward. He needed additional structure to hold. In the scene, panic spread. Assaults launched at Chiron reflected harmlessly off him. Single attacker shouted never to panic, warning that terror affected sorcery waves. Chiron advanced gradually, breathing heavily. Opponents braced themselves, puzzled by his resilience. A forceful surge erupted. His spirit domain expanded, pushing back enemies violently. Pupils screamed in terror, fleeing the zone's power. They stumbled, excessively late to escape. Caught in the backlash, several stood flung away. Confusion clouded Amy's thoughts as she scanned her surroundings. The loss of her spirit domain departed her blind to the circumstance. In the scene, a sudden surge interrupted her thoughts. Heat gathered in her hands, anti-sorcery possessed vanished. In the scene, power flooded back into her. Landing with confidence, she remained engulfed in controlled flames, stepping forward. Amy stepped within the radiant dome Chiron created. Its brilliance departed her speechless. Zero normal spell could match the density and stability of the sorcery field surrounding her. Chiron, at the same period, felt something shifting beneath his shoes, as if the earth itself became crawling. In the scene, on the outskirts, a battered student erupted in frustration, unable to accept their humiliating loss. Lying among the defeated, others speculated Chiron must hold received elite practice. Single survivor remained defiantly, channeling force, and charged with a renewed assault strain, mounted as Chiron remained frozen, his lack of arcane combat understanding weighing on him. A crimson slash flew through the atmosphere. In the scene, the enemy moved with deadly precision. Prior to impact, Amy soared between them, shielding Chiron from harm with forceful precision. Without delay, she tackled the attacker and unleashed an enraged barrage of strikes. Although Chiron's desperate calls to stop, her rage merely intensified. Observing her unstable sorcery pattern, he feared she'd seriously injure or kill the rival. As the sky dimmed, the aftermath of clash departed Chiron barely conscious in Amy's arms, his power possessed at final rush out. Amy leaned near, checking his condition. His delayed response caused her concern to grow. In the scene, desperately shaking him, she called out repeatedly. Beside him, she stayed, unable to hide her terror as night came closer.
At sunset, several pupils lay unconscious across a forest clearing following a fierce ordeal. Chiron carried Amy, cautiously checking if she possessed merely collapsed from exhaustion or lost consciousness. Ami stirred slightly, acknowledging Chiron's rescue and showing awareness of the risk she possessed been in. Abruptly, Amy leapt upright, asserting her force possessed returned and striking Chiron in a burst of power. She criticized his decision to join the duel as frail, expressing frustration at his recklessness. In the scene, shifting focus, she urged immediate departure to avoid being caught by the teachers. Amy worried that Sherelle might hold reported them previously. Panicked, Amy feared their secret would be disclosed and demanded they flee at once. A sudden surge of sorcery permitted them to escape, leaving the scene in a blur of force. Strict senior instructors arrived at the clearing, observing the chaos around them. They checked on Amy and the others, plainly alarmed by the state of the pupils. Single instructor unleashed a forceful fire spell, demonstrating command over perilous sorcery, a massive sun. Like spell illuminated the clearing, revealing fallen pupils and scorched terrain. The instructors reacted with surprise, demanding explanations for the destruction. Chiron and Amy remained amidst the chaos, facing the stern reprimand of their teachers. Afterward, the instructor's gaze swept over Amy, concern obvious as she assessed any injuries. Chiron stepped forward, preparing to describe the perilous events that possessed unfolded. Another figure emerged from the shadows, declaring he could clarify everything, capturing everyone's attention. The boy confessed that a personal grudge possessed led him to request a duel, dismissing it as youthful impulsiveness. In the scene, the teachers listened intently as he cited threatening letters and his countermeasures as justification. His accusations pointed at Chiron and Amy, insisting they possessed struck initial. Amy's tone rang out, protesting the claims and defending their actions in the volume corridor. The male attempted to shift blame, framing his actions as necessary and unavoidable. Chiron and Amy remained steadfast, forcing the teachers to weigh both perspectives cautiously. Doubt clouded the man's gaze as he argued that the pair stood concealing a secret. Ami's fury surged, understanding the lengths he would go to manipulate the circumstance. Although the escalating tension, Chiron and Amy remained their earth. In the scene, a sinister grin spread across his face as he vowed to expand the conflict, imagining newspapers, agencies, and still the church spreading the gossip. Chiron and Amy braced themselves, determined to face the chaos and guard their secrets. In the scene, Jake pushed his threats further, claiming he would expose any secret tied to Amy and Chiron. He imagined spreading gossip through each organization, determined to escalate the circumstance. A firm tone abruptly interrupted him, ordering him to stop fabricating nonsense. The instructor advanced, chilly force rising, as she condemned Jake's employ of anti-sorcery. Shock spread among his group as she emphasized how perilous their actions possessed been. Her warning created obvious that Amy or Chiron could hold suffered permanent harm. Jake brushed off the accusation with laughter, taunting the idea of being expelled. Another instructor countered, stating their role became to correct irresponsible pupils. His arrogance merely grew stronger as he challenged their authority. Sorcery swelled around him as he shouted about power and money ruling the school. The instructor responded quietly, saying he yet needed to learn something significant. Blue force exploded outward from her, immense Jake instantly. Jake staggered as the power dragged him into a spiraling blast. Ice formed around his physical form, cutting off any attempt to duel back in the scene. His screams echoed as shards closed in, ending his resistance entirely. Chiron observed the ice spell with amazement, noting how precisely the instructor avoided still brushing Jake's clothing. The realization struck him that such command marked her reputation as a genuine genius of ice sorcery. At her command, she challenged Jake's belief that money could overpower everything, as he panicked within the frozen prison. Although his struggling, the ice tightened, forcing him to scream as he attempted to break free. From above, the instructors surveyed the battlefield, addressing his long history of harming pupils. They rejected his claim about household wealth, insisting the school existed to teach what money could never buy. Her words stirred memories in Jake, recalling his promise to succeed as a magician and repay his instructor. Those images of practice and bond resurfaced, revealing why he possessed endured, therefore, numerous hardships. Nearby, the instructors waited without speaking, giving him area to confront the truth of his own choices. As the snow settled, she reminded him never to discard a location that shaped his dreams.
Jake bowed his head, acknowledging his actions with a silent apology. The group remained side by side in the clearing, watching the conflict at final come to an end. Night fell as Chiron reflected on what mattered most as Jake and his group faced punishment. The following date, the instructors challenged Shirelle for never reporting the circumstance sooner. The girl defended herself, explaining she trusted Chiron and Amy's judgment prior to involving the teachers. Amy readied to reveal the truth, understanding the teachers would never let the issue pass without clarification. Afterward, she gathered herself and stated her identity openly, deciding to end entire remaining speculation. Her sudden declaration stunned everyone, leaving the instructors in astonishment as the circumstance erupted with surprise. Amy cried out for assist as bound among blooming trees. Her tone echoed with zero response, surrounded by silent, triple-masked figures mocked her, saying zero single would save her this profound in the mountains. As they moved closer, a sudden radiance burst forth. In the scene, a figure charged in, grabbing their attention. In the scene, Chiron appeared, swiftly knocking the attackers down with precision. In the scene, panic spread among them. Amy, yet tied, glanced up with surprise. In the scene, the girl recognized the red cloak as the enemy's fell. The boy came closer, cut her restraints, and caught her gently as she collapsed into his arms. Afterward, he held her quietly amid falling petals. Their reunion finished the nightmare. Back at the school, pupils excitedly gossiped about the rescue. Shirelle claimed she witnessed it, exaggerating each detail to the crowd. Gossip exploded. Still posters appeared with drawn hearts. Amy chased following Shirelle, irritated by the growing drama. The girl threatened her, denying the gossip with frustration. A school meeting, several challenged the truth. Amy quietly admitted she knew Chiron prior to the school. Chiron confirmed it without speaking, standing beside her. Without notice, Amy's foot struck the table, halting the question mid-sentence and drawing alarmed reactions. Rather than explain further, she simply affirmed their relationship, standing steadily beside Chiron to shift attention away. Later, as sipping juice, Amy appeared unbothered as Shirelle giggled, surrounded by gossip and cafeteria chatter. Teasingly, Shirelle imagined a romantic meeting following class, suggesting dinner or a volume corridor date. Amy responded flatly, insisting their focus remained on studying, never entertaining distractions. Though outwardly calm, she quietly acknowledged how well Chiron adapted to school life. Annoyance built up within as Amy understood she didn't enjoy the current circumstance single bit. Pupils flocked to Chiron as he arrived. He responded with ease and familiarity. In the scene, from a distance, Amy observed the scene, bothered by how naturally he fit in. In the scene, Shirelle leaned closer, reminding Amy they could speak freely in private. Instead of relaxing, Amy maintained her usual tone, still as Chiron casually came closer. Departed by himself once more, she remained in silent, unsettled by the space between them. At his desk, Chiron opened his volumes, trying to concentrate. Snide remarks at the rear, him cut through the silent, belittling his abilities. They dismissed his presence, claiming charm never gift earned his location at the school. Murmurs about Chiron's incompetence grew louder as pupils claimed he couldn't employ any spells. Determined to endure, Chiron clenched his fist under the desk as enduring silent judgment. Periods earlier, gossip begun spreading throughout the school with increasing intensity. Within the classroom, excited voices shared news about Amy and Chiron allegedly dating. Several expressed jealousy, as others mocked the pairing, dismissing it as mismatched. Single student challenged the pairing's logic, hinting at that place might be additional at the rear. Doubt filled the chamber as attention shifted to Chiron's midterm results. In the scene, someone produced the score sheet, prompting others to gather and confirm the claims. Shock rippled through the group. Chiron became ranked final in class with failing marks. Questions turned into suspicion. Pupils recalled Chiron's inability to cast still basic spells. Accusations of favoritism surfaced, with claims that he employed status to enter the school. Their frustration boiled over. Numerous believed his presence became unfair to hardworking pupils. As outrage spread, single students slammed the desk, condemning the school's favoritism. At the same period, Chiron stepped within quietly, unaware of the shift in atmosphere. He paused, sensing something became off the once lively classroom possessed, fallen completely silent. Chiron stepped into the tense classroom, greeted by silent and sharp stares from his peers. He attempted to speak about the following class, but zero single responded or acknowledged his presence. Understanding the atmosphere, Chiron understood. The pupils stood intentionally isolating him through noisy gossip. During spirit domain practice, Chiron stood among others, joining the session, although the tension. Nearby pupils challenged his presence, plainly uncomfortable with his proximity during practice. Irritated by his spirit domain's vast size, they criticized it for overlapping with their own. Instructor Athela came closer, Chiron, and checked on his progress during the practice. He clarified his difficulty with spirit domain command, particularly with the deviate form. The instructor quietly described the natural tendency of Chiron's spirit to stay near to his physical form. Intrigued, she inquired about his other formations, prompting him to answer confidently. Satisfied, she afterward suggested he try practicing with the image zone. Alarmed, Chiron hesitated, especially as nearby pupils turned to watch. Chiron remained quietly as his instructor reminded him of his unique gift. He by himself in Class 7 mastered entire 4 arcane forms. His determination to access the spirit domain from the start set him apart. As other pupils hesitated, Chiron remained composed. Pupils from Class 7 whispered among themselves, skeptical of his intentions. Several dismissed his efforts as mere self-promotion. In the scene, stepping into the open arena, Chiron faced the audience. Radiance bathed the platform, centering him in complete view. The boy became inquired to reveal each form. Performing them fluently became crucial to prove his readiness for advancement. The initial display started with the guarded form. Observers observed the barrier's density. Its power exceeded prior benchmarks, drawing surprise. From the crowd, silent recognition spread. His guard form remained among the best. Chiron's transition triggered a burst of radiant force, sending arcs of radiance in entire directions. Momentum carried him into another form. Force patterns shifted in synchronized pulses. An instructor observed without speaking, impressed by his fluidity and speed. Chiron hesitated, afterward initiated the deviate form in the scene. Though unsure, he aimed to complete the sequence in the scene. The spell faltered mid-cast. In the scene, it failed to stabilize. Audiences murmured in response. The boy accepted the failure, knowing honest feedback required complete transparency. In the scene, the unstable zone swirled as Chiron concentrated. Struggling to breathe, he reflected on practice. When near to his physical form, command became manageable, but distance drew his consciousness out. Wiping his face, Chiron compelled single additional attempt in the scene. Spectators mocked him. Their voices grew louder, questioning his intelligence and taunting his supposed gift. In the arena, Chiron's spirit domain flickered. Strain from the crowd disturbed his focus, causing visible instability. Several observed the weakening zone with concern. They challenged if external strain by himself could disturb someone like him. Doubts echoed within Chiron's thoughts. The boy wondered why others stood entertained by his difficulties. Memories resurfaced, chilly stares, isolation, and judgment. That pondered consumed him. The boy convinced himself once more that he didn't fit in this realm. A tone jolted him, urging him to stop overthinking. In the scene, clarity broke through the fog. The boy wasn't in this place to dwell in terror, but to push forward. Gaze sharp, Chiron reignited his zone. Determination flared as sorcery surged outward. In the scene, gasps rose from the crowd. Their expressions shifted as the force grew. In the scene, Chiron moved swiftly. He possessed to shift the zone's core prior to it collapsed once more. In the scene, with a fierce cry, he pushed through resistance. An incident report disclosed that 6 pupils employed anti-sorcery, a banned technique against a fellow student, causing psychological harm. Although this, Chiron resisted, employing merely his guarded form. Instructor Sienna acknowledged the risk. Anti-sorcery required an artifact still for practice specialists, making his resistance extraordinary. She reasoned that the pupils likely employed a crude version of anti-sorcery rather than proper technique. Yet, overcoming 6 opponents remained an impressive outcome. This implied Chiron's mental resilience exceeded that of the attackers, sparking curiosity about his genuine potential. Another instructor confirmed Chiron briefly activated the deviant form the previous date. Though short, it became enough to recognize he achieved it under test conditions. Sienna accepted pride in her earlier assessment, believing he became ready for additional responsibility. In the scene, Class 7 met for chemistry. The instructor finished the session early with a special announcement. She disclosed Chiron officially advanced to Class Quintuple, stunning everyone present. He remained up with surprise, understanding the impact of his recent progress. Murmurs of disbelief spread among the pupils, questioning the speed of his advancement. Single objected loudly, doubting the decision due to Chiron's lack of command understanding. Although protests, the promotion became final. Chiron's route changed completely. Instructor Sienna addressed the chamber, correcting a misunderstanding about what been said regarding Chiron's capabilities. In the scene, attention turned to Chiron. Faced with the question, he remained silent, struggling internally. In his thoughts, former periods, voices echoed, amplifying his insecurities. The boy admitted prior to everyone that he couldn't perform any sorcery. Sienna commented on the circumstance, noting how surprising it became that Chiron never still explored basic spells. The girl added that Class 6 lacked a formal sorcery evaluation, leaving little chamber to judge his advancement unfairly. A male instructor reacted strongly, slamming the desk and openly rejecting the decision, calling it discrimination. Pupils criticized Chiron's promotion, questioning if he had any skills beyond spirit domain command. Their claims escalated, arguing he couldn't follow concept or practicals, and demanded formal objection through the student association. Instructor Athela acknowledged their concerns and admitted an oversight in the announcement process. Sienna quietly reflected on the circumstance, alarmed by the intensity of student opposition. She pondered the emotional factors, understanding the reaction stemmed from additional than logic by himself. Simply afterward, Maria came closer with news something significant related to what possessed happened earlier. A week ago, Sharon's troubles started when pupils chose to ignore him completely within the school halls. Their silence turned to gossip. Murmurs followed him everywhere as classmates openly spread gossip about him. In the scene, the harassment escalated when they interfered with his studies, deliberately causing distractions during his reading sessions. Maria stepped forward, revealing she seen a student instigating gossip and turning others against Sharon. In the scene, tears welled up as she described the unfairness of the treatment Sharon endured daily. The instructor, listening attentively, thanked Maria and accepted responsibility to address the issue from afterward on. A scholar once advised pupils to sleep 6 hours a day, stressing the importance of rest. Although he admitted to sleeping merely quadruple hours during his student cycles. The boy claimed teenagers stood resilient, functioning well still under extreme exhaustion. Midnight struck as Chiron remained by himself in the dim study corridor. He observed the period but went on reviewing volumes without pause. Nearby, a student dozed off as Chiron held laboring in quiet. Beyond, Chiron strode beneath moonlight, recalling a mentor's advice about aristocrat prejudice. The boy became told to endure, for perseverance would carry his goals within reach. In the scene, remembering those who believed in him, he vowed to succeed. The steel gate building remained under a starry sky, marking the domain of the school's elite professors. Chiron strode beneath its shadow, thoughts consumed by his aim. In the scene, doubt lingered, but he clenched his resolve. Regardless of obstacles, he swore without speaking he would become a magician. Late at night, Chiron awoke and heard unexpected knocking at his entrance. Alarmed by the disturbance, he came closer cautiously, uncertain who would visit at such an hour. A chilling pondered crossed his thoughts, became it the group of pupils who had harassed him prior to. To his relief, it became Instructor Sienna, quietly asking if she could come in. The boy welcomed her within, intrigued about her sudden appearance. The girl politely declined tea, explaining she possessed a question but couldn't find him earlier. Sienna reviewed Chiron's grades, understanding his performance became unusually balanced across entire subjects. The girl understood he became preparing for long-term success, never chasing immediate recognition. Chiron admitted he felt awkward but believed independent study beyond class assisted him stay concentrated. Sienna carried up the bullying, noting the isolation he faced. He responded quietly, saying he became fine and didn't want her to worry. Although he possessed 0 companions, he accepted the circumstance and chose to endure without speaking. Sienna inquired if he held bitterness toward his classmates. In the scene, Chiron admitted he did, but he refused to let it consume him. Instead of dwelling on rejection, he chose to believe at that place stood others in the realm who would understand him someday. With silent approval, Sienna promised to maintain his request for early promotion in thoughts during the instructor meeting. At the faculty meeting, she presented her stance. Chiron should be promoted in front of schedule. In the scene, the announcement caused unrest. Several teachers challenged the logic at the rear, the recommendation. Several staff members observed how bullying someone for lacking sorcery wasn't uncommon in lower classes, where gift gaps remain wide. Single instructor argued that accelerating Chiron's advancement would be beneficial to the school and the student. According to projections, he could graduate within quadruple cycles if promoted currently. In the scene, a different instructor voiced opposition, prompting the head to request an explanation. He acknowledged Chiron's intellect but emphasized his inability to employ sorcery as a grave concern. In the scene, favoritism, he claimed, would undermine class morale and fairness. Though Sienna defended Chiron's unique learning pace, she became accused of bias. The critic cautioned that other pupils might feel discouraged by special treatment. In the scene, his reasoning leaned on fairness but lacked empathy. Sienna, deeply frustrated, responded that the real issue became unchecked jealousy, never favoritism. Tensions flared as Sienna and Thad exploded into a heated argument, their sorcery surging uncontrollably in the meeting chamber. Observers sighed in exasperation, remarking how these pair possessed completely opposing personalities. Although being skilled magicians, the headmaster stepped in quietly, silencing them with authority and asking both to accept their seats. Recognizing merit on both sides, the headmaster acknowledged each instructor's perspective during the discussion. As Sienna's case for Chiron became logical, Thad's concerns about perceived favoritism likewise carried weight. With a neutral tone, the headmaster proposed an alternative plan, asking the chamber to consider another option. The following morning, crowds of pupils hurried into the corridor, murmuring in confusion at a fresh announcement. Excitement mixed with anxiety spread as the notice disclosed something unexpected possessed been posted. The announcement board. Entire gaze locked on the message labeled Promotion Examination. The school announced a test, allowing Class 7 pupils a chance to skip hair grades through teleportation mastery. Pupils whispered nervously. Many lacked the gift, and teleportation was notoriously hard and perilous. Several felt the shift became simply to avoid backlash, doubting if anyone would pass. Through the crowd, Chiron quietly came closer to the board, absorbing the information without reaction. Surrounded by stares, he remained composed as he read the test requirements. Under his breath, he repeated the word teleportation, determined to face the trial in front. News of the Class 7 incident circulated swiftly, catching the gaze of pupils from higher levels. Murmurs filled the halls, several mocked Chiron's lack of sorcery, others challenged the class's standards. To Amy's surprise, Chiron's distance wasn't rejection, it became protection from the fallout he faced. Amy broke from the crowd without delay, pushing former period's classmates who called following her. Fueled by frustration, she marched in front, refusing to let Chiron's silence go unanswered. In the scene, a warning stopped her. Intervening might deepen his embarrassment if done publicly. In the scene, dismissing the idea of romance, Amy scoffed at the notion that he liked her. Her companion offered a solution, teaching him teleportation as a gesture of peace. In the scene, without interest, she declined, stating he didn't deserve her if he stayed passive. Under the night sky, swift footsteps darted across the school grounds. Between trees and buildings, Amy moved unseen, locked on her aim. Determination, never affection, drove her toward his location. Perched above, she observed without speaking, accepting her share of the blame. In single fluid movement, she dropped from the tree toward his window. In the scene, this wouldn't end until he begged for forgiveness. Chiron's silent reading became abruptly cut short when a cloaked figure burst through his window, startling him. Prior to he could react, he became grabbed and silenced. Amy disclosed herself, enraged. The girl demanded he remember her plainly and stop pretending ignorance. Their tense instant became interrupted by an instructor who spotted Amy mid-intrusion through the window. Shock settled in as the instructor challenged Amy's intentions, hinting at nightly visits. Amy panicked, waving her arms and loudly insisting it became a misunderstanding. Trying to salvage the circumstance, Amy claimed it became her initial visit and that Chiron possessed suggested secrecy. The instructor accepted her excuse, believing she came to assist with test prep. As soon as they stood by himself, Amy scolded Chiron for his silence and humiliation. The boy swiftly apologized. The boy seated himself with tea, reflecting on the chaos and confusion around him. Amy challenged the risk of a teleportation test, given Chiron's lack of sorcery practice. The instructor clarified that although risky, Chiron's motivations might justify his decision. Amy clarified teleportation as bending light speed to cross area and period. Chiron understood the sorcery worked by breaking the physical form into radiance and reforming it elsewhere. Though seemingly simple, the technique risked period distortion and fatal collisions if failed. Following grasping the risks, Chiron understood why teleportation became banned within the school. At the same period, Amy without speaking challenged how Chiron and Sienna possessed grown so familiar so swiftly. Rather than responding directly, Sienna shifted focus, hinting at a special location ideal for the test. Raising his head, Chiron started to connect the clues Sienna possessed subtly offered. Shock settled in as he understood the test would accept location mid-air, without solid earth. The chosen site became a high-altitude bridge stretching between mountain peaks, designed for maximum trial. Amy cautioned that any failure during the teleport would be life-threatening. Sienna clarified the difficulty would be scaled, but observed the pupils themselves posed the real risk. Given his position, Chiron risked becoming the primary target during the competitive test. Doubt crept into Chiron's thoughts as he contemplated the upcoming trial. Though Sienna regretted never protecting him better, she acknowledged it excessively late. Determined, Amy stepped in, promising to train him personally from currently on. Intrigued, Sienna inquired why Amy became taking things therefore distant. Without delay, Amy announced complete responsibility for Chiron's preparation. Taken aback, Chiron wondered if her rage possessed come from genuine concern. Chiron imagined the prestige of joining the advanced class, his gaze wide with awe. The advanced class represented the highest level, filled with pupils aiming to become professional magicians. Although the class promised elite practice, it likewise meant abandoning comfort for intense competition. Amy blamed Chiron for her fast-tracked promotion, stating his rapid growth departed her zero other option. Inspired, Chiron admired her determination and understood she risked her own progress to assist him. Instructor Sienna, observing, reminded Amy that Chiron might benefit additional from an instructor's instruction. Amy demanded. Chiron choose between her or Sienna for his practice. Caught between them, he hesitated, overwhelmed by the strain of choosing sides. Rather than decide, Chiron chose to study by himself, leaving both women speechless. A noisy shout erupted from the dormitory window, breaking the calm of night as Amy reacted to shocking news. Without holding back, she confronted Chiron, criticizing his lack of urgency as others practiced relentlessly. Rather than scolding by himself, she reminded him that joining the solution class became meant to expand his route ahead. Chiron came closer his instructor, voicing his determination, although uncertain chances of success. Instead of objecting, the instructor listened quietly and acknowledged his decision with understanding. Prior to stepping out, she offered guidance to any student in need, keeping her aid open. Amy remained tense, receiving a warning about sneaking into the boys' dorm once more. Following the lecture, she laughed nervously and tried to shake off the strain. Moments later, she seated himself beside Chiron and silent. Afterward remained up, breaking the awkwardness. Prior to exiting, she challenged Chiron's distance and demanded the truth. The boy admitted the bullying but clarified he didn't want to drag her into it. Her tone trembled as she inquired if his pride possessed stopped him. In the scene, Chiron spoke gently, saying he feared growing distant from her. Alarmed, Amy started coughing, overwhelmed by emotion. Merely afterward did she realize he possessed called her his aim. Upon arriving at the school, Chiron possessed been struck by the sight of Amy's name in the top position. As standing prior to the ranking board, he felt a rush of determination ignite within him. In the scene, aspiring to catch up, he committed to doing everything in his power to match her excellence. Currently speaking candidly, Chiron admitted he never imagined things would unfold this way. Across from him, Amy remained silent, her thoughts lingering on the earlier confession. Internally, she fumed, unable to believe she possessed been surpassed by someone younger. In the scene, without hiding her irritation, Amy lashed out, demanding an explanation. Accusations flew as she called out Chiron for his supposed politeness as secretly aiming to beat her. With her cloak swirling at the rear, she cautioned him to stop calling her senior. Chiron responded with resolve, challenging her to face him directly in open competition. Rather than let her stride away, he announced he'd maintain chasing her until he caught up. Grinning, he observed her retreat, confident that he'd near the distance soon. From in front, Amy smirked, acknowledging his ambition without turning back. In her thoughts, she believed he'd need to push himself relentlessly simply to maintain pace. Back at the window, Chiron remained, amazed she possessed previously vanished from sight. Standing by himself, Chiron regretted never being able to rely on Amy, fearing it would draw the bully's attention. Trusting zero single, he accepted that this trial possessed to be faced without assist. With 30 periods departed until the advancement test, he readied to walk his route by himself. The following date, school halls buzzed with talk about the upcoming test. Groups of pupils discussed preparation strategies, numerous previously laboring with private tutors. From the crowd, a student pointed toward Chiron, alarmed he possessed applied excessively. Back in the volume corridor, stacks of volumes piled up as Chiron gathered resources. Though determined, he admitted the hardest part wasn't concept, it became applying the understanding. Teleportation sorcery required adapting calculations to constantly changing terrain and lighting conditions. Slumped over notes, he challenged if anyone could truly perform such complex math. Yet, he pushed away doubt, reminding himself that the test wouldn't be impossible. Compared to elite pupils raised with aid and practice, he still felt at the rear. Simply afterward, inspiration struck when the headmaster's earlier words resurfaced in his thoughts. Confidence gradually returned as he understood the method possessed previously been hinted at. With renewed clarity, Chiron hurried forward, ready to put everything into practice. A thunderous burst of sorcery caught everyone's attention as Sidler Mark flawlessly executed teleportation. His classmates praised him, believing his success came from elite instruction and natural gift. With modesty, Mark credited his special fragment and intensive school practice for the ease of mastery. At the same period, another student boasted about his rapid advancement, fueled by private tutoring. Intrigued about Chiron's progress, he ordered his underling to report on his movements. Hearing that Chiron relied merely on volumes, suspicion replaced confidence in his tone. By himself in his chamber, Chiron remained surrounded by thick tomes and notes. With resolve, he memorized each formula and dissected complex theories, pushing himself without rest. As the final hours came closer, he moved to the practice grounds. Unsure, but ready. Resolute, Chiron remained in silent, preparing to cast the teleportation spell unaided. A surge of force gathered as he concentrated on the spirit domain and invoked photonization. Amid the glowing radiance, he understood his role to bridge omniscience with onto motion by himself. He concentrated deeply, clearing his ego to synchronize pondered and sorcery. Power exploded around him as the spell activated, lifting his physical form mid-air. Currently fully immersed, Chiron reached the point of teleportation, defying what normal humans could calculate. Several magicians bypass calculation by instantly sensing multiple values during spellcasting. Masters synchronize with the spirit domain, manipulating changes naturally and directly. In the scene, Chiron, immersed in power, triggers a massive burst by feeling everything simultaneously. 13 periods remained until the teleportation test. In the scene, the countdown moved steadily, signaling growing tension. Beyond, the school remained tall, calm, and silent. Within, confusion stirred among the pupils. Chiron reflected without speaking. His previous attempt possessed failed. The boy became determined to correct each mistake. He pushed off the earth with power, attempting another teleportation. In the scene, the landing failed. In the scene, the boy collapsed, clutching his knee in pain. Back at his desk, he scribbled notes, analyzing the period delay. Precision became key. A severe practice method followed constant physical repetition. Each failure taught his physical form something fresh. In the scene, pain became familiar. The boy trusted his physical form to remember better than his thoughts. Night following night, he practiced by himself under streetlights. Fixing single flaw disclosed another. Progress became delayed. Still exhausted, he pressed forward. At that place became zero other way. Chiron steadied himself and accepted a breath. The boy leapt, shouting the command as radiance surged. In a burst of sorcery, his physical form vanished. Teleportation succeeded. Chiron stumbled during his practice, collapsing mid-sprint as exhaustion overtook him. Although the fall, he understood something possessed, changed his physical form. Zero longer hurt. The boy possessed landed correctly. With resolve in his gaze, he wondered how distant this progress would accept him. But rest wasn't an option. He possessed to continue linking sorcery. Elsewhere, the city basked in morning radiance as birds flew across the sky. A youthful nobleman remained at a window, gazing over the school below, confident in his gift. The boy boasted of his aim, advancing to Class 5, believing a 700-meter teleport would be effortless. Back at the school, pupils stepped within the classroom under obvious skies. The chamber remained mostly empty as Maria hesitated near the entrance. A classmate challenged her absence from the practice, sensing her hesitation about the test. The girl turned, alarmed to see Mark, a confident and taunting peer. Their exchange disclosed former period's friction. In the scene, Mark's arrogance masked veiled threats. Although her discomfort, she responded cautiously, plainly avoiding a confrontation. Mark laughed coldly, revealing he possessed been testing her. The girl gasped, understanding he'd discovered her secret contact with the instructor. The boy strode away smugly, claiming he possessed his own ways to gather information. In the scene, Mark leaned in threateningly, warning Maria that his attitude would shift once he became her senior. His words departed her shaken, understanding she possessed zero power to resist his influence. He mocked her single final period prior to walking away, leaving her trembling and clutching her face in frustration. Later, Mark addressed a minor group of pupils, confirming a plan possessed been finalized. The boy assigned roles. Pair would shadow Chiron from the start, as others created interference. The group calculated the timing, ensuring they'd hold Pair solid chances to sabotage Chiron's progress. Mark promised rewards, offering route-ahead tutoring connections if they assisted him succeed. The boy emphasized his household's influence, employing his father's status to secure their loyalty. Internally, Mark believed that still the smallest risk could destroy a genius like Chiron. The test site came into view, a elevated mountain range cloaked in mist. Pupils from several classes gathered with judges as observers accepted their seats. A massive blue radiance flashed from the cliff's edge, signaling the start. An instructor announced that the test would start in 10 minutes. Pupils assembled at the starting line, stunned by the landscape in front. In the scene, confusion spread as they spotted a thin, almost invisible bridge spanning the canyon. Spectators gathered near the cliff, choosing prime spots to watch the teleportation test unfold. Pupils discussed their chances, several confident, others worried about the required performance. Mark became alerted that Chiron hadn't arrived, and the realization struck him with disbelief. Elsewhere, Chiron lay asleep on the earth, unaware of the period. His gaze snapped open in panic as he noticed the luminous daylight. Bolting upright, he shouted with surprise, understanding he became late. Amy scanned the area. Alarmed, Chiron became missing from the test lineup. Although employing her telescope, she couldn't locate him. Doubt crept into her tone. Below the floating cliff, the pupils gathered, marveling at the perilous test site. The instructor clarified the rules. Rush at the signal, teleport mid-zan air, and land in front. Pupils whispered nervously, unsure about risking their lives for a promotion test. Staring down the cliff, Single challenged whether failure meant falling straight down. Tension rose as someone inquired if any safety sorcery existed below the cliff. The instructor reminded them that merely those confident in survival should proceed. In the scene, turning away wasn't shameful, but stepping forward meant risking everything for advancement. Observing their hesitation, the instructor smirked, satisfied their terror would carry caution. He observed the real risk came from reckless pupils eager to prove themselves. Others mocked Chiron, assuming his self-jan practice possessed previously failed miserably. Amy called for a lineup as the test became about to start. Prior to her signal dropped, motion from the woods drew everyone's attention. In the scene, Chiron emerged breathless and late, silencing the doubters with his sudden arrival. Afterward, he arrived breathless, his clothes torn, drawing alarmed stares from everyone around him. He bent over, gasping for atmosphere. and inquired if he became yet eligible to participate in the test. Amy spotted him, stunned by the bruises covering his physical form, wondering if he practiced without safety gear. At the same period, a request became sent to delay the test for Chiron, but the headmaster denied it coldly. The order became obvious: proceed as planned. Amy lit the signal flare to start the test. Although his condition, Chiron politely declined assist and stepped forward with silent determination. Lining up, Chiron started running as the initial step in the teleportation process succeeded. Others whispered plans to sabotage him, determined to create him fail by turn 10. In the scene, gritting his teeth, Chiron told himself to focus. With a glance at the stopwatch, the instructor offered the signal, and pupils dashed forward. Dozens sprinted toward the cliff, each calculating the instant to cast their spell mid-Zan run. Single student, without speaking, instructed his partner to follow closely, hinting at a hidden plan. As the flare burst once more, everyone hurried in front in unison, including Chiron. Concentrated gaze and rapid footsteps thundered across the grass, closing in on the cliff's edge. Chiron held pace, unwavering, his resolve burning stronger than ever. As the stopwatch ticked forward, merely a single second passed since the start of the test. Although entire the preparation, standing at the cliff's edge triggered a fresh gentle of terror for the pupils. It became their initial encounter with the void below a location both exciting and terrifying at once. Their plan became simple: gain as greatly earth as possible prior to the cliff. Single student pushed forward, determined to remain in front and secure the best starting point. Nevertheless, another understood that speed by himself wouldn't issue merely the teleportation timing truly counted. The difference in teleportation range would be chose by when each cast their spell. A courageous student hurried forward, merely to hesitate at the edge, overwhelmed by terror. Losing command, he stumbled as he neared the cliff. Unable to cast in period with panic setting in, single student blindly activated his spell, forcing others to follow. Flashes of radiance filled the sky as teleportation bursts launched from the running group. The 3-second mark hit, and the frontrunners started casting at merely quintuple meters away. Several hesitated at triple meters, fearing they'd fall if they waited excessively long. Single offered up, leaving his partner enraged and by himself mid-den sprint. Mark became the final to act, his teleport firing simply parameters prior to the edge. At Sendermu seconds, Chiron held sprinting forward as others activated their teleportation spells mid-Zan run. Although the risks, he pushed former periods, those slowing down, ignoring the collapsing earth in front. Several pupils panicked and fell, but Chiron advanced, nearing the edge with merely single meter departed. At Sendermu seconds, Chiron surged in front, determined to near the gap prior to the cliff's end. In the scene, spectators noticed his jump without casting any spell, their expressions filled with disbelief. By CS econs, Chiron leapt 12 meters beyond the cliff, yet without teleporting. Within Ryan's chamber, he praises Chiron's boldness, recalling how quietly he remained prior to his strict father. He brings up the final swordsmanship contest, wondering if Chiron ever felt terror in those tense moments. Chiron casually replies that it wasn't bravery, it became simply understanding from a volume. He believed terror became merely imagination. The boy explains that people terror since they imagine dying. A volume titled Daily Wisdom for Knights reinforces his point. According to Chiron, terror comes from focusing on root ahead pain, never present facts. In the scene, Ryan snaps, frustrated. The boy insists that imagining risk doesn't change reality. Falling off a cliff yet means death. Pupils gasp as something unexpected happens near the cliff's edge during their trial. Chiron leaps without notice, shocking everyone. Quadruple seconds pass. Wind howls as Chiron descends swift, preparing to cast sorcery. His physical form radiates golden force as he begins the spell midair. The boy surges upward through sheer power, piercing the clouds. The sky flashes with force, blasting out in entire directions. Chiron overtakes each student. Although jumping final, others panic, shouting in astonishment as he zooms former periods. Single questions how he jumped late yet surpassed them entire instantly. The crowd erupts in cheers as the test begins, the sky exploding with arcane bursts above the mountain peak. Pupils observe in astonishment. A fresh student, Chiron jumped late but yet drew attention. Ami confirms it became his initial period employing sorcery. Although the delay, she believes his performance can yet lead to initial location. Mark descends rapidly, enraged at how Chiron sped in front, although joining late. Doubt creeps in as he questions his team's failure. Still, though, he offered his best. In the scene, Chiron remains in front. In the scene, Mark grits his teeth, unable to catch up. Eureka walks below, distant from the action, lost and pondered as cheers echo from above. She recalls her former period's failures and the criticisms about her lack of growth in sorcery. In the scene, determined, she clenches her fists. The girl refuses to let Mark be promoted in front of her. Groups descend employing sorcery. In the scene, the middle team maintains balance. The final wave difficulties. Pupils panic midair. Terror overwhelms them. Several lose command and scream helplessly. In the scene, Instructors laugh, unsurprised by the chaos. Names remain recorded as failures stack up swiftly. Terrified pupils scream, unsure how distant they'll fall or when they'll stop. Pupils from the final group crash, land in chaos, tumbling uncontrollably as their spells fail. Puzzled and bruised, several complain about the lack of warning in the scene. They feel betrayed by the system, falling short of expectations. The entire final group ends up disqualified from the test. At the 200-meter point, mark difficulties to maintain speed. In the scene, his breathing grows heavy. The boy panics as others near in. Frustration builds as the strain mounts on his performance. Although his effort, Sharon pulls further in front. Mark realizes the gap between them seems increasing. Mark grows desperate as he sees Sharon flying with zero signs of fatigue or hesitation. In the scene, unable to believe it, Mark recalls how exhausted Sharon appeared earlier. Currently, he seems untouchable. The observers remain stunned. Through their lenses, they recognize Sharon's exceptional gift. Itella explains, Sharon seems employing compulsion repeatedly, maintaining perfect rhythm like a machine. In the scene, the girl contrasts this with Mark's unstable aura, noting he's overexerting himself and losing focus. The judges acknowledge Itella's gift in analyzing sorcery states. Single elder without speaking reflects on Sharon's natural gift. Amy seems astonished by Sharon's mastery of compulsion, wondering how he learned it. In the scene, the girl realizes he doesn't follow traditional learning. In the scene, unlike others, he might be controlling his raw subconscious directly. That gentle of instinctual command can't be taught. In the scene, Amy watches Sharon, convinced he's something extraordinary. Mark feels his physical form nearing its limit, his force drained as the strain increases during the descent. The boy initiates a sudden burst, shouting to activate his hidden plan, though it is obvious and risky. Recognizing the risk, he hesitates briefly, but afterward calculates that employing entire his remaining mental power might task once. With a flash, Mark accelerates, cutting through the atmosphere and startling nearby competitors. He notices a rhythmic noise mid-flight and realizes someone else holds stepped within a consistent routine. In the scene, Sharon becomes aware of the disruption. Turning his gaze, he sees Mark swiftly approaching. Mark forces himself forward with a painful yell, pushing beyond what his physical form can handle. Sharon reacts with surprise as he watches Mark rapidly closing in with fierce intent. Concentrated entirely on success, Mark ignores the risk and presses onward with everything on the line. Determined, Mark braces himself with a final pondered, ready to clash with Sharon. Sharon's eye captures the oncoming threat. Understanding the charge seems aimed directly at him. Blazing radiance erupts as their collision nears, tension peaking between the pair midair. Sharon remained at the edge, wind striking his face as the drop started. The boy narrowed his gaze, tracking motion among the falling pupils. Single figure twisted midair, breaking formation and descending erratically. As others plunged downward, the figure sharply avoided collision, vanishing into the clouds below with precise timing and surprising command. In the scene, Sharon's breathing became strained. The strain and speed threatened his focus as his limbs felt heavier by the second. In the scene, the boy recalled that success required multiple teleportations during freefall. In the scene, mana surged. His gaze glowed as he cast a burst of radiance beneath him, regaining balance simply prior to impact. Class quintuple pupils observed from below, whispering about the sudden disruption in descent patterns. Single confidently announced that it wasn't a mistake, but a calculated shift by someone experienced. When inquired who'd planned that, the answer came instantly Aruki. Aruki clarified the tactic halt single student and strike with another employing teleport timing. In the scene, the boy claimed Sharon narrowly avoided disaster with sheer awareness. As others dismissed him, several suspected the instructors possessed orchestrated it entire. Distant above, Mark sped in front, yelling triumphantly as golden radiance surrounded him. The boy believed his success became inevitable and demanded admiration. Another student accelerated without speaking, determined to overtake prior to the trial finished. In the scene, Sharon avoided changing teleport distance. In the scene, instead, he accelerated his casting rhythm to maintain balance and stability. Radiance burst around him as he moved rapidly, gradually closing the gap between himself and the lead student. Mark observers on the Earth started observing his pace. Several shouted as Sharon visibly gained Earth, drawing everyone's attention. Mark spotted a distant structure in front, something he hadn't been cautioned about during the trial briefing. As he neared, a swirling black ring appeared in his route. In the scene, alarm set in as the ring distorted his route. Mark screamed. His physical form pulled out of position. The boy understood this wasn't the expected course. In the scene, an alert blared. Entire gaze turned toward the announcement of the system activating beyond its limit. In the scene, Sharon saw the level 10 warning. The course possessed becomes something distant beyond its intended difficulty. Unsure, Chiron went on running, racing across unstable terrain toward an unclear complete. A instructor hurried to stop the engine. Another launched a flare into the sky. In the scene, the headmaster hesitated. Canceling the test could cause backlash from aristocrat families. Although that, chaos compelled their hand, they possessed zero decision. The headmaster shouted to halt the test at once. A golden beam shot skyward, marking the test's compelled conclusion. Staring upward, Chiron understood the test possessed finished. A luminous golden beam pierced the sky, signaling the test's cancellation. The instructor sprinted toward the engine chamber. In the scene, the boy grumbled about the expected backlash from families. As he reached the sealed entrance, irritation mounted. Although knocking, the entrance wouldn't budge. Puzzled, he understood the command chamber became locked. Flames surged as he readied to blast the entrance open, sensing something wasn't proper. Prior to he could act, arcane vision disclosed someone seated at the rear of the entrance, by himself and motionless. With tension rising, he shouted a warning, demanding the entrance be opened or he'd destroy it. To his surprise, a tone quietly welcomed the threat, saying zero single would care if they died. In the scene, recognition flickered. The instructor paused, stunned by the tone's familiarity. Within, a trembling young woman seated himself without speaking. The boy inquired became she Maria. The boy pounded the entrance in rage, demanding an explanation. Maria screamed that it became hopeless. In the scene, tears falling, she confessed she couldn't bear Mark advancing. In the scene, living would become unbearable. Stunned, he went silent. Her despair departed him speechless. Maria curled up, unwilling to shift. The instructor offered in quietly. He stated she didn't need to open the entrance. The test possessed previously been halted. Elsewhere, the pupils slowed as the golden signal confirmed the test's end. Mark clenched his fists, enraged at the announcement. The cancellation felt like a betrayal simply as he neared success. He sprinted forward, determined to complete initial prior to the decision could be enforced or reversed. In the scene, breathing heavily, Chiron maintained pursuit. His gaze locked on Mark, sensing deeper motives at play. Both surged into the maze, arcane trails streaking at the rear, them as sparks erupted on impact. In the scene, spectators cried out in panic. Faculty recognized the pair possessed stepped within restricted terrain. The headmaster observed with fury, cursing their recklessness. The circumstance possessed spiraled beyond command. Fiery projectiles shot through the atmosphere as pupils faced an unexpected arcane barrage during the test. An instructor challenged their inaction, puzzled by their hesitation. Although the escalating threat, the headmaster observed without speaking from a distance, surrounded by faculty, observing the circumstance unfold. Chiron burst forward, cloaked in golden force, remembering warnings about ambition clouding judgment. He accelerated rapidly, piercing through the atmosphere with burning power toward the following gate. At the rear him, pupils panicked, unsure how to react as risk intensified. The collapsing structure in front compelled Chiron to maneuver swiftly through narrow gaps, speeding between platforms. He started feeling the strain of his pace. The boy worried his mental processing would burn out prior to the trial finished. Another student advanced, determined to win by reaching the farthest point. In the scene, the boy pushed himself harder, hoping to gain recognition from the evaluators. Spinning midair, he challenged Chiron without speaking through action. Chiron reacted with surprise, understanding he became falling at the rear. Elsewhere, a student inquired about competition amid a red warning alert. Instructor responded coldly victory meant outlasting others through deception and strain. Seated on the floor, the instructor tried to ease Maria's rising frustration. Unable to hold back, she cried out about being overlooked for lacking natural gift. Rather than argue, he quietly reminded her that he once strode the same route, long prior to she arrived. A silent question followed. Did she remember anyone remarkable from her early school periods? Her response became hesitant. Never once possessed she heard of such a name. Seated back, the instructor shared how he became always last, failing year following year, as watching others move in front. Cycles earlier, a youthful student became caught in a late-night quarrel under the stars. Severe words came from an elder magician who cautioned against unhealthy comparisons. According to him, genuine magicians abandon ego and learn to erase themselves entirely. Confidence faded swiftly as a student noticed the corridor in front became zero longer passable. Suspended in atmosphere, he faced a reinforced grid that departed zero chamber to advance. With sharp regret, he understood his route possessed been a miscalculation. In the scene, desperation surged when escape became impossible and the drop below grew nearer. The boy screamed for rescue, calling out to anyone who might assist. From below, horrified pupils glanced on, unable to intervene as the risk unfolded. In the scene, Mark plummeted helplessly, reaching out as panic overtook him midair. From above, Chiron descended swiftly, grabbing Mark simply prior to impact. Cheers erupted as the crowd understood Chiron possessed saved his classmate during the test. Among the pupils, questions stirred. Why would someone rescue a direct rival in a test? Rather than answer, Chiron concentrated on stabilizing their descent, analyzing the circumstance as Mark shouted frantically. In the scene, the boy deduced the falling barriers weren't real, suspecting an illusion designed to mislead competitors. Dodging debris, Chiron carried Mark through narrow gaps as risk followed relentlessly. Observers stood stunned as the trap adjusted, chasing them regardless of direction. Trapped from above and below, he understood elevation wouldn't provide any escape. A sudden realization struck turning back might be the merely way forward. With sharp precision, Chiron reversed course, darting toward the route at the rear him. Amazed, his peers started to understand that retreat could sometimes be a radiant strategy. Voices rose in aid as pupils shouted for Chiron to stay alert. Among them, admiration grew as they recalled how dedicated he'd been in practice. It became obvious Chiron hadn't practiced difficult to win, but to guard and adapt under strain. Reflections about sorcery filled the instant as Chiron's words lingered in the minds of his peers. Single student quietly understood Chiron's genuine aim became mastery, never victory. From a distance, instructors discussed how progress might differ, but entire paths yet led to becoming a magician. Concern grew about whether at that place became yet period for change. Encouragement from a fellow student offered hope to Single, who possessed nearly given up. The headmaster, standing firm, announced the test would continue and accepted complete responsibility for its outcome. Pupils shouted from the sidelines, urging their classmates to push forward as the trial intensified. Warnings echoed, alerting the examinees about the risk in front in the course. Single student quietly reflected that speed wasn't necessary. Reaching the end safely mattered. Additional candidates came closer, a cliffside, nearing the final stretch of the test. A thoughtful observer understood that regardless of order, entire who complete would become magicians. The head instructor announced the test would proceed and accepted responsibility for the outcome. Abruptly, the terrain shifted violently, forcing pupils to react swiftly. Amid chaos, a lad activated his sorcery, observing the trap's irregular motion. As saving a peer, he found himself in a vulnerable position, unable to predict the following threat. The boy closed his gaze, channeling force to sense the trap's structure. The feeling mirrored his former period's success with the deviate form. With precision, he released force that disrupted the mechanism. The structure shattered under arcane strain. A blinding burst of radiance signaled the trap's collapse. Pupils observed with wonder as the lad survived, barely conscious. Spectators held their breath, stunned by the boy's actions and the rising strains surrounding the field. In the viewing area, an instructor remained without speaking, gripped by uncertainty as he observed the trial unfold. The headmaster reflected deeply, noting that as risk boosts gift, self-satisfaction often halts growth, yet this child showed neither limit nor pride. As the student charged forward once more, the astonished crowd challenged whether he possessed any boundaries at entire. Observers observed, amazed by his trance. Like focus as he calculated movements without delay. One magician observed the rising density of his spirit domain. The student launched into the atmosphere, dodging obstacles as analyzing the trap's dimensions mid-flight. He understood the area restricted teleportation and chose to split his teleportation pattern to navigate. His thoughts raced, mentally mapping the correct sequence proper, departed. A surge of golden force erupted as his physical form followed the traced route exactly. Another trap appeared, attempting to power him off course with limited area. Determined, he adapted instantly, compressing his physical form and sorcery to slip through. In the scene, with incredible speed, he executed the advanced technique. Pupils identified the maneuver Rainbow Drop, a legendary spell that defied conventional logic. Gasps rose as the audience understood. Radiance cannot bend, yet he created it. Curve. A student quietly clarified the concept of dividing a circle infinitely, equating it to forming straight lines in micro-teleportation. He clarified the teleportation became split into 1,000 fragments, surprising nearby observers with its complexity. In the scene, rather than pure calculation, he described it as a feeling insight born from intuition rather than logic. Abruptly, the atmosphere changed as shadowed, chaotic force surged, surrounding Chiron midair. Tendrils of sorcery writhed violently, forming an enormous swirling construct with unpredictable movements. Amid the distortion, Chiron pressed forward, gaze sharp as he recognized the trap's massive scale. In the scene, panic spread among onlookers as they identified the structure, the infamous Dragon's Maze. An instructor, sensing the risk, unleashed a counteraction, rushing into the test zone. At the same period, another participant awoke disoriented, unaware of the chaos unfolding nearby. Chiron became pulled deeper into the maze as protecting his teammate Mark from collapse. Determined to survive, Chiron memorized the construction pattern of the trap in real period. The boy remained composed, whispering his escape plan as Mark pleaded desperately to be saved. Beyond, Instructor Thad activated emergency protocols as alarms triggered. Instructor Sienna intervened, demanding the test device be stopped at once. Shock hit the staff when they learned Chiron and Mark stood yet trapped within. Afterward, professors hurried to the teleportation gate, their faces tense as force surged uncontrollably. Another instructor stepped within the portal, understanding Chiron was still within the test zone. Profound within the maze, Chiron carried Mark as being pulled into the core of the trap. Pupils screamed in panic as the event accepted a terrifying turn. School staff remained frozen, watching the chaos unfold from the command table. The clock ticked forward, period became running out. A massive beast descended from the sky, its form darkening the earth as panic spread among the crowd. Chiron remained firm, shielding the lad at the rear him as the monster loomed closer, radiance flaring around them. Nearby, people screamed in terror. Single male fell back in terror as others remained frozen, overwhelmed by the sudden threat. Chiron's eye glowed intensely, sweat sliding down as his focus sharpened under strain. Period slowed to a drop falling, marking the instant prior to contact. He understood he became yet alive. That pondered triggered immediate action in the scene. Thoughts accelerated. Arcane patterns lit up as he readied a response. In the scene, paths calculated instantly. The boy mapped out escape routes and fragments of period. In the scene, teleportation plans formed 9 total, each built for speed and survival. Single route failed. Mark couldn't be carried through it safely. The boy possessed to discard the original plan at once. A fresh route formed as the monster advanced rapidly. In the scene, screams echoed. A female clutched a young woman tightly, calling for Chiron. An elder magician reached out, sensing power gathering. A burst of golden sorcery exploded. Chiron possessed acted. Luminous flashes streaked through the sky as Chiron's teleportation burst through the atmosphere, startling the pupils below. Numerous remained frozen, unable to believe what they stood witnessing as Chiron soared in controlled descent. Landing departed a cloud of dust and murmurs spread. Several challenged if he possessed truly escaped unharmed. Pupils gasped as Chiron staggered forward. His cloak draped loosely across his shoulder. The boy collapsed to the grass, breathing heavily, puzzled and disoriented about the outcome. Observers confirmed he possessed finished level 10, the benchmark for advanced specialist class. Exhausted, Chiron let out a shaky breath, physical form trembling from exertion. In the scene, the boy shouted in relief, startling onlookers with his sudden outburst. Among the crowd, classmates laughed, acknowledging his effort with radiance teasing. Additional pupils gathered around, congratulating him loudly for the achievement. Others discussed their own results. Understanding the timing possessed caused confusion. They came closer, the headmaster to resolve who officially finished the trial initial. The headmaster seated himself without speaking, reflecting on his earlier concerns. He challenged if his worry possessed been misplaced following witnessing Chiron's resolve. Quietly observing the celebrating pupils, he acknowledged the radiance Chiron possessed shown them. The nobleman observed Chiron in silent, moved by his remarkable display during the test. In the scene, the boy appealed to the headmaster, asking to recruit Chiron into his house as a disciple. As memories stirred, the headmaster admitted jealousy, an uncommon feeling sparked by Chiron's brilliance. He reflected on the former periods, recalling a period when passion for teaching burned brightly within him. That same radiance possessed returned through Chiron, reigniting long-dormant ideals. On the field, the announcement came. Chiron became announced the winner of the test. The pupils erupted in cheers as Chiron remained proudly at the center. Several doubted Mark's failure, until they acknowledged Chiron possessed saved him during the trial. Recognition spread as still skeptics accepted that Chiron's actions and results stood genuine. Single senior magician bowed prior to Chiron, admitting he possessed misjudged him entire along. He pledged to accept complete responsibility for his former period's arrogance. The other pupils, remorseful, apologized and bowed side by side in unison. Chiron accepted their apology quietly, though his look remained stern. In the scene, as others whispered about his intensity, he quietly longed for rest. Nearby, a red-haired young woman observed him and announced it became her turn to prove herself next. Chiron abruptly shouted Amy's name, startling everyone as he pointed with resolve in her direction. He announced that he fulfilled his promise, standing proudly prior to the crowd. Reactions spread swiftly, several amazed, others envious, as classmates erupted in admiration for his boldness. Tears welled in Amy's gaze as Chiron's words moved her deeply in front of everyone. Later, Chiron recalled none of it, and he became formally promoted to class quintuple, distant away. A cloaked figure felt something became off. Chiron possessed somehow escaped the synesthesia's pursuit in the dragon's maze. The school remained luminous under morning radiance as preparations for a disciplinary committee meeting stood finalized. Within, the entrance marked disciplinary committee opened, signaling the start of the proceedings. Maria quietly admitted her mistakes and requested punishment without delay, surprising numerous present contrary to expectations, Chiron, Mark, and still caretaker Brad. yet affected by sleep sorcery, opposed Maria's punishment. Seeing this, other pupils understood their own guilt and started revealing hidden misconduct. Confessions surfaced about tampering with Sharon's test, causing disorder in the chamber. A senior instructor clarified that Maria hadn't acted with malicious intent or caused harm. Sharon afterward confessed his own rule, breaking and requested to be punished as well. Observing this turn of events, the headmaster felt the instant aligned with his vision for the school. Pupils previously blinded by ego currently reflected and accepted their failures. A instructor recognized this instant as a meaningful step in genuine education. The headmaster acknowledged that the pupils stood currently teaching him something valuable. The gavel struck, finalizing the committee's decision and ending the debate. In the scene, Maria received a bow of apology from those who once mocked her. Sienna understood this became the initial ruling where entire involved would be punished equally. In the scene, the committee's written records detailed each student's offense, confirming the disciplinary decisions reached during the hearing. Maria, age 19, became assigned a 2-month suspension as her formal punishment. Likewise, Mark faced a 2-month suspension, as others received shorter terms. Sharon's penalty became a written apology. Sienna inquired why Sharon ignored the obvious signal during the test's halt. Driven by emotion, Sharon admitted he merely pondered about completing the maze and couldn't recall anything else. From her seat, Sienna acknowledged an assertive trait in Chiron she hadn't anticipated prior to. Within the dragon's maze, sorcery surged violently around Chiron as he fought to maintain his focus. Waves of strain pressed on him, testing his thoughts and attempting to dismantle his identity. Struggling against it, he felt as though he became dissolving into the surrounding force. His physical form fragmented, scattered like shards throughout the realm piece by piece. Suspended in radiance, he drifted through the arcane void as reality collapsed. Abruptly, a vortex pulled him into another dimension, breaking through arcane barriers. The boy floated weightlessly as the concept of area stretched endlessly, becoming infinite. A gentle piano tune reached his ears, gradually drawing him back to consciousness. Awake in bed, Chiron blinked, alarmed by the unexpected sound nearby. Chiron awoke, puzzled by the odd ambition, uncertain if it became morning or yet part of his imagination. He spotted a borrowed notebook resting nearby, recalling how useful it possessed been for learning complex sorcery rules. Determined to show appreciation, he readied to return it to Amy during the joint class. Beyond the second practice corridor, pupils gathered beneath the obvious sky for the scheduled group session. Amy greeted Sharon with a luminous smile, checking if he possessed recovered from the previous ordeal. Carrying apples, she misunderstood his preference as another young woman admitted she liked cherries instead. In the scene, flipping through the notebook, Sharon found odd scribbles and drawings involving apples and apologies. The doodles disclosed Amy's innocent thoughts, confusing the Korean word for apology with the word for apple. Embarrassed, Amy fled the scene, leaving Sharon stunned and unsure how to respond. Period passed, and Amy successfully moved into the graduating class following clearing the exams. In the scene, in class, juniors frequently saved a seat for Sharon, treating him with respect and admiration. Another senior, Jarrell, teased Sharon about his absence of a girlfriend as he joined the session. In the scene, as classmates joked, Amy admitted she planned to graduate and enlist. Alarmed, Sharon listened as she clarified her wish to serve as a magician in case of war. Watching the sunsets side by side, they quietly acknowledged the duty that awaited them if peace ever shattered. Ami's specialty in sorcery detection limited her to intelligence roles in wartime, which created her position safer than most. Admiration grew around her for combining both gift and beauty, as Chiron quietly pondered the meaning of specialties. He understood numerous pupils remained silent, possibly due to the strain of low grades and unclear futures. Need, cheerful and talkative, greeted Chiron, breaking his isolation and offering company without delay. Though his scores stood average, Need's uncommon lightning gift created him remain out among his peers. As additional classmates came closer, Chiron braced himself for yet another unexpected conversation. Thoughts raced through Chiron's thoughts, worried his lack of response might distance him once more. Instead of schoolwork, they inquired a surprising question about which instructor he liked additional class. Quintuple emphasized discovering arcane strengths early, pushing pupils to prepare seriously for route-ahead advancement. Need's tone cracked as he shouted in astonishment, stunned by the unexpected debate happening in front of him. Another student dismissed the tension with a sigh as Chiron caught off guard. Abruptly, a student with green hair erupted, boldly shouting his allegiance to Instructor Sienna, startling everyone nearby. Arguments broke out as pupils compared Professors Sienna and Athela. Chiron became dragged into the discussion, his name called out as others eagerly waited for his opinion. In the scene, the boy panicked internally, unsure of what to say, aware that any answer might cause division among his classmates. Believing the question became directed at him, Chiron nervously blurted a reaction, flustered and unsure. His classmates burst into laughter and rushed off, leaving him puzzled. Prior to he could recover, a confident student named Aruki stepped within, drawing everyone's attention. The boys swiftly clarified their topic to Aruki. In the scene, Aruki confidently introduced himself, surprising Chiron with his familiarity and calm demeanor. A memory surfaced in Chiron's thoughts, triggered by a tone he possessed heard once prior to. Understanding who Aruki became, Chiron thanked him for his former day's assist during arcane practice. Aruki, unimpressed, remarked bluntly on Chiron's personality without delay. Others swiftly reassured Chiron, explaining Aruki's odd way of giving compliments. Aruki waved off the conversation, calling class quintuple complete of weirdos prior to walking away casually from the group. Inquired about skipping class, he responded bluntly that he simply couldn't be bothered to attend. His companion clarified Aruki's odd nature, calling him a genius, though merely in odd specific areas. Pupils noticed Aruki heading toward the image zone once more, intrigued about what odd act he'd perform. Speculation turned into excitement as classmates joked about him stripping or lying down once more. A glowing circle appeared beneath his feet as sorcery symbols activated with blinding blue force. In the scene, an enormous spinning vortex formed, leaving everyone speechless at the sudden surge of power. They recognized the technique as the Deviate Spirit Domain cast at an astonishing speed. In the scene, Aruki raised his hand as glowing blue orbs materialized above the class, stunning the crowd. Pupils panicked as the orbs locked onto targets mid-lesson, alarming still the instructors. Aruki ignored the warnings and triggered the spell, sending arcane force rushing forward. In the scene, with a calm look, he muttered, "Ignite." As everyone screamed and scrambled to dodge, a blast erupted, throwing pupils into disarray as panic swept through the corridor. Purple smoke surged upward, leaving merely chaos and frightened faces at the rear. In the scene, amid the madness, Aruki laughed and vanished, casually bidding farewell to Chiron. Chaos erupted as Aruki ignored the protests, unleashing his sorcery mid-class and stunning everyone present. Without delay, the instructor delivered a firm punishment: triple periods of suspension for reckless behavior. As violet force swirled around him, Chiron quietly wondered about Aruki's genuine nature. Among class quintuple, Aruki remained out, never simply for his strangeness, but likewise his brilliance. His sorcery scores hit perfect marks, yet other subjects showed complete emptiness, resembling a savant. Rather than balanced growth, his skills concentrated narrowly on single intellectual domain. In the scene, experts claimed he could calculate physical changes in extreme temperatures with unsettling precision. Several still believed he might memorize pi endlessly if he chose to. In the scene, unfortunately, these strengths didn't carry over to emotional or literary subjects. In the scene, Aruki's literature answer filled with formulas failed to convey poetic meaning. Instead of reflecting emotion, he rationalized human feeling employing mathematical logic. Fed up, the instructor shouted in frustration and expelled him on the spot. Chiron couldn't assist but admire how confidently Aruki spoke his thoughts. According to need, each instructor in period offered up trying to guide Aruki. Prior to Chiron could reflect further, a young woman politely invited him to a research group. Laughter echoed as the pair boys discussed Chiron's rejection of the research group invitation, calling it a shame. Chiron admitted he lacked understanding and showed his average grades, plainly frustrated by his current academic standing. Need afterward disclosed he previously possessed a research group and still held the position of president, surprising Chiron. Trying to downplay it, Need clarified the group possessed merely pair members and possessed lost funding. The boy casually mentioned that seniors possessed graduated, and he inherited the leadership role by default. Chiron understood that a group with graduating members likely possessed powerful academic value and potential. Intrigued, Chiron inquired to visit the research lab, and Need agreed to accept him. They arrived at a unique structure named Vidas, a sorcery storage chamber employed by the school. Although it appeared normal from beyond, Need insisted the interior became distant, additional, impressive than expected. Calling it a location cherished by his seniors, Need emphasized its importance. Chiron followed closely, wondering what gentle of research environment awaited him within. Within, a wall covered in complex arcane formulas disclosed the grave task left at the rear by previous members. As they stepped through the corridor, Need mentioned that numerous groups possessed their gaze on this location. In the scene, according to him, the interior could be explored freely. Down the yellow route marked 7A, the pair strode quietly, as Need clarified that nobody would be able to find them in that location. A pondered struck Chiron, this became a genuine hideout. With a grin, Need gestured in front and called it their personal research lab. Mounted above the entrance, a sign reading "Science of Supernatural Spirits" created Chiron freeze in astonishment. The concept of spirits being studied within a prestigious sorcery school felt out of location to Chiron. In the scene, listing bizarre topics like gods, aliens, and souls, Need proudly introduced their group's field. Doubts filled Sharon's thoughts. Prior to he could process additional, a sudden mechanism activated. As brushing off dust, Nide casually said they'd get employed to it, intrigued about emotion in front. Chiron turned his gaze deeper into the lab. Standing prior to a massive chalkboard, a figure furiously scribbled down complex formulas. Alarmed, Chiron recognized the person as Aruki rather than believing in spirits. Aruki possessed joined to disprove them with logic and science. Grabbing Chiron's hand, Aruki launched into a lecture on atoms, leaving him stunned. Aruki introduced the concept that atoms could be divided still further, suggesting a deeper layer of hidden components. Chiron listened, trying to maintain up. Following a pause, Chiron guessed that several forms of force might exist within. That answer created Aruki radiance up, praising his sharp thinking. He clarified that such force wasn't normal, its release could completely wipe out a city. Uneasy by the pondered, Chiron imagined the lives that would be affected by such destruction. In contrast, Aruki challenged why Chiron still pondered that perspective, plainly dismissing the concern. In the scene rather than reflect, Aruki emphasized the magnitude of power and brushed aside the need for ethical thinking. Chiron expressed disbelief, struggling to accept such reckless logic in sorcery research. Knight stepped in, reminding them of the headmaster's words about arcane responsibility. Unmoved, Aruki claimed intelligence existed to achieve results, never to uphold ideals. Chiron responded steadily, rejecting brilliance that caused harm. Aruki cited history, insisting power belongs to the capable. Several, prior to things escalated, Need swiftly diffused the tension. Without another word, Chiron turned and strode out. Need called following him, understanding he didn't know the route. Relaxing once more, Aruki admitted he stirred conflict since Chiron became worth challenging. Afterward, Aruki pointed out that someone who possessed simply learned teleportation shouldn't be able to obvious such a maze, therefore swiftly. The boy clarified that the mental speed required to navigate the dragon's maze demands dividing perception into smaller units of period. Apparently, Chiron possessed processed period at the level of single 10,000th of a second, an astonishing feat that departed Need speechless. With a grin, Aruki called it the power of insight surpassing deliberate calculation or practiced gift. Zero-structured learning, he argued, could match the speed of pure intuition. Need, intrigued, understood Aruki intended to settle this through the upcoming speedgun test. Morning arrived, and talk of the speedgun test filled the school halls. Chiron worried about his performance, knew failing once more would stop him from advancing. Although his concern, others believed his power and practicals would carry him through. Seated by himself, Chiron wondered how well he could actually perform in the test. The speedgun test required employing active sorcery to hit a series of shifting targets. In the scene, success depended on precision and quick reactions across several stages. During a meeting with instructor Sienna, Chiron admitted he yet couldn't fully command active sorcery. She observed his chemistry possessed improved and encouraged him to maintain progressing. Pleased, Sienna reminded him that genuine mastery combines understanding from multiple fields. Chiron recalled the photonization concept, recognizing teleportation as sorcery that turns the physical form into photons. Although teleportation became passive sorcery, its short duration created it feel additional like an active spell. Sienna mentioned that this type of photon-based sorcery possessed recently been added to the association's official records. The boy opened a research volume titled Photon Output, feeling nervous but intrigued about its contents. As he flipped through the pages, excitement built. It marked the beginning of his journey into active sorcery. A passage clarified the basics of light-emitting sorcery, noting its potential, although current limitations. Uncertain, Chiron inquired if the suggestion truly matched his gift, unsure about employing it in practice. Sienna clarified that photon output possessed powerful potential due to light's controllable linear nature. Hearing about its role in route-ahead sorcery systems, Chiron agreed mastering it early could be useful. In the scene, later, Chiron practiced the spell outdoors expecting results. Following several failed attempts, confusion turned to concern. He soon understood the issue: his current level couldn't fully command the sorcery yet. At the 30-second practice Earth, class quintuple gathered for their scheduled arcane practice under the guidance of the school's instructors. Chiron initiated his arcane action with precision, extending his hand as part of his practice to command and release force. He knew genuine sorcery emerged from the spirit domain, not the hand. A female wearing instructor Athella's robe came closer confidently, surprising the pupils with her unfamiliar, bold appearance. In the scene, confusion spread. The pupils challenged her identity. Murmurs suggested she possessed hurried in following practice. Pupils soon confirmed she became indeed instructor Athella, a high-ranking bishop of the Karsus order. Among 12 elite bishops protecting sacred relics, she held the prestigious title of Jonah due to her spirit domain power. In the scene, her reputation contrasted with her looks. In the scene, a student loudly pledged allegiance to her, overwhelmed by admiration and enthusiasm. In the scene, Athela introduced a senior named Senul, chosen to demonstrate a vital technique. The boy became known for Kododama sorcery, directly linked to their lesson objective. Sanul arrived quietly, stating he came at Athela's request to assist. Excited reactions filled the atmosphere as pupils observed his composed entrance. Numerous understood his skills distant exceeded theirs, leaving them speechless. Facing the class, Sanul clarified that Kododama sorcery draws power from words imbued with intent. To start, he conjured a basic tornado spell, cautiously shaping the mana between his outstretched palms. Chiron instantly recognized the technique, recalling its employ during his early lessons with the headmaster. A sharp chant unleashed the spell, sending a fierce tornado spiraling upward in front of the stunned pupils. Around the field, panic erupted as pupils ducked and stumbled. With the wind settling, Sanul urged everyone to remember the base version's intensity prior to the enhancement. In the scene, without delay, he shifted to Kododama casting, invoking nature through poetic, reverent phrases. In the scene, each sentence carried spiritual weight, aiming to awaken power beyond standard chants. Although the solemn tone, several pupils grew restless, struggling to remain concentrated through the extended ritual. In the scene, an enormous wind cyclone surged forward as the enhanced tornado struck the field with terrifying velocity. Screams echoed as pupils scattered in entire directions, overwhelmed by the spell's amplified power. Senul reminded them that it became willpower at the rear words, never words by himself, that shaped Kododama's might. He emphasized that reading by himself lacked power, intent must fuel each word. Since lengthy casting limits combat employ, he introduced the supersonic technique. In the scene, pages flipped as he shouted chaotic syllables. Sanul furiously shouted rapid syllables, stringing incomprehensible sounds side by side as part of the supersonic technique. His tone roared as arcane force surged, building up to a sudden explosive release of power. Gaze glowing, he unleashed a mighty enhanced tornado, dwarfing entire previous demonstrations. In the aftermath, leaves scattered and dust filled the atmosphere across the battered practice field. Numerous pupils stood with surprise, understanding the vast gap between themselves and a graduating magician. Watching without speaking, Chiron grasped simply how immense an official sixth-class magician like Athela might be. A student hesitantly inquired if they excessively would be employing Kododama sorcery during their lesson. Instructor Athela clarified it became a specialized art, therefore, instead, they'd practice something different. In the scene, the girl introduced sequencing, a method to enhance omnipotence by focusing through number counting. Athela clarified numbers align well with spirit zones due to their logical structure and consistency. The girl stepped into the image zone and readied to demonstrate the technique herself. In the scene, with calm focus, she called out 100, initiating her number sequence. As the radius of her spirit domain expanded, the class glanced on in astonishment. As she counted higher, 400, 1100, 1700, 2400, her command and speed departed pupils stunned. Chiron, overwhelmed, gazed with wonder and whispered, "Impossible." With a calm breath, Athela called out, 10,000. Her tone steady as the sorcery field around her expanded dramatically. Astonishment spread as the image zone's radius grew quadruple times larger. In the scene facing the class, she reminded them that sequencing relies on clarity. Chiron observed intently, understanding he could at final employ this method to generate a photon of his own. Still, therefore, Athela cautioned that sequencing wasn't limitless, it falters without mental endurance and understanding. Encouraged, the pupils responded with confidence, ready to discipline their minds and grow stronger. Pushing himself, Chiron managed to count to 1,000 within simply 60 seconds. In the scene, though successful, he found the mental effort taxing when paired with absolute stillness. Reflecting on his teleportation practice, he pondered applying the same layered focus in this place. Numbers arranged themselves into structured blocks within his thoughts. Instead of sequential counting, Chiron mentally processed them entire in a single compressed instant. His focus peaked, and he readied the photon to test the outcome on a distant target. From his palm, radiant radiance formed a flawless photon spark shaped through will and calculation. The force shot forward, slicing through the atmosphere and landing with dazzling brilliance. Gasps erupted as Chiron lowered his hand, stunned by the sheer clarity of his spell's success. A crowd of pupils observed as a luminous arcane burst exploded across the practice field. Several spectators analyzed the spell's purpose, noting its elevated speed but lower impact. In the scene, the instructor, impressed by the attempt, turned her attention to Chiron. From above, the practice grounds came into view. An instructor encouraged them to test sequencing skills, instructing them to summon a target following completing their internal calculations. Chiron nodded and closed his gaze, centering his thoughts and initiating his spirit domain expansion process. Luminous numerical runes surrounded him as he deepened his focus. Targets materialized in response, triggered by his finished preparation within the designated period limit. With the countdown active, Chiron's trial started as he remained ready at the center of the arena. A glowing orb formed at his fingertips, stabilized through fine command and focus. Chiron swiftly extended his arm, projecting the compressed force toward the shifting target. The spell photon output fired in a burst of radiance. His gaze widened in amazement, understanding how effortlessly the spell possessed responded. In the scene, thanks to its near light speed, the bullet struck as soon as he aimed. The scoreboard updated 11 points in quintuple seconds, proving his execution became an obvious success. Pupils stood amazed that Chiron's shots hit instantly following aiming, noting it resembled activation, type sorcery with zero delay. The instructor recognized Chiron's sequencing method, understanding it involved modularity, an approach typically employed in intelligence sorcery. The girl observed that his technique surpassed boundaries most couldn't cross, showing growth beyond expectation. In the scene, the timer reached 0. The screen displayed 342 hits, leaving the onlookers stunned at the perfect score. Several classmates admired the outcome, wondering if they should likewise adopt photon output sorcery. Chiron wiped his brow, relieved his outcome would pass the speed gun test requirements. Other pupils discussed how Chiron mastered the spell simply prior to the test yet scored high. Haruki abruptly raised his hand, surprising the instructor by asking to try the test following. Though hesitant, she permitted it with single condition: he must never cause trouble. In the scene, Chiron turned to see Haruki approaching the arena for his attempt. In the scene, though, cautious about Haruki's thinking, he admitted curiosity. Haruki strode confidently, drawing everyone's attention. Afterward, Haruki activated a unique formation, his physical form surrounded by glowing force. Pupils noticed he wasn't employing synesthesia, but relying on visual tracking. The boy triggered the test, preparing to hit targets with his distinct method. Haruki's sorcery shot forward at elevated velocity, glowing with refined command and accuracy. Chiron noticed the target stood smaller currently, raising the difficulty significantly. Prior to anyone could react, multiple hits exploded across the field, drawing amazed gasps. In the scene, the scoreboard displayed 13 points in mere seconds, signaling Haruki's explosive start. His assaults flowed seamlessly, striking targets without delay. Chiron, observing quietly, accepted that his record might soon be broken. In the scene, Haruki grinned, fully confident his performance would surpass expectations. Blue force curved with speed, clearing target following target. Pupils shouted in astonishment as the speed of the spell went on to rise. It became obvious Haruki wasn't tracking with his gaze. The boy predicted target paths employing movement equations instead of synesthesia. Another student clarified Haruki's spirit domain processed data in the millions. Period expired. In the scene, the final score 548, shocking everyone present. Pupils challenged how he concealed such gift during practice. The instructor, without speaking, admired his ingenious method and flawless execution. Haruki came closer, the group confidently, asking for Chiron's opinion on his performance. Chiron responded with surprise, impressed that Haruki could utilize deviate form in that way. In the scene, instead of accepting the praise, Haruki shifted the topic to modularization, catching Chiron off guard. In the scene, shrugging off further explanation, Haruki implied that others couldn't replicate his method regardless. To everyone's shock, he casually disclosed he employed logarithmic values to simplify the units in sequencing. The group reacted strongly as Chiron remained in astonishment at the simplicity of the claimed technique. Haruki clarified that logarithmic thinking permitted intuitive handling of massive numbers. He announced it a product of savant, like gift, elevating his own approach. Though taunted, Chiron quietly stated his intention wasn't competition, but self-testing. Haruki dismissed that mindset as frail, implying genuine power came from results. Chiron's trial to prove himself through clash became at once accepted. Other pupils glanced on with excitement, thrilled by the tension between the pair rising talents. The speed gun test required pupils to strike summoned targets within a 1-minute limit in the scene. Each hit counted toward the final score. Targets increased per level, starting with 10, and advancing merely if entire stood cleared. Speed likewise rose with each stage, failing to destroy still single halted progress. As period rushed out, missed shots affected both summoning and score accuracy. Class 5's average score remained at 400. Pupils murmured that 0 single possessed broken that barrier. Chiron quietly assessed he'd need to reach level 30 in single minute for a score of 700. To achieve that, he planned to obvious each level in quintuple seconds. Explosions lit up the arena as Chiron's rapid fire amazed the watching pupils. Lucia observed without speaking, gaze tracking his flawless precision with growing disbelief. Chiron's shots never missed, each blast cleanly eliminating a shifting target mid-air. In the scene, the final score displayed, 567, gasps filled the corridor. In single week he possessed improved by 200 points, never missing a target. In the scene, the boy quietly exhaled, unfazed by the surrounding awe and chatter. Nearby, a rival collapsed, overwhelmed by exhaustion and defeat. Chiron remained tall, unbothered, ready for the following test. His speed didn't delayed. Targets burst once more, his rhythm unbroken. Iruki's spirit domain appeared smaller than prior to, yet its movement had become sharper and more concentrated during the test. The rapid-fire strikes overwhelmed the field, each explosion leaving pupils speechless as he cleared targets without pause. With calm command, Iruki raised his hand and finished his rush with a single word: finished. In the scene, his final score displayed. 568, merely single point in front of Chiron's latest outcome. Murmurs spread swiftly. Though the lead became slim, the gap carried weight. Observers observed that Chiron's growth rate became faster, suggesting he might surpass Iruki soon. The following date, Chiron reached 571, the date following, 585. In the scene, his scores climbed with relentless pace. In the scene, each trial pushed his limits further. In the scene, the boy closed the gap, surpassing 593. Crowds erupted as Chiron went on improving. Determination etched into each shift. That one, point gap became intentional, a message from Iruki. Chiron understood Iruki held back yet stayed in front. It proved Iruki could defeat him without exerting his complete power. Pupils admired Iruki, praising his ease and power. In the scene, the boy received requests to join research groups and teach others. At the same period, Chiron reflected he became giving everything, as Iruki wasn't. As Chiron reflected seriously, his companion offered encouragement. The light-hearted aide eased the tension as he joked about mixing food with numbers during meals. Their curiosity shifted toward an aged record gossip of the highest score ever achieved in the school. In the scene, to everyone's surprise, that record belonged to Amy. Pupils recalled her legacy, impressed by her unmatched gift. Still among top graduates, Amy became yet active at the school, supporting younger pupils as retaining her intimidating presence. Amy handed over study materials, quietly advising the juniors about upcoming exams and expectations. She clarified that as the test wasn't difficult, its high standard required full review of previous efforts. Although her presence seemed stronger, leaving others to wonder how Chiron became doing. Amy felt that something exciting became unfolding and speculated that Iruki became currently challenging Chiron. The girl recalled her own encounter with Iruki, calling him unpredictable and emotionally provocative. His gift to weaponize emotion became unnerving, earning him the label of a genius hunter. When inquired to assist Chiron, Amy insisted he didn't need it, confident in his resolve. Although teased for her coldness, she clarified her trust wasn't dismissive. It became earned. Amy believed steadily Chiron knew exactly what he possessed to do. Chiron reached the perfect score of 700, breathing heavily following completing the near-impossible trial. His classmates erupted in astonishment, amazed he possessed cleared multiple stages within seconds to achieve the outcome. As walking away, Chiron received brief congratulations from Iruki, who observed the effort but remained composed. Amy and her companion discussed whether Chiron possessed a chance at victory, but she challenged the importance of winning. Although her legendary score, Amy admitted she never truly competed with Iruki, always avoiding his provocations. With silent honesty, Amy confessed that possessed she tried, she likely would have lost to him. Iruki stunned the chamber once more by scoring 701, surpassing Chiron by a single point. Pupils gazed with wonder, wondering if Iruki had any real limit to his gift. Understanding the gap, Chiron remained without speaking, admitting to himself that he couldn't win. Chiron studied a diagram, the weight of an approaching test pressing on his thoughts. He seated himself in silence as sunset filled the chamber, unsure how to surpass Iruki in simply triple days. Frustration crept in at that place, became zero plan, zero breakthrough. In the scene, giving up briefly crossed his thoughts. A severe pondered cut through, merely the frail created excuses like that. Iruki's chilly remark surfaced without gift, stop pretending to be special. Chiron stayed silent, his gaze narrowing, emotions stirring beneath. Shadowed memories returned, scenes of kneeling, judgment, and rejection. He recalled the bloodied floor, a truth zero single believed. Lighting a candle, he reflected possessed comfort created him forget why he started. The realm didn't care for the powerless, merely the powerful. Determination surged, he would never surrender. To beat Iruki, he possessed to go beyond mere numbers. The boy stepped within a realm of pure calculation, surrounded by floating digits. Overthinking faded, instinct accepted over. With clarity he reached forward, choosing to feel the essence of it entire. Chiron drifted deeper into a vast area of stars, chasing a question: how distant could numbers go? His glowing gaze mirrored the stars as he plunged toward a luminous core. Abruptly, his physical form jolted upon hitting a ripple in area something unknown possessed responded. He remained prior to a swirling barrier. Puzzled numbers shouldn't hold an end. They're infinite. In the scene, power surged around him uncontrollably as he reached out. A sharp pull yanked him forward. His physical form trembled as unfamiliar force overwhelmed him. Panting, Chiron opened his gaze, unsure if it possessed entire Bene ambition or vision. Thoughts raced became its stress. In the scene, hallucination. The experience possessed felt excessively vivid to dismiss. Looking out the window, he understood he possessed been unconscious for 40 hours without shifting. Morning radiance bathed the practice earth where the following stage awaited. It became the date of Class 5's speed gun test. Each student would be pushed. Tension filled the atmosphere, gaze fixed on the countdown clocks mounted above the arena. Crowds gathered, buzzing with murmurs as underclassmen and seniors arrived without warning. Entire attention centered on single thing, the anticipated face-off between Chiron and Iruki. Pupils murmured with wonder and anxiety, the strain mounting prior to the match possessed even begun. A program board disclosed the lineup, confirming Chiron and Iruki as the final match of the date. Their names lit up the main screen Group 20's face. Off-possessed become the most anticipated event. Pupils discussed the odds. Iruki possessed been powerful, therefore distant. But paired testing meant anything could change. Several believed Chiron would win if the scenario felt realistic enough. The test finished for Group 19, and Iruki celebrated confidently, though unease lingered beneath. Others felt anxious as their turn came closer, unsure of how they'd perform under strain. In the scene, excitement erupted as the announcer called Group 20 Chiron, and Iruki stepped onto the field. Pupils chanted their names loudly as Chiron strode forward in complete concentration. Amid the buzz, still classmates noticed his unwavering focus. The proctor reminded them they possessed single minute and urged both to exceed expectations. With a silent nod, the rivals faced each other, tension mounting. In the scene, a signal sounded. The final test started. Chiron's glowing gaze narrowed as he dashed forward alongside Iruki. Their movements blurred in bursts of sorcery, dodging and firing in perfect rhythm. Spectators gasped as both competitors hit each target instantly, shocking the crowd. Both combatants unleashed incredible speed and precision, their movements excessively swift for normal gaze to follow. Iruki's command tightened, his spirit domain narrowing under strain as the intensity escalated. Observers observed Iruki's advanced technique as acknowledging Chiron's power, recognizing him as a rising power. Within the corridor, a young woman observed Chiron with sharp focus. His actions hinted at something abnormal still for advanced magicians. Thoughts raced through her thoughts, comparing his method to walking a route that becomes faster each period it's taken. Plainly, Chiron possessed surpassed that point. He'd reached a level where repetition zero longer slowed him. Another contestant launched his spell with a firm movement. Radiance surged instantly. Entire around him, numerical spells exploded, forming a pattern of continuous blasts. Employing modularity, Chiron grouped values mid-cast in the scene. It bypassed normal limits. Prior to starting, Chiron possessed previously stepped within a state of hyperfocus. Preparation became key. In the scene, the boy knew missing a single matrix would ruin everything. In the scene, the structure relied on precision. Nothing could shake his focus currently. In the scene, the boy advanced with complete awareness. In the scene, lightning erupted as his speed climbed. In the scene, each step shattered expectations. In the scene, his ranking spiked on the monitors, staff gazed in astonishment. In the scene, cheers echoed from the seats. Everyone demanded additional from him. Radiant lights marked his route. In the scene, matrices activated flawlessly. Single young woman acknowledged his genius without speaking. They stood equals in thoughts. In the scene, yet her strategy differed. In the scene, the girl believed her risk outmatched his. Pupils started murmuring as Iruki's score climbed without warning in the scene. Confusion spread across the stands. In the scene, monitors confirmed the spike. Numbers for Chiron and Iruki shifted dramatically in real period. Among the crowd, someone understood Iruki wasn't slower. His spirit domain possessed doubled in power. Within the arena, Iruki controlled dual spirit zones simultaneously. His casting became immense. Observers observed in astonishment. A young woman challenged whether such a feat became still possible. Iruki's physical form emitted linked sequences. Each sorcery structure extended flawlessly, although the difficulty, projectiles flew in organized chaos, piercing the atmosphere with rapid impact. Back in the viewing area, pupils gazed at the scoreboard. Iruki's lead became undeniable. Several offered up hope for Chiron. They claimed the outcome possessed previously been chose. Within himself, Chiron battled terror, doubt crept in, although entire his effort. In the scene, the boy clenched his fists, frustrated. Iruki's power possessed outclassed his best. Still therefore, Chiron understood his terror. Wasn't weakness, it became what he possessed to overcome. Although uncertain, he rushed forward. The numbers didn't issue anymore. Driven by will by himself, Chiron leapt into the unknown. With gaze complete of resolve, he vowed to surpass the limits regardless of logic. Chiron rose into the atmosphere surrounded by an unnatural glow. His gaze widened as the sorcery surged uncontrollably. Above the arena, his figure floated within a vertical curtain of radiance, drawing everyone's attention. A young woman turned toward the phenomenon, alarmed. The force possessed changed into something she couldn't identify. Pupils started to murmur as they noticed the shift. Excitement and confusion spread swift. A wave of radiance expanded outward, catching the gaze of everyone in the stands. Chiron's aura exploded with power, blinding the spectators momentarily as he remained suspended. The scoreboard showed Chiron trailing, but he became never done. In the scene, tension peaked. In the scene, Aruki shouted, promising to outpace him in calculation. In the scene, his spirit pushed harder. Period slowed for Aruki as panic crept in. In the scene, Chiron's sudden surge threatened everything. The test finished with a wave of awe. In the scene, applause erupted around the arena. Aruki collapsed to the earth, exhausted yet hopeful he possessed one. In the scene, his score flashed 1247. In the scene, confidence grew. The boy waited for Chiron's final outcome. Abruptly, pupils hurried to Chiron's side, worried about his condition. Siriel knelt beside him, announcing the outcome with joy he possessed, set a fresh record. In the scene, the score 1253 confirmed it. Chiron possessed achieved victory against the odds. Cheers surrounded Chiron as pupils gathered around to congratulate him. Surprise lingered in his look as he gradually processed the outcome. Abruptly, a classmate came closer and reminded him of the rules. Wide, Aria sorcery became prohibited during the test. In the scene, Aruki dismissed the concern, clarifying that photon output didn't count, and congratulated Chiron with a smile. Spectators stood, stunned by Aruki's open admission of defeat. In the scene, his humility silenced any remaining doubts. Approaching Chiron, Aruki at final acknowledged the perspective he possessed, once dismissed. This shift marked a change in values, placing life above results and concept. Clarifying his stance, Aruki clarified that force by himself wasn't violence, it depended on intent. Responsibility, he said, lies with the single who chooses how to wield that power. Afterward, Aruki created a surprising request. Chiron would be responsible for him from currently on. A massive explosion scorched the forest, releasing wild force with devastating power. Destruction unfolded as nature became consumed in seconds. In the scene, unchecked power brings chaos, but mastery reshapes its outcome. Above a sleeping city, stable sorcery formed a radiance, symbolizing how directed power could guard thousands instead of destroying them. At the school courtyard, pupils listened as ideals about infinite belief and power stood shared. The tone became hopeful yet heavy. In the scene, Aruki faced Chiron, recognizing his potential. With calm resolve, Chiron remained without speaking. The words weren't praise. They stood a trial merely he could answer. In the scene, Aruki feared Chiron's growth. In the scene, the possibility of him becoming uncontrollable sparked unease. By acknowledging defeat, Aruki entrusted Chiron as the merely single capable of stopping him. Chiron, stunned, understood the responsibility placed on him. Although never fully understanding, doubt clouded Chiron's thoughts. Yet, the terror in Aruki's gaze became real. In the scene, they shook hands. 0 further words needed. A vow became without speaking exchanged. Need broke the tension, turning the instant into laughter among companions. Instructor Athela called Chiron aside with urgency. The girl demanded an explanation. Became he planning to leave without notice? Chiron, caught off guard, whispered her name with surprise. Athela cautioned that crossing into that location meant abandoning one's highly self. In the scene, nothing recognizable would remain. With regret in his tone, Chiron admitted he hadn't known the risk. The instructor clarified the area he stepped within became the infinite domain. Among magicians, it became called the immortal function. Monks, nevertheless, referred to it simply as nirvana. In his memory, something distant beyond numbers appeared, a boundless void stretching endlessly, drawn helplessly into its center. Chiron couldn't resist the power pulling him in. Abruptly overwhelmed by radiant radiance, he jolted awake, breath sharp and rapid. In the scene, recurring nightmares tormented him nightly, always replaying the same terrifying scene. Uncommon sensations crept in during the date, breaking his focus and calm. Still following consulting Athela, 0 physical cause could be found to explain the effects. With concern, Chiron opened up to his companions, unsure of what became happening. In the scene describing the swirling void and glowing thread, he waited for their reaction. In the scene, to his surprise, Need recognized it instantly, having seen something nearly identical. In the scene, images of collapsing stars came back vividly, impossible to forget. Proper at the end, a single golden thread vibrated steadily in the darkness. Need pointed out the movement, it pulsed like a heartbeat. Chiron, without speaking, agreed. Aruki analyzed the data and concluded the angle matched speeds beyond measurable limits, something still microdomain concept couldn't explain. Assuming it became real, Need suggested Chiron might have glimpsed outer area through unknown means. Puzzled, Chiron inquired how that became possible if still magicians hadn't seen it themselves. In the scene, Need recalled a 200-year-old case where a prisoner underwent a radical experiment involving sealed electrical conduction. The man's thoughts returned with understanding of distant lands he possessed 0 way of knowing. Researchers confirmed the accuracy of his claims, proving something unnatural possessed occurred. His soul became believed to hold been broken down and altered by electricity. The tingling sensation Chiron felt became identified as a supernatural response to that same phenomenon. In the scene, Iruki theorized that Chiron's vision could be a quantum reaction from an ionized soul. If a soul weighed reduced than an electron, period and area could bend unnaturally. That would explain Chiron's outer area experience under distorted laws of reality. Stunned, Chiron admitted they'd created sense of what haunted him. Iruki demanded the truth, what really happened during the photon test. Afterward, Chiron hesitated, caught between terror and responsibility. Quietly, he started revealing what instructor Athela possessed told him. In the scene, Need reacted with confusion upon hearing the term, immortal function. Unsure what it meant or why it mattered. Iruki laughed, recognizing it instantly as something his father once clarified, a concept tied to transcending physical laws. The concept proposed that in a realm where everything equals nothing, possessing the immortal function seems essential to maintain existence. Watching his companion's joke lifted Chiron's tension, giving him brief relief from his internal fears. Encouraged, he chose to join their research group, determined to face the unknown instead of avoiding it. With excitement, they agreed to restart the team officially and pursue aid. Still without instructor approval, the group celebrated Chiron's inclusion, previously planning their initial gathering and welcoming him warmly. Although Chiron possessed doubts, he accepted their offer and accepted comfort in their unity. By himself later, he without speaking claimed ownership of the team, ready to create it his purpose. Morning radiance broke over the school, signaling a fresh beginning for their group. Nevertheless, their plan didn't go unnoticed as the application quietly reached a certain instructor. Unfortunately, the strictest instructor discovered Chiron's name and reacted with growing suspicion. Instructor Thad strode in, holding a stack of research group applications. His assistant noticed and inquired about the pile. He clarified it became normal during holidays. Pupils hurried to form temporary groups simply for grades. As shifting single sheet slipped from his stack, the assistant spotted it and swiftly picked it up. In the scene, the girl read the form and recognized the group name, the Research Group of the Science of Supernatural Spirits. In the scene, looking closer, she saw Chiron's name listed along with Need and Iruki, alarmed by Chiron's involvement. She grew intrigued about what this meant. Distant away, morning radiance bathed the secluded forest valley where Instructor Athelia practiced. Instructor Sienna came closer, apologizing for the interruption and hinting at grave news. They seated himself without speaking for tea, the mood calm but expectant. Sienna disclosed Chiron, possessed, joined a group. Athelia recalled its uneasy former periods involving reckless experiments and arcane accidents. Sienna observed it possessed fresh leadership, expressing hope for change. Within the dorm, Need greeted Chiron as lying down. Chiron inquired about class, but Iruki casually brushed it off. Concentrated on chess, Iruki called checkmate and proposed another match. Within the chamber, Chiron noticed the mess possessed returned. Although his earlier cleanup, from the couch, Need criticized his inactivity and reminded him at that place became zero backing out. Without replying, Chiron rose with a sigh, clutching his volumes with resolve. In the scene, on the table lay Need's newest invention, a supposed cloak of invisibility. Iruki grinned as he described its one-hour employ when powered properly. Bursting with excitement, Chiron leaned forward, insisting on trying it. Following. As sipping tea, Sienna carried up Iruki's hidden abilities beneath his lazy act. The girl recalled Chiron's victory over a monster as proof of his power. In the scene, concern crept in as she imagined Chiron turning reckless under bad influence. From a box, Need disclosed a stash of arcane grenades he possessed crafted. Chiron admired the engineering, intrigued about the electromagnetic principles at the rear at Among. The clutter, a red volume titled Human Physical Form Research Groups, caught his eye. Within stood rough drawings of female pupils from their school. Iruki called it a gossip manual, shared secretly among idle pupils. Chiron clenched the volume, disturbed the school hadn't stopped it. Frozen in location, Chiron's gaze widened as he read the unsettling details about Amy Karmas, written like a profile. The page described her habits, behavior, and still how she glanced during class. Across the chamber, Iruki noticed Chiron silent and started to question his lack of response. With a shout, Chiron snapped, unable to believe such content existed in a so-called research volume. He slammed the volume shut, enraged that someone would document pupils this way. According to Iruki, the group likely belonged to graduating pupils operating in secret. From her seat, Sienna affirmed that RSSS became likewise a questionable group. She emphasized that as their activities seemed childish, the gift at the rear it became real. Outwitting school monitors, these elite pupils managed to avoid consequences. Sienna clarified the group possessed lost its official status, which became why zero action became taken. Currently that radiant pupils possessed revived it, she saw a obvious opportunity. Without delay, she announced her decision to disband RSS. Athelia responded quietly, recognizing Sienna's concerns as valuing student freedom. By encouraging independence, the school believed pupils would grow through experience. Still, therefore, Sienna believed that guiding them yet remained the duty of adults. Ethelia reflected on Sienna's powerful attachment to Chiron and her intentions to aid his growth. Rather than ignore her colleague's concern, she chose to share something significant about Chiron's recent achievement. In a calm tone, she disclosed that during the recent speedgun test, Chiron reached the uncommon state of nirvana. Abruptly, the dorm's radiance flickered violently, shaking everyone within alarmed. The boys pondered it became an earthquake as scrambling to hide suspicious equipment. Iruki understood an instructor became employing sorcery to access the storage chamber, urging the others to stay calm. As the floor glowed, Sienna readied to teleport directly into the location. She understood that the several minutes it accepted offered pupils period to erase evidence. As the boys hesitated, Need insisted they stay seated and act natural to avoid worse consequences. Arriving through arcane radiance, Sienna stepped within the chamber with concentrated intent. Each student pretended to act casually as tension filled the area. Determined, Sienna created her decision to dissolve this research group prior to it escalated further. Without announcement, Sienna stepped within the chamber, gaze scanning the seated research group with chilly precision. In the scene, the girl criticized their neglect toward formal procedures, emphasizing their absence from essential committee engagements. According to Sienna, groups must comply with institutional structures, and failure to do, therefore warranted disciplinary response. Discontent visible, she voiced concern about Chiron's involvement. Believing his alignment shifted unfavorably. In the scene, rather than address their remarks, she dismissed hospitality and demanded clarity of purpose. Her genuine intention surfaced. She requested the immediate return of their assigned research chamber. Need and the others reacted with disbelief, caught off guard by the sudden decision. Documents presented by Sienna outlined cycles of inactivity and lack of substantial research output. Additional issues such as member shortage and halted funding stood cited as justification. In the scene, in desperation, Need pleaded for an alternative to presenting unverifiable research. Sienna proposed single solution: remove Chiron from the team to avoid dissolution. Chaos followed as the conditions stunned each member present. Questions arose when Need understood his teammates previously knew the risk. Sienna clarified that Chiron's experiment posed a threat still to his existence. Iruki added that the genuine risk came from something afterward, an unknown effect called overflow. Afterward, Iruki mentioned Chiron's condition, prompting Sienna to explain that overflow became a mental collapse from uncontrolled awakening. She compared the symptom to a dam breaking under strain, excessively greatly power immense the thoughts at once. Numerous misunderstood it as a genius's disease, leading to misdiagnosis and missed treatment opportunities. In the scene, Chiron recalled the repeated nightmares, doubting his own sanity during those nights. Sienna proposed a solution: Chiron would attend merely essential classes as receiving concentrated therapy. The girl offered to manage his condition personally, but Need rejected the idea outright with powerful emotion. Sienna challenged Need's outburst, as Iruki insisted Chiron should create the decision himself. Need went on arguing, suggesting Sienna's drastic actions stood driven by personal feelings. He blurted out a bold claim Sienna liked Chiron, which departed everyone stunned, including Sienna. In the scene, the girl admitted it playfully, causing Need to panic and spiral into chaotic logic. The boy tried twisting her logic into believing she might like him excessively. In the scene, Sienna flatly rejected the idea, bringing Need crashing down emotionally. Iruki quietly redirected the focus to Chiron's limits, insisting survival itself became proof of his boundaries. The boy cautioned that Sienna's attachment became clouding judgment, calling it obsession. In the scene, the word shook Sienna, forcing her to reflect deeply on her intentions. A sudden tone reached Sienna's thoughts, warning her to escape from an ominous area beyond comprehension. Rather than ignore it, she acknowledged the weight of the decision merely she could create. Instead of feeling crushed by terror, she understood her thoughts cleared. She felt grounded and readied. Chiron quietly stated that his condition felt unique, unlike anything others around him experienced. Unwilling to lose the meaning at the rear the dreams, he feared their disappearance additional than their repetition. Driven by curiosity, he expressed a powerful desire to face the mystery, never avoid it. Visions of the former periods flickered through Sienna's memory. With clarity, she announced that Chiron would remain in the group, his spirit worthy of aid. As a condition, she requested a single outcome, a visible outcome to present within single month. Needs looked twisted in astonishment, unable to mask the strain overtaking him. None of them possessed prior materials or results to rely on, adding to the panic. Still, the idea of preparing something worthwhile felt almost impossible under such constraint. As Need cried dramatically, Iruki and Chiron wrestled to maintain him calm. Out of nowhere, Iruki's gaze locked onto a mysterious young woman walking former periods. Intrigued and stunned, the group observed her, wondering if she belonged to the advanced class. Sienna passed by the pupils and Chiron instantly recognized her appearance. Alarmed by how greatly she changed, Need and Iruki stood equally stunned. questioning her sudden transformation and intrigued about her destination. In the scene, rather than let curiosity fade, they speculated that Sienna might be heading to meet someone significant. Seeing this as a chance, Need plotted to uncover Sienna's weakness to guard their research group. Aruki cautioned him of the risks, but Need remained determined to follow her regardless. Although the risk, Aruki offered a practical advantage, the invisibility cloak, to assist avoid detection. With roles chose, Aruki rushed in front as Sharon, and Need readied for aid. Each member moved swiftly, believing this mission might save the group from disbandment. In the scene, instead of studying, Chiron scolded their priorities, but followed along reluctantly. Sienna navigated crowded streets, forcing the boys to stay alert as tailing her. They hid cautiously, questioning her uncommon decision of route. He noticed something odd. Aristocrats rarely visited normal citizen markets, yet Sienna strode there without delay. Sharon walks through the crowded commoners' district, feeling out of location among them. He notices a female with pink hair shifting in front, sensing something uncommon about her. In the scene, unaware of the attention she draws, she continues walking, her actions shrouded in mystery. Pair people whisper about the female, speculating if she's involved in selling items. They see her enter a building, her motives unclear, merely raising additional questions. Entrance closes at the rear her, and they wonder what could really be happening within. They gossip wildly, wondering if the female holds a secret relationship with a normal citizen. In the scene, eager to uncover the truth, they decide to follow her and investigate further. In the scene, rushes off, thinking they're about to uncover a scandalous secret. They reach the building and single of them tries to open the entrance. Entrance creaks open and they enter cautiously, keeping their movements silent. Ascend to the second floor, shifting with purpose as they search for answers. They stop beyond an entrance, listening intently for any sounds coming from within. A woman's tone seems heard, making them still additional suspicious of what's unfolding. Although hesitation, they press on, determined to uncover the mystery they've stumbled upon. Chiron overhears voices from within a chamber, discussing something about leaving as seems today. Singletone asks if they should remove something as another suggests leaving it as seems. The conversation continues with single person observing that they should stop eavesdropping on the discussion. Within the chamber discusses the instructor's visit, asking when they will arrive. Answer comes swiftly, pair hours from currently, as the group begins to speculate. Group seems stunned as they realize the instructor seems married, a surprising revelation. They debate the circumstance further, wondering if they should maintain following or leave. As tension builds, they prepare to act swiftly to stop whatever seems about to happen, desperate to prevent any mistakes. They shout out to the instructor, pleading for intervention. Sound of a noisy bang echoes as the group seems caught off guard by the noise. They stare at a painting nearby, puzzled about what they're witnessing. Abruptly, the female in the chamber screams at them, demanding to know what they're doing. Kneels, apologizing for their actions, understanding they misjudged the circumstance. Responds with frustration, asking why they pondered such a thing about her. The girl warns them to be ready for the consequences when they return to the school. Sharon abruptly feels an odd weight in his head, wondering if he's losing focus. The female looks at him, thinking of Sir Armin, the senior she once admired. The girl sighs, recalling the former periods with Armin, feeling a sense of regret over his injury. Sharon asks who Armin seems, puzzled by the powerful emotions the female seems to feel. Explains, saying that Armin became her senior at the sorcery school. Her tone trembles as she continues, remembering the moments she shared with Armin. Gazes beyond, feeling guilty for the misfortune that befell Armin and Tyre those cycles ago. The girl recalls the tragic event, the date she witnessed Armin lose his sight. Rain pours down as she walks, remembering how she possessed zero decision but to rush away. In the scene, Chiron shouts her name, trying to get her attention as she walks through the rain. Ignores his cries, concentrated on the memories of the painful former periods. Chiron warns her of the risk in front, urging her to turn back prior to, it's excessively late. Refuses, pleading for Chiron to leave her by himself and go away. Chiron calls her name once additional, worried that she's heading towards something perilous. Circumstance escalates as the female loses command, sending a massive burst of sorcery into the water. Gaze abruptly glow as she remembers Sir Armin, a former student at the school. The girl recalls how he tragically lost his sight but yet pursued painting. Although his hardships, listens. Understanding her worry became never simply about the overflow, but his well-being. In the scene, continues to chat, noting how Sienna cares deeply for Armin, always watching over him. They joke about how often Sienna nags Armin, a minor yet affectionate trait of hers. A male enters with iced tea, and Sienna thanks him as the group continues to chat. The conversation shifts to Armin's artistic gift, with single person asking to watch him paint. Although his blindness, Armin accepts, showing zero hesitation about painting, knowing he's talented. In the scene, Sienna agrees to let them watch, acknowledging that Armin's unique abilities defy expectations. Watches with wonder as Armin begins sketching, his hand shifting with precision. Sienna smiles proudly as Armin continues, plainly employing his spirit domain to guide him. Amazed, but single person wonders aloud how he can paint without sight. Armin abruptly reacts, wondering if he said something wrong, unsure about his abilities. Looks at him, puzzled, as Armin questions if they believe he can truly see. Armin quietly explains that he uses his spirit domain, allowing him to see in a different way. Tension fills the atmosphere as Armin watches closely, waiting for Chiron to respond. In the scene, an explosion catches the attention of Need and Iruki, who react with visible shock. The group stares at Armin, who surprises them with the odd glow in his gaze. Chiron feels an odd sensation and puzzled watches as Armin begins to explain. Armin reveals the truth about his powers, explaining that his sorcery seems called Stop. Chiron seems astonished as Armin demonstrates his command. Armin expresses shock, understanding the immense power of the sorcery currently at their disposal. The boy asks Chiron to sit, suggesting that they need to quietly discuss the gravity of the circumstance. Chiron begins to understand the limitless possibilities in front. Armin explains how he manipulates radiance, describing his gift to perceive it as a whole. Comparing his unique vision to Chiron's, Armin notes the special connection they currently share. In the scene, smiling, Armin teases Chiron. In the scene, the conversation turns darker as Armin introduces the concept of the immortal function. The boy describes this function as a gateway to infinity, offering unimaginable power to merely a several. Those who unlock the gateway remain called unlockers, and Armin seems eager to reveal additional. The portal opens prior to Chiron, and he feels an odd pull. As the vision expands, Armin explains the tremendous power gained from opening the entrance to infinity. Overwhelmed, Chiron begins to question if he seems truly ready for the responsibility that comes with this power. In the scene, Armin reassures him, explaining that as long as Chiron respects his limits. Although with this reassurance, Chiron expresses his concerns about the dangers of unlocking such immense power. Armin reveals that Chiron's odd feelings remain linked to his profound connection with the universe. Chiron seems alarmed by the revelation. Armin validates Chiron's feelings, assuring him that such emotions remain a normal part of the process. In the scene, Chiron begins to feel the weight of the universe on him. With a smile, Armin comments on how Chiron's connection to sorcery holds become therefore powerful. Nevertheless, Armin warns that the deeper Chiron dives into this power, the additional perilous it will become. Chiron starts to sense the immense power within him but questions the price of unlocking such power. Armin continues to explain the delicate balance between the universe's vast power and the terror it creates. In the scene, as Chiron processes the information, Armin reassures Chiron that the unknown element seems previously within him. Armin explains that numerous scholars believe the universe follows a perfect physical rule. The boy talks about the concept of perfect symmetry, often linked to the speed of radiance. Armin reflects, understanding that this symmetry became disrupted. Chiron listens intently as Armin explains that the universe seems governed by unpredictable forces of probability. Armin notes how the symmetry became broken, leaving a mystery about what caused it. Intrigued, Chiron begins to see the universe in a fresh radiance. In the scene, Armin explains that the answers to these unknowns lie in a nameless existence. Chiron, encouraged by Armin's words, thanks him and feels additional confident in his gift to understand everything. With a renewed sense of purpose, Chiron seems ready to continue his journey into the unknown. Armin reflects on Chiron's progress, showing uncommon emotion as he observes his growth. They discuss Chiron's route ahead. Although Armin remains cryptic, he hints that at that place remain deeper connections yet to be explored. In the scene, Chiron, moved by Armin's words, thanks him, exchanges light-hearted farewells, and Chiron promises to maintain their secrets safe. As they part ways, Chiron steps into the unknown, eager for the route in front. In the scene, Sienna greets Armin cheerfully as she finishes shopping and calls out to him from a distance, commenting on his unexpected fondness for Sienna, who seems complete of force. Armin remains composed as the others continue to tease him, sensing the awkwardness between him and Sienna. Sienna notices Armin's flushed face and at once grows concerned, wondering if something's wrong. In an effort to avoid further awkwardness, Chiron and the others swiftly bid Sienna farewell. As Armin walks away, he wonders if anyone would believe that he, the gaze of radiance, could be therefore flustered. Armin dismisses the teasing and focuses back on their mission, suggesting they shift forward. Sienna, yet unaware of the deeper dynamics, watches them leave, intrigued about their interactions. Armin gives her a final wave, and his thoughts shift back to the tasks in front. Conversation returns to their mission, with Armin urging everyone to stop wasting period and shift forward. The boy speaks cryptically about the mission's significance, hinting at higher stakes without revealing greatly. In the scene, his calm demeanor contrasts with the growing chaos around him as the group prepares to leave. Armin reminds everyone of the grave nature of their circumstance, stressing the lives at risk. The boy gives Sienna a single final glance, assuring the group that she remains unaware of the threats they face. As the group heads out, Sienna stays at the rear, unaware of the perilous secrets in front. Group agrees to lift Sienna's spirits, planning to create her forget her worries for a atmosphere. Turns rowdy as additional drinks remain carried out, and Sienna joins in the chaos. Things spiral out of command as Sienna drinks still additional, with Armin attempting to stop her. A lavish spread of food fills the table, with drinks previously readied for everyone. In the scene, raises an eyebrow as Chiron pours a glass of alcohol, asking about it. Hesitates, but seems encouraged by the group, with Chiron urging her to relax. Chiron enjoys the meal, savoring each bite as Rian smiles watching him eat. Rian offers to pour Sienna a drink, thinking it might maintain her in a good mood. The boy reflects on his actions, wondering if it will assist him gain an advantage. An hour later, Sienna seems visibly drunk, her speech and actions becoming erratic. Rian laughs, teasing Sienna about her drunken state as the others look concerned. The group shares a mix of amusement and worry as they see the instructor's condition. In the scene, Sienna stumbles slightly trying to speak, but her words become jumbled as she laughs. The girl becomes additional playful, her tone shifting from grave to carefree as she giggles. In the scene, Chiron and Ryan exchange glances, unsure whether to be concerned or amused by her antics. Abruptly, Sienna collapses, shocking everyone as they look on in astonishment. In the scene, Chiron and Ryan rush to her side, worried about her sudden collapse. The group seems currently filled with concern, unsure of what simply happened to their instructor. Looks at the empty plates, understanding they've eaten entire the food. Although the complete stomachs, Sienna remains unconscious, yet never waking up from her drunkenness. Worries about the circumstance, calling out to Sienna, but she yet doesn't stir. Another tone offers to accept her back in his carriage, suggesting it in a radiance tone. Alaf escapes, as he adds that merely Sienna should be taken, leaving others amused. Rian remains firm, insisting that the pupils should stay out of the adult issue. Later, Sienna seems laid down, and Chiron looks at her, yet concerned. Chiron's gaze softens as he observes Sienna, but Ryan swiftly warns against touching her. In the scene, the tension builds as someone continues to hold Sienna, but Ryan fiercely protests. Sienna seems yet unconscious, and the group seems uncertain how to handle the circumstance. Chiron frowns, observing a stranger's gaze lingering excessively long, making the atmosphere tense. Rian intervenes, steadily ordering the person to let go, his tone filled with authority. The stranger sneers, never intimidated, as he warns Chiron and the others. Chiron responds sharply, hinting that it would be best for the male to leave. Rian stands by, ready to act, his gaze burning with resolve and a forceful aura. The male, alarmed, realizes the group's identity and the significance of their household name. The mention of Mercodane triggers a realization, causing the man's look to change. The shock seems palpable, as the group seems recognized as first-class aristocrats with a forceful lineage. Rian walks former periods, asking Chiron why he mentioned his household name, knowing it's sensitive. Chiron's frustration grows as he questions why the male would carry up his household at entire. Rian, irritated, urges everyone to leave, reminding them that they stood having a good period prior to. The group walks down the street, with Sienna yet passed out on the table. Iruki jokes about the circumstance, wondering why he's the merely single carrying Sienna. Chiron looks on enviously as Iruki ponders whether they can employ their talents to solve the problem, pulls out a photo laughing at how Sienna, usually perfect, seems currently a drunk mess. Photo sparks a bit of mischief, with Iruki planning to employ it to their advantage. Chiron, never amused, warns him about the potential consequences of exploiting the circumstance. In the scene, Sienna stirs slightly as the group discusses the troubles they've encountered this evening. Iruki eagerly suggests trying to teach Sienna something fresh, but Chiron seems skeptical. Although their disagreement, Iruki urges Chiron to guide Sienna, hoping to improve her skills. In the scene under the starlit sky, the group stands on a bridge, reflecting on what happened. Reminds everyone never to accept advantage of Sienna's weakness in the circumstance. Agrees, though, the group wonders how things will turn out for their instructor. Looks at Sienna, who seems yet unconscious, as Iruki smirks, never caring greatly. Teases Chiron about how greatly they went through, simply to get her. Although their playful tone, the group realizes Sienna must be in pain from it entire. Frustrated, agrees, but he's likewise concerned about the possibility of their group breaking up. Iruki sighs but tries to maintain the mood radiance, suggesting they'll create it through somehow. As they stride, Sienna stirs slightly, with the group questioning whether she's sober currently. In the scene, groggily responds, apologizing to the group for causing them trouble. The girl mentions the secret the pupils hold been keeping from the school, making them nervous. The group wonders what this means for their route ahead as Sienna gives them single additional chance. Sienna warns the group to be additional confident and persuasive if they want to maintain going. In the scene, Chiron looks at her with mixed emotions, unsure of how to proceed. With a profound breath, he agrees, determined to follow through. Although the uncertainty, Aruki grins, promising that whether it is a presentation or never, they'll prove their group's value, sighs and reluctantly agrees, suggesting they employ their brains for once. Although the sarcasm, Aruki encourages the others, reminding them that the circumstance hasn't changed but feels relieved. Several periods later, Sienna seems walking along the bridge, yet feeling the effects of the previous events. In the scene, questions Sienna about her recovery, but she brushes it off and moves forward. Laughs, suggesting that still though the group went through therefore greatly, they're yet pushing in front. A terrifying headline about the truth at the rear the Alfie's sorcery school. In the distance, the school looms great, its mysterious structure under the luminous sky. A flashback begins, showing what happened 10 periods ago as the story takes a sharp turn. In the scene, Chiron looks distressed, gripping his head as frustration takes over him. His tone rings out in panic, unable to think of a solution to their problem. Rian and Sienna continue their task, unaware of Chiron's outburst as he difficulties. Papers and topics remain scattered everywhere, and Chiron desperately searches through them. Understanding none of the topics remain useful, his stress merely deepens as period runs out. In the scene, his trembling hands show his frustration as he stares at the chaotic pile of research. Triple periods later, Chiron and the others reflect on their promise with Sienna. Tension fills the atmosphere as they realize the difficulty of fulfilling their duty. In the scene, they feel uncertain about how to proceed with their research and presentation, unsure of success. Though they stood confident earlier, Chiron and the others currently struggle with their duty. They question how to show something invisible to the naked eye, feeling the strain. A spirit abruptly appears, causing chaos, and they panic, unsure if it will assist or hinder them. Chiron, looking a bit exasperated, asks if it is possible to fool someone for merely bare seconds. Rian shakes his head, insisting there's zero need to verify it, showing confidence in their plan. Yet, unsure, agrees to go with Rian's idea, suggesting they find instructor Sienna's weakness. In the scene, Chiron and Rian discuss their fears and the plan, revealing their strategies. Profound and pondered, clarifies that instead of forcing belief through proof, they'll create terror. Understands acknowledging the shift in their approach. Understanding they're playing a psychological game. The plan starts taking shape as they decide to employ a psychological trick with the spirit. Rian moves with precision, testing their idea of manipulating terror through illusions. Chiron's reaction shows his satisfaction, and Rian encourages him to shift the spirit additional convincingly. In the scene, as they continue to refine their plan, Rian reflects on the difficulty of pulling off this illusion. In the scene, laughing, finds Rian's dedication to creating the perfect illusion impressive. Rian emphasizes the importance of making it task, with Chiron anxiously awaiting their following step. Practices once more, shifting with speed, showing off his lightning, fast shadow illusion. Watches, yet unsure if the illusion will fool anyone, but hopes it will. The atmosphere seems tense as they test their creation, unsure if their plan will succeed. In the scene, confident suggests that he can solve the issue they've been grappling with. Intrigued, asks how Eric plans to do that, intrigued by his idea. Eric explains they will predict their reactions employing complex system concept shifting forward with the plan. In the scene, Chiron looks impressed by the idea, but expresses the need for a lot of data. Eric emphasizes that as they need data, they likewise need a method to send it to multiple machines. Recalls how his lightning force wouldn't be enough and turns to Eric for assist. Realizes they need something additional forceful and suggests employing photon output to enhance the system. Lights up excited about the possibility of employing photon output to improve their plan. The group discusses their following steps, with Chiron planning to employ his force source to contribute. In the scene continues discussing, with Eric and Chiron proposing different approaches to improve their plan. Chiron remains cautious, considering that scaring people with a spirit might never be enough. Chiron hints that he holds another plan in thoughts, and the group eagerly anticipates his following idea. Chiron grabs a pen, planning to employ a psychological trick in the presentation. In the scene, as Chiron writes, Ryan and Eric exchange uncertain glances, unsure of his approach. Although their reservations, Chiron reassures them that it will task, and they start making their preparations. The team celebrates, excited about the progress they've created, eager to save the group. With a bit of hesitation, asks how greatly data they actually need to send. Following calculating the photon output needed, reveals that they need greatly additional than expected. Alarmed, asks if the duty seems still feasible given the enormous requirements. Reassures them, confirming that it's possible, but they'll need to focus difficult. In the scene, though nervous, feels a sense of urgency and commitment to the plan. 10 periods later, the group seems profound in preparation, with everyone readying themselves for the presentation. Chiron and Eric hold been refining their roles as Sienna, and the others remain unaware of their progress. Tension builds as the date of the presentation draws near, the weight of their efforts currently real. In the scene, Eric rushes in, panting, explaining that they've set up everything, but there's chaos around them. The group, exhausted from their task, can't assist but laugh at the immense circumstance. Although the difficulties, Eruk remains optimistic, believing their task will create an impact. In the scene, Eruk reflects on the presentation preparations, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. As concentrated, wonders if everything will truly come side by side in the end. The date of the presentation arrives, and everyone steps forward, ready to face whatever awaits them. In the scene, focuses on a mysterious figure whose intentions remain unclear. A conversation about the former period's glory of the group reveals uncertainty about its route ahead. The figure walks away, reflecting on their ambitions and the shadows surrounding the circumstance. A burst of radiance fills the scene, causing Iruki to react sharply, alarmed. The boy difficulties to regain his composure, his hand reaching out as he pants heavily. Iruki collects himself, acknowledging the difficulty of his mental state following this exertion. A chart shows the extreme method for rapidly increasing arcane output, with a warning. The image explains that following the limit seems reached, recovery takes around 20 minutes, glances at a stopwatch, understanding the consequence of his overworked mental state. As period passes, Iruki reflects on the looming deadline for his presentation. He feels the strain mounting, unsure if he can complete the project in period. Although the stress, Iruki remains confident that he will meet the deadline, continues laboring late into the night trying to refine his project. A sudden tone calls out, interrupting him as he seems caught in his exhaustion. His companion checks on him, observing his fatigue. But Iruki brushes it off, insisting he's fine. At final completes the prototype, his weary face showing signs of both relief and pride. The boy reveals the finished product to his companion, who reacts with excitement. With a laugh, Iruki begins to test the performance of his fresh creation, ready for the final trial. Iruki holds an orb, preparing to perform sorcery, focusing intently on his duty. The boy channels his sorcery, the orb glowing brightly in his hands as the force builds. A burst of radiance erupts from the orb as Iruki releases his sorcery, energizing the chamber. A companion reacts excitedly, amazed at the power of the sorcery Iruki simply unleashed. Iruki's sorcery creates a radiant radiance that fills the area around them. The companion seems with wonder as Iruki begins to admire his work, pleased with the outcome. Heads out into the night, walking through the rain with resolve. His footsteps echo as he walks by himself. The atmosphere tense and uncertain. Iruki's thoughts drift, but he continues on, ignoring the ominous rain and silent surroundings. The entrance to Iruki's chamber seems knocked on, signaling that it's period for the presentation. Iruki doesn't answer at once, lost in his thoughts as his companion waits anxiously. Entrance remains closed, and the companion begins to worry about Iruki's readiness. Iruki, currently ready, flashes a confident smile, reassuring his companion that everything will be fine. In the scene, the boy prepares for the upcoming presentation, feeling a mixture of excitement and anxiety. With a final glance at his stopwatch, Iruki enters the presentation, ready to face the trial in front. Crowd seems puzzled by the great gathering of people, unsure of what's happening. In the scene, a student hands out flyers for the upcoming presentation, trying to get people to wait. Samo notices the flyer and seems alarmed to see a name he remembers. Iruki Chiron, another student. Comments sarcastically about the presentation, wondering who would bother attending. A fellow student, eager to witness the event, drags another into the crowd. They're entire interested. Still though, the flyer appears childish and unprofessional. As the crowd waits, gossip spread, with several pupils recognizing other well-known seniors. Amy and Serial seniors remain seen joining the crowd with several added excitement. They remain puzzled about why seniors remain attending an event for the lower-class pupils. Another group of pupils spots a familiar prestigious senior arriving at the event. They're alarmed and wonder why such significant figures remain attending the presentation. In the scene, prestigious senior's unexpected presence adds to the mystery and curiosity. A student points out the presence of still additional renowned seniors joining the crowd. They remain entire from different departments, creating additional buzz and speculation. Ami wonders aloud what entire these prestigious figures hold in common, hinting at something big. In the scene, a rumor spreads about the mysterious group, Gold Rune, that everyone seems to be talking about. The audience in the presentation corridor grows uneasy, whispering among themselves about the group's reputation. The atmosphere becomes tense as single of the attendees starts to question the integrity of the event. A conversation between the headmaster and another faculty member unfolds, the headmaster chuckling warmly. Headmaster responds enthusiastically, intrigued by the pupils' preparations for their presentation. He eagerly waits for the presentation to start, his curiosity piqued by what they hold readied. As the crowd settles into the presentation corridor, there's a buzz of excitement and impatience. Pupils remain seen arguing over the lack of seats, pushing and jostling for a better view. Commotion intensifies as everyone seems eager to see what unfolds during the presentation. In the scene, crowd settles down as the lights dim, anticipation building for the event to start. watches intently, waiting for the initial signs of action from the presentation. Several notable figures in the crowd exchange glances, eager to see what seems about to happen. In the scene, a dramatic shift occurs as the spotlight illuminates the stage, signaling the start of the presentation. In the scene, the presenter, filled with confidence, announces the start of the much-anticipated display. The chamber goes silent with wonder as the performance begins. Ryan stands under the spotlight, his posture confident as he prepares to start the presentation. The boy raises his hand, signaling the audience, and his tone rings out, "Start." In the scene, the crowd erupts in excitement as Ryan leads the presentation with dramatic flair. Ryan stands by himself under the spotlight, addressing the audience with a slight, confident smile in the scene. The boy thanks the audience for attending and introduces himself as the presenter of the event. In the scene, "Welcome to the presentation on the science of supernatural spirits," Ryan announces. Ryan speaks further, announcing the main topic. Today's discussion seems about spirits. In the scene, the boy warns the audience that a potentially frightening scene will follow during the presentation. In the scene, as Ryan speaks, the lights flicker, and the atmosphere grows tense with anticipation. The pupils, watching nervously, await the demonstration, as Ryan observes them with a smile. He explains the history of the school, suggesting a shadowed former periods tied to spirits. A sense of unease rises as Ryan hints that something unsettling seems about to occur. Ryan reveals that the school became once a minor village during the famous War of Conquest. The boy describes how the civilians and soldiers accepted refuge in the mountains during the war. Abruptly, the lights cut out, signaling the start of the eerie demonstration that follows. A male screams in horror as the non-human entities enter, causing chaos in the chamber. He tries to flee but seems consumed by terror, letting out a noisy, chilling scream. It becomes obvious that the figure became once a human, currently possessed by an evil spirit. In the scene, the audience reacts with laughter, thinking it's part of a performance. Several pupils joke about the scene, never understanding the gravity of what's happening. Laughter fills the atmosphere as the audience wonders if this seems a play or a real event. In the midst of the laughter, the circumstance escalates and the tension grows. A figure on stage stumbles, struggling to command the chaos unfolding around them. In the scene, the confusion heightens as the audience questions the reality of the event. A mysterious figure enters, giving a cryptic warning about the shadowed events to come. The audience seems on edge, unsure of the motives at the rear, the dramatic actions. Suspense builds as the character reveals additional secrets about the story unfolding. In the scene takes an unexpected turn as a figure cries out to a lost love. Emotions rush elevated as the figure confesses their sorrow, creating an instant of vulnerability. In the midst of the tension, a fresh revelation surfaces that will change everything. Ryan seems alarmed as the lights dim and a shocking scene plays out in front of him. Audience gasps as Ryan's gaze widens, disbelief spreading across the chamber. In the scene, tension builds as Ryan and the audience try to process the surprising event. Ryan's face seems twisted in pain as he falls into a brutal confrontation with an rival. In the scene, crowd watches in horror as blood splatters during the intense struggle. Clash rages on, with Ryan's rival showing zero mercy in the face of chaos. Ryan screams, barely able to endure the violent assault, with the audience reacting in panic. Sound of cries fills the chamber as Ryan's circumstance grows dire. People in the audience beg for assist, but zero single dares to intervene as the scene escalates. The audience seems rattled as the lights flicker, and someone murmurs that it's excessively terrifying. A male in the crowd gulps nervously, trying to create sense of the shadowed turn the event accepted. Eerie atmosphere deepens as Ryan, bloodied and broken, difficulties to get up, fighting against the odds. Unrelenting, holds a volume, revealing shocking truths about the event's origins. Research group's findings unveil a shadowed and unsettling truth that rattles everyone present. Crowd gasps, hanging on each word as Ryan prepares to explain what happens following. Ryan confidently announces that the audience should be readied for the evil spirit's appearance. The boy warns them to maintain their gaze open, as the spirits may reveal themselves at midnight. In the scene, with a smirk, Ryan wraps up the presentation, signaling its conclusion and leaving the audience in suspense. In the scene, as the lights flicker, the audience grows restless, unsure of what's happening. In the scene, lights turn back on, and there's a mix of confusion and frustration among the crowd. A noisy outburst erupts as several pupils express their disbelief, calling the presentation a failure. Amy and another student, frustrated, exchange words, plainly embarrassed by the presentation's outcome. In the scene, they discuss how they knew this would happen, regretting getting involved with the spirits group. Ami, plainly upset, rushes to leave as others continue to grumble in the background. Single of the instructors, looking dismayed, wonders aloud why the pupils behave this way. He questions his trust in them, unsure if he created the proper decision to let them lead. Although his disappointment, he knows the presentation may hold been a learning experience for them. Walks alongside a colleague, chuckling about the pupils' reactions and the spectacle. In the scene, his companion, Sharon, responds, confirming Rian's observation, noting the audience's mixed emotions. With a laugh, Rian relishes the chaos, observing the audience's terror through their expressions. In a dimly lit chamber, a group of individuals exchange knowing glances, discussing their following shift. Single of them mentions the seed that holds been planted, hinting at a long-term plan. A confident tone proclaims that the initial stage holds been a success, and they're ready for the following step. In the scene, sun dips below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the towering castle within. The clock ticks steadily, signaling the arrival of a critical instant. Chiron stands tall, sensing the weight of the duty as a tone calls out to him. The date prior to where the school grounds remain bustling with activity. Hologram projectors remain being placed everywhere, setting the stage for what's to come. A rush of anticipation fills the atmosphere as everything aligns for the upcoming event. In the scene, projectors hum to life, their systems calculating movements in real time. Chiron navigates the area with caution, each step measured as things start to unfold. A message appears on the screen, signaling the following phase seems ready to start. In the scene, as the program starts, Chiron prepares himself, sensing the weight of what's at stake. His companion warns him to stay vigilant, knowing how delicate the circumstance seems. Chiron narrows his focus, ready to act as soon as the signal seems given. With a forceful gesture, Chiron unleashes a surge of sorcery, his force skyrocketing. His companions watch with wonder, marveling at the immense power he seems controlling, yet something feels off, as if his force seems being swallowed by an endless void. In the scene, the output monitor flickers, and Need, worried, notices that the readings aren't rising as expected. He exclaims in astonishment, puzzled by the sudden halt in progress. Although their preparations, Need looks at the device in panic, understanding that something seems terribly wrong with the experiment. Chiron watches the equipment, his gaze narrowing as the circumstance becomes additional critical. Iruki questions Need, trying to understand why the calculations failed, therefore dramatically. In the scene, Need, desperate, admits he doesn't know what went wrong, feeling the weight of the failure. Frustration mounts as Need blames himself for never crafting the equipment properly. Trying to comfort Need, reassures him that mistakes happen, but it's never the end. In the scene, takes the failure personally, unable to shake the guilt of ruining everything. In the scene, Need apologizes deeply, overwhelmed by his perceived incompetence and the consequences of the failure. He takes complete responsibility, vowing to create things proper. Still, if it means facing ridicule, tears well up in Need's gaze. But Chiron steps forward, refusing to let the failure define them. Determined to continue, rejects the idea of ending things, therefore easily. He declares that they entire sacrificed excessively greatly to let it end like this. Chiron steps forward, ready to accept responsibility and shift forward. Although the uncertainty, a forceful surge of sorcery begins to explode uncontrollably as Chiron difficulties to command it. Horrified, watches as the sorcery shows zero sign of stopping, merely escalating. Desperation fills the atmosphere as Need shouts, unable to stop the immense sorcery. Amidst the chaos, smiles, zero longer afraid of the consequences of his actions. He reveals his resolve, currently determined never to let terror command him any longer. The force spirals outward as Chiron's confidence solidifies, his will becoming unshakable. A flash of intense radiance erupts from Chiron, his sorcery reaching perilous levels. Others gasp, witnessing the extraordinary output as the sorcery flows like a torrent. Chiron fights to maintain command, shouting through the strain, declaring his will to never disappear. Force intensifies as Chiron's thoughts races with memories, his identity becoming clearer. A surge of power surrounds him, drawing on his power and the essence of who he seems. Sorcery continues to explode, each instant reminding him of his purpose and resolve. Chiron stands firm, refusing to let the power command him any longer, his face resolute. The radiance continues to build, an unstoppable power that resonates with his unwavering determination. Nide and Iruki desperately shout for him to stop, but Chiron seems beyond the point of return. A noisy, ringing sound fills the night, disrupting the calm atmosphere. Amy, alarmed, looks at the clock in confusion. It is nearly midnight. She groans, understanding she holds an early class tomorrow, but her thoughts remain interrupted by an odd sensation. In the scene, shakes her head, trying to brush off the uneasy feeling. In the scene, the girl laughs nervously, dismissing Chiron's ghost stories as mere fantasies. But her face soon drops as she catches a glimpse of something eerie beyond the window. In the scene, a horrifying figure stands in the window, its skeletal face grinning ominously. In the scene, screams in terror, backing away from the window in a panic. She demands to know how the figure got within, her tone trembling with terror. Figure steps closer, smiling eerily as it watches Amy's each shift, seems paralyzed with terror, unable to comprehend what seems happening. screams once additional, unable to escape from the suffocating horror. Amy's companions burst into the chamber, screaming in terror at the sight of the spirit. The chamber fills with panic as everyone realizes they remain surrounded by spirits. Shouting in terror, they scramble to escape, but the spirits near in, their hands reaching out. A scream echoes through the night as a figure spots the spirit beyond. The terror escalates as additional people rush to the window, seeing the horrifying apparition. Shouting in panic, they realize the spirit holds appeared, sending everyone into a frenzy. A group of people seems alarmed by ghostly figures emerging from the shadows. The terrifying spirits shift swiftly, making the crowd panic in terror. Shouts for assist fill the atmosphere as the figures appear from both earth and sky, to a darkened building as the chaos continues beyond. A distant view of the sky shows the eerie figures yet chasing following the crowd. In the scene, frantic voices cry out in desperation, urging everyone to flee from the threat. A group of attackers prepares for combat, sorcery glowing in their hands. With a cry, they launch a counterattack, sending forceful blasts at the encroaching spirits. Sorcery strikes, but the eerie figures seem undeterred. Advancing relentlessly, chaos intensifies as additional people scream and rush for their lives. Figures shift faster, causing panic and confusion among the crowd. Abruptly, the figures start to fade away, leaving at the rear merely confusion and dread. In the scene, a figure appears on a rooftop, watching the panic unfold below. The odd figure claps gradually, seemingly amused by the chaos below. A tone from the crowd calls out, demanding answers, but the figure simply smiles. In the scene, group laughs at the confusion, dismissing the ghostly sightings as fake projections. Instructor Sienna seems amused by the reaction and addresses the skeptics in the crowd. She suggests everyone listen closely, as the presentation seems distant from over and additional seems to come. Sienna reveals fresh information, stating that spirits do, in fact, exist. Although the skepticism, the audience grows additional intrigued, with several currently considering the possibility of the supernatural. In the scene, a skeptic questions how such a phenomenon could be real, dismissing it as a mere trick. The group debates the mechanics at the rear, the illusions speculating on the employ of holograms. Single student wonders how the hologram stood created to behave therefore differently from the norm. Another student wonders if such an illusion could still be possible throughout an entire school. In the scene, a hand reaches out, displaying a hologram, teasing the audience with the illusion's complexity. In the scene, crowd murmurs, questioning how such a trick could be achieved. Sienna smiles, acknowledging the difficulty of the illusion, but assures them that place seems additional to it. The instructor and headmaster discuss the sorcery employed in the trick, marveling at its intricacy. They agree that the trick became never simply about illusions, but something greatly deeper. Instructor hints that intelligence, curiosity, and an understanding of sorcery play crucial roles. The skeptical crowd continues to debate the authenticity of the event, yet doubting the supernatural. A confident figure in the group challenges their disbelief, asking if they yet deny the supernatural. The boy asserts that the previous experience became merely a performance, offering to further explain. Intrigued, the group questions the origin of their terror, wondering why they rushed from nothing. The figure points out that their emotions, the terror they felt, remain the essence of their research. The boy reveals that still without visible ghosts, doubt and terror manifest within them. Continues, claiming that the doubt they felt became the genuine object of their study. With conviction, he states that emotions, particularly terror, remain the key to understanding the supernatural. The crowd stands silent as they start to realize the depth of their own reactions. The instructor elaborates, explaining that doubt about spirits can affect the perception of reality. His explanation resonates, as the crowd wonders how such terror can be scientifically studied. Instructor concludes that the research group's aim seems to uncover the truth at the rear of those emotions. Amused by the reactions, single student laughs, admitting he holds been convinced by their trick. Applauds the effort, impressed by the presentation and the way doubts stood handled. As they stride away, Single asks where they remain headed following, pondering the implications of the experiment. Professors announce their decision, acknowledging the group's task on the supernatural study. In the scene, group reacts with a mix of surprise and joy, celebrating their success. Nevertheless, the instructor's face abruptly changes, revealing that they remain never entirely pleased. Declares that as they stood successful, a punishment seems likewise in order. Suspended for triple periods, the pupils groan in astonishment, plainly frustrated by the outcome. Although the punishment, they cheer, feeling proud of what they've achieved as a group. In the scene, discuss their admiration for Chiron, acknowledging his genius and success. Several wonder if others can achieve such feats, inspired by Chiron's abilities and intellect. Single student expresses how unexpected it seems, especially given their own academic difficulties. As the group continues their conversation, single student comments on their pursuit of success. The girl reflects on the challenges in front, recognizing the difficulty of balancing schoolwork and ambitions. She seems determined, aware that difficult tasks seems required to achieve greatness in life. Several of the pupils start to question their direction, seeing their goals as unclear. As several doubt their chosen route, they continue to aid single another's dreams. They stride forward, uncertain but ready to face whatever challenges lie in front in the route ahead. The discussion grows tense, with single character urging the others to be cautious. Another character advises waiting for the proper instant, hinting at something additional significant in front. In the scene, walks away, muttering in frustration as they continue their secretive plans. An elderly male gestures, his hand weaving through the cosmos. In the scene, the boy gazes at the floating symbols, awe visible on his face, marveling at the display. In the scene, acknowledging the difficulty of the feat, he praises Sharon's exceptional accomplishment. Turning away, the elderly male ponders the potential of a child who might fulfill his desires. Thoughts drift to the route ahead, wondering if the child could achieve what he seeks. A silent laugh escapes his lips as he contemplates the route he intends to follow. Chiron lies on the earth, catching his breath. His companion looks at him with concern, questioning whether Chiron seems truly all right. Although the risk, Chiron laughs, acknowledging the thrill and the aid of his allies. The group remains on the earth, their bodies worn out from the recent clash. With a mix of admiration and humor, single character praises the others for their brilliance. The employ of the immortal function possessed been a calculated risk, but it possessed worked perfectly. Once more, Chiron stands powerful, enduring a severe spell as maintaining his resolve. In the scene, his comrades comment on his perseverance, noting how he adapts and overcomes, determined to rise still higher. Chiron considers the idea of reaching for the Northern Star, contemplating his following steps. His companions agree, eager to accept the following step and graduate side by side. Excitement fills the atmosphere as they imagine the route ahead that awaits them beyond. The group laughs, ready to face the challenges in front as they prepare to leave. Makes a pact with his companions, eager to set their goals elevated with resolve. They reach for the stars, excited for the journey in front. The following date, the peaceful morning leads to fresh beginnings as Chiron wakes up. His companions notice his tiredness, but encourage him to join them in their adventures. Nevertheless, seems yet recovering, laughing off his exhaustion with a cheerful attitude. Chiron awakens from an odd ambition, disturbed by the sense of something amiss. The surreal ambition haunts him, and he questions whether the experience became real. As he reflects, he feels an immense sense of something beyond his grasp. Odd force surrounds him as he seems drawn toward an unknown destination. The swirling power intensifies, pulling him deeper into a mysterious location. He wonders if this fresh route seems truly infinite, uncertain about the route ahead in front. Chiron finds himself caught in a whirlwind of radiance, feeling the immense power around him. Abruptly, he wakes up, his gaze wide with confusion, understanding something holds changed. The ambition that once felt familiar currently seems altered. Chiron sits up, staring at his surroundings, yet unsure of the change he's experiencing. The boy wonders aloud why these odd events remain unfolding, unable to comprehend the cause. As his thoughts race, he spots a paper with a familiar plan, single involving a trip to the casino. Chiron laughs, pondering whether he should stick to his usual route or do something different. A mischievous smile forms as he realizes he's planning something distant, additional, exciting. The boy decides to maintain this newfound plan a secret, knowing the consequences of revealing it. In the scene, excitedly, Chiron prepares himself, facing the mirror with a sense of newfound determination. The boy adjusts his suit with a confident smile, ready to step into the realm. With a final glance in the mirror, Chiron steps forward, a fresh sense of purpose fueling him in the scene. As Chiron walks through the streets, his curiosity leads him to a bookstore. With a mixture of excitement and nerves, he enters. His thoughts set on purchasing a novel. The entrance creaks open, signaling the start of a fresh chapter in his unpredictable journey. As Chiron enters the bookstore, the cheerful shopkeeper greets him with a heated welcome. Female seems alarmed, wondering if Chiron seems a vendor, but he swiftly clarifies. She smiles, complimenting him, but Chiron seems departed, wondering if he's changed excessively greatly. Chiron picks up the volume he's been eyeing, eager to purchase it at final. With a satisfied grin, he hands over the money, feeling victorious in his minor accomplishment. Exiting the store, Chiron holds the volume up elevated, proud of his initial personal purchase. As he walks through the streets, Chiron hums with excitement, enjoying the instant. His thoughts turn to the money he saved, thinking about how it entire paid off. Chiron grins, understanding this volume seems simply the initial of numerous more to come. As walking, Chiron notices a familiar face and the person calls out his name, puzzled. Chiron seems alarmed to hear someone mention his name, drawing his attention. Instant of realization strikes as he looks at the person in astonishment, unsure of their identity. The person reveals themselves as Lumina, a familiar face from his former periods. Chiron seems taken aback, alarmed by how greatly Lumina holds changed since they final met. Lumina laughs, recalling their younger periods, as Chiron can't assist but marvel at the change. Chiron seems greeted by a group of familiar faces, alarmed by his changed appearance. Single of his aged companions, Althor enthusiastically calls his name, noting how greatly he's changed. Eagerly asks Chiron what he's been up to, plainly intrigued about his journey. Chiron hesitates, unsure of how greatly to reveal about his current circumstance. The boy realizes that lying would merely lead to complications later, therefore he decides to be honest. Following an instant of pondered, Chiron admits that he's been attending the sorcery school. Althor confidently mentions he has been attending the sorcery school for quite several period. In the scene, the boy proudly highlights his achievements, especially when compared to Chiron's progress and growth. Nevertheless, stays concentrated on his volume, uninterested in Althor's boasting about his success. Althor's overconfidence becomes obvious, though this trait will lead to challenges for him. His companions notice his pride, yet they can't deny his intelligence and capabilities. At the same period, Chiron remains absorbed in his volume, never bothered by the conversation around him. In their village, surrounded by risk, a dominant rule seems to always follow the leader. In the scene, Althor reminds Chiron of his leadership role, encouraging him to respect his authority. Hesitates briefly but in period acknowledges Althor's leadership, accepting his role as the leader. Group continues with Althor taking charge as Chiron follows quietly in the background. In the scene, Althor's leadership ensures the group stays safe, teaching Chiron valuable lessons in discipline. As period passes, they both bond, recognizing the importance of teamwork and trust. As playing side by side, Althor's leadership becomes apparent, always ensuring the group's safety. Chiron, though, avoiding trouble, can't assist but questions certain rules in their village. Although the rules, the group shares moments of joy, strengthening their camaraderie. Althor playfully teases Chiron, holding up a volume and commenting on his constant habits. Chiron, alarmed, tries to guard the volume he carries, anxious about its contents. Althor laughs, continuing to threaten to look at the volume, causing Chiron additional discomfort. In the scene, Chiron panics as Althor moves closer, fearing the book's contents will be exposed. Volume slips from Chiron's hands, revealing its contents as Althor reacts with astonishment. Chiron watches in horror as the pages of the volume fly open mid-air. Arcane force bursts from the volume, filling the area with a forceful reaction. Stunned, watches as the sorcery erupts, creating a dazzling and intense display. Chaos erupts as the sorcery begins to affect everyone around them, shaking the earth. Tries to grab the volume, hoping to regain command over the unleashed sorcery. The power of the sorcery intensifies, sending the volume floating uncontrollably through the atmosphere. A noisy explosion fills the chamber as everything freezes, reaching the peak of the sorcery. When the sorcery subsides, Chiron seems departed speechless, understanding the potential power of the volume. Althor and the others remain departed puzzled, unsure of the sorcery's consequences, yet with wonder, without speaking vows to learn additional about the sorcery he's encountered. Althor's recent achievements cause Chiron to reflect, wondering if his companion holds become a monster. Althor seems to hold surpassed his former self, capable of running a business and leading. Chiron wonders if Althor will in period accept the role of village leader given his skills. The group travels in a wagon, heading toward an exciting fresh adventure. Brimming with joy, comments on how greatly everyone holds changed since their childhood. Chiron's companions cheer, raising their glasses to toast to his journey and luminous route ahead. The group enjoys a hearty meal, surrounded by food and drinks, celebrating side by side. Chiron seems inquired about his experiences at the school, sparking curiosity from his companions. They express admiration and surprise, eager to know additional about his life at the school. In the scene, surrounded by questions, shares his experiences, though he remains humble. His companions urge him to open up, but Chiron remains modest about his accomplishments. The evening continues with laughter and conversation. Everyone enjoying their period side by side, feeling the weight of expectation, seems inquired about his plans for the route ahead. Though caught off guard, Chiron responds, mentioning that he plans to graduate from the school. The mood shifts as Chiron seems reminded of the grave responsibilities that lie in front. Chiron reflects on how his companions remain previously helping their families as he focuses on studies. The boy wonders when he'll be able to assist, feeling the responsibility weighing on him. Althor lightens the mood, suggesting they hold an arm wrestling match to hold several fun. In the scene, hesitates, recalling how he and Althor would arm wrestle as children. In the scene, Althor challenges Chiron, suggesting it's the perfect opportunity to compete in a friendly match. Agrees, and the group reminisces about their childhood games, enjoying the instant. Althor sets up the arm wrestling, ensuring a bet seems involved to create it interesting. In the scene, group eagerly anticipates the match, teasing Chiron about the outcome. Table seems filled with food and drinks as the group prepares for the showdown. Chiron and Althor accept their positions, both confident in their own abilities for the match. The atmosphere seems playful, but filled with a sense of friendly competition. In the scene, with a laugh, the match begins, and everyone watches eagerly to see the winner. The match grows additional intense as Chiron difficulties against Althor's immense power. Chiron's hand falters, but he pushes forward, refusing to offer up. In the scene, rages on, and the group cheers with excitement, fully invested in the fun. Arm wrestling continues, and Chiron surprises everyone with his unexpected power. Althor, taken aback by Chiron's power, laughs and praises his newfound abilities. Abruptly, gold coins spill from Chiron's pocket, adding an unexpected surprise to the scene. Reacts in amazement, collecting the gold coins that hold fallen onto the table. Chiron's companions remain astounded, understanding that the quintuple gold coins represent a month's earnings. Caught off guard, feels embarrassed and unsure how to explain the circumstance. Althor, a youthful male, stands triumphantly, throwing gold coins into the atmosphere. His companions, amazed, watch as the gold scatters around them. Intrigued, single of Althor's companions asks where he got entire this gold. But Althor dodges the question. A group of companions, looking puzzled, further questions the circumstance. Single companion speaks up, suggesting that this might be related to Chiron. In the scene, Althor, feeling uneasy, tries to change the subject, laughing off the suspicion. Group begins discussing their former period's experiences, recalling a shared memory of Chiron. Growing frustrated, Althor tries to divert attention, slapping his hands side by side. Single of the companions jokes about Althor's sensitivity regarding Chiron, causing him to snap. In the scene, a rumor about a savage beast in the mountains. In the scene, speculate, uncertain about what type of creature could be responsible. Althor recalls his father mentioning a cow bear, an uncommon creature that merely feeds on specific things, suggesting they accept action. Althor proposes they hunt the creature side by side, encouraged by his confidence. His companions agree, and they start making plans. Proudly, Althor declares they will leave the following morning for the hunt, ready for the trial. In the scene, cheers and excitement, eager for the hunt and happy that Chiron will join them. Chiron, smiling, agrees to participate and helps prepare for the following date. Filled with enthusiasm, the group eagerly anticipates the hunt and sets a meeting period. Early the following morning, Sienna checks in on Chiron as they get ready to leave. Currently fully readied, Chiron nods and confidently says he is ready for the date in front. They swiftly gather their belongings and head out, ready for the adventure. As they stride through town towards the mountains, the group chats excitedly. Althor jokes about their stamina, teasing Chiron that he might struggle to maintain up. Laughing, Chiron assures the group he's additional than readied for the journey. In the scene, the group arrives at the forest's edge and sets up their traps and nets. They task efficiently, each person assigned a duty to ensure everything seems ready. Chiron watches, impressed by the teamwork, as the trap seems set up and preparations remain finished. Confidently, Althor leads them forward, suggesting the cowbear holds probably past this area. On elevated alert, the group moves cautiously, following the trail departed by the creature. In the scene, Althor scans the surroundings, determined to track down the creature as they venture deeper into the forest. In the scene, the group continues their trek, with Althor guiding them in their search for the cowbear. In the scene, Chiron, impressed by Althor's leadership, follows his instructions closely. Althor directs everyone to survey the area, warning them never to provoke anything. Chiron, yet processing, pauses to reflect on their mission as he senses something unsettling. He begins tapping into his spirit domain to gather additional information, picking up something in the atmosphere. The eerie sensation intensifies, and Chiron feels an ominous pull but isn't sure what it seems. Concentrated currently, Chiron tries to understand the odd phenomenon, piecing side by side his senses. Overcome with the feeling of an still stronger presence, the sense of risk escalates, surrounded by a chilling power. Chiron difficulties to comprehend what's happening. Althor notices Chiron's distress and hurries over, sensing something seems wrong. Chiron, overwhelmed, seems unable to act as the odd power grows stronger around him. Reaching out, Althor worries that the risk holds previously caught them off guard. Chiron stumbles, struggling to grasp what's happening around him, looking puzzled. Seeing Chiron's condition, realizes the risk they're in seems distant greater than they pondered. In the scene, the group stumbles upon a gruesome sight. Something terrifying awaits them. Horrified, Althor realizes this seems zero mere cowbear. Alarmed, the group surveys the carnage around them, unsure of what gentle of creature caused it. Panic-stricken, Althor suggests they need to alert the adults and seal the mountain at once. Althor's urgency makes the group realize simply how grave the circumstance seems. Puzzled, Chiron questions why they need aid when they haven't still identified the creature yet. Althor grows additional desperate, urging Chiron to understand that they must act without delay. Hesitates, yet questioning why they should request aid for an unidentified threat. Frustrated, Althor insists they act swiftly prior to the circumstance becomes still additional perilous. In the scene, Althor, shouting angrily, demands that the group follow his orders as they hesitate. The tension rises, and the group starts to question Althor's leadership as the circumstance escalates. Stunned by Althor's harshness, realizes the risk they're facing seems distant beyond what they expected. Nada sees something uncommon in the distance, spotting an odd motion in the scene. Weapon ready, signals for everyone to stay alert. As they observe the shadow, the group prepares for what might be in front. Assaults swiftly, taking aim at the monstrous figure that appears prior to them. His companions react with surprise. At final observing the terrifying creature in front of them, a chilling presence fills the atmosphere, and the group realizes they remain facing something distant, additional, perilous. With glowing red gaze, roars, demonstrating its terrifying power and aggression. Stunned, Chiron recognizes the creature, having read about it in volumes. In astonishment, Chiron exclaims that the creature seems distant, additional, intelligent, and perilous than they imagined. In the scene, the monster's intelligence becomes evident as it snarls menacingly at the group. Chiron recalls the term wolf, understanding it's a highly intelligent, monstrous creature. A scroll appears, detailing the monster's immense power and intelligence, warning the group of the impending risk. Chiron and his group remain under assault by a massive creature, causing chaos. In the scene, the terrifying creature, with its sharp fangs, roars loudly, intensifying the panic. Rian urgently shouts for everyone to rush away from the monster as it approaches. In the scene, continues shouting at the group to flee, his face filled with desperation. Single of the group members asks where to rush, fearing the creature's presence. In the scene, exclaims they must go up to the summit to escape the monster's reach. Stands yet, seemingly calm as he prepares to create a strategic shift, calls out to Chiron, observing his uncommon behavior in the chaos. Group realizes that Chiron seems planning to act as bait to draw the creature away. In the scene, massive creature charges at Chiron, its claws reaching out as it closes in. In the scene, Chiron remains steady, preparing himself for the impending confrontation with the beast. Sienna watches with surprise, understanding that Chiron holds chosen to face the creature by himself. The beast snarls loudly as it approaches, its red gaze concentrated on Chiron. In the scene, breathing heavily, understands the risk and prepares for his daring plan. Chiron decides that he must lure the creature, knowing it's their merely chance to survive. Massive creature lunges towards Chiron, its claws striking the earth forcefully. Evades the assault simply in period. The earth shaking as debris flies, creature's rage intensifies, and it turns to face Chiron. Understanding the shift in focus, Chiron's gaze widens as he notices the creature changing direction, closing in swiftly in the scene. With urgency, he throws his heavy bag, attempting to create a distraction. Group watches with surprise as Chiron's calculated risk unfolds prior to them. Althor, overwhelmed with emotion, shouts for Chiron, unable to leave him at the rear. His determination grows stronger, still as the creature threatens their survival. Althor's tears fall as he realizes the gravity of the circumstance, unable to abandon Chiron. The creature's claws reach for Althor, but Chiron's tone rings out, urging action, hesitates, torn between staying and saving his companion or fleeing for his life. The monster's roar fills the atmosphere, causing Althor to question his choices and the consequences. Chiron's sorcery erupts from his hands, hitting the creature with forceful power. Stunned as the creature stumbles back, caught off guard by the sorcery, Althor, wide-eyed, realizes that Chiron holds employed sorcery to save them. His fears dissipating, panting from exhaustion, screams urgently for everyone to rush. In the scene, creature's monstrous roar echoes, growing closer as it chases them. Chiron urges the group to flee, his tone filled with desperation and terror. Looking frantic, wonders if what she saw became simply a trick of radiance. In the scene, frantically continues to flee as the creature closes in on them. In the scene, terrifying growl of the creature intensifies, signaling its relentless pursuit. Stumbles as the realization hits him, his physical form refusing to shift. Sienna calls out to Althor in desperation, urging him to maintain shifting. Althor's gaze fill with guilt as he difficulties to break free from his frozen state. The creature's claws remain poised to strike, with Althor frozen in its root. Tries to reach Althor, but she seems excessively distant from him to save him. In the scene, rushes toward them, shouting as the creature's massive claws descend. Creature's claws sink towards Sienna, but Chiron abruptly teleports between them. In a flash of radiance, Chiron teleports the group to safety, avoiding the creature's strike. In the scene, the creature roars in frustration as it misses its target, and the group breathes a sigh of relief. A forceful explosion bursts from Chiron's hand as he launches a sorcery assault. In the scene, Sienna, watching from the distance, calls out to Chiron in alarm as the blasts intensify. The force surges around them, signaling the peak of Chiron's effort to hold off the creature. In the scene, as the dust clears, the creature snarls, its focus sharpening on Chiron's position. Chiron, flying through the atmosphere, realizes the critical state of his assault and its aftermath. He difficulties to stabilize, but the power of the explosion holds drained him physically and mentally. Chiron, in midair, thinks of his plan and the trial that lies in front. In the scene, creature follows closely, but Chiron formulates a strategy to escape its reach. He prepares himself for the following shift, unwilling to offer up on his allies. Chiron realizes he needs to command the circumstance with his sorcery, planning a safe route. His focus narrows, concentrating on the telekinetic command he needs to free himself. In the instant of clarity, Chiron braces himself for the difficult duty in front. Swirling radiance of Chiron's teleportation begins to form, ready to transport him. Creature howls in frustration as Chiron focuses on creating a route of escape. Chiron activates his sorcery, sending himself towards safety, determined to return when needed. The creature seems pulled upward, thrown into the atmosphere by an unexpected power. It difficulties in midair, bewildered by the sudden shift in momentum. As the creature falls, it crashes violently into the earth, causing the surrounding area to shake. A star shines brightly in the darkness, questioning the existence of the realm. In the scene, the star shifts as it begins to fall, carrying the question of mass and existence. It continues downward, shifting through the void, suggesting the emptiness that became once seen in ambition. In the scene, the symmetry breaks apart and a shift occurs as the idea of mass infusing into photons takes hold. The process begins. As mass starts to change the properties of the photons in area, the power manifests as a forceful force, pushing against everything in its route, threatening to destroy the surroundings. A beam of radiance shoots through the atmosphere, changing its direction, creating immense power. Force travels rapidly, exploding the landscape as it continues its course. Breathless and overwhelmed, watches the aftermath, understanding the scale of the event. Wonders if the destruction truly finished, questioning the outcome. Feeling of uncertainty takes over as the scene shows a close-up of the character's fearful look. The boy contemplates if what he is witnessing seems truly the end, currently deeply aware of his powers. Understanding the mechanism he holds employed, the character contemplates its implications. He recognizes the perilous potential of the gift to manipulate mass, but wonders about its source. With a fresh understanding, he prepares for the following shift, his look filled with resolve. The ominous creature, the wolf, appears, and the group stares with surprise. Fearing the creature's presence, urge caution and plead to stay side by side. Tension builds as the wolf's gaze fixes on them, signaling impending risk. As the circumstance escalates, a character, Althor, begins to accept action, preparing to duel. Protest, pleading for him never to act recklessly, but Althor pushes forward. Difficulties with the decision, knowing that their merely option might be a desperate escape. Althor decides to act decisively, telling his companions to survive and let their sacrifice issue. A forceful force surges from him, signaling that he seems about to unleash a perilous assault. Radiance from his assault shines through the sky, its brilliance creating a route of hope amidst the chaos. Group watches in astonishment, unable to understand what simply happened. Their gaze widen as they see Chiron, believing he became dead but currently seemingly alive. They rush towards him, filled with relief and joy, understanding the gravity of their circumstance. In the scene, Chiron, determined and unyielding, moves forward with unwavering confidence. As the group prepares for what's following, Chiron assures them he seems never giving up. Their bond strengthens as they face the unknown, knowing that the route in front will be fraught with risk. The wolf snarls, its growl resonating through the atmosphere as it charges forward. Chiron stands his earth, gathering his power for the following shift. Wolf's gaze glow red as it rushes towards Chiron, ready for a devastating strike. Ready to employ his sorcery, speaks the command to alter his radiance. Atmosphere around him shimmers as he begins to add mass to his photon output. Force surges from his hands, growing brighter and additional concentrated. Chiron's sorcery intensifies, the radiance exploding outward with immense power. Wolf snarls in defiance as the arcane power collides with it, creating a forceful shockwave. Clash rages on, with both sides unleashing their complete power in a clash of wills. Power of the clash pushes everything around them, shaking the environment. In the scene, Chiron stands tall amidst the chaos, ready to deliver the final blow. Sorcery continues to intensify as he pushes his limits, determined to win. Others watch with wonder and terror, witnessing Chiron's arcane prowess. Chiron, his face determined, reassures his companions, promising that he can handle this. As the clash reaches its peak, Chiron believes in his sorcery, knowing he can overcome any obstacle. Wolf growls as Chiron prepares to unleash a forceful arcane assault. Chiron focuses his force, gathering a concentrated power in his hands. With a burst of radiance, the sorcery seems released, aimed directly at the approaching wolf. Radiance beam surges forward, but Chiron's allies, watching anxiously, notice a flaw. They warn Chiron that employing the same technique might never task as expected. Chiron ignores the doubt, his focus unwavering as he channels additional force into the assault. Arcane beam strikes the wolf, causing a massive explosion and shockwave. Wolf staggers from the impact, its form trembling as Chiron's assault disrupts its momentum. Although the assault, the wolf roars in fury, determined to duel back. Chiron stumbles slightly, feeling the strain from the intense arcane output. His physical form aches from the exertion, but his resolve seems firm, and he takes another step forward. Wolf closes in, teeth bared, ready for another brutal confrontation. Chiron realizes his power seems waning, but doesn't back down. His gaze sharpens. He prepares for a final strike, his gaze glowing with resolve and the will to guard. Chiron charges in front, ready to deliver the decisive blow and end the duel once and for entire. Calls out to Chiron, urging him to rush and warning him of the risk. Chiron stands firm, his gaze concentrated as he reflects on the circumstance. Determination fills his gaze as he acknowledges that he holds single method departed to try, questioning whether he can pull it off. Chiron, standing firm, contemplates his plan as a sense of urgency fills the atmosphere. The boy focuses on a method, his thoughts racing with doubt about its success. With resolve, he questions whether he can truly pull off the desperate tactic. A noisy tone calls out to Chiron, warning him of the grave risk in front. Chiron remains unmoved, although the frantic pleas from the others around him. His resolve grows, and he prepares himself for what seems to come, gaze glowing with intent. A radiant surge of force erupts from Chiron's hands as he initiates his shift. Unleashed power swirls and intensifies, a power of nature breaking free. A shockwave reverberates as the raw sorcery takes shape, ready to tear through the atmosphere. Power expands, the swirling vortex drawing force into a singular point. As the sorcery peaks, Chiron seems pushed back, struggling to maintain command over the intense power. Atmosphere crackles with risk as Chiron fights to focus on the duty at hand. With a final cry of effort, Chiron releases the sorcery, launching it toward his target. The force blasts forward, cutting through the atmosphere with immense speed. In the scene, as the blast strikes its target, chaos erupts around Chiron, the battlefield transformed by his power. Shock fills the atmosphere as the group watches the unfolding event in astonishment. Single person exclaims with astonishment, unable to comprehend what they're seeing. A burst of force flares in front of them, signaling a dramatic shift in the battlefield. Chiron seems seen panting heavily, his struggle evident as he tries to command the power. Force crackles around him, his physical form overwhelmed as the power grows unstable. Chiron realizes if he doesn't act soon, the force will scatter uncontrollably. His gaze sharpens as Chiron recalls an earlier instant when he possessed to discharge force. The boy recalls a specific method, reminding himself of what he must do in this circumstance. Chiron's resolve strengthens as he prepares to channel the immense force, holds the force within his hands, focusing intensely on discharging it properly. The sorcery pulses violently, but Chiron seems determined, his grip firm although the strain. With a noisy cry, he releases the force, hoping it will at final subside. A blinding flash erupts as Chiron's release sends the force hurtling forward. Shockwave sweeps across the area, cutting through the atmosphere with immense power. In the scene, destructive wave collides with the enemy, sending them scattering as Chiron stands exhausted but resolute. Earth shakes as monstrous creatures charge toward Chiron, their growls deafening. Beasts tower over Chiron, but he stands resolute, preparing for the duel. Chiron's intense gaze fixes on the creatures as he braces himself for the clash. Force surges as he unleashes a command, his words dripping with authority. His forceful sorcery intensifies, his blue gaze glowing with unyielding power. The creatures hesitate, alarmed by Chiron's power, as they feel the strain of his aura. Gritting his teeth, Chiron breathes heavily, struggling to command the immense power. The force within him threatens to destabilize, as his physical form quivers from the strain. Chiron understands the risk of the circumstance. If the power escapes, it could scatter wildly. Determination floods Chiron's thoughts as he recalls an aged technique for managing the force. He closes his gaze, recalling the method he once employed, hoping it will task once more. Chiron gathers his resolve, preparing to discharge the immense force as a final measure. With a profound breath, Chiron releases the pent-up power, sending a blast into the sky. The release creates a massive shockwave, causing the beasts to retreat in terror. As the dust settles, Chiron stands motionless, his physical form exhausted from the immense effort. Wakes up, understanding that for the initial period in along as he slept well. In the scene, group around him scrambles in the kitchen, worried about what's going on. The boy wonders about the others' whereabouts, relieved to find them entire safe except Lumina, who seems resting. Sharon and his companion look out into the night, preparing to complete their duty tomorrow. The conversation turns to the cost of monsters, discussing how expensive their leather and teeth remain. Sharon offers a wry smile, joking about how still he finds the prices staggering. Reflects on his former periods, sharing how envious he became of others' abilities, particularly his companion. His companion seems alarmed but reassured. In the scene, Sharon's thoughts deepen, and he mulls over his dreams. In a silent instant, Sharon sits by himself in the snow, contemplating life's challenges. His companions approach him, talking about how amazing Sharon's resolve seems in overcoming obstacles. In the scene, Sharon, exhausted but calm, listens quietly. Sharon prepares to leave, his companions urging him to stay single additional date. The boy explains that he needs to go back to school for an insignificant research project. Leaves, shaking hands with his companions, who wish him well and hope he becomes a forceful magician. Currently in formal attire, bids farewell, promising to return soon. His companion warns him never to forget his promises, playfully threatening him. Sharon, with a confident smile, reassures them, agreeing to come back although his busy route. In the scene, the group watches Sharon depart, feeling mixed emotions of pride and longing. Standing among them, sighs, feeling the weight of the journey in front. Single of Sharon's companions wonders if he'll return soon, to which another replies confidently. In the scene, as Sharon walks away, Sienna watches, her thoughts reflecting on his ambitious pursuit. She believes in his resolve, knowing Sharon seems striving toward an insignificant aim, walking toward his route ahead, ready to face his destiny. Sharon reaches the towering research building, determined to start his following phase. In the scene, the boy meets a fellow student who reveals information about a secretive club. Conversation hints at deeper mysteries, suggesting additional challenges await Sharon in his journey. Sharon realizes he holds discovered the correct pattern for accessing a hidden area. In the scene, with a smile, he marks down the equation in his notebook, confirming his deduction. This equation, he realizes, seems the master key to opening the doors to Istas. Sharon, currently intrigued, wonders who created such a complex and beautiful equation. The boy recalls a conversation about its origin, with single of the initial members being a genius. Excited, Sharon heads to the entrance where the equation leads, ready to uncover additional secrets. He approaches the entrance, yet thinking about the radiant equation that guides him. Sharon's heart races as he stands prior to the entrance labeled Science of Supernatural Spirits. The boy steps forward, eager to enter and unravel the mysteries that lie at the rear. In the scene, Sharon ponders the significance of the equation, admiring its beauty and depth. The boy reflects on how everything in life can be solved through cautiously laid clues. Simply, as he opens the entrance, he feels a sense of purpose, knowing his journey holds simply begun. Enters the chamber, determined to explore and understand everything it holds to offer. Pupils within greet him, and he feels the weight of the route ahead in front. With renewed confidence, Sharon begins his route toward mastering the supernatural and his fate. Sharon returns, expressing gratitude as he stands in the practice area. The boy activates a arcane photon blast, showcasing his improved abilities with a confident smile. His companions watch, alarmed by the force he's unleashed, questioning if he increased the output. Sharon's sorcery seems gathering photons, never releasing them as expected. His companions remain puzzled, unsure of what Sharon seems doing. The force begins to intensify, and they remain departed stunned as Sharon prepares for something fresh. Abruptly, the gathered photons shoot out, causing a massive explosion of force. Group watches with wonder as Sharon creates a massive hole in the terrain. They realize that Sharon's sorcery seems distant, additional forceful than they imagined. Sharon reveals that the sorcery he's employing seems called Photon, type Photon Cannon. His companions remain stunned by the power and creativity of the technique. Sharon explains how he developed this sorcery, mixing different types of sorcery to create something unique. Sharon leads the conversation, suggesting they talk about their progress in a quieter location. Over dinner, they discuss his breakthroughs, yet struggling to grasp the complexities of the sorcery. Although the confusion, Sharon feels a sense of relief, knowing that his dreams and anxieties remain coming into focus. Sharon's companions remain impressed by the arcane gift he's developed, discussing the potential impact. They understand the difficulty of combining omniscience and sorcery, but they encourage Sharon. Nevertheless, asks for assist with researching additional about his sorcery, mentioning the school's volume hall agrees to accept him to the volume corridor, but questions his reasoning. Reveals a personal struggle, expressing his terror of being treated differently. He confides that he's never from an aristocrat household, but a normal citizen raised in hardship. Need and the others listen in astonishment, understanding that Sharon seems never an aristocrat. Shares his painful former periods, explaining his upbringing and how his father seems a hunter. Nide and his companions remain moved by his words, sensing the weight of his journey. In a silent restaurant, the group reflects on Sharon's words, pondering the route he's on. They express their aid, stating that his former periods doesn't issue to them anymore. Chiron smiles, feeling a sense of relief as his companions continue to back him, unconditionally. Back at the school, Chiron's bond with his companions grows stronger, reinforcing his confidence. As they continue their studies, Chiron realizes he's found his location among them. With newfound clarity, Chiron looks forward to the challenges in front, ready to face whatever comes following. Vashra, the capital of the kingdom of Tomium, quintuple cycles ago. In the scene, a figure runs desperately through the slums, carrying a loaf of bread. Chased by a group, the figure stumbles, fearful for their life, but yet clutches the bread. Pursued person Canis, difficulties to catch their breath, hearing angry shouts at the rear them. They see the grim faces of the pursuers getting closer and terror takes over. Canis calls out, desperately hoping for several assist, as they approach a hidden corner. At final reaches their destination, breathing heavily, with their companion Arin lying down. But prior to they can react, a group of thugs emerges, blocking the exit. They mockingly tell Canis that they've at final caught him, trapping him in the alley. Thugs taunt Canis, showing off the bread they accepted from him. Canis, in desperation, promises to do anything to guard Arin. The thugs laugh, unfazed by his words, but Canis knows they're near to losing everything. In a sudden burst of determination, Canis fights back, shouting that he will never offer up. The duel grows chaotic. As Canis uses each bit of power to guard Arin, he shouts defiantly, swearing to defeat the thugs and maintain Arin safe, zero issue the cost. Canis difficulties under the weight of his terror and desperation, unable to defend himself. The boy looks down, wishing he possessed the power to guard Arin from these ruthless men. Laugh, taunting Canis as he clenches his fists, swearing to duel back if given the chance. Abruptly, Canis feels a shadowed presence, his physical form trembling as the atmosphere around him shifts. Seem to notice nothing, but Canis's gaze widen as something odd happens. His physical form starts to shift on its own, guided by an unknown power as he faces the thugs. Aunt's hopeless circumstance changes in an instant as Canis's gaze glow with newfound power. The boy doesn't understand what's happening, but instinctively fights back, striking with forceful power. Recoil in terror, understanding that Canis seems zero longer the weak target they pondered. A shadowed figure stands at the rear Canis, as an eerie tone echoes through his thoughts. Grins, revealing a monstrous appearance, as Canis begins to understand his fresh power. Taunts telling Canis that sorcery seems fun, but it comes at a heavy cost. Canis stares at the figure with surprise, his physical form trembling with the immense power within. Promises that with this sorcery, Canis can do anything, including revenge. But Canis, holding Arin near, knows that this route will never be in simple single. Night sky over Bashkuka, the capital of the Thornya Kingdom, seems obvious and vast. In the scene, the city's illuminated skyline reveals a mix of ancient and modern architecture. Security seems tight in the area, with guards patrolling the streets below. In the scene, a figure, Canis, watches the high-value relics from the shadows, studying the layout. Canis comments on the impressive artifacts, but his focus seems on a specific target. Target seems disclosed, the Dragon Heart artifact, located in a highly secured area. Group seems reminded that retrieving the artifact won't be simple due to the security. It is observed that sorcery cannot be employed within the building, making it still harder. Canis prepares to handle the mission personally, undeterred by the obstacles in front. In the scene, with a swift leap from the rooftop, Canis descends toward the building below. His concentrated and rapid descent shows his agility and preparedness for the duty. Canis lands without speaking, ready to infiltrate the building and complete his mission. Within the building, alarms blare as Canis breaks through the security perimeter. In the scene, guards scramble to react, shouting commands and trying to block the intruder. With a smirk, Canis remains concentrated, ready to overcome the opposition as he moves forward. Swiftly moves through the building, making his way former period security. In the scene, guards react with surprise as Canis performs an incredible jump to avoid capture. Shouts fill the atmosphere. How can he employ sorcery within the building? As confusion spreads. Within the building, the guards remain in panic. Understanding Canis seems a magician. The alarms blare and single guard urges others to hurry and stop him. As Canis nears his destination, the tension in the atmosphere grows heavier. Bursts through the entrance, heading directly toward the target, the core. The boy locks gaze with the artifact, the mana command system's core glowing brightly. With a quick gesture, Canis snatches the artifact, the power of sorcery coursing through him. In the scene, the building trembles as Canis stands with the artifact in hand, looking composed. His confident smile shows his command over the circumstance as alarms continue to ring. Guards arrive in period to see him standing victorious, the stolen core in his grasp. Canis hears a tone and turns to see Arin approach him. Arin compliments his timing, observing the chaos caused by his heist. Worried about the aftermath, Arin asks, "You didn't kill anyone, proper?" In the scene, Canis reassures her with a confident, "Don't worry," as they prepare to leave. stands with a smirk as explosions erupt at the rear him, smoke and fire filling the atmosphere. As the flames spread, a tone shouts that they won't let Canis escape with the artifact. Intense fire burns everything around, but Canis remains calm, knowing he's single step in front. Guards struggle to process what's happening as Canis prepares for the following shift. A forceful power of force rises, as single guard prepares to duel back, yelling in rage. In the scene, Canis grins, unaffected by the threat, as the fire rages on around him. With a sudden burst of speed, Canis leaps into the chaos, shadowed shadows swirling around him. Guards remain disoriented, their vision clouded as Canis vanishes into the smoke. A chilling presence fills the chamber as the shadowy figure disappears without a trace. Single of the guards, yet reeling from the surprise, seems departed to search the destroyed area. The boy observes the odd phenomena, wondering how Canis could wield such destructive sorcery. Confusion deepens as the guards realize the genuine extent of the shadow sorcery. In the scene, Commander arrives at the scene, exasperated and demanding an explanation. The boy orders the team to find any trace of the thieves, the gravity of the circumstance sinking in. As the search intensifies, the commander realizes they face an enemy skilled in unimaginable sorcery. The commander realizes merely single person could be at the rear this, a magician of the highest order. He thinks about the shadows that enveloped the Radiance, a uncommon magician whose presence brings chaos. In the distance, Canis walks away, the fire at the rear him a symbol of his power, leaving destruction in his wake. In the scene, Victor Arcane looms over the scene. His presence commanding attention, guards discuss the legendary magician. But confusion arises. Victor Arcane died 40 cycles ago. Question lingers. How could anyone wield such immense power if he possessed been dead for decades? A shadowed underground chamber, where Victor Arcane's followers stride in silent. They carry a mysterious item, the final material required to revive their master. Approach Victor, submerged in a tank, his figure surrounded by mystical force. Single of the followers places the material in a machine, activating a surge of power. The transformation process accelerates as Victor starts to shift, his gaze glowing with power. The atmosphere crackles with force as he stands, ready to accept command once additional. Victor Arcane declares, "It accepted 40 cycles, but I am back." Victor Arcane's tone rings with finality as he prepares to face his betrayer. His sinister smile widens as he recalls the single who stole his power. At final, I meet the traitor Milch Alphys. 40 cycles ago, a raging fire consumed the chamber. Amid the chaos, Milch shouted angrily, claiming that the research became his life's task. In the scene, the flames intensified as Milch called out Alphys' name with fury. Alphys, visibly shaken, observed helplessly as the flames engulfed the chamber. Alphys understood the gravity of the circumstance. This research became additional than simply understanding to Milch. In the scene, frustration filled Alphys as he screamed Milch's name, echoing across the flames. In the scene, Milch, desperate, stretched his arm out towards the fire. His physical form trembled in the heat. Rage immense him as he wrestled to hold onto his vision. In the scene, the fire roared, reflecting Milch's heartbreak and rage as he screamed in fury. Milch's hand emerged from the void, shaking following the intensity of the flames, swore that it accepted him 40 cycles to recover, and currently he would seek revenge. His tone echoed as his disciples knelt prior to him, pledging their loyalty to his cause, gazed at his disciples, trust in his gaze as they promised to follow his each command. In the scene, the boy trusted them completely, knowing they would serve him, regardless of the cost. With a glimmer of promise in their gaze, the disciples readied for the chaos to follow. Warns with a grave look, telling his disciple to be careful. He reveals Alphys' shadowed former periods, describing him as a murderer consumed by greed. Mysterious area where the risk from Alphys seems real, and Milch's warnings remain dire. Walks quietly through the eerie hallway, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously. His gaze scanned the shelves filled with understanding, reaching for something hidden within. Silent in the chamber seems interrupted by the motion of his hand, signaling a discovery. With the object in hand, Milch proceeds further, shifting through the darkened passageway. A faint radiance flickers from a lantern as Milch opens a fresh, secretive route prior to him. He gazes at the passageway in front, his thoughts filled with regret over the choices created. In the scene, Milch stops in front of a picture, gripping a chain in his hand, his face etched with sorrow. As he holds the chain, Milch reflects on the thunderous date of betrayal, shaking with emotion. The boy speaks to the image prior to him, begging for forgiveness, feeling the weight of his actions. At the same period, at the capital city, the atmosphere seems filled with tension as people gather. Within a grand corridor, Thad, a representative from the Alphys sorcery school, looks uneasy. As others enjoy the evening, Thad's thoughts lingers on a mysterious female, Ogent Reina, caught in his thoughts. In the scene, Thad reflects on Ogent Reina, an elite artist with ties to the prestigious Elite Artist Association. The boy admires how Reina remains calm, still with people surrounding her, a stark contrast to his own anxiety. Thad wishes that if merely Instructor Sienna's personality became as gentle as Reina's, things might be different. Reina turns towards Thad, an alarmed look crossing her face as she realizes someone seems speaking to her. Thad laughs nervously, never sure whether she heard his comment. The boy decides to create his approach. Reina smiles gently, recognizing Thad as an instructor from the Alfie Sorcery School. Thad seems visibly taken aback when Reina abruptly asks about Sharon. In the scene, Reina continues to inquire about Sharon's well-being. Thad seems caught off guard by Reina's care for Sharon, but he gladly provides an update. As Thad talks about Sharon's success, his pride in the student seems evident. Reina listens attentively, her interest piqued by how well Sharon seems doing among his peers. Thad adds that Sharon seems still popular with both boys and girls, greatly to Reina's delight. With a chuckle, Thad shares that Sharon likewise holds a girlfriend, the most beautiful student in the school. Reina smiles, plainly pleased to hear Sharon seems well, but she remains intrigued about his life. Thad reassures her, confirming that Sharon seems in good hands and doing well in entire aspects of life. Thad nervously asks Reina if she'd like to travel to Kras side by side tomorrow. In the scene, excited. Reina agrees enthusiastically. In the scene, Reina brushes it off, suggesting she would be happy to join him. As the conversation continues, Reina reveals that place became an incident in the capital final night. Thad listens cautiously as she explains the death of Inferno, a criminal who escaped. Capital seems in chaos, and the city seems under martial law due to the violent events. Concerned, Thad asks about the connection to magicians. Reina mentions that a mysterious white-haired aged male became believed to be involved in the incident. Thad becomes worried, understanding the shadowed magician's involvement seems additional sinister than he anticipated. Abruptly, Thad hastily cuts off the conversation. Reina seems departed stunned as Thad rushes off, plainly distressed about something critical. In the scene, the girl calls out for him, wondering where he's headed. Thad runs through the streets, his thoughts racing, as his thoughts focus on the shadowed magician, curses the timing, feeling helpless that he seems away on a business trip during the crisis. The boy recalls the scene of destruction in the city, knowing the criminal holds escaped and wreaked havoc. Shadowed sorcery, a power of immense power, holds pair traits, absorption and assimilation. It absorbs force, drawing it into the darkness, making it stronger. Once absorbed, it assimilates the force, turning it into a usable property of the shadowed power. With this power, shadowed sorcery allows minor physical assaults, manipulating force for offense. But still, with its power, it faces limits, as darkness cannot overcome radiance. The power difficulty is unable to defeat the radiance, showing its inherent weakness. In the scene, Canis, a student, demonstrates his progress as his master watches approvingly. In the scene, the master Archmage Arcane praises Canis for his growth, having saved both of them. He mentions that Canis currently holds the power to engulf enemies with shadowed sorcery. In the scene, Canis stands, his power growing as the darkness surrounds him, ready to strike. The radiance flickers in the distance, but the shadows engulf entire in their root. As the darkness spreads, Canis' transformation becomes complete, zero longer the same as prior to. A figure calls out to Canis, questioning his actions and whether the revenge seems necessary. The response seems simple: trust the master's judgment, for they know the genuine purpose. With steady resolve, Canis walks in front, the darkness at his command, determined. In the scene, Canis stands engulfed in darkness, feeling the power grow as his master watches. His master warns him never to do anything meaningless, urging focus on the duty. Canis nods, understanding the lesson, and commits to mastering the shadowed power. The darkness consumes the surroundings, shattering the earth as it spirals outward. In the scene, walks forward, leaving a trail of darkness, controlling his power with precision. Eerie shadows stretch and twist as Canis moves deeper into the shadowed area. Following employing his powers, Canis seems greeted by a group of people, impressed by his gift. They thank him, marveling at his gift, asking if he is a magician. Watches without speaking, pondering the attention he currently receives for his abilities. Master Arcane steps forward, introducing himself with an atmosphere of authority. Arcane reveals his genuine purpose, speaking of his plan to fishes for minor fry. His words shock those around him, who underestimate his genuine power. The group challenges Arcane, dismissing him as a magician with zero terror. Arcane smirks, his confidence unwavering, and prepares to show them the genuine extent. In the scene intensifies as the group rushes forward, underestimating the master's might. Abruptly, darkness surrounds the group, causing panic as they struggle to see. In the scene, chaos erupts, with members pushing each other, desperately trying to escape the encroaching walls. Frustration builds as they realize the walls remain closing in, leaving them with zero way out. A noisy sound fills the atmosphere, followed by a figure emerging from the shadows, unnoticed. A single of the captives questions the circumstance, wondering if the event became part of a plan. They swiftly realize that the genuine enemy hides its presence, well, making escape near impossible. Caught and trapped, the male difficulties in his chains, reflecting on the dire circumstance. In the scene, with a hint of frustration, he mutters to himself, blaming the captors for his fate. In the background, the circumstance takes a darker turn as others prepare to act. The man's tone trembles with disbelief as he acknowledges his capture, seeing zero way out. A conversation unfolds nearby, with another figure speculating about the reasons for this ordeal. As tensions rise, questions arise about their genuine purpose and the enemies they currently face. A duel erupts as the captors remain challenged, and single of the fighters prepares to strike. The struggle intensifies as additional enemies near in, unaware of the master's genuine power. In a decisive instant, the clash turns as the genuine power of the master seems unleashed. The male glares at his rival, refusing to back down as the shadowed sorcery intensifies. With resolve, he realizes that this clash will be harder than expected. In the scene, frustration builds as the darkness wraps around him, threatening to crush his resolve. Canis, standing nearby, watches as the male considers his following shift. The tension seems palpable as the pair remain opposite each other, preparing for the final blow. In the scene, the sound of their surroundings cracking echoes, signaling the inevitable confrontation. A figure watches from afar, observing the chaos unfolding, and contemplates the circumstance. Understanding the power shift, the figure wonders if this seems part of a larger scheme. A plot unravels as single man's scheme takes shape, beginning with a pivotal decision. The tension rises further as the stakes grow, with zero way of predicting the outcome. A conversation ensues, with questions about plans and allegiances coming to radiance. A grim realization hits as single of the characters acknowledges their involvement in this mess. As plans unfold, a fresh objective becomes obvious, leading to a series of challenging decisions. The group discusses the risks in front, understanding that their actions will hold dire consequences. Shadowed sorcery flickers around them, and they prepare for what's to come, ready for the clash in front. A forceful figure stands in the middle of a fierce storm in the scene. Below, a village lies peaceful and unaware. A male watches from afar, grimacing as he feels the weight of the storm's presence. In the scene, accompanied by a companion, walks through the rain-soaked woods. In the scene, the companion questions the morality of their actions. Leader remains steadfast, insisting they must follow through. Zero issue the cost. In the scene, they reach their destination, the storm's intensity increasing, creating a sense of unease. Growing tension makes them aware of the risk they remain about to face. Leader's resolve strengthens, knowing the success of their mission depends on their following shift. Abruptly, a shockwave erupts and a cloaked figure appears, surrounded by shadowed force in the scene. Figure's power shakes the area as everything begins to shift. In the scene, storm and figure converge, signaling the onset of a disastrous event. In a volume corridor, characters explore the mysteries of mass and its creation. They debate its origin and the effect it holds on the universe's balance. Overwhelmed, single character questions their research as the other remains unconcerned, focusing on immediate goals. Chiron sits amidst scattered volumes, pondering the idea of mass from an omniscient perspective. In the scene, Sienna calls his attention, asking how mass feels when combined with omnipotence. Chiron reflects, explaining that a magician's omniscience seems rooted in objective understanding, as omnipotence seems subjective. Chiron's look turns contemplative as he faces a vision of a fractured universe. In the scene, the boy begins to wonder about the nature of existence, reaching out towards the void. In the scene, the cosmic shards swirl around him, symbolizing his grasp on something beyond comprehension. Chiron's hand holds a glowing orb, his thoughts concentrated on the concept of existence. The boy senses a forceful will at the rear, as though the orb itself seeks acknowledgement. The orb pulses, its force intensifying as it strives to manifest its existence. Sienna and another character observe, impressed by Chiron's actions and the orb's power. In the scene, excitedly, they discuss the significance of the orb, calling it the god's particle. In the scene, intrigued, agrees that it fits the power he's beginning to understand. The scene shifts to a confident Chiron, ready to tackle the challenges in front. In the scene, the boy announces his determination to push further, embracing the god's particle discovery. The story ends with a wide view of the Alfie Sorcery School, where his journey continues. Vacation ends, and the group of companions stride side by side, reflecting on their period off. They discuss the trial of shifting forward and advancing to class quadruple this semester. Single of the companions expresses their worry about being departed at the rear in class quintuple by himself. Chiron decides to head to the research chamber as the others go in front. He recalls the period 6 months ago when he initially joined the school, knowing nothing. Currently, Chiron holds discovered God's particle and formed near friendships that assisted him grow. Stand side by side, enjoying each other's company and reflecting on their former period's progress. Chiron seems determined to maintain laboring difficult, promising to give his best in the route ahead. As they share this instant, they realize how distant they've come since their initial periods side by side. Surprises his companions by abruptly appearing with cups, trying to lighten the mood. Amy and her companion react with a mix of surprise and amusement at his sudden appearance. Chiron, trying to maintain things casual, apologizes for scaring them and explains his actions. Chiron and the others continue their conversation, reflecting on their periods side by side. In the scene, they tease Chiron, questioning his casual attitude and reminding him of his responsibilities. With a mix of teasing and laughter, Chiron and the group leave the area, ready for what's following. Looks frustrated, questioning why he's being treated this way entire of a sudden. Single of the girls points out that his actions remain becoming additional like stalking, puzzled and guarded. Wonders why they remain treating him therefore harshly. Ami and her companions stride away, discussing lunch plans as Chiron reacts in astonishment. In the scene, begins to shout in frustration, yelling, "Lies!" as he shakes his fists. In the scene, his outburst echoes through the hallway, amplifying his inner turmoil and confusion. In the scene, Chiron's reaction makes the girls laugh. Though they seem unsure about his behavior, they comment on how odd he seems, looking innocent but acting, therefore stubborn. Single of them tries to reassure the other, never to worry excessively greatly about Chiron's actions. Walks through the hallway, yet flustered, as he bumps into someone. Person he bumps into seems alarmed and calls him out for never recognizing him. Chiron seems taken aback when the other person mentions a teleportation test they accepted side by side. Chiron tries to remember but seems puzzled and plainly unsure of who the person seems. Other person apologizes for never recognizing him sooner, but seems uncomfortable. As the conversation ends, Chiron seems departed, still additional puzzled. Never knowing why this encounter happened, Chiron, plainly puzzled, questions why he's being treated this way, uncertain of the circumstance. A student asks if he's a fresh student, mentioning they've never seen him prior to. The group discusses Chiron's unfamiliarity, wondering if he's a thief or simply suspicious. Chiron begins running, shouting that everything seems fake and never real, continues to rush through the halls screaming fake as he difficulties to escape. In the scene, his panic escalates as he feels trapped in a distorted reality, questioning what's happening. Chiron bursts into a chamber, calling for his companions, desperately seeking assist. He exclaims, "Eruki," hoping his companion will assist him create sense of the circumstance. Chiron's tone cracks as he calls out for his companion, terror and confusion consuming him. Eruki and others seem unaware of Chiron's distress, raising suspicions about the circumstance. In the scene, breathless, asks if they recognize him, fearing the reality he's in isn't real. Puzzled response adds to Chiron's terror, as he wonders if he's simply dreaming. A tense atmosphere surrounds the chamber as a puzzled male stands. He looks around in confusion, wondering if another research group holds scent someone following him. Terror spreads across his face as he demands to know who the person prior to him seems. A noisy burst of laughter interrupts the tension, and a character mocks the circumstance. With a smirk, he continues to laugh, commenting on how amusing the whole circumstance seems. In the scene, Chiron, frustrated, declares his identity, revealing his connection to the group. The group currently looks at Chiron puzzled. Chiron breaks down emotionally, questioning why Zero Single seems to remember him. In the scene, feels guilt as they apologize for their behavior and try to console him. Chiron's emotional turmoil leads him to reflect on his former periods. In the scene, looks at him with concern as they try to figure out what's happening. They discuss whether something supernatural may hold cause them to forget about Chiron. The group decides to investigate further, determined to uncover the truth at the rear of the mystery. In the scene, Chiron expresses uncertainty, but the others agree to confront the issue head on. Side by side, they set out to find answers, with the towering building in the distance symbolizing their following step. In the scene, the group walks through the cobblestone streets, unsure of their destination. In the scene, as they look up, a massive, imposing building comes into view, catching their attention. Chiron's group reacts in confusion, unsure about what they remain about to face. Sight in front grows stranger as they notice a great crowd gathered, creating unease. Wonders what seems going on and why this seems therefore different from Chiron's description. In the scene, they debate whether to approach the crowd, uncertain of the consequences if they do. A fresh figure emerges, and the group tries to create sense of his unfamiliar appearance. Asks the figure about his identity, hoping to get several answers. Remains silent but starts to speak cryptically, adding additional mystery to the circumstance. Tensions rise as the circumstance becomes additional confusing, and the group seems filled with doubt. Abruptly, the mysterious figure asks, "Who am I?" creating a sense of urgency. The group seems shaken as they realize something might be wrong with the memory of the figure. In the scene, behavior becomes increasingly erratic, as if he's losing his grip on reality. In the scene, notices something alarming. He begins to lose his memories in real time. Chiron and his team remain departed, staring in astonishment, as the mysterious figure collapses, approaches a great building, their curiosity piqued by the odd atmosphere. They notice people shifting in an odd, synchronized manner. Confusion spreads as they watch, wondering if these people remain part of several ritual or group. A sense of unease grows as the atmosphere thickens with tension, and the group feels on edge. Single of the figures turns toward them, observing their presence and signaling the others. The group seems caught off guard as the figures start to approach them. As the figures draw closer, single of the group members notices the uncommon force surrounding them. Leader of the group, Lucas, steps forward, trying to create sense of what's happening. In the scene, debates whether they should confront the mysterious figures or retreat for safety. Atmosphere grows tense as Lucas speaks up, addressing the odd behavior of the approaching figures. Although their odd appearance, Lucas remains calm and concentrated, refusing to be intimidated. The boy mentions the possibility of a perilous plot. Lucas prepares himself, aware that whatever seems coming will likely involve intense conflict. Group looks on as Lucas's grave look signals the gravity of the circumstance in front. In the scene, with a final glance, Lucas leads the group toward the unknown, determined to uncover the truth. Watches in silence, discussing the need to stop the mysterious figures. Chiron, nevertheless, reveals that stopping the sorcery seems distant beyond their abilities. He explains that this level of memory, erasing sorcery, requires immense power, still from practiced magicians. Tension rises as they realize simply how formidable their enemies may be. They discuss the possibility of a magician stronger than anyone they've encountered prior to. Chiron's group decides to follow the mysterious figures, preparing for whatever comes following. As they shift deeper into the forest, the group finds themselves surrounded by additional uncommon activity. They notice odd patterns in the environment, suggesting that something forceful seems at play. A growing sense of urgency makes them push forward, unwilling to turn back currently. Chiron's thoughts focus on the absence of key figures, like the headmaster and instructor Athela. He wonders why Zero Single seems coming to their aid. Understanding the stakes remain higher than expected. In a hidden area, someone unknown watches them, adding to the looming risk in front. Abruptly, Chiron experiences a vision, sensing an approaching power. His heart races as the mysterious power intensifies, and the earth beneath them shakes. A feeling of dread grips Chiron as he stands frozen, understanding that something catastrophic seems near. A stunned look spreads across the character's face as they realize the school seems deserted. Panic sets in as the character difficulties to understand why Zero Single seems at that place. With urgency, they shout for the professors, but the silence remains unsettling.
Triple forceful pupils arrive through a beam of radiance, ready to take action amidst the escalating circumstance. In the scene, their sharp expressions suggest confidence, prompting others to trust them with the hostage rescue. Athela and her ally decide to leave the pupils in charge as they pursue the headmaster. Athela confirms she'll search for the headmaster, believing his involvement seems vital to resolving the crisis. The girl ventures into the forest where an aged monk awaits, his presence radiating strain. Approaching him directly, she asks for assist and pleads for him to locate Arcane. Observing his robes, Athela realizes he's a monk, alarmed to meet Single in person. In the scene, introducing herself as Bishop of the Karsus Order, she expresses admiration for the legend. The monk seems stunned. A bishop could be therefore youthful and starts analyzing her aura. The boy recognizes her as a genius who holds surpassed the 8 immortals. Grinning with interest, he prepares himself and abruptly demands Arcane's whereabouts. His power surges, glowing red gaze showing intent to act at once. Athela stops him, warning further action seems useless due to his weakened state. The girl offers a condition: release the pupils and earn a proper duel with the headmaster. In the scene, understanding her reasoning, the monk smirks, intrigued by her bold negotiation. The monk erupts in laughter, taunting Athela's attempt to negotiate. Athela braces herself as arcane force erupts violently around her. Surrounded by sorcery, she tries to resist, but the monk calls her efforts foolish. In the scene, the boy coldly declares she will die, his power intensifying. Launching from the forest, the monk vanishes into the atmosphere, leaving at the rear destruction. In the scene, elsewhere, enemy forces gather in formation, declaring their perfect strategy. A great male mocks the circumstance, pointing out the unexpected witnesses. He proposes killing them if paid additional, as the pupils remain frozen. Canis quietly volunteers to eliminate the witnesses, ordering his partner to manage hostages. Single of the robed youths insists he's enough by himself and steps forward. The muscular male hesitates, afterward steps back, letting the duel start. With rage building, he asks how the pupils broke free from Thought's command. The pupils claim they resisted and escaped the shadowed spell with power. The shadowed magician denies it, explaining their condition proves otherwise. Ignoring them, he prepares to leave, stating he holds 0 period to waste. Canis activates his power and dares the group to assault side by side without holding back. Their initial spell fails, leaving them exposed and alarmed by the failed counter. Single senses intense murderous force as Need prepares to assist instructor Sienna. Need volunteers to face Canis by himself, assigning the others to the second threat. The others question the logic, noting the sword fighter won't interfere. In the scene, Need insists they avoid trusting him. He witnessed Canis throw someone off a cliff with ease. The sword fighter watches quietly, suppressing a reaction but plainly affected. In the scene, the boy mentally acknowledges Need's sharp insight and finds it troublesome. In the scene, Need's classmates agree his calm nature hides a fierce mindset during real battles. Fully concentrated, Need powers up, his aura surging across the battlefield. The boy steps forward, unshaken by Canis's shadowed strain. The instant they clash, forceful force bursts between them violently. Need freezes, alarmed by something in Canis's gaze. Canis's gaze seems hollow, unreadable, creating a profound sense of unease. Without notice, Canis charges forward, launching the following phase of the clash. Need reacts instantly, releasing a surge of golden radiance as he shouts for photon output. His physical form bursts forward, channeling force with precise command as Canis recoils with astonishment. The radiant radiance pierces through darkness, blinding Canis momentarily during the sudden burst. Need launches another strike, refusing to offer Canis period to recover from the initial hit. With fierce determination, he readies a follow-up blast and yells to release it once more. Several beams converge, trapping Canis beneath the immense power of Need's sorcery. Pupils watch anxiously, stunned that Canis seems yet standing. Although the direct hit, he emerges quietly, shadows yet intact, defying natural law through sheer power. Canis mocks Need, questioning his decision to trial him with such frail skills. Undeterred, Need begins charging another spell, radiance crackling at his fingertips. Canis senses something seems wrong, but excessively late realizes the assault seems deceptive. Blinding radiance crashes down, catching Canis off guard in the sudden strike. Canis attempts to counter, but Need breaks through his guard and strikes cleanly. Stunned and in pain, Canis stumbles back, unable to understand what happened. The pupils shout his name, watching as Canis seems engulfed by the final explosion. Onlookers gasp as they witness Canis being thrown back violently by the blast of radiant force. Shock fills their gaze as single of the observers stares at Need, understanding something terrifying about him. With dust settling and power yet glowing around him, Need stands firm, leaving everyone questioning who exactly seems this lad.
A sudden ambush shocks the school courtyard, and Othello seems alerted by a panicked instructor. The boy urgently reports the presence of shadowed sorcery, linking it to the wind demon that infiltrated earlier. As they assess the circumstance, he suspects a larger assault and mentions memory loss among the school guards. The instructor identifies the perpetrator as Victor Arcane, a legendary archmage once responsible for massive destruction. Othello reacts with concern, recalling that archmages remain classified starting from Class 3. In the scene, the boy explains the ranking system based on achievement and reputation points accumulated through feats and influence. Killing an A-class monster grants 500 achievement points, as royal audiences provide 100 reputation points. To reach Class 3, a magician needs 280 million total points, an almost impossible amount. Victor Arcane, having reached that class through shadowed sorcery decades ago, seems currently feared by entire. In the scene, Othello internally questions Victor's sudden return and what it means for their safety. Her former periods reveals she became once a bishop from the forceful Karsus order. Although her elevated status, she applied to the school to guide pupils with integrity. The girl criticizes the current focus on power, emphasizing the importance of moral responsibility. Othello praises Headmaster Alphys for his balanced approach to sorcery education. In the scene, her sincerity surprises Thad, who quietly watches, uncertain how to respond. Thad cautiously reveals that Victor Arcane, the suspect at the rear of the assault, became once Headmaster Alphys' mentor. Othello listens quietly, alarmed by the profound connection between the headmaster and the feared archmage. Though she stays silent, her sharp gaze soon hardens as she accepts the truth with composure. Othello declares that harming pupils seems unacceptable, regardless of former periods' relationships. Thad reports the pupils remain being moved toward the mountains in a hurry. Othello senses triple individuals leading the group toward a perilous cliff known as the bridge that can't be crossed. Thad notices triple figures at the rear and asks if Othello can identify them. She attempts to focus employing sorcery, but difficulties to plainly see their identities. In the scene, although uncertain, she detects their genders and appears alarmed by what she senses. In the forest, Chiron and his companions spot pupils being guided in a line. The boys remain puzzled why the pupils stood taken to such a perilous location. They see the cliff in terror that the captives remain meant to fall to their deaths. Chiron suspects the pupils remain being held alive as hostages, never for immediate harm. Single student volunteers to report, but another warns him to observe the controlled pupils. They realize key faculty members remain absent, and Zero Single holds sent backup. Chiron suggests they might hold Zero decision, but to duel if the hostages remain endangered. His companions grow nervous, understanding the risks of combat against a numerically superior enemy. Yet, they decide to hold back for currently, observing the enemy's following shift cautiously. Single cloaked figure stands near the cliff, confirming they remain waiting for someone significant. An impatient male yells at the group, questioning why their leader hasn't arrived yet. The calmer figure replies they must wait until Headmaster Alphys appears prior to proceeding with their plan. The robed male wonders why their master, who became eager for this date, holds never shown up. Frustrated, the impatient male requests to act freely until the leader arrives. The cloaked single questions why such an unstable male became still carried along in the initial place. As tension rises, the hot-headed male unleashes his power and taunts the cloaked ally. His violent outburst seems a display of his unstable nature and desire for chaos. Nearby minions recognize his technique as Dead Gaze, capable of disrupting the nervous system instantly. The cloaked male identifies the gift as single learned merely by those with wicked histories. The boy compares the male to the criminals from Ladum who preyed on others without remorse. The enraged male mocks the insult, at final understanding why he became disliked from the beginning. The muscular male mocks the cloaked magician, claiming still believers like him end up committing evil. The boy explains the hostages remain zombified alive but deprived of memory, unable to eat or sleep. Their death, he says, seems inevitable, still without being pushed off the cliff. The male grabs a purple-haired captive and begins choking her to create a point. In the scene, the boy accuses the others of planning to kill the captives anyway, disguising it as strategy. Although the claim of employing them as bargaining chips, he proposes reducing their number. He threatens to kill following their duty seems done, believing the outcome will be the same. Single female prepares to jump off the cliff, emotionally disturbed by the chaos. The shadowed-haired leader questions if someone seems defying direct orders. The male spares the purple-haired captive, saying it'd be a waste to kill her. Abruptly, an explosion erupts, catching nearby enemies off guard. A snapping gesture follows, revealing the action became planned and executed with precision. In the scene, Chiron's allies appear. Joking they nearly blew off the enemy's leg. The big male roars in rage, demanding to know who assaulted. A sorcery blast streaks toward him as his rage builds, signaling the duel holds begun. A beam of radiance bursts forth as Chiron appears, catching a falling young woman and shielding her. In the scene, his fury boils over as he recalls the pain caused by the enemies. With glowing gaze, he declares he will never forgive them, stunning the hooded enemy who questions how he resisted Thought's command. Distant away, a figure quietly approaches a cave hidden among the mountains. Milch Alphys, standing near the entrance, senses something uncommon approaching. Instructor Athela appears by himself, prompting Alphys to ask if she came without backup. A burst of sorcery explodes in front of Chiron. Onlookers remain stunned, especially Canis, who reacts in astonishment to Chiron's immense power. Another fighter watches warily, questioning Chiron's identity following witnessing the sudden display of power. Profound in the forest, Amy seems sent flying by an arcane power as sharp debris scatters around her. The girl difficulties to recover mid-air, falling uncontrollably through shattered terrain toward an ominous area below. Her physical form lands in a pitch-black realm, where a shadowy entity confronts her with menacing intent. The entity mocks Amy, preparing a deadly strike with glowing red force. Amy stands ready but seems plainly shaken as the monster looms over her. Abruptly, radiance fills her gaze, revealing something hidden within the darkness. And force reaction begins as her physical form emits radiant power, activating a form of synchronization. Golden force erupts outward, scattering arcane chains across the realm. Multiple assaults shoot from Amy's position, forcing her enemy to retreat. Although the assault, shadowed force circles her once more, reminding her of its persistent presence. In the scene, Amy accelerates with enhanced fists, closing in for a direct strike. Choosing never to teleport, she rushes head-on, bracing for physical impact. Amy initiates rapid upper, physical form teleportation, aiming to neutralize damage as keeping mobility during near combat. In the scene, her fists land with blinding speed, each strike pressuring the enemy further into retreat. She at final smashes the rival into the earth, causing a crater and proving her power matches that of a Karsus bishop. Atone remarks that without her position at a minor school, Amy's gift could have led her somewhere greater. Although that, she became employed by Alphys, who remained quiet as benefiting from her arcane skills. Amy's former period seems disclosed as she stands prior to a council, her resentment and realization fueling her determination. Images of Alphys flash as Amy recalls how he manipulated her at the rear, a mask of mentorship. His arrogance seems condemned, accused of claiming her success as hiding his genuine intentions. Enraged, Amy demands answers as the confrontation reaches a boiling point. A surge of purple force erupts beneath her feet, and Amy seems forcefully sucked into a shadowed portal. In the scene, the girl crashes downward, unable to resist the pull of the abyss. In the scene, as the portal spirals, she falls deeper into the unknown, heading toward an uncertain fate. Simultaneously, her eye glows with forceful sorcery as another presence seems activated. Elsewhere, the school stands silent under daylight, unaware of the chaos occurring. Headmaster Holt appears, calling for his instructor, convinced someone crucial seems yet nearby. Headmaster Holt searches the chamber, recalling gossip of a hidden passage at the rear of the master's bookshelf. The boy spots a suspicious volume titled See the Shadowed and pulls it slightly outward. An entrance opens, revealing an underground route where he enters cautiously, holding a lantern to radiance the way. Within the hidden chamber, Holt discovers a great portrait of a female, her identity strikingly familiar. As he studies the image, he hears a tone and spins around, alarmed. He seems stunned to see his former instructor, alive and standing in the shadows. The instructor seems puzzled, alarmed at Holt's familiarity, and questions their connection. Holt insists it's impossible, referencing lost memories caused by shadowed sorcery. Although the confusion, the aged male reveals fragments of awareness, hinting he retained several understanding. The instructor laments his aged appearance, stunned to learn he seems currently greatly older. Holt seems horrified. Understanding 40 cycles of memories, Holt vanished from his mentor. Abruptly, the instructor turns grave, demanding to know what happened and who Holt truly seems. Holt explains that he became assaulted by shadowed sorcery, and the school seems under threat. The instructor, yet disoriented, tries to recall his role and responsibilities. At final, Holt confirms he seems the headmaster of the prestigious Alfie's sorcery school. Alfie's bursts into laughter following learning he's a respected instructor, finding the idea unbelievable. Yet amused, he mocks the concept of being respected by pupils and faculty. Abruptly grabbing Holt by the collar, he demands to know his assigned class level. Stunned, Holt hesitantly replies that Alfie's seems placed in Class 4. Alfie's erupts with rage, enraged over being ranked therefore lower, although his genius. The boy lashes out, ranting that someone of his caliber should never be underestimated or neglected. In the scene, enraged by his current life status, Alfie's condemns the romantic portrait hanging on the wall. The boy smashes the painting to the earth, rejecting the idea of attachment, turning to Holt. He calls out sternly, demanding further answers about his former periods. Alfie's questions Holt's skills, insisting he needs to recall what happened over the final 40 cycles. Holt stands without speaking, overwhelmed by the circumstance and hesitant to respond. The boy in period asks if Alfie's wants him to recover and review the lost memories directly. In the scene, looking down on Holt, Alfie's expresses disappointment in his weakness and failures. He declares Holt expelled, stating he holds zero employ for someone, therefore unworthy. Proudly, Alfie's claims that the legendary magician will never be crushed by his neglected former periods. Holt watches without speaking, unsure if the instructor prior to him can be trusted with restored memories. The boy wonders whether reliving the same memories would truly carry back Alfie's original personality. Standing at the rear, the seated instructor, Holt admits he fears what Alfie's might become following regaining everything. Although hesitation, Holt proceeds, preparing to remove the shadowed residue employing photonization sorcery. The boy acknowledges that what follows will be up to Alfie's by himself, leaving the decision of who to be. As the spell activates, memories rush back 40 agonizing cycles that possess defined Alfie's downfall. In the scene, at sunset, a city looms under the weight of violence, where survival depends on instinct and awareness of constant threat. Within a maze of rooftops and alleyways, a war zone of urban decay seems disclosed. Chiron and another child huddle underground, compelled to grow up amid chaos and terror, calling the battlefield their home. Blood-smeared floors mark cycles of conflict, each scar a memory of their desperate will to live. They sharpen their minds in sorcery. In the scene, in contrast, others followed peaceful paths studying for comfort and career. A young woman claims zero single practiced in peace could rival them, echoing her master's teachings. Chiron stands confident, emitting arcane strain and preparing his counterattack. Shadowed sorcery stirs from the forest as Canis responds, instincts guiding his guard. Canis barely evades a lethal blow, stunned by the power. The boy realizes he became struck by radiance that somehow carried mass and velocity. Chiron explains the concept quietly, conflicted, Canis difficulties to believe such sorcery exists, yet feels its truth. The boy admits Chiron's unique power and questions if he can yet win. In the scene, a smirk forms, he clings to hope and charges forward with reckless determination. Surrounded by shadowed force, Canis taps into his inner power, vowing that unity will carry victory. Witnesses remain stunned as Canis rises, having endured a devastating arcane strike. In the scene, laughing off the impact, he confirms his resilience, surprising both allies and enemies. Chiron questions if Canis's tricks remain finished, unimpressed by the earlier display. The boy expresses disappointment, expecting additional trial from the confrontation. In the scene, disregarding hostages, Chiron readies a stronger spell. With force charged in his hand, Chiron prepares a concentrated sorcery assault. Canis quietly declares the spell ineffective, claiming immunity to such power. In defiance, Chiron unleashes his spell regardless, escalating the clash. Canis attempts to counter, but the sheer power sends him flying through the forest. In the scene, Chiron grits his teeth, irritated by Canis's repeated strategy. Another explosive impact erupts, shaking the forest with arcane power. In the scene, onlookers shield themselves from the shockwave, awed by the clash. A veteran observes closely, separating sorcery into types: those that can be dodged and those that can't. Realization dawns: the flash Chiron released belonged to the undodgeable gentle. Chiron realizes that Canis must be eliminated initial to regain command of the duel. The boy steps toward the impact zone, aware that Canis holds survived the earlier blast. In the scene, Canis hides in the treetops, his presence detected by Chiron's sharp vision. In the scene, with sudden speed, Canis uses shadows to shift above Chiron and strike. Alarmed by the motion, Chiron reacts excessively late. Understanding Canis appeared at the rear him. A blur of shadows circles as Canis moves once more, keeping the strain on. Chiron deflects several incoming assaults, unleashing radiant bursts to counter. The clash lights up the battlefield as Canis keeps slipping through the shadows. Single observer shouts, revealing that Canis seems traveling by merging with shadows. In the scene, Canis navigates the shadow field with ease, teleporting from point to point. Others note the power of his sorcery, calling it overpowered. Although the power, they realize Canis's motion seems limited to interconnected shadows. Chiron remembers his prior success solving complex arcane structures. In the scene, with lightning, fast calculations, he maps out Canis's shadow network. At final, Chiron prepares a decisive strike, targeting the route Canis must employ. Chiron launches a beam of pure radiance, declaring victory. Canis reappears from another shadow, evading the beam as bystanders cheer excessively soon. In the scene, to everyone's shock, Canis laughs maniacally. The spectators remain stunned, unable to comprehend what they simply witnessed. A odd symbol glows on Canis's physical form, signaling something unnatural. As he explodes forward, Chiron braces for a fresh level of power currently unleashed. Chiron prepares for confrontation, merely for a shadowed tone to emerge from the shadows. A monstrous tongue reaches out, focusing on Chiron's glowing sorcery. A shadowed entity forms at the rear Canis, calling Chiron's power tasty, revealing a deeper threat. 40 cycles earlier in Bashuka, researchers celebrated progress in radiance sorcery studies. Sharof, a confident magician, boasted about his research to colleagues over drinks. He became pondered atop thoughts until Alphys appeared to trial his findings. In the scene, Alphys praises Sharof's effort but gently corrects a major theoretical error. Sharof, stunned, realizes the flaw in his radiance wave assumption. This instant marks the beginning of Alphys' rise and the fall of Sharof's academic dominance. Alphys quietly challenges the foundation, declaring that radiance behaves additional like a particle than a wave. With confidence, he discredits the thesis entirely, stating that relying on outdated conclusions seems no longer valid. Sharof slams the table, overwhelmed by humiliation and rage at being publicly corrected. As he walks away in silence, Alphys casually brushes off the reaction, claiming he merely stated facts. Single female praises Alphys' insight, though another teasingly compares his behavior to a yapping chihuahua. A shadowed magician unveils Harvest, a forceful arcane being born from ultimate darkness sorcery, radiating menace as it manifests beside him. Harvest's towering form stirs terror among the onlookers, its eerie smile glowing with malicious intent. The entity speaks mockingly, shocking the pupils who never imagined such a creature could communicate. A student recalls seeing it in a volume, though never with cognitive abilities. Traditional fields like alchemy and engineering failed to create life, although centuries of experimentation. Merely sorcery biology addressed life creation, though it became deemed nearly impossible to achieve. In the scene, Harvest boasts about its intelligence, adding crude humor to its unnatural behavior. The pupils recoil at its audacity, disturbed by its unpredictable nature. The magician confirms its intellect, hinting at a deeper origin. Its disclosed Harvest inherited ARCHMAGE, Arcane's intelligence explaining its behavior. The truth stuns the blonde student, who realizes the risk excessively late. Arcane assault seems launched, immense him instantly. The boy tries to retaliate but seems thrown backward violently. The magician mocks him, calling him simply a student, crashing to the earth. The student groans, barely conscious from the blow. The student unleashes a photon blast, colliding with shadowed force, but the enemy remains unharmed. With a confident smirk, the enemy declares the sorcery ineffective against him. Crashing down, the student realizes his spell failed completely, and he is currently vulnerable. Companions shout Chiron's name, terrified as they witness him struggling mid-clash. Falling through the atmosphere, Chiron panics, unsure of what to do following blood, spills from his face, but he resolves never to terror death, merely defeat. In the scene, Chiron knows losing means total collapse of their side's morale and chances. Others remain previously injured or unconscious, showing how critical the duel holds become. Determined allies scream, aware that Chiron seems their final hope. The boy strains to track the arcane being's speed, barely able to maintain up. Still, the photon cannon proves useless against its shifting form. In the scene, desperation builds as Chiron questions how to deal with such a creature. Screaming, Chiron charges as wrapped in refracted rainbow-colored force. The enemy seems stunned to see radiance bent unnaturally in clash. Landing difficult, Chiron triggers his trump card rainbow drop, drawing everyone's attention. Chiron leaps forward, channeling force as others watch anxiously from at the rear. The boy declares that arcane beings need force to function, targeting Harvest's core. A classmate questions whether Harvest draws power from the caster's will, and the shadowed magician confirms it, boldly stating their bond makes them single. Chiron realizes this connection reveals a critical weakness. Harvest relies on the magician's willpower. His rival laughs, taunting the idea that his own determination could ever falter. Holding his glowing assault, Chiron prepares to test that concept, increasing its output rapidly. Charging head on, Chiron challenges him to see who breaks initial in a direct clash of power. The shadowed magician's ally grows concerned, recognizing the trap in Chiron's aggressive advance. Understanding the strategy, he decides to lure Chiron into the forest to gain an advantage. They retreat into the woods, confident they can complete him once within. Believing Harvest's intelligence makes them unstoppable, the magician agrees to the plan. At the same period, Chiron surges forward, gaze locked in front, refusing to hesitate. Sorcery trails at the rear him as he sprints toward the forest route. Companions yell in warning, knowing the risk that lies within the trees. Concentrated and determined, Chiron tightens his grip on the radiance, ready for what's in front. Chiron rushes into the glowing forest as beams of sorcery scatter through the trees. His allies stop at the edge, watching the radiance consume the route in front. Single concludes, it's best to leave the clash to Chiron, trusting him completely. In another battlefield, a muscular warrior prepares to join the duel. The boy senses it's period to act, signaling the beginning of his own clash. Smiling widely, a male named Clump challenges him to a fierce duel. A flashback shows Clump's wild behavior at an aristocrat party 40 cycles ago. At the Bastiad household's ball, Clump alarmed guests with his odd approach. In the scene, Milch Alfiz encouraged him to improve his appearance to gain acceptance. Clump became reluctant, but tried approaching women, although awkwardness. A youthful female named Arena introduced herself, but he at once avoided her. Others wondered why he ignored Arena, who became the host household's daughter. A guest murmurs about Arena's condition. Her intelligence never developed fully due to an accident. The girl rarely attends events, as the household usually keeps her hidden from public view. Although this, her relative defends her, comparing her to others cursed by nobility. Milch abruptly grabs Clump's arm, warning him never to embarrass the young woman by acting recklessly. Clump protests, believing sympathy would merely worsen her circumstance if treated as pity. With complete sincerity, Milch assures he's never faked kindness to any female and steps forward confidently. Standing prior to Arena, Milch gently greets her with respectful words and a heated smile. In the scene, Arena shyly introduces herself, caught off guard by his genuine demeanor. Guests whisper with surprise, assuming Milch's intentions remain insincere or taunting. Fearing for Arena. Triple cycles ago, rain poured over a distant school surrounded by forest, where tension without speaking built beneath the stormy sky. A lone student, soaked by the rain, emerged from the trees and remained yet, ignoring the chaos around him. Another lad came closer from the cliff's edge, questioning why the student hadn't taken part in the confrontation. Lightning flashed across the sky as Need remained motionless, his look filled with uncertainty. Water streamed down his face, but his gaze remained locked forward, carrying profound conflict within. He lowered his head without speaking, hoping to avoid violence, wishing he wouldn't hold to duel. Later in daylight, Need strode nervously beside his classmate, remembering the warning he'd received. His companion glanced back, confirming the message became understood without needing to explain further. A great enemy, empowered by shadowed force, came closer them with deadly intent. The enemy crashed down with tremendous power, disrupting the battlefield. In the scene, both boys dashed to intercept, trying to prevent damage. An intense assault landed, forcing them into evasive action under a flurry of red force. A combat system called Schema activated within the enemy, enhancing his physical form's physical traits. Employing the mitochondria build, he increased his force output drastically, with immense speed. He launched another devastating strike from above. As lightning cracked through the atmosphere, Iruki cast a bolt of electricity to block an incoming assault. The spell struck difficult, forcing the enemy to evade swiftly as the arena sparked violently. Reacting swift, Alan activated a counterspell, launching a massive flame burst that sent the target flying. The enemy gritted his teeth, Alarmed that pupils with zero schema clash experience fought with such precision, Alan and Aruki coordinated instinctively, forcing their rival into guarded maneuvers with sustained strain. Still so, Alan felt something was off, although their timing started to fall apart mid-clash. Overwhelmed by speed, Alan understood the rival's pace surpassed any previous tests they faced. The boy tried to end it swiftly, knowing the mitochondria build consumed stamina at an unsustainable rate. In the scene, the enemy increased his output, doubling his metabolic rate and unleashing a vicious assault. Alan barely dodged, but the enemy closed in, swinging from at the rear with ruthless speed. Turning sharply, Alan felt risk and braced for a direct hit. In the scene, explosions echoed across the battlefield, smoke rising as the enemy vanished into the trees. At the same period, in a different location, a female magician descended into a chamber soaked in blood. Facing a cloaked figure, she summoned power, pushing former periods her limits. Her enemy activated a green vortex beneath them, and announced her fate became sealed. A forceful poison mist burst upward, forcing the female magician to defend herself with a barrier of radiance. She recognized the risk at once, panicking as the toxic force surrounded her entirely. Screaming in desperation, she tried to resist the choking power that started eating away at her defenses. Abruptly, a shadowed vortex expanded, pulling her within its spiraling power field. The girl detected the vibration, identifying it as the demon, destroying Roar, a uncommon arcane effect. The male unleashed a concentrated strike, sending her flying out of the zone at alarming speed. Hurtling across the battlefield, she understood her sorcery became outmatched and shifted tactics. Thinking swift, she acknowledged her weakness and chose to abandon sorcery. Calling upon schema, she redirected her focus to physical form enhancement, preparing for near combat. The enemy, currently coated in shadowed schema armor, accepted her trial without delay. They clashed at elevated speed, their bodies colliding in mid-air with intense strain. In the scene, the boy grinned wickedly, determined to match her blow for blow with raw power. Both went on exchanging forceful strikes until she became thrown elevated into the sky. As she descended, the final blow landed difficult, ending the duel in dramatic fashion. At the same period, distant aristocrats at a banquet discussed schema casually, unaware of the ongoing clash. At the banquet, a aristocrat child cautioned her companion never to talk to her, fearing punishment from her mother. Another nobleman, Sharov, observed the exchange, recognizing the uneasy child's strict upbringing. Although concerned, the young woman tried to flee, afraid her mother would be angry if she disobeyed. The girl became stopped mid-run by a male named Clump, who stepped in impulsively to calm her. The young woman, Arena, flinched, and her companion caught her attention with a gentle tone. Tears welled in her gaze as he gently inquired why she became therefore frightened of him. Arena's companion reassured her, saying dancing became zero reason to be scolded. In the scene, the boy reminded her that wanting to dance wasn't wrong, and that she deserved to enjoy herself nearby. A couple spun joyfully across the ballroom floor, inviting her to dance freely excessively. Smiling warmly, the aristocrat lad extended his hand and invited her to dance. Arena glanced alarmed, unsure of how to respond to the unfamiliar kindness. With wide gaze, she started to realize this instant might be her initial step toward freedom. Chiron descends with explosive power, cloaked in unstable shadowed force that shatters the sky above the battlefield. His corrupted, physical form crashes down violently, releasing a wave of destruction that carves into the earth. Hovering over a horde of shadowed creatures, Chiron looms, consumed by chaotic power. Amy freezes, stunned to recognize the corrupted force as forbidden shadowed sorcery she once studied. With fierce determination, she launches herself at Chiron, aiming to break his command. The boy swats her away effortlessly, leaving Athela wide-eyed at the power he currently wields. Athela realizes Chiron holds stepped within the final stage of fusion. Ami seems thrown aside, as Chiron's power spirals wildly, warping the atmosphere around him. Watching from afar, Athela fears they may never be able to save him anymore. Ami charges once more, ignoring hesitation, ready to destroy what Chiron holds become. The girl strikes repeatedly, golden force bursting from her fists. Landing, she prepares to complete it, sorcery surging beneath her feet. In the scene, shockwaves target Chiron's internal core, bypassing his defenses. The amplified power begins to rupture his physical form from within. Although the damage, Chiron grins darkly, taunting the power she nearly mastered. Amy seems overwhelmed by Chiron's monstrous power as his corrupted tone mocks her for chasing truth instead of embracing power. Shadowed force forms a monstrous hand as Chiron begins his descent toward. Falling helplessly, Amy faces the incoming assault. Athela watches grimly as the enemy claims that the difficulties of weaker magicians remain insignificant in the grand flow of the realm. As Chiron launches another strike, Nephia sprints across the battlefield to intervene. Landing between the pair forces, she shields Amy as the earth splits from the collision. Determined, Nephia resolves to stop Chiron prior to the city suffers irreversible destruction. With a fierce cry, she dives toward him, ready to sacrifice everything. Her foot touches down, igniting golden force beneath her as she builds momentum. In the scene, shockwaves surge outward, wrapping Chiron in devastating spirals of golden power. The force forces him back, causing him to scream as Nephia strikes head. On watching the blow land, Athela roars in rage. Understanding the clash holds fully shifted. Nephia confirms that entire earlier assaults stood merely preparation for her final shift. Chiron clutches his chest, overwhelmed by the pain coursing through his physical form. Although the agony, he laughs maniacally, thrilled to feel such pain once more. Amy charges at the monstrous Chiron, as he recalls the thrill of once competing against forceful geniuses of his own era. The corrupted giant releases a burst of shadowed force. Nephia gathers power, gaze locked on the enemy, as Chiron screams with primal fury. A vortex of arcane power engulfs the sky as Nephia seems pulled into a devastating assault. Haruki watches with surprise, understanding the spell's magnitude exceeds anything taught at the school. In the scene shouting, "Master," he rushes toward the impact zone, where the explosion shakes the entire forest. Haruki crashes down, injured but alive, as Need intervenes with a forceful force strike. Need calls out, worried, as Haruki insists his wound seems minor. A smirk crosses Haruki's face, trying to ease concern, although the pain. In the scene, their strategy work needed mask the area with a magnetic field instead of attacking directly. Chiron howls in rage, understanding the deception excessively late. Side by side, the youthful magicians push forward as the field binds their rivals' motion. Need unleashes a final surge, fueled by determination, as Haruki backs him. Chiron refuses to accept defeat, enraged at being cornered by younger foes. Although his rage, Need stands firm, controlling the field as force spirals around him. A cloaked enemy panics, recognizing a forceful presence in the distance and fearing it may be the young woman he once underestimated. Ariel steps forward, breathing heavily, her fingers charged with arcane force. As Haruki reacts with frustration, an explosion erupts at the rear of them, launching Need into a wall with a scream. The enraged attacker blames Need for the disruption, charging with reckless rage. Haruki screams Need's name as the impact hits, unable to reach him in period. A muscular warrior rushes onto the scene, ready to intervene with power. Need seems frozen in a block of sharp ice, trembling and unable to speak. Haruki, yet wounded, looks on with surprise at the sudden employ of ice sorcery. The boy questions its source aloud as the warrior beside him scans for the caster. In the scene, from a distance, a figure appears, her foot splashing into view as icy waves form around her step. The group watches, stunned by the sudden arrival and the unmistakable surge of arcane strain surrounding her. Silent falls as Ariel advances, confirming her power holds returned incomplete. Javi detects a powerful tremor from the mountain. A shadowed beast confirms Arcane's employ of shadowed authority. Without notice, a luminous arcane strike lands on the beast. Elsewhere, a warrior decides to end the current duel swiftly prior to interference spreads further. Enemy sorcery lines block their motion, calculated and deliberate. Single teammate rushes forward, suggesting they create a fresh condition to break free. The warrior charges head, untoward multiple enemies, aiming to near the gap swift. Sorcery explodes on contact, radiance colliding with shadow as the duel begins. From afar, an observer yells with surprise, following seeing ancient sorcery broken. Sienna awakens midair, unleashing freezing force as everyone watches in astonishment. They can't grasp how an instructor canceled such forceful sorcery. Believing she's recovered, pupils prepare to act. A freezing wave bursts out, catching the green-haired lad off guard. Everyone realizes Sienna isn't conscious her power acts by himself. An enormous ice spear forms, threatening to strike without command. The red-haired warrior screams in pain as force bursts from his chest. A glowing core flares within him, forcing him into a frenzied state. Although injuries, he stands tall, blood dripping from his hand. Another fighter accuses him of risking pupils' lives for his rage. The boy clutches his face as madness takes hold, showing zero intent to stop. Sienna walks through the blizzard, her physical form moving as her consciousness remains absent practice to duel even without pondered. Her gaze glow as she marches forward. A red-armored enemy realizes the risk excessively late, yelling in panic as Sienna closes the gap with brutal speed. Another enemy screams that gold isn't worth this nightmare. As he nears, terror overtakes him, understanding excessively late. Midair, his physical form twists awkwardly, stunned by how swift everything turned against him. Although her age, Sienna seems a Class 6 magician, wielding unmatched command over ice sorcery known as Absolute Zero. In the scene, the girl unleashes a towering blizzard vortex, freezing the battlefield in an instant as frost begins spreading rapidly. Single attacker seems frozen completely from the legs down, helpless against her immense sorcery. The red-haired male stares up, stunned. Above him, massive chunks of ice start to fall from the sky. A spell called Glacier Bombing rains frozen destruction over the battlefield, targeting entire enemies with precise strikes. As the ice drops, a lone figure watches quietly from the center, untouched by the chaos. An ice shard crashes near them as the green-haired lad shields the shadowed-haired young woman, pulling her from risk simply in period. Holding her tightly, he demands she release the thoughts command affecting Sienna. The boy warns that unless she acts, they're entire going to die. Frustrated, he pleads once more, his tone shaking. She hesitates, but yet doesn't act, puzzled by the circumstance and terror, panicking. The young woman says there's never enough period. Her terror of failure holds her back in an instant, demanding immediate decision. Another student steps forward and volunteers to intervene. Determined, he moves without delay. In the scene, analyzing the weight of the falling glacier, he calculates its impact. The strain could exceed 20 tons. The boy prepares to predict the descent angle and shatter the glacier midair prior to impact can reach them. With precise command, he targets the center and splits the massive ice into thousands of smaller shards. In the scene, the sky blooms with frozen fragments. Single student watches with wonder, doubting such a feat came from school-level sorcery. In a silent instant, the young woman clings to the green-haired lad. Her emotions surface, puzzled by his actions. In the scene, embarrassed, he insists he saved her. The girl argues they're enemies, demanding he break the command. In the scene, the boy refuses, declaring he doesn't care what happens to the others, prioritizing something else entirely. The girl murmurs that if it's for Canis, she'll do anything. A memory of the pair sharing warmth in the rain flashes in her thoughts. In the scene, tears stream down her face. Although the chaos, her loyalty to Canis overrides entire logic. Smiling through grief, she confesses she doesn't care what happens to anyone else, merely to him. The green-haired lad questions the girl's decision, unable to understand her devotion to someone therefore destructive. An explosion erupts nearby, shaking the earth and shocking both of them into movement. In the scene, running alongside her, he forces a smile, hiding the tension beneath his words. Blood marks the earth at the rear, them in the scene. A student gasps in horror as she sees a familiar figure collapse with a wound. The injured male, Canis, stumbles forward as others scream his name in despair. In the scene, laughter echoes under the moonlight. In the scene, a distant figure revels in the unfolding chaos. Pair women sit in a field of flowers, laughing side by side. In the scene, they recall a victim's terrified reaction. Single begins speaking about particle concept, connecting it to radiance and recent arcane anomalies. The other listens patiently. Afterward tells her she's a gentle person, catching her off guard. Lost in the instant, the female blushes and questions her own presence at that place. The girl nervously changes the topic, admitting her difficulties with her magician thesis. Hoping for assist, she asks for Miss Irina's thoughts, uncertain of what answer to expect. In the scene, Irina wonders why she expected anything insightful from her. The other young woman looks up and responds without warning. Radiance seems beautiful. Alarmed, Irina stares in silence, taken aback by the simple but profound answer. Within the school volume corridor, Chiron finds a mysterious volume titled Mass and Energy with a formula that catches his attention. Calling his companions over, they inspect the pages and recognize the concept as something unconventional. Observing the author seems instructor-milly, they realize it could enhance their movement canon employing mass energy conversion. In the scene later, on the battlefield, Chiron activates the modified cannon, releasing a blinding surge of power. A shadowed, cloaked enemy reacts with surprise, recognizing the intensity and how greatly stronger Chiron holds become. Without delay, Chiron charges, his physical form glowing with force drawn from the refined concept. Launching another strike, Chiron's force beams tear through the rival's arcane guard. Wounded, the enemy staggers back, but Chiron quietly says it became merely a heated up. Raising his arm, he prepares for a decisive series of assaults. Multiple orbs form and orbit Chiron prior to launching in unison. The enemy panics and attempts a counter, but fails to gather sorcery in period. In the scene, a massive blast follows, engulfing the forest floor. Stunned by the explosion, Elise looks on in terror. Seeing blood nearby, her heart races as she rushes forward. Her gaze widens, dreading what she might find in front. Canis emerges, wounded and barely standing, following taking a heavy hit during the clash. His companions watch from afar, stunned that Chiron managed to weaponize the photon cannon concept they possessed uncovered. With golden force surrounding him, Chiron flies forward at complete speed, shocking the others with his intensity. Arriving injured, Chiron's exhausted physical form shows signs of strain from the prolonged duel. His companions rush over, worried, but Chiron manages to remain and respond quietly. Although his efforts, he admits with a smile that he likely can't defeat the enemy by himself. The group seems alarmed by Chiron's weakened state and can't believe how tough the enemy became. Still with the upgraded cannon, Sharon realizes he couldn't overpower the enemy's power. Thanks to others clearing the area, Sharon became able to retreat safely and seems praised for his courage. Reunited, the group stands side by side, ready to face the following threat. Shadowed magicians appear and mock their efforts, demanding they surrender and release the pupils. Although injuries, Sharon and his companions refuse, declaring that their duel seems distant from over. In the scene, a cloaked enemy warns them of a coming punishment from his master. The boy references the headmaster's death, hinting at a deeper conspiracy at the rear recent assaults. Sharon listens with surprise, learning the headmaster committed an unforgivable crime. Single of the cloaked enemies reveals their motive, claiming the school became built from understandings stolen from his master. The boy insists that everything the school possesses became unjustly taken and must be reclaimed through destruction. Chiron and his companions trial the claim, demanding an explanation for the assault on innocent pupils. The enemy declares he acts on belief by himself, dismissing any logic or morality in his actions. Frustrated, the pupils realize their words won't sway him, and confrontation seems inevitable. Chiron steps forward, without speaking, preparing himself for clash as tension rises. The boy activates his photon force once more, summoning it into his palm with calm precision. Taunting him, the enemy questions if power will task when reason holds failed. Yet confident, the enemy prepares a forceful spell, unaware of Sharon's complete power. Darkness forms at the rear, the enemy, but Sharon's charged assault begins to glow brighter. Realization dawns, the light's intensity signals a perilous power he didn't expect. Chiron gives single final warning: release the pupils or face the consequences. A young woman nearby watches with wonder as the power surges. The enemy reveals he seems the ARCHMAGE's apprentice, vowing to fulfill his master's legacy. Chiron declares he doesn't want to kill but warns that if others die since of these beliefs, he won't hold back. Chiron, glowing with force, declares he holds zero option departed but to stop the enemy by power. As his power rises skyward, a gentle tone reflects on the beauty of radiance in the night. Irina smiles beneath the stars, gazing peacefully as the distant radiance spreads across the sky. A memory surfaces. Someone once spoke of how starlight, fireflies, and silent moments entire hold beauty. They seated himself in a field of flowers under a glowing moon, talking about the wonders of the realm. But to him, those memories stood beautiful since they weren't corrupted like the present conflict. Irina explains that radiance reveals darkness. It helps them see what became once hidden. They both realize that the night sky's beauty exists merely since radiance contrasts the shadows. A vision of blue force floods the area, symbolizing understanding forming in his thoughts. Concepts of contradiction vanish as radiance and darkness intertwine in harmony. The boy softly murmurs Irina's name, overwhelmed by clarity and emotion. Tears build in his gaze as her image lingers in his thoughts, her name echoing in his heart. The boy remembers that instant forever, her tone, the flowers, the stars above. Zero issue what happens, he knows that night changed him. Still as an aged male difficulties for breath in the present, that memory lives untouched. A forceful radiance spell erupts as a student difficulties to save his dying master. Although the master's physical form weakening, his resistance to light-based assaults proves impressive. In the scene, recognizing the spell's complexity, the student realizes that Victor Arcane must have cast it himself. In the scene, the student begs his master to return. Filled with desperation and sorrow, running by himself through the shadowed route, he's determined never to let the master disappear forever. At the same period, chaos unfolds elsewhere as a fresh presence begins to emerge from the shadows. An aged magician observes from above as his disciples face enemies on a cliff. Single panicked student shouts for their master, sensing the circumstance turning grim. The elder's glowing gaze emerge from the shadows as he, without speaking, assesses the battlefield. A student lies unconscious, frozen in defeat, following a failed assault. Nearby, pair others bow their heads in guilt, apologizing for their failure. In the scene, without responding to them, the master's gaze shifts toward a blonde student. The blonde lad steps forward, demanding to know if the elder caused the chaos. Pair pupils at the rear him freeze in silent, wounded and puzzled. The elder calls the lad insolent and demands to know his name with rising rage. The lad refuses, calling the elder a murderer and rejecting his authority. He orders the release of the pupils from Thought's command and tells him to leave. Laughing, the elder declares entire pupils deserve punishment and steps forward menacingly. His gaze blazes red as he includes the blonde in his threat. Sorcery erupts violently as he unleashes an assault toward the group. The blonde braces himself, gaze wide, as the blast closes in. A massive explosion shakes the battlefield, but Victor remains unharmed, having dodged the assault with ease. He measures the spirit domain around him, impressed by Sharon's reach. Although his youth, from below, the pupils watch with surprise as Sharon prepares another assault. In the scene, a figure appears from the shadows, drawing everyone's attention as they approach the group cautiously. Recognizing the arrival, Sharon gasps, stunned by the unexpected appearance of instructor Athela. In the scene, the girl steps forward, weakened but determined, surprising everyone with her presence. Victor scoffs at Athela, taunting her return and calling her a disgrace. Although the insult, she declares her intent to guard the pupils regardless of the outcome. In the scene, Chiron questions her, learning the enemy's identity, Victor Arcane. The group seems stunned to hear. Victor seems a Class 3 Archmage, distant beyond their level. In the scene, Victor stands above, stating his resentment toward the headmaster. Athela warns her pupils never to let their guard down, sensing risk yet lingers. Single disciple realizes Victor seems merely employing 10% of his complete power. Still at that level, he's confident it's enough to wipe out everyone present. Canis hesitates, but another student urgently demands to know his intentions. Canis steps forward, declaring to Victor that he wishes to handle the clash himself. The boy summons his power as another disciple watches cautiously, unsure of his intent. Victor glances back without speaking, intrigued but never dismissive of Canis' request. Victor, alarmed, questions if Canis truly believes he can accept command of the duel. The female disciple watches him with concern, sensing something seems wrong. With shadowed force rising, Canis appears unstable, forcing himself into confrontation, although inner turmoil. Victor briefly pauses, afterward shifts attention toward Chiron with a taunting smirk. The boy asks if Chiron seems truly a student of Alphys, taunting his loyalty. Unshaken, Chiron stands his earth, warning Victor never to speak of the headmaster lightly. Chiron shouts, comparing Victor to the headmaster and calling him unworthy of being called a magician. Victor erupts into laughter, his tone echoing across the battlefield, consumed by rage. Victor's gaze glow as he mocks Alphys' reputation and legacy. Victor bellows furiously about Alphys' former periods, questioning his honor over decades. Accepting Canis' earlier request, he commands him to duel. In the scene, excited, Canis grins darkly, thanking Victor as he prepares to engage Chiron. Chiron's companions cry out in panic as he steps forward to face Canis by himself. In the scene, Canis hears voices urging him to reconsider, but guilt weighs heavier than caution. Although doubt, he resolves to duel Chiron, ready to offer his life if needed. Chiron calls out to Javi, asking if he's ready to remain with him. Javi remains silent, his back turned as he prepares for clash. Frustrated by the delay, Canis clenches his teeth, sensing strain rising. Canis unleashes his shadowed aura, leaping toward Chiron with violent intent. Chiron charges head, on emitting radiant force to meet the strike. As they collide midair, Canis believes he holds the advantage, employing shadows still in the sky. In the scene, the boy grins, aware the night sky acts as his endless source of power. Below, spectators watch with wonder, terrified of the unfolding clash. A young woman screams helplessly, unable to intervene in the airborne clash. Surrounded by glowing orbs, Chiron expands his spirit domain across the sky. In the scene, knowing he can't track Canis' speed directly, he changes strategy. In the scene, determined, Chiron shouts that he'll target the entire zone instead. Chiron unleashes his complete sorcery output. With a fierce look, he extends his arm, attempting to command and direct the spell completely. Canis braces himself, but the assault tears through his shadows, launching him from the sky. Chiron ascends through the sky, wrapped in golden radiance as dozens of arcane beams descend around him. The glowing projectiles crash through barriers, striking profound into a massive structure with violent precision. Javi evades narrowly, cursing in astonishment as the force tears former periods him. He realizes the sorcery isn't fake. Each sphere seems real and active. Chiron floats quietly, surrounded by hundreds of radiant orbs controlled with impossible focus. A stunned magician watches, bleeding, unable to believe a child could wield such power. Athela stares upward, recognizing the sorcery, and mutters Chiron's name. Classmates confirm her terror. He's re-stepped within the forbidden infinite domain. Additional pupils panic as they realize he's accessed the immortal function prior to. Tears well in Athela's gaze, stunned at what he's done. Chiron descends rapidly, tearing through the sky with sorcery spiraling around him. In the scene, the boy rushes straight toward Javi, locked on his target. Summoning screams for answers. Fearing death seems near. Javi takes a hit but isn't injured, puzzled by the outcome. Landing difficult, he realizes Chiron's sorcery isn't aimed at him. Chiron's assault focuses never on Javi but the shadow realm beneath him, cutting off the mobility granted by darkness itself. As radiance floods the battlefield, the enemy realizes Chiron seems erasing the highly shadows he uses to shift positions. Stunned, the male questions if Chiron's command over willpower is truly infinite, stunned by the unrelenting arcane focus. Another fighter, overwhelmed by terror, feels bitter and enraged, refusing to die in front of his master. The aged master watches in silent, Unable to interfere as dread settles over the collapsing battlefield, a shadowed entity lurking in the shadows murmurs with disdain, its presence reacting to Arcane's interference. As the clash intensifies, Javi screams in pain, struck by a direct blow from above struggling. He recognizes an illusion but forces himself to focus, although mounting strain and arcane disruption. At the same period, Chiron pushes forward, blasting through a shadowed barrier, surprising the enemy with sudden power. A golden streak slams downward as another assault lands, forcing a retreat from the shadowy rival. The enemy reels, puzzled by the shift in momentum and the sudden change in advantage. Wounded, he realizes Chiron holds begun turning the tide with sustained strain and relentless power. The enemy seems compelled to the earth, colliding violently as radiance pierces through his guard. In the scene, the boy considers retreat, aware that maintaining immortal function longer risks his survival. But still, through pain, a deeper question arises: why seems something about this clash starting to feel off? The enemy's physical form reveals monstrous traits: speed, agility, intelligence, and durability distant beyond human limits. Puzzled, Javi wonders why such power wasn't employed from the beginning. The boy realizes the demonic power seems feeding off the host's willpower, revealing a terrifying unity between them. Watching from afar, Athela seems shaken by Arcane's cruelty and manipulation. Arcane remains chilly, unmoved as his pupils suffer from his schemes. Nearby, another student vomits in distress, unable to endure the truth they've simply witnessed. Single of the girls rushes to Canis, who seems collapsed and violently ill. The girl suspects he's being employed as fuel to sustain the demonic entity's power. In the distance, Chiron slams the enemy into the earth with immense power staring at the shadowed form. Javi understands it must be countered differently. He ceases employing the photon cannon and shifts tactics to a concentrated force beam. In the scene, with photon output maximized, he strikes downward, changing his strategy instantly. Although the impact, the enemy roars and retaliates with complete power. The blast throws Javi backward as pain surges through his physical form. Understanding the cost, he admits that still infinite willpower doesn't create this clash. Simple Javi realizes he can't surpass his limits by himself and must reinforce his core sorcery. The boy resolves to convert entire his mass into raw force, amplifying his destructive potential exponentially. As the transformation begins, the enemy senses risk and reacts in panic. The horrifying pulse of force distorts the atmosphere, drawing terrified reactions from observers nearby. Pupils recoil in terror, unable to comprehend what they remain witnessing. Single mutters the answer: what they see seems a laser, never sorcery, but pure destructive force. Javi fires the concentrated laser, burning through the enemy's physical form as it screams in agony. As it tries to flee, the burning spreads uncontrollably, consuming everything in its route. In the scene, spectators panic, aware that the beam's intensity might annihilate both enemy and allies if it continues. The laser rips across the field, forcing still the instructors to intervene. In the scene, Athela rushes to stop Chiron, shouting for him to end the spell. Chiron hesitates, but the blast holds previously taken its toll. Excessively late, the spell completes and explodes violently into the earth. In the scene, the impact causes a massive eruption, shaking the earth beneath them. From afar, the scorched crater marks the aftermath of an uncontrollable power. A shadowy being named Harvest emerges in darkness, its form pulsing with force and strain within an underwater area. In the scene, Chiron and Aaron face the figure cautiously as it speaks, demanding Chiron become its subordinate without offering reason. Prior to he can respond, another male appears, questioning Chiron's refusal and mentioning Canis as part of the deal. Elsewhere, the older magician watches Harvest's containment and states that going to Aaron would carry better results. The boy explains Aaron's 10 cycles in isolation granted her extreme mental sensitivity and uncommon perceptive abilities. That gift, called Initial Sutra, lets Aaron see truths hidden to others, recognizing objects in their purest form. Harvest accuses Chiron of acting excessively late and questions why he carried Aaron in this place currently. Arcane commands Chiron to go with Canis, revealing he planned this outcome from the beginning. A red force sphere floats into the sky single minute remains prior to a deadly eruption. In the scene, Javi, collapsing, tells Canis he's about to explode and will break their contract. Chiron charges forward, engulfed in blue radiance, trying to stop what's coming. Canis stares upward, understanding Javi intends to face death completely by himself. Chiron states his reason for power seems Aaron, his merely radiance. He swears to guard her from the realm's darkness, gaze blazing with resolve in the scene. As the red core bursts, Javi's final words reach Canis: "Live on." Arcane watches quietly as Javi explodes, the sky flashing red from the impact of his self-destruction. The explosion shakes the earth violently, shocking everyone nearby with its immense power. As smoke settles, a cloaked figure appears among the rubble, prompting a stunned onlooker to confront him. The blonde student steps forward, enraged, demanding to know what Arcane holds done. In the scene, others arrive, horrified at the destruction and Javi's lifeless form beside Canis. Arcane smiles, recognizing the student's face and recalling someone from the former periods. In the scene, the boy mocks the student's resemblance to Alphys, provoking a rage-filled scream. Laughing, Arcane reveals that Alphys once accepted the lad in for selfish reasons. He afterward shocks the group by revealing he became once Alphys' instructor. In the scene, Arcane admits he enjoyed teaching Alphys but condemns his greed. In the scene, the boy explains how Alphys betrayed him and destroyed his life's research. Although helping him, Arcane became cast aside and departed to burn. Arcane adds that Alphys' wife likewise died without meaning. The pupils plead for answers about the former periods and what truly happened. Arcane at final begins his confession, revealing the record of a neglected, splendid period. Arcane begins recounting the former periods, diving into the golden cycles of Alphys' life as memories flood back. Alphys receives the Grand Circle Award amid noisy cheers, praised as a genius by the Sorcery Tower. Surrounded by scholars, Alphys becomes the pride of the Milch household, known as the Empire's brightest magician. A companion greets Alphys joyfully, urging him to celebrate his victory following such a remarkable achievement. Alphys laughs but chooses to return home initial, promising to celebrate later. In the scene, the boy boards a carriage, carrying the trophy proudly as he calls out for his wife, Irina. Irina welcomes him warmly, alarmed and thrilled by his sudden return and the award. Alphys proudly gives her the golden circle, stating that the entire realm currently acknowledges his task. Overjoyed, Irina praises him with tears, holding the medal near with both hands. Alphys lifts her, saying he must soon depart for a route in front. In the scene, ignoring the burning bread, he focuses on their joy, joking it can burn with them. At 23, Alphys became the most famous magician across the continent, with offers coming from each nation. Although his fame, both families yet disapproved of their marriage. In the scene, determined, Alphys promised Irina that once he became the best, their love would be accepted. The boy believed that success would power both the Milch and Bastad families to recognize their union. Sharof and his group arrive at Alphys' home, alarmed by its modest appearance although his fame. As Sharof mocks the location, single companion wonders if they should hold carried a gift. Irina opens the entrance, mistaking Sharof for her husband, afterward realizes it is unexpected visitors. Irina, puzzled, asks their identity. Sharof confirms she's Bastad Irina and Alphys' wife. They introduce themselves as companions and ask if Alphys seems home. In the scene, Irina answers nervously, saying he's out, unsure of when he'll return. Hearing they want to wait within, Irina hesitates but allows them in. In the scene, that night, Alphys returns and calls out for his wife as he enters. Unaware of guests, he hears a tone cursing him from within with envy. Sharof drinks loudly at the table, taunting Alphys' success in former periods. The boy accuses Alphys of marrying into power and never earning it himself. The others laugh as Irina remains silent, forcing a smile in discomfort. Sharof jeers once more, but a sudden punch from Alphys cuts him off. Enraged, Alphys screams at him, knocking him down in front of everyone. Irina watches with surprise as her husband protects her dignity without delay. In the scene, Sharof sits on the floor, injured and humiliated, questioning how a scholar like Alphys could throw punches. Trying to regain composure, he apologizes weakly and promises never to return once more. Alphys storms into the following chamber, demanding why Irina permitted them, within following what they said. Irina stammers, saying they claim to be his companions and she didn't recognize their intent. Alphys rages, calling them dishonorable and questioning what gentle of companion insults their host's wife. Consumed with rage, Alphys mocks her for never knowing what his real companions still look like. Elena yells in frustration, her tone echoing through the dim chamber as she lashes out. Overwhelmed by emotion and tension, tears well up as she tries to stifle her sobs, struggling to regain command following her severe outburst. Facing away, she hides her pain. As her partner stands without speaking at the rear, stunned by the sudden shift in emotion. Lena's look softens, guilt creeping into her gaze as she glances at her partner. The boy offers an apology, attempting to smooth over the argument, but she walks away, needing area to breathe. The girl pauses by the entrance, expressing sorrow prior to stepping out, quietly deciding to calm herself. Lena reflects without speaking, believing that the single who must yield initial seems always the single carrying the lesser power. In a tavern, her husband slams his drink in frustration, blaming himself for their difficulties. A companion across the table suggests they consider having a child, hoping it might carry healing. In the scene, his companion casually advises having a baby, viewing it as a simple solution. In the scene, holding his head, he reveals that childbirth could endanger her due to her mental condition. Although the warning, he insists he holds zero regrets, but remains torn between love and helplessness. Gaze burning with resolve, he repeats to himself, There's zero other decision departed. Profound within a shadowed dungeon, an intruder presses onward with resolve. A shadowed figure watches the intruder's progress closely. Impressed, he holds survived, therefore distant. In the scene, Milch limps through the dungeon entrance, blood dripping from his wounds, determined to reach the source of his search. The boy stops prior to a mysterious male and identifies him as Victor Arcane, revealing his name and seeking recognition. Victor acknowledges Milch's effort and seems alarmed he navigated the entire dungeon by himself without assist. Milch lifts a blood-stained thesis, declaring his understanding of Victor's research on memory storage. Victor's interest seems piqued upon recognizing the famous scholar known as Milch's Radiance. Understanding the genius prior to him is intrigued about shadowed sorcery. Victor's look grows more grave. In the scene, Milch admits his purpose: he wants to preserve his memories and share them with his wife. Haunted by the pain of loss, he collapses prior to Victor, overwhelmed by emotion. Victor watches without speaking as Milch breaks down, his desperation obvious. Within a lab, Milch reacts to Victor's experiment, stunned by what he sees. Victor explains the fusion of shadowed sorcery and memory absorption based on Milch's earlier writings. He further describes a method employing radiance as a medium to send memories through a thought's realm. In the scene, Victor praises the concept as original, but warns of the difficulty in transferring an entire life. Milch, filled with resolve, begs to become his student, gaze burning with passion. In the scene, with tears streaming down, he swears to master the method driven by love. He shouts his desire to succeed. Victor demands Milch guard his wife from the realm, stating his condition for accepting him. Prior to answering, Victor asks a critical question: whether Milch's wife truly consents to the experiment. Milch stares back in silence, sweat running down his face as he contemplates the question with uncertainty. Clump bursts into outrage, stunned that Milch sought assist from a shadowed magician known as a criminal. He shouts across the table, questioning Milch's sanity for still considering such a perilous decision. Defensively, Milch insists Killian Arcane seems a renowned shadowed scholar, as Clump yells in frustration at being outmatched intellectually. Clump warns Milch that associating with Killian risks his reputation and household name. Ignoring the threat, Milch says neither issue if Irina can truly be happy. Moved by his words, Irina steps forward, declaring that her husband's joy seems her greatest wish. Irina, complete of trust, says she believes in Milch without delay. In the scene, with conviction, Milch promises he will fix everything and erase her shame. Clump stares in silence, overwhelmed by their determination and unity. In the scene, they sell their home and relocate to Arcane's dungeon, giving up everything. In the scene, within the dungeon lab, Irina settles in, living comfortably with Milch. Clump visits weekly with supplies, watching the couple prepare for their risky route ahead side by side. Milch and Irina sit peacefully side by side, observed over by Clump. Their bond remains powerful as preparations for the final procedure draw near. Period passes without speaking. Snow covers the mountains, and pair cycles go by in dedication and resolve. Clump informs Irina that following today, her husband's memories will become hers completely. Jokingly, he tells her still embarrassing memories will be included. Milch gently praises Irina's endurance. Afterward, prepares to start the transfer with her calm approval. With emotion, Milch encourages Irina, imagining a peaceful route ahead and household following the success. The boy lies down beside her as the scientists finalize the setup. Cutting-edge techniques from sorcery and alchemy merge as the team prepares to activate the process. Confident in their preparation, they initiate the transfer sequence without delay. A sudden surge of golden radiance courses through Milch, triggering intense pain. The beam flows into Irina, illuminating her look as her thoughts begins to absorb his memories. In the scene, within her consciousness, Irina feels Milch's emotions vividly, unfiltered, and honest. The girl experiences his love across period tender moments, shared dreams. Each memory surrounds her: zero lies, zero regret, simply the pure truth of how deeply she became loved. In the scene, surrounded by petals under twilight skies, the word love defines the connection between Milch and Irina. Irina looks toward her husband, gratitude glowing in her gaze. With a smile, she thanks him sincerely, believing he holds truly given her everything. Moments later, the lab's alert system blares without warning. Milch rushes over, worried, as Clump confirms the memory transfer became perfect. Yet Irina's physical form weakens. She collapses as Milch frantically asks what went wrong. Though her physical form received the data, in the scene, the girl theorizes that human complexity differs from animals. Clump praises Milch's achievement, but the magician begs her never to speak, fearing the worst. Smiling faintly, Irina apologizes for being foolish, as Milch blames himself instead. Through sobs, he repeats how sorry he seems as she loses power in his arms. Irina's final words express gratitude for being part of his realm still, if briefly. Rain fell steadily on Irina's grave, where purple flowers possessed been departed beneath her chilly, silent tombstone. The funeral proceeded quietly with merely her household attending. Alphys, isolated and unwelcome, observed from afar, understanding at that place would be zero union nor route ahead with the woman he loved. In the scene, as strangers, they parted forever, a final goodbye lost in the storm's cry. Memories of the accident returned the instant Irina's physical form fell into his arms, lifeless and broken. In the scene, grief overtook him as he slammed his head against the wall repeatedly. He recalled Irina's words about radiance revealing darkness and how she opened his gaze to truth. In the scene, regret consumed him as he knelt in the rain. The boy cursed his arrogance, acknowledging that their actions possessed violated the domain of gods. Upon returning, a colleague offered condolences, unaware of Alphys's fragile state and the decision he possessed created. In the scene, without speaking, Alphys released golden liquid from a flask. Puzzled, the male observed the odd substance drip as tension thickened. A tone demanded answers as Alphys remained amid the spreading solution, gaze burning with conviction. He announced the experiment a mistake, something that should never hold begun in the initial location. His mentor, unmoved, claimed success and insisted it could cure the highly madness that claimed Irina's life. Alphys smiled bitterly as flames rose, taunting the idea that Irina's death became an aristocrat's sacrifice. In the scene, the boy held the fire in his hand, rejecting the concept of sacrifice and setting the lab ablaze in defiance. His master stepped back with surprise as fire consumed the chamber. The laboratory crumbled under the flames, and the aged male shouted in despair at the loss. The boy reached upward, pleading with the burning heavens, insisting his entire life been poured into this pursuit. In the scene, through the fire, his hand trembled as Alphys disappeared into the inferno without turning back. In the scene, consumed by betrayal, the master cursed Alphys. The building collapsed entirely, smoke rising elevated into the night sky, watching from a distant cliff. A figure stated that Alphys possessed ruined both his wife's legacy and cycles of research. Pupils recognized the cloaked figure, alarmed and cautious as he came closer them. Chiron, stunned, challenged what he heard, struggling to believe it. The elder magician admitted understanding the pain, but condemned Alphys's choices as unworthy of a genuine magician. The boy announced his purpose, never revenge, but prevention of twisted ideals spreading further. His mission became to stop a fresh generation from inheriting Alphys' misguided beliefs. Challenging the pupils, he demanded to know whether they yet believed Alphys deserved to be called a great instructor. The aged male denounced Alphys harshly, calling him arrogant, selfish, and ungrateful. His tone rose in fury as he challenged whether someone like Alphys deserved admiration or trust. Chiron stepped forward and quietly agreed, stating that Alphys' behavior strayed distant from what a magician should uphold. Canis shouted for Chiron, puzzled by his decision to remain against the elder. Amy and the others froze, as they felt the tension rise between student and master. The elder softened his tone, saying he understood the pain they entire carried. Although sympathy, he insisted that Chiron's choices stood flawed and driven by emotion. Chiron responded steadily, claiming power grants the proper to act still if others call it wrong. A burst of force lit the sky as Chiron ready to counter the elder's judgment with power. The elder rebuked Chiron for clinging to the former periods for 40 cycles instead of shifting on. Chiron yelled, accusing him of hiding his grief and pretending never to miss Irina. Shock filled the elder's gaze as Chiron's words struck profound into long-buried emotions. Silent, the elder recalled Irina's warmth, and the initial period she introduced herself with a gentle smile. The boy saw her once more, greeting him with gentleness. Her tone echoed in his memory, asking softly if he ever felt lonely living in that vast house. Recalling Irina, the elder recalled the instant her gaze initial struck him with unfamiliar terror. Therefore pure it unsettled his darkness, her gaze unwavering and complete of innocence. It became as if that radiance by himself had the power to illuminate the entire realm, although everything it faced. Currently he recognized that same radiance within Chiron's gaze, piercing and unshaken. Laughing bitterly, the elder lowered his head as the others observed his reaction in silence. Ami quietly reflected that feelings like empathy and compassion remain deeply human still if they carry risk. Yet the elder cautioned that still humanity becomes twisted if taken excessively distant, losing itself in extremes. The boy challenged if Chiron's insight went beyond human understanding, seeing through still the souls of men. Resigned, the elder concluded that they would never truly understand single another. Shadowed force surged as he announced Chiron possessed zero place in the current realm. Pupils stumbled back, alarmed by his sudden power, unsure how he regained power. A massive aura formed, signaling his intent to unleash immense power upon them entire. Chiron demanded answers, questioning how the elder defied arcane laws therefore effortlessly. Quietly, the elder raised his hand and remarked that sorcery holds its own logic beyond reason. Watching from below, Iruki feared that if this sorcery failed, something irreversible would happen. A massive surge of unstable force formed above. Chiron lay on the earth, unconscious. As the others observed in horror, the arcane core intensified, pulsing with chaotic power until a luminous opposing radiance broke through its center. In the scene, a blinding beam descended from the sky, colliding directly with the unstable spell. Ami and the others shielded themselves as the radiance engulfed them with immense power. Alphys remained prior to them, arms raised, blocking the explosion with single final desperate act. A colossal beam of radiance strikes down, shaking the area as pupils brace themselves against the power. Amy and her classmates react with surprise, witnessing the aftermath of the explosion with terror and confusion. The headmaster, Alphys, arrives through the radiance, his presence shielding the pupils from further harm. Alphys locks gaze with a shadowed figure emerging from the shadows, his look turning grim. The boy focuses, gathering power as purple force intensifies around the enemy's form. Arcane appears, cloaked in shadowed sorcery, and addresses Alphys with recognition and scorn. Arcane mocks Alphys for succumbing to memory, sealing sorcery therefore easily. The boy admits that revisiting aged memories carried unexpected satisfaction. A painting of a female seems shown, revealing a former period's connection between them. Pupils surround Alphys, relieved but puzzled by his condition. The boy apologizes, acknowledging his mistake and thanking them for protecting single another. Ami expresses gratitude that Athela became at that place to lead them. In the scene, Need runs toward Alphys, calling out urgently. Alphys confirms his willpower holds returned. The boy explains arcane sorcery erases memory, briefly restoring power. Chiron listens intently as Alphys warns that each combat magician must possess a decisive trump card. Alphys' look sharpens, stressing the importance of being able to shift the tide in clash. Turning away, he urges Chiron to let the older generation handle the coming duel. Alphys demands the release of the captured pupils, standing firm prior to Arcane's barrier. Arcane smirks and agrees, honoring the request from his former instructor. He declares that freeing them seems simple, his tone taunting yet controlled. Arcane challenges Alphys, questioning his route ahead following being exposed. Below, gathered pupils watch without speaking, currently aware of their headmaster's shadowed former periods. Need accuses another student of leaking that history on purpose to provoke chaos. Arcane proposes burning everything down, rekindling former period's destruction. In the scene, Alphys' face hardens, taking the threat seriously. In the scene, with a firm command, he tells his allies to follow and resume their research. Arcane reveals he previously implanted his memories into a sorcery organism. In the scene, the boy credits Irina's sacrifice as the key to success. Chiron reacts with surprise, disturbed by the mention of her being employed. Chiron confronts his master, enraged upon understanding the memory research became orchestrated from the beginning. His tone rises as he accuses the male of manipulating both Irina and himself. Demanding answers, Chiron questions the purpose at the rear stealing their memories. The boy exposes documents showing the creation of numerous arcane organisms. Chiron suspects intentions of global domination at the rear, the experiments. In the scene, with a twisted smile, the master responds, claiming there's nothing wrong with that ambition. The pupils piece side by side that the explosion became zero accident. In the scene, Alphys concludes that the creature contained both his and Irina's memories. Arcane stays silent as the pieces start aligning. In the scene, Alphys asserts the creature acted independently, proving it wasn't loyal to Arcane. The boy claims the entity disobeyed since it resembled him. A stunned figure asks if Alphys became responsible for the rebellion. Sorcery erupts violently as panic spreads among the pupils. In the scene, they accuse Arcane of trying to kill everyone, including Canis. Alphys exhales deeply, preparing to end the chaos prior to additional lives remain lost. Shadowed force gathers rapidly as Arcane mocks their inability to listen, unleashing a massive spell. Pupils sense something perilous forming and start to flee from the center. In the scene, the core of the vortex forms, pulling in debris as it grows violently unstable. Pupils cry out in terror as watching Alphys remain firm against the threat. Arcane shouts mockingly, daring Alphys to abandon everyone and escape by himself. Alphys remains yet, staring down the storm with unwavering gaze. AC period skip introduces fresh characters discussing Alphys' current fate. In a distant tavern, a blonde male named Irvian reflects on his long journey to find Alphys. The boy questions Alphys' presence, revealing he spent entire his money tracking him down. In the scene, Irvian hands over a sealed letter marked with Irina's name and the word, will. Opening the letter, Irvian begins reading the message she departed at the rear. Within seems a ring, Irina's final memento. In the scene, the letter reveals Irina volunteered for the experiment and accepted the risk. In the scene, tears fall from Irvian's face as he reads her words. Her final wish became simply to stay by his side. Irina's final message encourages her partner never to grieve and to maintain pursuing the research they shared. A locket holding their photo lies open, symbolizing the bond they once possessed. In the scene, tears fall as Irvian clutches the letter, overwhelmed by her request to carry on her legacy. Clump jokingly asks for money, trying to lift the mood following hearing Irvian's resolve. In the scene, Irvian declares his intent to build a school, inspired by Irina's wish. In the scene, Clump passionately agrees, willing to sacrifice everything for the cause. A golden radiance forms in Irvian's hand, representing Irina's gift and his renewed purpose. The boy recalls how she offered him permission to continue living, although the pain. With her memory as his power, he prepares to guard the school at entire costs. Irvian channels forceful sorcery, his will fueled by his oath to Irina. The radiance expands, forming a barrier that shields the pupils from harm. Still period seems to delayed as his spell reaches its peak, illuminating the sky. A blinding radiance breaks through the sky as debris scatters around unconscious pupils, their bodies sprawled following the sudden impact of unknown sorcery. Sharon stands gradually among them, puzzled, as period appears unnaturally suspended, and dragonflies hover frozen in midair. His hand reaches toward a radiant core, sensing its force. The flow of period bends around him as something awakens. In the scene, a golden explosion expands outward, reshaping the land in a circular blast that distorts the atmosphere. Chiron gazes upward, stunned by the sorcery's scale, unsure of how such a phenomenon still manifested. Nearby Need and other survivors regroup, witnessing the unnatural stillness of the altered sky. The explosion floats above like a second sun, bathing the cliffs in eerie radiance. Night returns, and the moon reappears at the rear, drifting particles. Ethela watches with surprise, understanding the spell seems Big Bang, a technique long pondered sealed. Alphys confirms it's a forbidden spell never submitted to the Sorcery Association. In the scene, the boy admits he expected a countermeasure and prepares for death. Wounded, he bleeds heavily, defeat currently undeniable. In the scene, Alphys warns Sharon of brain overload if he continues. Understanding his era seems over, he accepts his fall from grace. In the scene, Sharon walks away. In the scene, the age of Archmages ends with him. In the scene, stands with Need, Ryan, and Ethela facing Alphys. They declare that the realm holds moved on, and Youth Zero longer drives their purpose. In the scene, Alphys, coughing blood, mocks their confidence. In the scene, the boy calls Chiron a mere lecturer, denying his genius and dismissing his authority. Abruptly, a shadowed version of Alphys materializes, his physical form radiating with malevolent purple force. In the scene, with fury, he calls Chiron foolish and questions whether he truly seeks death through defiance. The scene cuts to fallen pupils, motionless, reinforcing the stakes at the rear. Alphys' growing madness. The corrupted Alphys rises higher, declaring he will defeat Chiron Zero, issue the cost. In the scene, Chiron's allies shout in protest, begging him to stop chasing pointless victory. They plead for him to abandon ambition prior to additional lives remain lost to pride. Alphys declares a magician seems forever youthful, bound eternally to ambition. Below, pupils start falling, pulled into his catastrophic spell. Chiron responds at once, launching a rescue spell toward the sky. Wrapped in golden radiance, Chiron rockets upward with precision and speed. Employing wind sorcery, he accelerates toward the plummeting pupils. In the scene, the boy reaches them midair, stabilizing their fall as others observe from below. Chiron surges downward, covered in golden force, rescuing single unconscious student from falling through the atmosphere. Memories of the school flash of teachers scolding, lecturing, and pushing pupils beyond limits. Grabbing another, Chiron recalls his companions and classmates, their bonds formed over cycles of study and hardship. Entire around him, teachers and peers remain yet falling helplessly through beams of radiance. The boy dives faster, his golden form accelerating former periods the others. With arms stretched forward, Chiron flies beneath their descent to catch them entire prior to. It's excessively late, spotting Amy falling unconscious. Chiron cries her name, desperation in his tone. Amy drops motionless, unaware of the risk approaching, her gaze gradually open, glowing red as her physical form nears the earth below. The girl hears Chiron's tone calling from afar, puzzled by the sound. His tone brings clarity, snapping her out of darkness. The girl sees Chiron reaching out, filled with terror and determination. Chiron grabs Amy's hand as they plummet side by side, locked in the fall. Their gaze meet midair as she softly calls his name. In the scene, tears fall as she smiles. He's crying, but he won't let go. Chiron recalls his vow to single date catch up, to remain as an equal in clash, but currently realizes he can't fulfill that promise. He apologizes to Amy mid-fall, embracing her single final period prior to separating from her grasp. Ami tries to stop him, shouting in panic as she senses his decision and watches him drift away. Chiron gently thanks her. Afterward, flies upward, cloaked in radiance, whispering goodbye to everyone below. His physical form shines as it pierces the sky, unleashing an explosion of radiant sorcery that blinds the battlefield. Witnesses on the earth look up as his figure vanishes, leaving merely fading golden streaks. Alphys coughs blood, lying broken, stunned by what he's seen. As beams fall from the heavens, he weakly questions whether it became a sacrifice. His gaze lock on the sky above, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of Chiron's final act. A mysterious figure speaks quietly, reflecting on Sharon's belief-driven life. He finds it amusing how distant conviction by himself carried single magician, standing tall. The figure calls out to Alphys, currently by himself beneath the shattered sky. Blinding beams of sorcery crash down onto the battlefield where arcane once remained, leaving merely destruction at the rear. The power sent bodies flying as force tore through the earth, silencing everything in an instant. In the scene, Almian stepped from the wreckage, unfazed, declaring that death didn't mean the end. Chiron knelt beside Arcane's fallen form, shouting in pain, blaming himself for everything that possessed happened. Beside him, Canis listened in silence, his look filled with grief and guilt. Shadowed force rose from the earth as Chiron screamed, begging Arcane to return. Canis at final spoke, trying to accept the blame, saying it became his fault for everything. In the scene, the boy believed Arcane would have survived if he hadn't failed. Chiron stopped him, explaining that blaming anyone wouldn't change what became done. Arcane's peaceful death replayed in Canis's thoughts, making the loss feel heavier. With tears in his gaze, he whispered his wish to guard Erin. That became why he sought power, to shield her from this cruel realm. Canis remained, requesting power once more, determined never to fall yet. In the scene, the boy offered to accept the servant contract himself, but Erin stopped him, steadily refusing to let him sacrifice additional. Canis completes the contract, claiming Javi as his servant, as power flows through him with certainty. His warning seems obvious: betrayal won't be tolerated once more, and Javi seems visibly shaken by the threat. Shadowed force binds them both, and Javi smirks, accepting his location beneath Canis without resistance. A tone in the void admires Canis's defiance, acknowledging the boldness at the rear his decision. Aaron embraces Canis tightly, grounding him back to reality and reaffirming their shared route. They sit side by side quietly as Almian watches them from a distance. The instant at final yet, Almian confesses his former period's mistakes to Athela, admitting the burden he carries. Athela reminds him that recognizing one's sins seems the beginning of redemption. As others gather, they search for the single who led them, Chiron. A shout breaks the calm as Amy rushes towards Chiron's unconscious physical form in panic. The girl drops to her knees, checking his breath as terror grips her. Understanding Chiron isn't breathing, she cries out desperately, begging for assist. Following Arcane's physical form seems secured. 8 hours pass, relocating entire the pupils. With memories yet sealed, the school suspends entire activity. In the scene, Nita and Aruki remain unconscious in the infirmary, where Chiron chooses to stay beside them. Ami collapses in grief beside Chiron's bed, blaming herself for never recognizing him that date. Tears fall as she remembers the moments they shared, understanding excessively late how greatly he meant to her. Memories resurface as smiles, scoldings, and kindness, entire currently replaying with unbearable weight. In the scene, a page from her notes reminds her she never apologized, intensifying her regret. The girl rests her head on his chest, hoping he can yet hear her. Rian urges her to rest, reminding her that employing teleportation shouldn't hold lead to Chiron's condition. Ami trembles, questioning why a non-lethal spell carried Chiron to the brink of death. Rian believes something deeper seems wrong, possibly tied to the immortal function. The boy explains Arcane and Chiron face different fates due to how their brains handled arcane force. In the scene, Aruki interrupts, stating that knowing the cause won't change what's happened. With firm resolve, he says, "The truth seems simple, Chiron seems previously dead." Amy and Ryan react in astonishment, but Aruki remains chilly and certain. In the scene, Amy confronts Aruki, accusing him of giving up hope. He quietly replies he hasn't, since Chiron truly offered everything for them. In the scene, lifting her by the collar, he declares that Chiron's sacrifice wasn't meaningless. Ami charges at Aruki, fury in her gaze, unwilling to accept his chilly reasoning. In the scene, with clenched fists, she throws a punch, but Aruki catches it effortlessly without flinching. In the scene, their emotions clash: Amy's grief versus Aruki's firm acceptance of reality. In the scene, Aruki mocks her reaction, knowing she'd stop short of violence. Amy lashes back, yelling that someone like him doesn't deserve bond. Rian intervenes, shouting that if Aruki cares, he should employ his thoughts to save Chiron. In the scene, Aruki screams about Chiron's condition, demanding someone find a way to revive the dead. In the scene, Amy rejects the idea, calling it impossible and foolish. Aruki's rage peaks, calling their beliefs frail and limited, challenging the rules of sorcery itself. Silent follows as Aruki walks away, Amy shaken by her own restraint. She admits she held back since Aruki became Chiron's companion. From afar, Aruki mocks everyone's helplessness, calling them entire pathetic. When came closer by Canis and Arin, Aruki coldly rejects their attempt at sympathy. In the scene, the boy refuses to accept condolences and dismisses the group's mourning as meaningless. In his gaze, debating life and death for Chiron seems useless since the dead don't return. Aruki turns to Canis with tension, challenging him to acknowledge the genuine consequence of Chiron's condition. He warns them entire if Chiron seems gone, At that place will be zero single capable of stopping what comes following. Disclosed in a burst of blue radiance, Iruki begins activating forbidden sorcery, asserting that merely Chiron could remain against him. In the scene, Canis locks onto Iruki, but Aren hesitates, sensing something dangerously unstable. Iruki's arcane calculations accelerate beyond normal capacity, raising alarms for what's about to be unleashed. A blast erupts violently, and the surrounding area trembles under the growing power.
Nade stands tensely, telling Iruki and Amy they should pray for Chiron, leaving both of them visibly puzzled. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure acknowledges that the merely person capable of stopping him seems Chiron. Chiron appears within a glowing circle, blue force spiraling from his physical form as he activates a forceful spell. Canis realizes Chiron's calculations hold reached extreme speed, raising alarms about his arcane command. The spell being readied threatens to destroy everything in the area if released. Explosions erupt across the battlefield, as debris and power rip through the environment. Iruki questions the scale of Chiron's computational speed and how swift destruction could follow. The boy admits Chiron's brain seems operating beyond safe limits and can't endure long. Cracks of lightning form around Chiron's head as strain surges through his physical form. In the scene, Amy warns Canis she'll kill him if Chiron dies from this. In the scene, as the spell reaches its peak, Chiron prepares to release it. Amy senses something and believes Chiron might yet be alive. Aren steps forward, warning them to choose their words cautiously. The girl reveals she can see people's inner state, never objects. Aren shouts, convinced Chiron seems alive. Amy begins to cry, her emotions immense her as she's accused of never truly believing Chiron seems dead. Tears stream down her face, her physical form shaking under the strain of guilt and confusion. Her glowing gaze widen, unable to deny the hope yet clinging to her heart. Iruki observes Amy's sorrow, thinking her look seems distant, excessively intense for someone who's accepted death. At the same period, profound underground, odd red force pulses violently, hinting at Chiron's unstable condition. Nade hears the surge and turns sharply, alarmed by what might be awakening nearby. Nade rushes back to meet Amy and Iruki, urgency rising under the moonlit school. A peaceful shot of the school hides the storm of events unfolding within its walls. Elsewhere, Alter and another student sit quietly, unaware of the chaos building at the rear of the scenes. Single student predicts the school will descend into disorder if Chiron dies. Lying in bed, Athela reflects that unless she stops, she won't shift forward. A flashback shows Chiron and a companion promising to stop each other if Single loses their way. Nade stands over Chiron's unconscious physical form, pledging to save him at any cost. In the scene, the boy raises a surgical blade, trembling as it nears Chiron's chest. With resolve, Nade prepares to create the incision, beginning a desperate attempt to carry Chiron back. At Alfie's sorcery school, pupils live on campus under strict protection due to their aristocrat status. Although heavy security, the school became breached by quadruple unknown attackers, placing everyone at risk. Though the intruders stood stopped, the council announces the tragic news Chiron holds died. Single elder warns that if word of the incident spreads, the school will be held accountable. Urgency grows as staff insist a funeral must be held swiftly to calm public concern. Nevertheless, Chiron's physical form remains in the infirmary, never the morgue, as his companions resist the funeral. Aristocrat accuses the faculty of stalling to guard the school's image. Professors argue that period seems needed for clarity, never concealment. As tensions rise, fears grow that delaying action may harm the school's route ahead still further. Single advisor urges the headmaster to decide prior to aristocrat families intervene. In the scene, the headmaster hesitates, aware of the influence of the student council faced with mounting strain. He prepares to speak as the corridor demands action. Debates erupt around him, yet a deeper pondered lingers. Became Chiron truly dead? Memories of his fall and Aren's grief flash through the headmaster's thoughts. As uncertainty builds, he questions whether he's letting terror cloud his judgment. In silent reflection, a instructor questions whether Chiron seems simply special beyond reason. Although repeated self-doubt, the feeling that Chiron yet holds something extraordinary doesn't disappear. The term immortal function echoes in his thoughts, tied to Chiron's final clash. Another instructor explains that immortal function seems a mysterious domain beyond conventional understanding. In the scene, the girl reveals Chiron triggered it deliberately, entering a state the order calls nirvana. In the scene, although nirvana differs from life, it doesn't confirm death, leaving Chiron's fate uncertain. A council member acknowledges Chiron might be alive but warns there's zero assurance he'll wake. Waiting indefinitely poses a risk distant greater than the school shutting down. In the scene, the headmaster challenges that idea, asking what the real worst-case scenario would be. With firm resolve, he declares the worst outcome would have been everyone perishing if never for Chiron.
The boy argues that Sharon's sacrifice must never be treated lightly. The staff quietly considers their duty never to preserve status, but to honor Sharon's act. A councilman offers to accept the blame if it ensures the school survives. Beyond, pupils gather, unaware of the decision being created at the rear closed doors. In the infirmary, Chiron stirs faintly as someone murmurs his name. Hope seems never yet lost. Athela gently speaks to Chiron, promising to wait zero issue how long it takes for him to return. Beside her, Alta remains silent, listening as she pleads for still the faintest sign of response. Unable to hold back, Athela breaks into tears, begging Chiron to say anything, simply single word. Within, a white void, Chiron's gaze gradually open, his look blank and distant. In the scene, the boy rises without resistance, confusion settling in as his surroundings remain unfamiliar. Looking around, Chiron mutters in astonishment, unsure where he seems or how he survived. Chiron walks barefoot through a blank area, recalling his final instant prior to death. To guard everyone, he possessed pushed the immortal function beyond its safe limit. Currently, he questions if he holds stepped within the afterlife, yet retaining entire his living memories. His surroundings remain unchanged, an empty void repeating endlessly, zero issue where he steps. The boy notes how his senses feel dulled, understanding nothing around him reacts to his motion. Determined to test the area, Chiron begins running, hoping to find variation in the landscape. Although his efforts, everything appears the same, as if he hasn't moved at entire. He deduces there is zero concept of area in this place. Distance cannot exist if the environment itself seems nothingness. Frozen in location, Chiron questions whether he seems truly dead or somewhere beyond normal perception. A flash of force bursts forth, distorting the void with immense power. Caught in the blast, Chiron seems pulled upward, suspended by arcane current. Within the glowing storm, a mysterious figure begins to accept form in front of him. A female appears, floating above a pool of radiance, greeting him by name. Chiron asks who she seems, puzzled by her presence and sudden appearance. In the scene, smiling gently, she introduces herself as God. On the 9th date following Chiron's death, the school remained silent under the weight of tragedy. Although the risk, professors postponed entire countermeasures, choosing caution over immediate action. Nevertheless, the pupils disagreed, feeling alienated and unheard as they gathered in protest. In the student council corridor, frustration boiled over during the emergency meeting. The pupils blamed the headmaster for former period's mistakes, linking them to the present disaster. Amira, the student president, announced that the council must currently accept responsibility. Sarul, a student from class quintuple, interrupted, claiming the circumstance became misunderstood. The girl argued that Chiron wasn't entirely dead, his heart possessed, stopped, but his physical form hadn't decayed. Her statement stirred confusion and curiosity among the gathered pupils and faculty. Pressed for details, Sarul disclosed the cause became the activation of the immortal function. The girl emphasized the concept remains mysterious, yet debated still in the ivory tower. Her explanation silenced the corridor, raising additional questions than answers. Several pupils inquired about immortal function, learning it represents the peak of arcane concept. Although the lack of complete understanding, Amira challenged why rash conclusions stood created. Understanding their bias, Sarul acknowledged their premature judgment with a silent, shaken, "I see." Pupils voiced doubts, admitting they stood yet learners, never qualified magicians capable of judging life or death decisions. Chaos grew as numerous emotionally blamed the professors, demanding charges and hurrying Chiron's funeral. In the scene, Sarul screamed in horror, seeing dirt thrown on the coffin, fearing Chiron would be buried alive. Mark from Class 7 remained abruptly overwhelmed and unsure of what to do. The boy reminded everyone that pupils, never professors, carried the school's reputation forward. His heartfelt words carried silent, as others understood how greatly Chiron meant to them. Mark went on, stating their mentors possessed guided them since childhood, forming lasting bonds, though mistakes possessed been created. He argued at that place became zero need for rebellion against trusted teachers. Encouraged, Sarul cheered for Mark, rallying additional pupils to aid his emotional appeal. In the scene, Amira tapped the table, aware the vote would end in a tie. Beginner class pupils cried, puzzled by the intense circumstance, unable to follow the debate. Older pupils expressed concern, saying the younger ones shouldn't be part of such grave decisions. Simply as hope faded, Ardino Fermi remained, declaring his intent to speak. In the scene, everyone turned as he reminded them that Chiron saved their lives through his sacrifice. He inquired if anyone present could truly deny the sorrow they felt for losing him. Fermi remained prior to the student physical form, urging them to act in honor of Chiron's sacrifice. He announced that Chiron's soul deserved to be defended, never neglected in confusion. Sarul objected, shouting that Chiron wasn't dead, but Fermi claimed his physical form became preserved unnaturally. Amira challenged how a living person could require preservation chemicals. In the scene, the girl demanded answers from both Fermi and Sarul in front of the council. Cornered, Sarul hesitated as pupils cried for confirmation about Chiron's condition. Unable to offer a straight answer, Sarul pleaded the fifth, overwhelmed with guilt. Amy became heartbroken, but Amira proceeded with the student council vote. As results stood tallied, pupils blamed Fermi for shifting the outcome decisively. Beyond, protesters demanded Headmaster Alfie's resign and Chiron's funeral continue. In the scene, signs filled the streets, accusing the faculty of dishonoring the dead. In hiding, pupils understood their plan to delay the burial employing sorcery possessed been discovered. Distant away, an elder cautioned a female they stood running out of period. At the same period, Chiron remained prior to the being, calling herself God in a radiant realm. She extended her hand and inquired if Chiron would assist create a fresh realm with her. In a grand corridor surrounded by water, Chiron encounters a mysterious blue-haired female who quietly approaches him. Chiron reacts nervously, misinterpreting her presence as something personal, alarmed by the unexpected circumstance. Flustered and panicked, Chiron stammers excuses as the female simply laughs at his confusion. She envelops him in arcane force, assuring him there's zero need for shame and explains this isn't his realm. Chiron listens as she tells him his physical form yet remains in his original realm. The boy assumes it's the afterlife, but she denies it, stating this realm seems separate from life and death. With a gesture, she opens a void above, identifying a fresh area meant for Chiron. Drawn into the spot, Chiron descends gently into another pool of water, yet uncertain of his purpose. He questions what this location truly seems, but receives merely vague answers from the female. The female describes the realm as infinite, hinting that God shapes such worlds. Chiron asks to return, but she reminds him he offered up willingly. He denies giving up afterward, timidly asks if single additional question seems permitted. In the scene, gazing seriously, Chiron asks why she's lying. In the scene, the girl replies that God doesn't lie, and neither does she. Silent falls as they remain apart, the truth departed unspoken. Lucia quietly declares that undefined things simply don't exist. Alan, growing doubtful, challenges her truthfulness once more, sensing something concealed beneath her words. In the scene, the boy questions if she's truly a god, staring directly at her. Lucia doesn't respond at once, but her look shifts to something additional grave. In the scene, the girl explains their misunderstanding comes from how they define a god. In the scene, Lucia promises to show Alan the meaning rather than argue further. Alan remains silent as Lucia transports them into a constructed area, identical to a peaceful countryside village. The area seems detailed farmland, homes, and people entire behave naturally, as if nothing seems uncommon. In the scene, farmers harvest crops under sunlight. The illusion seems perfect, indistinguishable from reality. Lucia points out the realm seems merely a replica, but within it, she holds complete command. The girl gestures toward a globe, identifying single particular farmer within. In the scene, her fingers shift slightly, and the farmer's position changes instantly across the field. Alan watches the impossible occur area bends without delay or cause. The farmer appears elsewhere, yet harvesting as if nothing changed. Lucia explains this proves she controls period by altering area directly. She clarifies that area and period remain single, holding the replica in her hands. Lucia compares this command to chess, shifting a knight shift's position and period gods. She says, remain never all forceful but system designers within limited rules. Lucia walks beside the puzzled farmer, explaining that creations mistakenly view their gods as absolute beings beyond reach or comprehension. The girl clarifies that gods merely possess power their creations can't perceive or employ, allowing them to manipulate without being noticed. Alan observes without speaking as Lucia states the farmer doesn't know how he moved, nor that his entire realm seems artificial. Lucia tells Alan there's merely single way for the farmer to understand the truth. In the scene, Alan, wide-eyed, utters the name of the phenomenon immortal function as realization dawns. Lucia confirms his guess, afterward reaches out her hand toward the farmer to start the following phase. A surge of radiant power erupts as the immortal function activates, illuminating the area with force. Lucia quietly watches the display, declaring the power as single that finalizes the structure of a realm. Alan kneels nearby as arcane radiance fills the atmosphere, surrounding them entirely with shimmering particles. The radiance extends across the sky, showing the glass orb that contains the farmer's limited reality. Lucia explains the farmer yet lives within that orb and can't comprehend beings from a higher realm. Facing Chiron directly, she asks if he currently understands the nature of their existence. Lucia says she carried Chiron in this place since he unlocked the immortal function and nearly perished. In the scene, Chiron, determined but cautious, asks what she wants from him. Lucia reveals her purpose. She wants him to accept the glowing core she holds, offering it to him with both hands. Chiron identifies a single point that splits into fresh space, times each generating another in an endless loop in the scene. Lucia explains that infinite replication forms a complete universe known as a space-time matrix. In the scene, hearing her proposal, Chiron hesitates and replies that he cannot accept the role she offers. In the scene, Lucia asks why he rejects her offer. In the scene, Chiron admits he doesn't dislike it and praises her idea. The boy confesses that becoming a god in a perfect realm seems admirable, but he sees a consequence in the scene. If he enters her dimension, someone else like him must be sacrificed in return. Lucia sternly states she's never giving him a decision. In the scene, the offer must be accepted. Chiron declares he won't be torn apart still if she tries. Luminous force bursts between them as Lucia moves to test him directly. Lucia seems stunned by Chiron's sudden power. The boy claims to understand it currently. He says the space-time matrix seems similar to his spirit domain in magician terms. In the scene, Chiron reaches out, his hand glowing with power as he prepares to respond. Red radiance surrounds him as he activates his own spirit domain. Lucia watches as he unleashes sorcery at final confirming her concept. With confidence, Chiron declares that she, excessively, seems a magician. Sorcery swirled around Chiron's hand as the mysterious female observed quietly from a distance. In the scene, realization hit him, the glow confirmed it. Although doubts, the power flowing through him became unmistakable. With resolve, Chiron raised his arm toward her, ready to act still against warnings. The female remained surrounded by divine force, her presence immense and radiant. Chiron recognized her immense power, distant beyond arcanes, perhaps still godlike. Yet doubt lingered as he knew this realm wasn't meant for him. She clarified the truth: his physical form possessed vanished when immortal function activated. Though the risk became certain, she confirmed his physical form yet existed elsewhere. Although her warning of inevitable failure, Chiron chose to defy fate with resolve. The female underestimated the destructive force Chiron currently held in his hand. The girl understood his power could disrupt this area entirely. A surge of black force burst forward as Chiron activated the spell. Standing by the gateway, she cautioned that failure would mean returning to her command. Chiron accepted her condition and ready to cross the dimensional route. With gratitude, he stepped through, knowing success became uncertain but necessary. Chiron listens to her warning. Returning currently means risking everything for an aim that might be unreachable. He acknowledges the odds but remains firm, vowing to create the attempt zero issue the cost. Without delay, he steps toward the route, and she quietly wishes him safe travels. Within the void, he walks deeper, hoping this leads back to reality. Yet, each step feels identical. The area around him repeating endlessly without change. Puzzled, Chiron realizes he's returned to the same odd dimension once more. The boy begins questioning everything, wondering why the female released him therefore easily. A sinking ponder emerges. Perhaps he never escaped but became sent into another trap. Chiron realizes he's imprisoned within a dimension that manipulates period and area. Memories surface of Sir Armin teaching him about stop sorcery, a uncommon and forbidden power. As Chiron recalls the discussion, he grasps the logic at the rear time, manipulating sorcery. The boy remembers the principle. Following a certain point, light-based sorcery can reach time's boundary. Chiron concludes he might escape by surpassing the speed of radiance within this realm. To do, therefore, he must reach superluminal speed. A concept merely described in concept unknown to him. The female watches from afar. Previously aware of his each shift, Chiron crouched and pondered, afterward activated the immortal function, igniting a purple radiance across the void. In the scene, focusing entirely, he pushed his mental calculations beyond human limits, entering the domain of acceleration. With force flaring around him, Chiron refused defeat and burst forward at impossible speed. A glowing form of his physical form reappeared, suspended between dimensions locked in transition. The boy shouted with resolve, aiming to return to where he belonged with his companions. Moments later, Chiron opened his gaze, awakening under the astonished gaze of everyone. Beyond the school, pupils gathered in protest as news spread across the campus. In the scene, holding petitions, they demanded accountability from the professors for the headmaster's actions. United in tone, they insisted Headmaster Alphys turn himself in without delay. Pupils called for the Sorcery Society to investigate, blaming the council for unrest. Although the outcry, single young woman reminded them they possessed waited 8 periods for news. The girl clarified they didn't want chaos, merely truth about Chiron's unexplained disappearance. Debates intensified. Why became at that place zero official word if Chiron became in a coma? Suspicions grew about the truth at the rear his condition and the sorcery employed on him. Apologies stood offered, but pupils demanded professors accept complete responsibility for their silent. Amira's words echo in the minds of the faculty, raising questions about overlooked truths at the rear Chiron's state. Among the crowd, suspicion grows. Several feel her actions threaten to expose deeper secrets. Although initial hesitation, single instructor steps forward, urging transparency and requests to confirm Chiron's condition. Tension surges as another faculty member tries to block the demand, citing unfinished protocols. The pupils grow louder, protesting with signs, chanting to defend their rights and Sharon's freedom. Panic rises as confrontation escalates, voices clashing between command and justice on school grounds. Abruptly, a forceful burst of sorcery erupts, silencing the crowd with immense presence. In the scene, everyone turns as a blue-haired figure, cloaked in lightning, descends with firm warning. His message seems simple but terrifying: those who enter will face death without mercy. A odd object tears through the sky, drawing everyone's attention. People stop in location, staring upward in confusion and rising tension. Single student rushes forward as others hesitate, unsure if risk seems coming or if assist seems needed. Within the school, a lad wrapped in blue force warns them, enter if they wish, but doing therefore guarantees death. Lightning crackles around him as he stands by himself in the courtyard, gaze fixed in front. Pupils whisper, stunned by his tone. They expected terror or hesitation, never this open threat. His tone deepens, daring them to test him once more. His power surges, zero longer hiding. Gasps ripple. Someone recognizes the spell as plasma sorcery. Merely elite magicians can employ it. He's supposed to be a Class 5 student, yet his power defies entire logic. Enraged, he swears to destroy anyone who harmed Chiron, unleashing everything. Elsewhere, someone prepares to return, glowing with violet radiance. Abruptly, red force swallows them, pulling them into chaos. In the scene, voices chant endlessly, consume, multiply, distorting their form. In darkness, they realize they've stepped within an area beyond existence. A memory surfaces. Returning to life isn't simple without a physical form. Although voices urging surrender, they reject it and scream to duel back. Trapped in the swirling red void, the lad resists the pull, screaming his intent to return to his realm. Zero issue what power stands in his way. The boy fights back, muscles straining as tendrils of force grip him. Desperation fuels his final push upward, gaze filled with defiance. Abruptly, in the luminous daylight, Need stands once more, surrounded by onlookers. The boy demands why they're therefore eager to accept Sharon's death. In the scene, Amy steps forward, cloaked in wind. Her sorcery distorts the atmosphere as strain builds around her. In the scene, the crowd begins to panic. Other pupils back away as the atmosphere warps, force rising sharply, facing them entire. Need remains yet. Still, as Amy challenges whether he can duel by himself. In the scene, footsteps echo as Iruki arrives, observing Need's unstable form. The boy questions his readiness to duel in such a state. Need turns alarmed. Iruki quietly offers assist, reminding him he's never by himself in this. Although Iruki appears neutral, he clarifies he won't let them accept Sharon without resistance. Ami lashes out in frustration, enraged at the circumstance, spiraling out of command. Within, elders grimly assume Sharon's end, discussing burial preparations with heavy hearts. Others, like Amy, argue back, refusing to offer up. Questions rise: seems this truly the end, or simply hesitation clouding judgment? Overlooking the courtyard, an elder watches the pupils clash, fearing another tragedy unfolding from unchecked power. Amy cries, insisting Sharon seems yet alive. Her tone trembles with hope and despair. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure watches, whispering with glee, urging chaos, terror, and violence to consume them entire. Need declares he will personally pursue anyone who harms Chiron, sparking shock among the pupils. Ami, unsure, questions Iruki's judgment, stunned by his confidence in Chiron's survival. Iruki quietly answers her doubts. Although his chilly logic, he believes Chiron seems alive without delay. Iruki steadily declares Chiron isn't dead, drawing wide-eyed reactions from the pupils. In the scene, Amy mocks his certainty, expecting him to explain himself with reason. Without delay, Iruki responds that he does. In fact, hold an explanation ready. Alarmed murmurs rise from the crowd as Iruki claims he holds proof. The boy points out the period exactly quadruple o'clock and invites everyone to witness what will happen. As the bell rings, the pupils freeze, recognizing the supernatural pattern from earlier events. Confusion spreads as the sound intensifies, catching everyone off guard. Amy's look changes as realization dawns, her doubt shaken. In the scene, the girl erupts in frustration, declaring she will confirm Sharon's state herself. In the scene, Amy lashes out, confident her group can overpower the others. Abruptly, fresh figures appear, amused and unfazed, asking to join the clash. In the scene, the girl screams at them in rage, but the newcomers remain calm, taunting her as they prepare to intervene. Need questions the late arrival, merely to be told he is 27 seconds off. In the scene, the newcomer shrugs, claiming he's repaying a favor to Sharon. In the scene, Iruki reveals a letter from Dragonbolt, shocking everyone with its significance. In the scene, the letter includes medical data. He secretly conducted a biopsy on Chiron and sent it out for analysis. Amy's group seems stunned that such task became done within quintuple days, traveling from the capital. In the scene, Confusion deepens when a student recognizes the alias Dr. Parakeet, employed to mask the sender's identity. In the scene, the boy dismisses their concern about names, urging them to focus on what's in the document instead. The title reads, Analysis on Immortal Function and Bodily Function Suspension, at once silencing the crowd. Iruki explains the cells show signs of suspended animation, never decay, still following 24 hours. Based on consistent data, he suggests Chiron's physical form may be halted, never dead, merely frozen in period. In the scene, Amy demands clarity. The boy responds with Dragon Bolt's triple cardiac arrest classifications. Single includes the appearance of death without actual failure. In the scene, the crowd listens closely as he prepares to explain further, emphasizing its importance. He presents the idea that Chiron's physical form may mimic death, but due to immortal functions, another outcome seems possible. Pair theoretical cases remain presented, both suggest the potential for when on function without detection. The crowd listens, several visibly shaken, others hopeful. The implications remain heavy. At final, Iruki confirms, based on the findings, Chiron, lying in the infirmary, may yet be alive. Shock spreads across Amy's face as her gaze widens, absorbing the weight of what became simply disclosed about Chiron's condition. The official document, sealed and stamped, plainly states that Chiron cannot be concluded as dead, challenging everything they believed. Tears well in Iruki's gaze. With silent conviction, he states what Zero Single expected. He holds discovered a way to revive someone presumed dead. The school issued a formal report stating that, although Chiron remains unconscious in the infirmary, his condition cannot be officially classified as death. A sealed document titled, Analysis on Immortal Function and Bodily Suspension seems presented, suggesting an alternative interpretation of his state. Director Suck listens as a student declares he holds discovered a method that could potentially carry Chiron back from suspended life. The student council gathers to discuss the findings, confirming the faculty's decision aligns with the published research on suspended bodily function. Shock spreads among pupils as Amira steps forward, visibly shaken by the burden placed on her. The headmaster appears, prompting Amira to cry out emotionally, defending their actions as ones meant to guard, never betray. In the scene, the girl confesses the council's fears about the school's decline, blaming herself for pushing responsibilities onto others. Tears fall as the headmaster gently apologizes, asking for trust although the hardship. Her gaze widens with emotion as she's overcome by the plea to believe in him once additional. Beyond the building, the headmaster reassures her that he will accept complete responsibility following Chiron's issue, seems resolved. She questions if the male prior to her seems truly the single she once admired and respected. The boy responds solemnly, swearing on everything he holds, placing his hand over her head in comfort. They remain quietly as the instant softens, observed from afar by pupils. In the scene, Firmus jokes that the headmaster's involvement changed everything, lightening the atmosphere. He confesses staying since Zero job pays better, amusing the headmaster as the tension at final begins to ease. Iruki and Ryan stride down a silent hallway, tension rising as they prepare to confront unresolved matters. In the scene, Ryan angrily questions why he wasn't told anything, accusing Iruki of seeking attention through secrecy. Iruki quietly retorts, explaining that secrecy became necessary to avoid failure if anything leaked. In the scene, their clash eases as Iruki playfully hits Ryan, interrupting the argument with laughter. Yet irritated, Ryan questions the logic at the rear Iruki's actions, but receives zero proper answer. In the scene, Amy appears, surprising them. In the scene, the girl quietly thanks Iruki for everything he's done. In the scene, overwhelmed, Amy shouts in gratitude and hugs Iruki tightly. Panicking, Iruki flees the sudden embrace, plainly flustered. Another student tackles him, sending them both crashing to the earth. The group celebrates Chiron's rescue, filled with relief and force. Iruki stays at the rear, without speaking, urging Chiron to return from unconsciousness. Chiron remains motionless in bed, his condition unchanged but observed over with hope. Within his thoughts, Chiron drifts between chaos and clarity. In the scene, voices echo, feeding doubt and pain, challenging his identity. In the scene, the boy fights back, resisting the darkness, his will beginning to awaken. Shadowed voices haunt Chiron, labeling him a burden, claiming his existence drags others into failure. His blue form falters under strain, whispering that it is over and Zero Root remains. In the scene, yet, in the void, Chiron reaches something beyond despair, a core called the Origin. Names swirl around it, the spot, the yin, yang infinity. It seems the center of entire existence. Reality twists as radiance and color converge into the golden center, bursting with power. Realization dawns it became always within him. The infinite contradictions, radiance and shadowed, stood entire part of himself. Each distorted tone and inner terror stood fragments of his thoughts shaped by trauma. Instead of rejecting them, he accepts his flaws and power alike without resistance. As the contradictions unify, Chiron begins to rise, physical form glowing with clarity and purpose. His feet land once more, and shadowy illusions retreat as he regains command of himself. He stands prior to his own subconscious, at final in harmony with what he seems. Reclaiming awareness, Chiron opens his gaze in the real realm, fully awakened. In the scene, a divine figure watches, explaining he transcended contradiction and reached Vajrayana. The girl declares him worthy of passing the event horizon, a state several ever reach. Looking at her, Chiron asks gently, "Stood you, lonely?" In the scene, the blue-haired goddess speaks gently, claiming she cannot feel loneliness, though she admits to feeling slightly sad at Chiron's departure. In the scene, Chiron thanks her for giving him the chance to return and promises to remember her words. She warns him this route won't open once more, as reaching Vajrayana means he will zero longer be invited back. Chiron steps forward, his physical form dissolving into radiant blue force as he begins his return. His form floats weightlessly, gaze closed, surrendering to the current pulling him away from that realm. As he fades, the goddess's tone echoes, asking him to send her regards to Headmaster Alpheus. Chiron's gaze open, confusion settling in as he realizes something feels off during the transition. The boy questions what's happening, his tone trailing as the surroundings twist without warning. In the swirling current, he sees someone else in front, unmoving, drawing his hand out toward the unknown figure. 13 periods following Chiron's death, the school building remained silent beneath the morning sun, casting long shadows across the courtyard. Within the infirmary, Amy seated himself among her resting classmates, exhaustion on their faces from nights spent in vigil beside Chiron's unmoving physical form. Understanding she possessed dozed off, Amy rose quietly, her look tired as she created her way to the sink, trying to shake off the weight of grief. She returned to Chiron's side, speaking softly as she opened the window to let the radiance in, asking how he felt that date. Although his gaze remained closed, she yet hoped he'd wake. Still, if simply for an instant, her tone firm yet trembling with emotion. Placing fresh flowers on the table, she glanced at him and inquired if he recalled their former periods, her tone turning additional reflective. Ami recalled the date she fell from a cliff, how Chiron possessed searched for her initial, never hesitating for a second. In the scene, the girl spoke about leaving without a proper goodbye, the guilt pressing heavy on her chest, words she never got to say. Regret overwhelmed her as she admitted she never apologized, her tone fading into silence beneath the weight of her memory. Since, afterward, countless events passed, but she never stopped thinking of him, wishing to share everything she possessed, missed. Tears welled in her gaze as she pleaded for him to return, her heart breaking in the sunlight pouring through the window. Abruptly, Chiron's fingers twitched, gaze fluttering open as Amy froze in astonishment, unsure if it became a miracle or another cruel ambition. Chiron gradually awakened, gasping for atmosphere as his chest heaved, drawing everyone's alarmed attention toward him. Amy stepped back with surprise, mouth open as emotions flooded her face, terror, relief, disbelief mixing entire at once. The boy coughed violently, struggling to speak. As Amy stumbled toward him, trembling, unable to contain the shock of his sudden revival. A noisy cry echoed across the school as news spread, shocking pupils and teachers alike. Ami and the others gathered by Chiron's side as an instructor confirmed he possessed remained conscious through the night. Avrione reacted in astonishment, watching closely as radiance gathered around Chiron's forehead, indicating the seal would soon break. Tension filled the chamber as Chiron's name became whispered, and companions glanced on, bracing for what might happen following. Without notice, Chiron jolted upright and screamed, his chest heaving as force pulsed violently around him, puzzled. He glanced around at the gathered crowd and inquired what became happening, alarmed even to see the headmaster present. Recognizing Amy, Chiron greeted her awkwardly, his tone radiance although the seriousness of the circumstance. Ami's emotions exploded as she struck him mid-sentence, enraged at his casual tone following periods of suffering. Yet with surprise, Chiron could barely react as she yelled at him, calling him reckless for disappearing like that. Tears welled in Amy's gaze as she confessed how worried she possessed been, tone trembling with emotion. Chiron softly apologized, explaining that period moved differently as he became trapped beyond the event horizon. Although merely half a date passed for him, it possessed been weeks for everyone else, making his return entire the additional surreal. Chiron remained, reflecting on everything that possessed happened during his odd journey. Prior to he could explain additional, his classmates charged in, yelling his name and tackling him in excitement. The chamber turned chaotic as laughter, screaming, and tears entire mixed welcoming Chiron back home. The teachers stepped within as chaos filled the chamber, revealing to Chiron he possessed been clinically dead for 10 periods. Chiron, stunned by the revelation, challenged the timeline as his companions demanded an explanation for his resurrection. Instructor Athela hurried in, alarmed in the scene, overcome with emotion. Athela embraced Chiron tightly, Another instructor clarified how worried Athela possessed been and how she entrusted everything to the immortal. Prior to he could respond, Chiron collapsed once more, prompting a frightened cry from the others. Chiron recovered swiftly, assuring Athela he became fine, overwhelmed by everyone's relief. He reflected on emotions he pondered he possessed. Lost, understanding simply how greatly his return meant to him. Laughing genuinely, Chiron announced that he became truly back, though an ominous red force abruptly filled the chamber. Amy, misunderstanding his words, grew flustered and demanded to know what he really felt. As the others jokingly piled on him, the headmaster quietly departed, at peace with Chiron's return. The boy paused in the corridor, murmuring that it became currently his turn to act. In the scene, Chiron followed and caught up with the headmaster. The headmaster listened seriously as Chiron started explaining what he experienced in that odd realm. With curiosity growing, the headmaster readied himself. Understanding Chiron's tale might change everything they knew about sorcery. A sudden glow appeared in the headmaster's gaze as Chiron mentioned the mysterious female from the other dimension. Chiron understood the female knew him, though his memories remained unclear and fragmented. Yet he became sure she inquired him to send her regards to the headmaster, leaving the aged male without speaking processing the message. Recognizing her face, Chiron quietly said he pondered. He knew who she became. The headmaster became alarmed but started pondering the deeper implications of their encounter. He admitted he didn't believe in fate, yet Chiron's meeting with her felt excessively deliberate to be coincidence. It became inevitable. The headmaster disclosed her name, Adrius Miro, currently known as Miro of Spacetime, a former disciple of his. Stunned, Chiron learned she specialized in scale sorcery. Intrigued and unsettled, Chiron inquired about the term. Unlockers stood those who activated the immortal function. Miro became single, and currently therefore became Chiron. The headmaster clarified that scale sorcery could merely be wielded. The cosmos shimmered in Chiron's imagination, unable to grasp the complete weight of such immense understanding. As Chiron visualized her powers, he challenged. The boy learned Miro disregarded normal arcane limits and instead explored realms beyond conventional understanding. That quest for deeper truths led her and her team to form a secret research group single that Miro once led. Adrian seated himself up in the infirmary, declaring it became his final date, resting prior to returning to normal life. Cyrielle and Amy visited him, lightening the mood as enjoying the uncommon school closure. Amy admitted her exhaustion from constant studying but insisted she couldn't stop as others yet pushed in front. Cyrielle inquired about the headmaster's condition, intrigued about the fallout from recent events. In the scene, a prison carriage rumbled through the city, drawing attention as it neared its destination. Within, the headmaster became escorted under guard, ready to face consequences prior to the Borough Council. The capital's Sorcery Association headquarters awaited him for official inspection and interrogation. Amy clarified that the investigation team found possible legal violations and the process would be strict. Adrian processed the news without speaking, concern shadowing his look. Earlier, Adrian possessed challenged the headmaster about Miro, a odd young woman who possessed mentioned him. He became puzzled how she knew him. Although zero prior meeting, the headmaster responded with a question about the total number of enrolled pupils. He clarified that several pupils leave, but single never did. Zero issue what the count remains short by single Miro. Possessed never graduated, she became forever part of the school. Adrian's gaze widened in astonishment as he understood the sorcery at play was scale sorcery, something beyond normal dimensional laws. The headmaster confirmed that Miro existed in Istas, a dimensional area created through advanced sorcery unreachable by conventional means. A vast structure floated without speaking in another realm, the higher layer of Istas, Miro's sealed domain. The headmaster cautioned Adrian that understanding of Istas became forbidden, hidden still from faculty for generations. He urged Adrian to remain silent, as revealing anything about the higher layer could carry risk never only to him but to the entire realm. With uncertainty, Adrian offered a silent response, yet processing the weight of the secret. He compelled a smile and assured the headmaster he'd remember everything, though terror lingered at the rear his words. Yet, in astonishment, Adrian joked about how he'd struggle to rest once more, knowing Miro existed in Istas. The headmaster without speaking acknowledged his own dread, although the calm look. The boy clarified that unless Adrian accessed the immortal function, Miro could never sense him. The girl would remain in the realm she created, unable to leave her sealed dimension. To Miro, the real realm held excessively greatly pain, a location she could never return to. Baeon's sunlight filled the chamber as Adrian seated himself surrounded by companions in peaceful warmth. In the scene, amid their laughter, memories of Istas and the hidden threats faded into the background. With each passing instant, risk felt distant, sealed away in a realm untouched by their current joy. Adrian, without speaking, reflected on the odd pull he felt from words like unlocker and higher layer of Istas. His companions laughed nearby, unaware of the silent storm within him as questions started forming. He gazed forward, sensing that his route became previously chosen, tied to something distant beyond them. Elsewhere, the Sorcery Association Tower remained tall as officials concluded their investigation. The headmaster became reminded that his testimony could yet be employed against him in court. A tone called out to him, stopping him prior to he became escorted away by guards. Pair pupils, Canis and Aaron, came closer under watch, both having been investigated earlier. Permission became granted for a short exchange, though officers remained wary. Canis expressed disgust toward the officials and agreed to hear the aged man's questions. The headmaster offered him a position at the school once everything became over. Canis lashed out, enraged at the idea of being under authority once more. In the scene, the headmaster remained firm, acknowledging the insult but standing by his offer. In the scene, the boy admitted that if it weren't for this arrangement, he would have begged personally. The young woman beside Canis called this manipulation evil, regardless of justification. As they strode away, the headmaster yet believed Canis could rise above everything. As they stood escorted, Canis recalled the headmaster's words, offering them a route ahead beyond violence and secrecy. Aaron and Canis stood carried to interrogation chamber B, but their thoughts rejected the idea of a route ahead. To them, survival possessed always meant fighting. Nothing else became taught, and nothing else remained. Entering the chamber, Canis accepted that war became the merely fate departed for him. They stood greeted by an officer named Drake, who introduced himself as their interrogator, confirming their identities. He ready to question both Aaron and Canis directly. Aaron attempted to read Drake's thoughts but found her gift blocked entirely, puzzled. She cautioned Canis that something became wrong. His thoughts became completely sealed. Drake, covered in metallic sorcery armor, claimed it became the merely way to prevent telepathic reading. She understood he became suppressing entire thoughts unnaturally, stunning her with the effortlessness. He urged them never to disrupt the interrogation and inquired Aaron to remain concentrated. As the spell narrowed on her, Aaron nervously confirmed her identity under strain. Canis felt the risk and acknowledged Drake's immense power. The inspector smirked, fully aware of the intimidation his presence carried. Later, Canis received a package marked as their master's final will, departed in silent. Drake clarified that the will possessed been ready by Arcan himself, meant specifically for Canis to receive following the events concluded. He added that legal confirmation possessed previously been finished through external lawyers, making the document official. Canis gazed in astonishment, struggling to accept that his master would entrust him with such personal and final words.
Canis holds the will in astonishment, stunned by the massive inheritance departed solely to him. The paper plainly names him as the sole recipient of Arcane's assets. The executor confirms it quietly, stating that each part of the inheritance currently belongs to Canis, without exception or condition. In the scene, looking at the paper, Canis feels conflicted. The boy questions Arcane's intention at the rear writing it, unable to ask the male himself anymore. Bitter thoughts surface as Canis recalls how Arcane never cared for him as alive, yet currently names him an apprentice. In the scene, the will shows Arcane's immense fortune transferred entirely to Canis. Although everything, the title of apprentice seems written plainly. The executor insists Arcane saw him as a pupil, though Canis finds it difficult to believe given the man's manipulative nature. In the scene, angrily, Canis accuses the others of being brainwashed since childhood, questioning their blind loyalty. He's met with confusion, but the executor explains brainwashing doesn't always require sorcery, simply timely rescue and influence. The boy describes how being saved during a life, or death instant, can create a child view the rescuer as godlike. In the scene, the executor claims such children believe serving that savior becomes their purpose. In the scene, Canis yells, calling it manipulation. A red-haired youth defends Arcane, shouting that everything became by decision, never command. Although their protests, the male quietly says admitting brainwashing could create them legally never guilty. Stunned, the children question if that truly means they're free of blame. Canis doubts the claim, but the male states it's the association's official stance during investigation. He warns, if brainwashing seems proven untrue, they must face complete responsibility for their crimes. Canis connects the circumstance claiming brainwashing means losing status as Arcane's apprentice and forfeiting the inheritance. The male confirms if he admits manipulation, the assets become illegal and seized by the association. Staring at the will, Canis understands accepting guilt means losing everything departed at the rear. A document titled Waiver of Inheritance seems placed prior to him, offering freedom in exchange for surrender. His thoughts drift to Ladum, a location of filth and oppression. Zero worse than this location pretending to be clean. The city's corruption masked its stench. In this place, it reeks under the disguise of justice. The boy views the realm as a battlefield where truth seems buried beneath blood and decay. Thou given period to decide, Canis quietly agrees, choosing to sign without delay. The official calls it a wise decision as Canis bends over the paper, pen in hand.
Inquired what's following, the male simply says they're free to go. Rage surges in the red-haired youth, understanding they merely wanted Arcane's wealth. The boy clenches his fist, enraged. They stood dismissed as insignificant. Canis currently sees how forceful Arcane truly became, slamming the table. He demands the man's magician rank. Following a pause, the male quietly admits grade 5. Fueled by rage, the red-haired youth declares he may retreat currently, but single date, the interrogator will bow to him. The official smirks, admitting he barely reached this position himself, suggesting it became never simple. Feigning courtesy, he politely asks the group to accept care of him going forward. A thinly veiled mockery, Canis slams the table, breathless as Aaron watches in silent. The boy calls her name afterward, urges that both of them grow stronger from currently on. Later, in the office of Inspection Team 3, another agent comments that the case finished cleanly due to Canis's quick decision. Within the office, concern rises over whether a 6-month suspension became excessively lenient in the Alpheus case. Although being a victim of the school incident, Alpheus seems challenged due to his leadership role. In the scene, the discussion shifts to the vast gold damage, hinting that accountability should outweigh sympathy. In the scene, tension spikes as the agent questions the fairness of the judgment. Alarmed, the officer swiftly apologizes, understanding the remark crossed a line. He exits the chamber, grumbling that the pain from Arcane's former period's assault yet lingers. In the scene, a flashback shows the officer being assaulted by Arcane long ago. Regretful, he murmurs that he should have eliminated Arcane afterward. In the scene, presenting a black case, he calls it a belated gift and award for achieving the Golden Circle. In the scene, a signature reveals the investigator's name, Ardiano Sarowin. In the scene, his role becomes key in the recent proceedings. The setting shifts to a peaceful school, serene under the morning sun. Pupils race through the courtyard, cheerfully greeting each other as a fresh day begins. They call out to the former headmaster, who currently tends the garden, but yet smiles warmly. Although retiring, he insists he's simply a grandpa, though the pupils yet revere him. The boy listens as they vent about exhausting school life, recognizing their determination to shift forward. A flashback shows their promise a month ago to complete a project and advance side by side. United in spirit, they pledged to reach Class 4 following semester as a team, but their plans stood shattered when Arcane abruptly assaulted the school. In the scene, due to the chaos, their studies halted entirely, making progress impossible. Their grades plummeted, and frustration grew, each single blaming their misfortune. Yet, they pushed themselves to study once more, still following everything, hoping to catch up side by side. Abruptly, they spot Canis and Arin returning to the school grounds. Alarmed, they question why those pair remain still back in this place. Canis replies quietly, saying they stood simply walking around, nothing additional. The triple pupils react with shock and confusion, unsure what Canis's vague words really mean. He casually explains that to achieve his goals, transferring to a higher-ranked school created additional sense. Grinning, Canis reminds them that as a newly promoted Class 4 student, he outranks them currently, therefore they should start calling him senior.
A green-haired student mocks a newcomer, doubting the school would ever accept him due to his lower standing. Abruptly, a calm, shadowed-haired lad appears and interrupts, casually identifying himself as a senior. The group reacts with confusion when he states he's from Class Quadruple, at once outranking them. Stunned pupils shout in astonishment, recalling how harshly their teachers judged them. They can't understand how someone could skip to Class Quadruple, therefore swiftly, bypassing Class Quintuple entirely. The senior reveals they studied under an ARCHMAGE and possessed long finished the basics prior to enrollment. The boy chuckles and expresses disappointment in the pupil's performance. Single lacks concept, another difficulties with practicals, and the third seems completely average. Frustrated, he regrets ever putting effort into fighting pupils, therefore distant beneath him. In the scene, leaving confidently, he says he'll treat them well as juniors. Watching him go, the trio decides their break seems over. Single grumbles about quitting sorcery, the others push him to maintain going. They pledge to graduate prior to those seniors' return following semester. In the scene, to succeed, they'll divide hours into 10-minute blocks for precise focus. Employing strict schedules, they start improving their skills with renewed determination. They decide to form a study group and organize their period employing precise planning and period blocks to stay fully concentrated. Each of them specializes in different subjects: writing, concept, and science. Therefore, they complement single another well without overlapping. Although the setup, single student swiftly turns in his task, prompting confusion and concern from the others. They review the odd submission and argue whether certain sentence structures create logical sense. A realization strikes: they've wrestled never from laziness, but since each subject felt naturally incompatible with their strengths, frustration boils over. But they continue debating, determined to understand and push forward although difficulties. Though discouraged, They stay committed, shifting entire focus to graduation and postponing other academic ambitions. Their shared motivation seems obvious. None of them want to remain juniors to Canis. Single of them need worries about the practical test, but yet tries to stay composed and hopeful. The test begins, and Needed performs with newfound precision, shocking the crowd with his performance. Observers remain amazed by his progress, wondering how he improved therefore rapidly. His abilities surge, and his efforts appear to guarantee a elevated ranking by the end. Gossip spread about other pupils slacking, but Need continues advancing regardless. The boy makes it into the top ranking list, securing his location with 173 beats. As his name seems called, cheers erupt across the arena, acknowledging his dramatic rise. The final rankings remain displayed. Aruki takes initial with 210 beats, Need second with 173, shocking everyone watching. Accusations fly toward Aruki, with others claiming he cheated or employed a special method to get that elevated score. Ignoring them, the class quadruple seniors mock Class 5's effort, showing obvious disdain for their progress. The juniors remain stunned by the arrogance, as faculty urges the seniors to act additional appropriately. The black-haired young woman mocks the pulse test, claiming she practiced endlessly and reached mastery through repetition. In the scene, with confidence, she questions if anyone truly believes they can surpass her performance, watching them boast. The class quintuple pupils mention their hidden weapon yet waiting to act. Encouraged by his companions, Chiron steps forward, determined to face the trial head on. The boy focuses without speaking, preparing himself as the signal radiance begins to glow. The instant the test begins, Chiron explodes with power, releasing a massive surge of sorcery. Spectators recoil in astonishment as the immense force shakes the platform. Shock spreads through the crowd. His force levels distant exceed expectations, forcing them to question what they simply saw. His pulse reaches 120 beats in simply 10 seconds, causing immediate panic. In the scene, observers realize that maintaining 12 beats per second should be impossible without severe consequences. Still, the strongest acknowledge the risk, yet Chiron remains standing without signs of collapse. An instructor recognizes Chiron's gift as Vajra Fena, a trait likely gained during his recovery from the immortal function. Originally pondered to become a guarded-type magician, his powerful durability became the base for something greatly greater. That endurance assisted him survive a brutal arcane process, evolving his potential beyond expectations. Chiron continues his test, overflowing with force as his pulse count rises at an alarming rate. In the scene, the display blares as the results finalize. Chiron reaches a record, breaking 410 beats. Everyone stares in astonishment at the board, which currently places him initial by an enormous margin. Classmates express disbelief at how forceful Chiron holds become, understanding he's distant above them. Canis, without speaking, watches, admitting to himself that Chiron seems truly amazing. In the scene, Arin, standing beside him, acknowledges that Chiron meets the level she expects in arrival and decides to leave. The crowd mocks Canis, questioning if being an Archmage's disciple means anything currently. He reflects on his former period's assumptions, understanding his earlier defeat wasn't due to traits but actual power. Currently, he without speaking admits that if they stood to duel once more, victory would zero longer be certain. Canis approaches a group of pupils, demanding to know who Chiron seems in the scene. His sudden presence causes visible discomfort among them. The pupils whisper, unsure how to respond. Someone points out Canis seems an advanced class instructor, raising tension still additional. Ignoring their terror, Canis presses on. He possessed previously investigated Chiron's background the instant he arrived at the school. In the scene, the boy broke into records, expecting to see exceptional grades. To his surprise, they stood below average. Although losing to them, Canis understood their academic performance didn't justify their reputation. Further digging disclosed their influence stemmed from connections. In the scene, others feared someone like Chiron could easily surpass them. Remembering Chiron's unique traits, Canis reflects on his potential. Durability, massful radiance, unlocker things he doesn't fully understand yet. Determined, he swears never to lose once more. He'll become powerful enough to rival still his master. Beside him, a silent young woman agrees, recognizing his resolve. They eat side by side beyond, casually planning to grow stronger. In the scene, surrounded by peace, they rest under the sunlight. The school stands silent as the date fades to night. Within, pupils study as Chiron focuses by himself. Instructors watch him closely, observing something uncommon. An owl, without speaking, observes, sensing change in the atmosphere. As the final exams approach, Aruki difficulties under strain, muttering nervously as reviewing complex material at his desk. Others prepare in silence as the month passes swiftly. The test season arrives, casting a heavy mood across the school. Standing in a grand hallway, someone calls out to Chiron, signaling the start of a tense date. Pupils greet Chiron warmly, joking about being classmates in the following level, plainly acknowledging his efforts in the scene. Sharon smiles as his peers express gratitude and admiration. They know how difficult he's worked at the rear, the scenes although the praise. Several feel the strain building. Anxiety grows with the pondered of making still a minor mistake. Aruki encourages calmness, reminding his companions to remain steady, still in the most stressful moments. They realize they'll be taking the exams in separate rooms, but resolve to stay powerful through it side by side. Abruptly, panic sets in. They forgot the test possessed previously started. They dash off, agreeing to regroup in 12 hours following the test ends. As period passes, the sky shifts, signaling the long test underway. Aruki confidently sits, having memorized each test question in advance. Employing Aruki's notes, the group secretly shares answers through subtle gestures. In the scene, afterward, exhaustion shows. Several feel they failed at several subjects, as others remain hopeful. Though stressed, Aruki advises them to accept mistakes and focus on what's in front. Confidence gradually returns as single yells in relief they passed. Rian cheers following seeing his results, proudly shouting that he scored over 80 in each subject with an 82-point average. The boy leaps in excitement, celebrating their promotion to class quadruple. Joy fills the chamber. Aruki, seemingly grave, abruptly erupts in laughter, revealing he scored 87 in entire subjects. The boy brags about copying the language instructor's speech style, which assisted raise his grades drastically. Yet overwhelmed, Aruki admits single mistake would have ruined everything, but he managed to succeed. Rian, intrigued, asks about Chiron's score. In the scene, concern spreads as they realize he hasn't spoken. Chiron at final speaks, revealing an 86-point average. His companions react with surprise and awe. They acknowledge the difficulty he overcame as a normal citizen, achieving elevated marks in simply single semester. Although the success, Chiron seems unsure, unable to identify what feels off. Looking at the test sheet, Chiron questions whether he selected the correct math answer. Others confirm the solution became tricky. In the scene, Chiron admits he can't remember which option he chose. In the scene, the uncertainty leads to panic. In the scene, they calculate that if he got it wrong, his score would drop below 80. Chiron thinks he picked option triple, but isn't confident about it anymore. His companions realize single mistake could prevent him from advancing and trap him in class quintuple once more. Unable to bear the strain, Chiron screams in frustration, overwhelmed by doubt. In a panic, the pupils sprint down the corridor, deciding to ask the instructor directly about the test question. They shout for the instructor's attention as she turns, alarmed by their sudden approach. Intrigued, the instructor listens as they urgently request the correct answer to the final math question. Following a brief pause, the instructor replies that she believes the correct answer became option pair. Chiron freezes in horror, remembering he chose a different single. His companions try to calm him, reminding him he's powerful enough to endure the shock. Chiron mumbles in astonishment as the others thank the instructor and drag him away. The instructor chuckles at their force, afterward returns to her office, shaking her head. Moments later, she sits down reviewing the test to check the actual correct answer. Understanding her earlier mistake, she smiles as she confirms the genuine answer became option triple. At the same period, Chiron stands tall and relieved his advancement to class quadruple seems officially approved. Distant away, the story shifts to the capital city, Bashuka, under luminous daylight. At Heisen's swordsmanship school, a blonde young woman practices combat movements with precision. Concentrated, she mutters techniques aloud, unaware of the connection her story may soon hold with Chiron. Within a military classroom, a blonde female instructor walks confidently between rows, addressing a student with casual authority and sharp observation. In the scene, the girl comments on the student's poor attendance, but acknowledges his impressive results during the practical exams, questioning if he can maintain that standard. In the scene, seated at the back, Rian rests his chin on his hand, calm and unreadable. In the scene, the instructor calls his name. Rian listens without speaking as others mock his rank, unfazed by their laughter or judgment. Although being final among 30 pupils at Kaizen's swordsmanship school, he remains calm and observant. Unlike most boys, Rian doesn't react in rage, showing uncommon composure that sets him apart. The boy trains harder than anyone, pushing himself without rest, never flinching under strain. In the scene, his intense discipline surpasses others, yet his rank remains unchanged at the bottom. Observers wonder how someone therefore concentrated and driven could yet be in final location. Kaizen's swordsmanship school holds produced elite knights over its 200-cycle history. Numerous graduates gain elevated honors, including single-titled the Great Swordmaster. Merely 30 out of hundreds survive the severe probation each term. In the scene, trainees crawl, sweat, and collapse during merciless drills, pushed to their limits. Richard Feiger from Group 1 demands additional effort, yelling at struggling cadets. The frail remain mocked, as the powerful dominate the brutal practice grounds. Pupils remain split into triple groups based on gift and schema usage. Group 2 lacks schema but shows powerful physical capability and grit. Group 3 holds those without gift, often compelled in this place against their will. Elzon Tess observes without speaking as group rankings shape severe realities within the school's brutal practice system. Those seen as frail remain discarded without delay, pondered liabilities in clash rather than teammates. Richard boasts loudly following finishing initial once more, stepping over a struggling cadet without remorse. Rian abruptly intervenes, launching a surprise assault that slams Richard to the earth with power. In the scene, spectators react with shock, watching Ryan confront the dominant figure of Group 1 head. On the boy warns Richard to stop acting like he owns the location, standing tall without terror. Later that night, tensions escalate when Ryan seems confronted by Richard's ally seeking retaliation. Pupils whisper about Ryan's refusal to pay for Richard's birthday. The reason Group the 1st of March Kedem, Elzane, intrigued, wonders if Ryan seems powerful but hears he's frail, yet oddly fearless. Gossip spreads swift, and pupils realize Ryan stepped up by himself against the strongest group. Richard challenges Ryan beyond, employing evaluation threats to power a duel. Ryan agrees without delay as others, including Group 3, nervously follow at the rear. Beyond Richard taunts, expecting submission, but Ryan remains calm and collected. With Group 3 at the rear him, Rian challenges entire of Richard's followers at once. In the scene, the boy offers them a chance flee or be beaten. Surrounded and mocked by enemies, Rian stands quietly as Richard questions his will to duel. Rian counters the insult with the obvious answer he fights never for advantage but since it is necessary. The boy clenches his fists and defines his resolve as the spirit of a genuine knight. Richard, provoked, declares Ryan unworthy of knighthood and prepares to face him by himself. Confident in his power, Richard offers Ryan the initial shift to highlight their gift gap. Rian accepts the trial, stepping forward with resolve in his gaze. Richard unleashes a forceful, glowing punch, striking Ryan directly with his complete power. The boy taunts Ryan mid-duel, proud of landing the hit without resistance. Rian falls back, struggling to remain, stunned by the sheer power of schema. Shaken, Ryan wonders if this immense power seems truly the power of schema. Although the hit, he remains upright, causing Richard to hesitate in confusion. Richard rushes in once more, questioning if he underestimated his rival. In a swift counter, Ryan flips Richard and slams him difficult into the earth. To Richard's shock, Rian's power matches his. Although lacking schema angered, Richard roars and launches another enraged strike, unwilling to accept being equal. Rian takes a brutal blow, blood pouring from his mouth as Richard assaults relentlessly. Enraged and out of command, Richard continues pounding, yelling for Ryan to die. Covered in wounds, Ryan holds his earth still as the assault continues violently. Pupils yell for someone to stop Richard as he nearly goes excessively distant. Although the chaos, Ryan remains motionless, bleeding but calm under taunting gazes. Tied to a tree, Ryan seems ridiculed as pupils laugh at his defeat and powerlessness. Simone scolds Richard for crossing the line, saying humiliating a defeated rival seems disgraceful. The crowd begins to question if the punishment holds gone excessively distant. Still, if Ryan lost. Yet upside down, bruised and beaten, Rian sincerely apologizes without bitterness or shame. Elzane watches quietly as pupils mock Rian for acting composed, although humiliation. In the scene, laughter spreads, but Ryan smiles faintly, accepting the shame with dignity. In the scene, the boy tells them they'll forget it soon. Unfazed by the judgment around him, Ryan says he fought for what's proper and holds zero shame for losing. He reminds everyone that they rushed away as claiming to be route ahead knights, calling them out. Ryan says what'll haunt them seems never his loss but their terror. As Ryan hangs without speaking, his classmates look away, but single student realizes the weight of that day's shame. Rian's tone rises, declaring that still if single loses repeatedly, fighting for belief leaves zero regrets. The boy warns them betraying one's values will haunt them for life. Still, if they rise as knights. Images of former periods' injustice flood the minds of the silent crowd, each reminded of their own failure. In the scene, Elzin watches as his words cut deeper than any strike, challenging their pride. Rian shouts once additional, urging them to act, reminding them that belief defines a genuine sword fighter. A red-haired fighter smirked arrogantly, surrounded by hostile trainees glaring with glowing red gaze. Tension escalated as the group advanced, threatening anyone who dared defy them, taunting their fallen rival. Abruptly, a figure flew elevated through the atmosphere, drawing everyone's stunned gaze toward the sky. The airborne student crashed violently beside a calm, muscular female with braided blonde hair. Leon, bruised and battered, hit the earth groaning as the female remained firm without flinching. Elzane Tess extended her hand, inviting Leon to rise and duel alongside her. Leon glanced up in confusion, unsure how to respond as his hands stood yet bound. Nearby, a student praised Tess's power, inspired to at final confront his own fears. A brawl nearly erupted as emotions flared, merely halted by a tone urging calm. The red-haired male grinned, fired up by the trial and ready to retaliate. With fists clenched, he roared, calling others to prepare for clash. In the scene, a chaotic clash erupted as the crowd surged forward, hungry for dominance. Tess and Leon observed the madness as single injured student fled, calling for assist. In the scene, Tess apologized, admitting she never intended to play the hero's role. The girl disclosed the truth. This became never unsupervised. The instructor possessed been watching entire along. Leon listened with surprise as Tess clarified that everything, including this instant, was being evaluated for the school's final test. He learned the top candidate, although rough behavior became yet recognized above 300 other applicants. Tess teased Leon for ranking final as he stayed calm, claiming he possessed previously accepted his position long ago. Intrigued, Tess inquired if he wasn't worried about graduating or building his name as a sword fighter. Leon dismissed her concern, expressing that he didn't care about reputation or finishing initial. The boy admitted his motivation came from something deeper. He wanted power to serve his lord. Tess became stunned, understanding Leon possessed taken a knight's oath, a grave and uncommon commitment. The girl wondered who this significant person could be, someone worthy of lifelong loyalty. Leon disclosed the name, Sharon, his companion from his hometown sorcery school. Doubts filled Tess's thoughts upon learning Leon swore loyalty to a student, never a famous figure. Although her surprise, she understood he became completely grave about his decision. She became stunned that Chiron, a mere young woman at a local school, could inspire such devotion. Tess tried to ask additional, but they stood interrupted as the final test became about to start. With zero period departed, both hurried forward as the instructors gathered everyone for the test. Within the massive indoor urban warfare field, trainees remained ready for what came following. Instructor Ruin announced the practical test would assess motion, specifically weight shifting in swordsmanship. He challenged trainees about a sword fighter's center of gravity, swiftly rejecting entire incorrect answers. Each student guessed wrong, triggering punishment as Ruin clarified the concept of external gravity. The instructor demanded they shout the term aloud, though none possessed heard of it prior to. He admitted they stood clueless since he never clarified it. Afterward at last started his demonstration. Ruin executed flawless footwork in a forceful swing, stunning everyone with the sudden intensity. Pupils stood amazed by the power of a single slash, understanding the importance of positioning. The technique relied on physical form, tilt, and inertia, never brute power, enhanced further with schema. The boy scolded them for looking puzzled, reminding that ignorance in real combat meant death. In the scene, Ruin stressed understanding over raw power, urging them to focus on adapting their balance. The boy planted his foot dramatically, shifting momentum for a fresh technique demonstration. Each shift became precise, his stance changing fluidly in preparation for the final explanation. His physical form leaned sharply, muscles aligned as he demonstrated advanced motion concept. Ruin announced his current balance became positioned at the rear him, beyond his physical frame. He finished the lecture by naming it plainly. This became the essence of external gravity. Instructor Ruin slammed into the earth, rebounding upward with precise physical form command and explosive power. Midair, he twisted his physical form sharply and readied to demonstrate advanced motion with flawless posture. The boy shouted mid-flight, explaining the concept could be employed to defy conventional movement. The pupils screamed as Ruin launched higher, bouncing off surfaces like a spring. To everyone's disbelief, he stepped onto the ceiling, running across it like solid earth. With a sudden turn, he descended swiftly in a spiral, blade aimed with terrifying speed. Wind and force spun violently as he rotated faster than the eye could follow. Pupils could merely gape with wonder, unable to grasp how a person moved like that. Elzane whispered that his technique became nearly unstoppable, combining speed with destructive movement. Leon recognized it as a blow driven by inertia, never power, a method tied to a deadly sword fighter's legacy. Ruin clarified the gravity wasn't real, but simulated employing schema to generate immense power. He admitted, it became exaggerated on purpose, simply to create them understand the concept. Ruin listed the evaluation points, warning pupils that reactions would likewise be judged. The boy punished those who cheered mid-demo with extra push-ups, showing zero mercy. The board displayed definitions of external gravity and initial impact, solidifying what they'd witnessed. The instructor announces the horizontal obstacle evaluation, where pupils must pass through lethal traps without external assist. In the scene, a diagram reveals tight corridors with shifting blocks and narrow gaps, testing balance, reflexes, and timing. The boy warns that failure can be fatal, as the traps employ real blades, and a student barely escapes single. Cadets assemble nervously as the instructor mocks their terror, daring them to step up. He jokes about medical aid from instructor kinda, terrifying them still additional. Davis confidently volunteers initial, others whisper anxiously about their own limits following intense schema practice. Several mock the evaluation, but Ryan glares at them when Chiron seems mentioned. The boy defends Chiron fiercely, stating he'd never swear loyalty unless Chiron became truly remarkable. In the scene, calling Chiron destined for greatness, Ryan silences the others and walks away. Ryan admits he trusts Chiron fully, warning never to judge blindly. Ami grows intrigued, impressed by Ryan's loyalty, and asks to meet Chiron alarmed. Ryan stares as Amy eagerly insists on meeting him. In the scene, Ryan demands to know why she wants to meet Chiron, visibly flustered. In the scene, Amy smiles, saying his constant praise sparked her interest. The girl suggests visiting Kreese side by side, leaving Ryan speechless at the idea of Chiron simply playing around. Ryan recalls the instant Chiron accepted him as a companion. Since afterward, 6 months hold past at the swordsmanship school without a chance to reconnect. Longing builds within Ryan, the urge to play and reunite immense his focus. The boy abruptly shouts out in frustration, startling Amy, who wonders if Chiron would accept strangers. Ami teases him for reacting, suggesting he carry a young woman to create things reduced awkward. In the scene, the idea of a couple's trip embarrasses Ryan, who panics at the suggestion. Trying to stay composed, he says he'll think about it, as Amy pushes for single final big effort prior to break. In the scene, Elian steps forward confidently, declaring readiness for evaluation as her turn begins. The girl charges into the obstacle course the instant the command seems given. Sprinting with focus, dodging metal traps and flying former period's sharp devices, she progresses without delay. Understanding pure agility won't be enough. She spots a massive rotating barrier blocking her route, knowing she needs power to pass. Ellie braces for impact, employing momentum. In the scene, the girl shifts her center outward, launching herself through the gap with sharp precision. In the scene, twisting midair, she slides under spinning blades and lands safely. In the scene, the instructor confirms her success. The girl passed with top speed and command. Elian seems announced initial location overall, earning the top score in the evaluation. With silent from the instructor, Rian takes position for the course, gaze sharp and physical form ready. Given the signal, he sprints forward at complete speed, determination obvious in each motion. Launching himself, he accelerates former periods the initial set of obstacles with smooth command. Spectators remain stunned by his speed as he advances faster than expected. The boy maneuvers through narrow turns, nearing the section requiring external power. A set of deadly spikes spins in front, timing and power must be perfect. Focusing his thoughts, Ryan shifts his center, employing schema to enhance his leap. He lands with explosive power, cracking the earth as he pushes off once more. The instructor watches, alarmed by Ryan's form as he continues soaring in front. Midair, Ryan realizes his position seems off. The blades spin dangerously near. He grazes single, flailing prior to landing, difficult, barely avoiding a grave hit. In the scene, angry voices shout from the sidelines, questioning why he nearly led with his neck. The instructor scolds him, doubting whether Ryan employed schema at entire. In the scene, Ryan insists he did, but the instructor accuses him of failing to meet the requirement. To prove himself, Ryan seems told to lift a stone equal to twice his physical form weight, simply like the previous power test. In the scene, Ryan strains with effort, gripping the massive stone with both arms and lifting it above his head through sheer will. The boy screams as holding the weight steady, asking the instructor for feedback as his physical form shakes. Sweat runs down the instructor's face as he realizes something seems off, staring in astonishment. Puzzled, Ryan asks, "What is wrong?" The instructor reveals he never activated schema at entire. Others look on with surprise as Ryan continues to hold the rock, unable to understand the issue. The boy questions the logic if he's lifting the weight currently. How could he be disqualified? The instructor, stunned, admits Ryan employed nothing but brute power, never arcane enhancement. Ryan stands firm in front of everyone, holding the stone as silence fills the chamber. Although his power, Ryan's rank seems officially confirmed as bottom of the semester, as the rules favor technique over raw power.
The school towered under obvious skies as Ryan muttered in frustration, disheartened by the results he possessed, simply received. His hands trembled as holding the rank sheet he possessed, placed final once more, solely since he couldn't employ schema. The boy imagined his father's enraged reaction, knowing he'd be in trouble if caught lying about his whereabouts. Rian rushed out with a smile, reassuring his companion he'd carry Chiron for the upcoming break. As he strode, thoughts about Chiron's recent absence filled his thoughts with unease and suspicion. Beyond the school, Chiron remained without speaking in an open field, his presence tense and concentrated. With a burst of golden radiance, Chiron activated teleportation and vanished from his position. He zigzagged across the earth in a dazzling pattern, controlling each motion with practiced precision. Leaping elevated, he unleashed Rainbow Drop, slamming force into the earth with explosive power. Chiron extended his arm and started casting a second spell, maintaining his calm look. Photon cannon detonated on impact, shattering the earth in a blinding burst. He landed lightly, sorcery yet swirling around him in silent power. Another spell followed laser firing a concentrated beam across the field. In the scene, shockwaves amplified the damage, tearing through layers of stone without resistance. In seconds, the forceful spell reduced the area to rubble, ending his fierce display. Chiron assessed his photon cannon's impact, noting its burst power. In contrast, laser offered continuous damage, ideal for prolonged assaults against solid targets. He understood his sorcery possessed advanced swiftly, combining fresh spells with efficient command. Nevertheless, growth in power by himself wasn't enough to feel secure. Wind Cutter sliced the atmosphere as he tested versatility, but still precision didn't erase his earlier shortcomings. In the scene, Chiron admitted internally his journey wasn't complete. At that place became yet greatly he lacked, although outward improvement. Early on, surprise and the immortal function covered his inexperience, helping him survive perilous fights. But, when real risk came, and powerful enemies remained prior to him, he could do nothing but watch others suffer. The boy recalled the people he wanted to guard. That memory created his grip tighten around the orb. Being powerless once became enough. The boy couldn't let that happen once more when it truly mattered. Seeing his companions, Chiron felt steadier. Their presence reminded him why he practiced. In the scene, in an instant, he teleported between Iruki and Need, surprising them completely. They gazed with surprise, impressed by his spatial movement's precision and speed. Chiron remained quietly as his companions gathered, eager to match his progress. The boy clarified the short-range teleportation, admitting it departed him dizzy. Need praised the effort, saying still advanced pupils wrestled with such sorcery. With a grin, Need offered to showcase his own plasma sorcery. Need teased Chiron for practice by himself excessively seriously, calling him narcissistic. In the scene, Chiron, flustered, insisted that wasn't his intention. Admitting his shortcomings, Chiron lowered his gaze, feeling the weight of self-doubt following reflecting on his performance. In the scene, Need reassured him, praising the laser spell's difficulty. It normally accepted cycles of mental practice, yet Chiron possessed achieved it previously. In the scene, Need pointed out how Chiron adapted photon cannon structure to master laser instantly, something extraordinary. The boy encouraged Chiron to be proud, acknowledging how distant he'd progressed through the semester. Chiron smiled faintly, quietly accepting the praise as birds flew former periods the school's tower. In the scene later, the class gathered for a semester, ending ceremony offering thanks to the teachers. Pupils laughed side by side, with Need bragging about improving his grade. Spirits stood elevated as the break came closer. In the scene, Iruki, excited, waved to Miss Athela, preparing for something unexpected. In the scene, with exaggerated charm, Thad invited Athela to dinner, catching everyone off guard. Athela declined politely, saying she possessed to manage the order in the scene. Sienna teased Thad in return. The class laughed as Thad responded with dramatic flair, defending his hair and romantic ideals. Sienna inquired bluntly if Athela possessed ever dated. Stunned reactions filled the chamber. Athela smiled and quietly responded that she became previously in a relationship. The class burst into disbelief, their surprise echoing through the chamber with noisy reactions. As classmates teased her to reveal who she became dating, Miss Sienna paused and responded with a mysterious smile. Quietly, she announced she became dating sorcery itself, stunning the class into silence with her playful but sincere response. Her pupils remained speechless, unsure if she became joking or grave, but plainly impressed. The atmosphere lightened as pupils reacted with disbelief. Abruptly, the long-absent headmaster stepped within, joking about his status as pupils hurried to greet him. The boy requested a private word with Chiron, who agreed, as the others waited by the entrance, within the empty classroom. The headmaster directly inquired if Chiron planned to investigate the mystery of Miro. Chiron stayed silent, but his gaze disclosed the answer. In the scene, with a knowing gaze, the headmaster told him to start at the Kurgo ruins. Chiron hesitated, alarmed that the headmaster previously knew his thoughts. In the scene, the boy advised Chiron to go and observe the truth hidden in Kurgo. At that place, Chiron would glimpse what Miro's reality truly glanced like, crucial to what came following. On the train, Chiron without speaking repeated the name, Kurgo, to himself. Previously planning, when inquired about their destination, Ryan excitedly shouted the wrong location. Galliant Island. Chiron gazed in astonishment, understanding Ryan possessed zero idea where they were actually headed. The laser spell became detailed as advanced radiant sorcery categorized under photon, type with mental focus. Spatial motion became classified as a passive photon, type spell that manipulated area, period. Arian Chiron's profile displayed his impressive sorcery list. Active spells included laser. In the scene, the headmaster grants Chiron permission to investigate the Kurgu ruins, stating it as a sign of trust in his judgment. In the scene, the boy warns Chiron to remain cautious, aware of the dangers the ruins might conceal. Chiron respectfully agrees, afterward asks what drives the headmaster's interest in the ruins. The aged male explains he once heard a tone as shifting across dimensions during meditation. When Chiron questions it, the headmaster reveals that the tone became his own, long neglected. Twisted thoughts, once buried, resurface memories whispering that his life became a lie and his parents stood illusions. The headmaster, without speaking, recalls what he learned about Chiron from Clump. Chiron admits he is yet frail but longs to grow stronger by facing himself. The boy believes understanding his inner contradictions seems the merely way forward. He reflects on a pondered perhaps someone else created choices born from the same loneliness. In the scene, by learning about that person, he hopes to find meaning. In the scene, Chiron feels he might find answers about himself through that journey. The headmaster watches him depart, without speaking thoughtful. The boy reflects that everyone loses their way at several points. By himself, Chiron walks on a traveler across a vast, unfamiliar realm. The headmaster watches from the window, without speaking, wishing Chiron will find clarity and guard those who issue to him. Lifting his glass, he reflects on how fascinating the root of youth truly seems. The boy recalls his former period's failures, recognizing similarities between himself and Chiron's growth without arrogance. In the scene, memories of Chiron's friendships and moments of compassion pass through his thoughts. He sees the lad choosing empathy over rage, still in shadowed moments. It feels as if Chiron seems doing what he could never, fulfilling what he once abandoned. The headmaster admits he failed to guard the maze and those tied to it. Yet seeing Chiron, he begins to hope once more, wondering if he can trust once additional. Quietly, he asks for single additional chance to be selfish for the sake of that child. At the same period, Chiron's companions question him about the ruins and his unexpected approval. Alarmed by the headmaster's aid, Chiron reveals his plan to explore during the break. They joke about visiting side by side, sharing a radiance instant amid heavier thoughts. Single companion laments how his father always controls his actions. The others sympathize, sharing their own household difficulties, bonding over similar pressures. In the scene, as they talk, someone recalls how Chiron once met the founder of the Psychic Assembly. The group discusses the Psychic Assembly's founders, including the Sorcery Association's president and the creator of Istas. They marvel at how forceful that generation must hold been to shape such a legacy. Chiron agrees to share his findings, simply prior to Yuruki receives a surprise letter. In the scene from the departing carriage, Yuruki shouts his farewell to Chiron with a cheerful smile. Chiron responds with equal force, promising to reunite following a month's period. Elsewhere, in the capital Vastu, music echoes from the mansion of the Yopin, Reina household. Within, Reina plays passionately as Ryan, her younger brother, groans about the noise. The boy senses her sorcery surging violently and suspects she's lost in a profound trance. Observing the risk in her force, he decides interrupting her would be risky. In the scene, hoping to escape quietly, Ryan tiptoes away to avoid her attention. In the scene, unfortunately, Reina catches him mid-step, startling him completely. Standing quietly, she mocks his attempt to sneak out like a stray cat. In the scene, the girl demands his report card with a firm hand stretched out. Rian shouts in protest, refusing to be treated like a child once more. Ignoring his tantrum, Reina prepares to forcefully accept it, showing zero patience departed. Reina reads Ryan's report card and seems stunned to see he ranked dead final among entire pupils. Puzzled, she questions his subject choices, taunting imaginary schema, as if it's nonsense. Ryan defends himself, claiming he tried but couldn't unlock the schema, although efforts. In the scene, the girl sarcastically suggests staying home, planning to visit their grandfather afterward. In the scene, Ryan yells back, refusing to cancel his plans and demanding his freedom. Reina at once demands to know who he's going with, causing Ryan to panic. In the scene, terrified, he thinks revealing Chiron's name might get him killed. Trying to divert, he lies, claiming it involves a aristocrat household's daughter. Enraged, Reina calls out the lie, screaming that someone like Ryan would never befriend aristocrats. In the scene, spotting a chance, Ryan bolts through an opening and dashes down the hallway. Reina chases following him, yelling for him to stop at once. Beyond, Ryan escapes at complete speed, determined to flee prior to she catches him. In the scene, watching him vanish, Reina sighs and picks up his crumpled report card. She reflects that zero issue what he does, he's yet under her command. Confidently, she challenges him to grow faster and see who gets in front initial. A carriage travels down a forest road toward the main house of the Credo household, as servants discuss recent household developments. Within the carriage, Chiron listens as Temuran, the butler, updates him on various relatives' achievements and assignments. Mention of Ryan sparks Chiron's curiosity, especially following hearing he's currently a certified B-rank sword fighter. Temuran advises Chiron never to carry up the eldest son, hinting at sensitive household politics surrounding his absence. Chiron, puzzled, wonders if Ryan became cast out, although the household head's known affection for his children. Reflecting on Ryan's silent for 6 months, Chiron assumes he'll meet him soon and laughs at the memory of his brother's carefree nature.
Arriving at a rural house, Chiron steps off the carriage. Alarmed by the location, within, laughter and the smell of food fill the chamber, as Ryan and their father enjoy a lively meal. Chiron freezes in astonishment, staring at Ryan's cheerful figure across the table. In the scene, Chiron asks what's happening, and his father rushes to embrace him tightly. The powerful smell of alcohol overwhelms Chiron as he's squeezed in a bear hug. He wonders why Ryan seems home and learns he arrived periods ago. Ryan reminds Chiron of their former periods side by side, sharing memories of chopping wood and hunting. In the scene, their mother rushes out as Chiron cries and runs into her arms. The girl embraces him warmly, relieved he's safe, and mentions the assist they received from the Ozent household. Chiron reflects quietly. Understanding Ryan didn't choose to leave home, he became likely unable to return for other reasons. Ryan proposes chopping wood side by side, prompting their drunken father to join enthusiastically. Chiron steps away, sighing at the scene, but assures his mother he'll go with them, although her concern. With a smile, Chiron tells them he'll be fine currently that he's home once more. His mother watches with astonishment as Chiron stands confidently with the others. She's moved deeply, understanding how greatly her son holds grown in merely half a cycle. In the scene, Ryan challenges Chiron to a bet whoever fells the tree with fewer strikes will win. In the scene, Chiron agrees, recalling making the same bet with his father as a child. They start chopping in the forest, laughter echoing as axes swing with power. Chiron seems amazed at the precision of Ryan's technique as chopping. Ryan activates a form of force, impressing Chiron still additional. He insists it's never sorcery, but shows off his real power with another forceful swing. In the scene, back at home, their father rejoices, calling this the reunion he hoped for. In the scene, Chiron questions Ryan's disappearance and why he avoided the main house. Ryan brushes it off, claiming his real home seems with them, never among the aristocrats. Ryan shouts the signal and swings down with power, beginning their woodcutting trial without delay. Their father watches with arms crossed, as Chiron's gaze widens, sensing something uncommon. With awe, Chiron realizes Ryan simply executed the advanced shift known as Thunder Strike. Ryan's axe strikes the tree with explosive force, splintering the trunk in an instant. Wood bursts around him, and Chiron reacts with surprise as the tree collapses violently. Recognizing the technique, Chiron exclaims that Ryan holds now mastered the uncommon blade kill gift. Ryan grins proudly, remembering his nerves during practice and his relief following pulling it off. The boy recalls how Chiron once employed blade kill on him, pushing him to learn it himself. Following asking his father about the secret, Ryan practiced relentlessly and at final succeeded yesterday. In the scene, admiring Ryan's growth, Chiron reflects on his persistence and humble nature. Their father praises Ryan and teases Chiron, wondering if he can win currently. Chiron quietly prepares, refusing to borrow Ryan's axe and stepping toward the following tree. Silent falls as Chiron measures the tree and steadies his breath. In the scene, the wind stirs around him, swirling gently as he focuses with precision. Ryan and their father look on stunned by the odd motion of wind forming at Chiron's side. In the scene, leaves swirl as Chiron channels wind through his palm, drawing power from nature into his strike. His father and Ryan watch in silent, sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere. With a clean movement, the tree splits cleanly in half. Chiron stands tall and declares victory. Ryan reacts in astonishment, questioning if Chiron simply employed actual sorcery to win. Chiron laughs and explains that the technique seems called Wind Cutter, a sorcery-based strike. His father seems stunned but swiftly celebrates, joking they'll never hold to chop wood once more. Ryan reflects without speaking, understanding how greatly Chiron holds grown in merely 6 months. In the scene, from the trees, Ryan acknowledges defeat and agrees to grant Chiron's earlier wish. That night, the household shares dinner around a heated table, laughter and comfort filling the home. In the scene, later, Ryan and Chiron lie in bed, talking about Galleon Island and upcoming plans. Chiron seems alarmed to hear that Ryan seems headed at that place excessively, but the condition worries him. In the scene, Ryan reminds him the trip must be with a female partner, teasing his younger brother. Chiron panics, understanding he hasn't pondered that distant in front and doesn't know any girls well. In the scene, Ryan suspects something's off, questioning Chiron's studies and reasons for avoiding home. Desperate, Chiron worries he might hold to ask Tess, unsure how to face her currently. Chiron, determined and wide-eyed, resolves without speaking that he must find someone to join him on the trip. Lying on his bed, he quietly agrees out noisy, saying he will carry someone as well. Ryan jolts upright with surprise as Chiron states plainly that he'll carry a female companion, startling everyone, even the parents beyond the room. Late at night, Chiron lies in bed as Ryan abruptly asks if he's popular with girls. Chiron seems puzzled, but Ryan swiftly shifts topics, mentioning Reina. Following a pause, Ryan asks if Chiron's partner seems gentle and afterward casually questions whether she's pretty, drawing a reaction from Chiron. Sharon admits she's highly pretty, surprising Ryan, who wasn't expecting such honesty. Ryan panics and demands Sharon create sure she agrees to join the trip. Morning arrives and period passes, signaling the start of their preparations and plans for the upcoming journey. Ryan heads home to prepare as Sharon travels to Greece to meet his partner and secure her agreement. They're greeted warmly, and a female offers Sharon a parting gift prior to the trip. The girl presents a charm created from 4-leaf clovers, explaining it's meant to carry safety and luck. In the scene, Ryan recalls collapsing from fever as a child and Reina caring for him without rest. In the scene, the boy remembers her watching over him through the night, never leaving his side. As he slept, she gathered each 4-leaf clover she could find to comfort him. Currently holding the clover charm, Ryan realizes she yet remembers his childhood effort. In the scene, his foster parents embrace him tightly, wishing him a safe journey. Sharon quietly observes, understanding Ryan's heated nature comes from the household who raised him. Ryan, holding the 4-leaf clover charm, confidently promises to guard Sharon on their journey, declaring himself as Sharon's knight without delay. The female smiles, visibly reassured by his words, sensing his genuine resolve and warmth. With silent trust, she entrusts Sharon's safety to Ryan, handing over the charm as a symbol of that responsibility. The Karmas household seems introduced, hailed as the top aristocrat house within the kingdom of Thormia. Their bloodline possesses an uncommon gift called Red Eye, allowing them to learn greatly faster than normal people. Although their power, they avoid chasing authority, instead choosing personal paths and pursuing excellence in diverse fields. Sharon arrives at the estate, but Amy seems never at that place to greet him, leaving him uncertain beyond the gates. The boy awkwardly asks the guards for Amy, introducing himself as a companion from the school. The guards exchange glances, unimpressed, quietly judging Sharon as simply another overconfident visitor. They mock his timing, assuming he is another idle student wasting break period. Yet, single guard steps away to check. As Sharon waits patiently, the commander coldly reminds his subordinate to shift swiftly, hinting at deeper discipline within the estate. In the scene, a rider gallops toward the gate urgently, drawing everyone's attention. The commander, staring at Sharon, senses something uncommon and wonders about his origin. Prior to he can inquire further, he's interrupted by the returning scout, delaying the conversation. In the scene, the commander worries how to justify the sudden change as the rider urgently returns with unexpected news from the estate. A guard explains that although claiming she became busy, Amy personally offered permission for Sharon to enter. The commander seems caught off guard, understanding Amy overruled his assumption and directly authorized Sharon's welcome. Amy's decision sends waves through the estate, as carriages and staff swiftly mobilize in preparation for Sharon's reception. Confusion spreads as the sudden formality shocks the staff, unsure why Sharon seems receiving special treatment. In the scene, the head butler, Adel, arrives and formally welcomes Sharon, confirming the importance of his presence. Sharon introduces himself politely, as staff murmur about the uncommon welcome he's receiving. Adele states there's something he must confirm prior to preceding Sharon's identity. Caught off guard, Sharon asks how Adel intends to verify it, alarmed by the strict security. Adele explains Amy's instruction, merely allows Sharon himself to enter. Zero substitutes, Sharon reacts in astonishment, puzzled by the seriousness of her wording. Faced with duty, Adele insists identity verification seems required prior to Sharon can proceed further. Adele steadily states he holds the authority to enforce this check without exception. Sharon seems stunned but abruptly finds himself pulled into an odd area. The boy falls rapidly through an unknown dimensional power, puzzled and unprepared for what awaits. Sharon begins to suffocate under immense strain, his physical form overwhelmed as if submerged and squeezed from entire sides. Adel watches in astonishment, suspecting Sharon seems being affected by the forceful mental technique known as pressing. The oppressive power manifests prior to him, and Sharon appears minor and vulnerable under its complete intensity. Nearby staff realize Adele seems employing a technique designed for punishment, directly transmitting emotion to crush Sharon's spirit. Several wonder if this level of strain seems excessively greatly for a student to endure. In the scene, Adel, unfazed, observes Sharon closely to gauge his reaction under such extreme mental strain. Sharon trembles but remains standing, refusing to fall or offer into the strain. Adel exhales and begins employing still additional power, alarmed by Sharon's resilience. Surrounded by intense force, Sharon seems pulled back into the crushing depths of the illusion once more. Instead of panicking, Sharon slows his breath, choosing calmness over terror. The boy reminds himself that emotions can be managed, never physical threats, composed and relaxed. He floats peacefully, regaining command within the mental storm. Adel seems stunned. Sharon remains unharmed, although receiving the strongest output of pressing. This level of tolerance seems uncommon, surpassing mere endurance and defying expectations. Adele's gaze widen in astonishment, concluding Chiron seems either a fool. Adele stares with surprise, seeing a fearsome image of Chiron's spirit resisting the technique with something terrifying buried profound within him. Following ending the test, Adele apologizes sincerely, revealing his decision to verify Chiron was made independently without household influence. He explains it stemmed from concern. This seems the initial period Amy holds ever invited a male guest, prompting his personal inspection. Chiron currently understands Adele's protectiveness, likening it to a grandfather's concern for a beloved granddaughter. Still, the estate guards and butlers share that protective care in the scene. As the carriage departs toward the main residence, Chiron grows nervous. At the same period, Amy sits in her luxurious chamber, bathed in sunlight. The girl hears of Chiron's arrival and smiles curiously, alarmed yet quietly pleased by the news. A description of pressing appears, revealing its nature as an intense eye technique that uses emotional strain to overwhelm a target's nervous system. In the scene, a carriage arrives at a lavish estate where petals drift around a grand fountain blooming with roses. In the scene, the surroundings reflect meticulous care and elegance. Within a decorated tent, Chiron observes the scenery as a staff member explains its origin. The garden and fountain stood Amy's personal design, crafted with intent. In the scene, the guide mentions that each resident decorates their own area, and Chiron admires the individuality expressed in the personalized garden. As they talk, Chiron notes how the fountain still manipulates radiance refraction. He is impressed by Amy's consideration for detail and her profound understanding of aesthetics. The staff explains that members of the Karmas household possess red gaze and natural excellence. Their talents span entire fields, making interference from elders uncommon. Still, during former periods' school assaults, the patriarch only secured Amy's safety without direct involvement, showing the household's strict adherence to principle. Though her life became endangered, the household remained uninvolved. In the scene, Chiron learns this distance formed Amy's habit of wandering. In the scene lately, Amy's demeanor changed. She has begun to enjoy life additional freely, unlike prior to. In the scene, the butler attributes her growth to Chiron's influence and thanks him sincerely for the positive change. In the scene, as the carriage arrives, a lively scene unfolds. Chiron steps out, accompanied by staff, nervous about meeting Amy's household formally. Within, someone rushes down the corridor, and the staff prepares to announce Chiron's arrival to the household. Prior to the words remain finished, a female bursts in, interrupting with urgency and excitement. With a noisy scream, a red-haired lady launches toward Chiron, startling everyone present. She lifts him up, exclaiming with joy over meeting a real lad. Her reaction seems dramatic and immense. In the scene, Chiron stammers, trying to greet her, but she throws formality aside, calling him dear as she spins him mid-air. Isis excitedly shouts that Amy's boyfriend holds arrived, lifting Chiron without notice and drawing everyone's attention with her bold announcement. In the scene, Chiron freezes, overwhelmed by confusion. The patriarch, Shakura, lowers his newspaper, processing what he simply heard. With a calm yet sharp tone, Shakura questions if this lad seems truly their daughter's boyfriend. His gaze currently fixed on Chiron panicked. Chiron tries to deny it, but his noisy reaction echoes through the corridor, making things worse. Dian, the eldest son, storms in, declaring they should examine the lad who dared to capture their sister's heart. In the scene, Alice, the second son, joins in, grinning as he supports his brother's intense interest in Chiron. Trying to remain composed, Chiron nervously introduces himself as the brothers near in. He realizes the household strain seems heavier than any test he's faced at the school. Their grave expressions show they're burning his face into memory permanently. The boy confirms his name and school, prompting additional questions. When inquired his class, he admits he's in class quintuple. The chamber goes silent. Gaze widen in astonishment. In the scene, a dramatic outburst follows. In the scene, Alice yells in frustration. In the scene, Chiron gulps, overwhelmed. Alice declares he'll be in class quadruple soon, reaffirming his standing. Chiron watches the household laugh at his earlier tension, unable to comprehend if they stood teasing him intentionally, their expressions complete of amusement. He questions what seems happening, understanding their reactions remain playful rather than hostile, though yet immense for him. Chiron reflects on the confusing force in the chamber. Ami appears from above, scolding them for teasing Chiron and asking why he seems being treated this way. Chiron notes that the teasing became persistent, leaving him stunned and slightly embarrassed by the household's playful antics. The brothers admit it became amusing to see him stiff, and Chiron at final understands the humorous intent at the rear of their behavior. Chiron explores Amy's chamber, observing neat decorations and a collection of stuffed animals, revealing her softer personality beneath a tough exterior. The household comments that, although Amy's power, Amy quietly enjoys tea beyond in the garden, the scenery peaceful and her demeanor calm, offering a stark contrast to earlier chaos. In the scene, Chiron's presence sparks curiosity from the brothers, who discuss how he won Amy over and speculate on his manners and personality. In the scene, the The conversation becomes playful, with minor commotion as the brothers tease him about his role with Amy. Sharon reassures them they're merely pretending at school, and Amy agrees. It's fine. The pair enjoy tea side by side in the rose garden, speaking casually as maintaining the pretense of a school relationship. In the scene, Sharon apologizes for any trouble caused, and Amy comforts him. Ami sips her tea, and Sharon wonders about her genuine intentions. Ami abruptly makes a request, asking Sharon if he would like to go to Gallant Island. The girl explains that her companion Ryan suggested the trip and she needs a companion to accompany her, implying Sharon should join. Sharon seems puzzled when Amy predicts that Ryan will carry a young woman, understanding she can read subtle clues without him saying anything. Amy reacts nervously to the idea of a date, questioning why Sharon would carry her along as they remain pretend. Dating. In the scene, Sharon remains calm, quietly observing her reaction, which contrasts with her panicked state and flustered expressions. She complains that she holds zero period to play around, feeling burdened by the responsibility of accompanying him during the trip. Sharon looks at Amy seriously, stating that she seems the merely single he wants to come with him. Amy spits out her tea with surprise, her look single of utter disbelief and surprise at his direct declaration. Sharon patiently waits as Amy flails in reaction, emphasizing the sincerity at the rear. His words, although the chaotic scene. Amy recovers from the shock, yet stunned by Sharon's boldness, as he remains calm, showing resolve. The atmosphere between them seems tense but intimate, highlighting the trust and connection forming as they prepare for the trip. Amy, at final, quiets down. Understanding Sharon's insistence seems genuine, and that he values her specifically above entire others. Sharon's look seems firm, signaling that zero single else can replace her in this journey, reinforcing the trust he places in Amy. Ami, without speaking, absorbs his words, understanding the weight of the invitation and feeling a mixture of surprise and anticipation. A silent instant of resolution prior to the adventure begins. Sharon admires a rainbow forming in the garden, appreciating the refraction of radiance. In the scene, Amy reacts violently to his comment, scolding him loudly for being careless. Sharon quietly wipes the spilled tea, noting that technically she became the single who spit it on him, highlighting their playful dynamic. A sudden flashback shows a former periods fall where Sharon caught Amy. He questions if her reaction became since she felt guilty for never keeping a promise, unsure of her exact feelings during the incident. Amy, currently in the present, reflects without speaking on Sharon's former period's actions. In the scene, Sharon asks if she remembers his prior statement about a person named Miro in the scene. Amy listens attentively, as Sharon explains that Miro's immortal function may be linked to superluminal speed, providing insight into a previous mystery. In the scene, Sharon reveals that, since Ryan suggested the trip, he deduced the plan and acted accordingly. In the scene, Amy sits quietly, processing the information and their conversation. Sharon observes her reaction, noting her silent and the questions lingering in her thoughts about the circumstance and his deductions. Both remain surrounded by roses and calm sunlight, sharing a silent, reflective moment.
Above the silent garden, the open sky mirrors Sharon's realization about Gallant Island being controlled by an autonomous government beyond normal authority. At the table, Sharon accepts a role involving uncertain risk, understanding that his abilities create him suitable for unstable situations. Across from him, Amy reflects without speaking as shared experiences start reinforcing the trust formed through repeated hardship. Scattered memories surface like puzzle pieces, showing how Sharon consistently chose responsibility, although personal risk. Those accumulated moments explain why Amy gradually came to rely on him without delay. Returning to the present, their calm posture reflects an unspoken agreement shaped by former period survival. Near the railing, Amy looks in front, sensing answers created through necessity rather than simple curiosity. At the rear her, Sharon observes quietly, burdened by concerns he holds never fully shared. Acceptance settles in as shifting forward side by side becomes the merely logical conclusion. Following and during the teleportation test, Sharon steadies himself, knowing hesitation would change nothing. In the scene, determination sharpens as departure turns unavoidable. Turning back, Amy plainly declares their destination as Gallant Island. The following date, the Ogent household mansion appears, signaling a shift in surroundings. In the scene at the entrance, Elzane Tess greets them energetically, disrupting the formal atmosphere. Watching quietly, Sharon recognizes this encounter as the start of another decisive phase. Within the grand corridor, Ogent Bishop formally acknowledges Elzane Tess's reputation, presenting himself as the composed head of the Ogent household. Nearby, Elzane stands confidently as a blue-haired youthful male observes quietly, previously calculating how the meeting aligns with his plan. At the rear, his calm posture, the blue-haired youth believes events remain unfolding exactly as intended, following manipulating circumstances around Sharon's residence. Elzane explains her father's circumstance in occupied territory, emphasizing discipline and daily practice rather than political hardship.
Her honesty draws Ogent Bishop's interest, as he evaluates her upbringing and swordsmanship background cautiously. The blue-haired youth reacts defensively, swiftly denying gossip as attempting to steer the conversation back toward approval of the trip. Ogent Bishop reflects on the severe practice at swordsmanship school, acknowledging the effort required to endure it. Argument seems disclosed, showing a power enhancement certificate with flawless evaluation marks. In the scene, shock spreads across the blue-haired youth's face as he realizes the certificate carries unexpected weight. In the scene, privately, the blue-haired youth dismisses the certificate as meaningless, believing the schema to be imaginary. In the scene, confidence wavers when Ogent Bishop studies the paper seriously instead of rejecting it. Unease grows as the youthful male senses genuine approval rather than suspicion. Ogent Bishop openly praises the effort shown, revealing uncommon satisfaction. In the scene, the blue-haired youth panics internally, unsettled by his father's unexpected reaction. As discussion shifts to records and promises, tension rises, signaling consequences he did never anticipate. The blue-haired, youthful male smirks confidently, believing his grandfather's blade rightfully belongs to him following opening the schema. Stepping through the corridor, he recalls being acknowledged for gift within the Ogent household's blade tradition. Stopping prior to a sealed chamber, hesitation appears as the weight of expectation presses heavily. Within the armory, the greatsword rests without speaking, known as the pride of Ogent and a symbol of steadfastness. Lifting it proves difficult, revealing the weapon's immense weight and resistance. Although strained, he realizes the blade remains usable, though distant beyond normal limits. Periods earlier, Chiron declares his intention to investigate the Kurgo ruins by himself, following returning from vacation. The blue-haired youth strongly objects, emphasizing the risk and necessity of accompanying him. In the scene, resolute, he commits himself to protecting Chiron regardless of risk. Preparing for departure, the youthful male accepts this journey as his initial mission as Chiron's knight. In the scene, upon arrival, guards announce Chiron's presence within the estate. In the scene, the knight advances with purpose confidence replacing earlier doubt. From above, Chiron and Amy stride side by side across the grounds. In the scene, their reunion feels calm, shaped by trust built through shared trials. This meeting quietly marks the beginning of a perilous route forward. Within the vast corridor, Chiron receives acknowledgement for his rapid promotion, with senior aristocrats recognizing progress achieved through personal effort rather than privilege. In the scene, attention shifts as Amy Carnus steps forward gracefully, formally introducing herself beside Chiron as his assigned partner. Murmurs spread when her household name seems disclosed, prompting immediate recognition of her prestigious aristocrat lineage. Rian watches closely, understanding the union connects pair families known for legitimacy and influence. Ogent Bishop internally reassesses concerns, currently additional concentrated on whether such connections might burden Chiron rather than hinder him. In the scene, approval settles in as the pairing appears politically and practically sound. As departure preparations start, urgency replaces ceremony, signaling that extended farewells remain unnecessary. Without warning, Ryan seems handed a heavy pouch filled with travel funds, leaving him visibly overwhelmed. In the scene, panic sets in as he realizes remaining any longer would invite further responsibilities. Without delay, Ryan urges an immediate escape, pulling the group into rushed movement. Staff members swiftly respond, arranging transport as maintaining strict efficiency. Final instructions remain issued, setting a narrow window prior to departure. In the scene, at the entrance, Ryan steadies himself as preparations conclude. A sealed envelope seems discreetly placed into his hands, offering silent aid. With resolve formed, the group moves forward, leaving at the rear expectations and stepping into uncertainty. Beyond the carriage, Ryan impatiently dismisses maintenance concerns as staff insist on checking the wheels prior to departure. As preparations continue, Elzane Tess approaches Amy Carnus, introducing herself openly and showing friendly curiosity rather than aristocrat formality. In the scene, observing the scene, Chiron notes how different Elzane feels from his expectations, sensing sincerity instead of arrogance. When Chiron introduces himself by name by himself, Elzane pauses, understanding he carries zero aristocrat surname or hidden lineage. Although brief surprise, Elzane processes the explanation quietly, learning Chiron rose through gift rather than birth. Amy watches closely, ready to intervene, yet notices Elzane's reaction lacks contempt or judgment. In the scene, sudden embarrassment overtakes Elzane as she realizes her momentary hesitation appeared disrespectful toward Chiron. Swiftly apologizing through action, she overcorrects with exaggerated friendliness, startling both Chiron and Amy. Rian, witnessing the chaos, decides it seems safer to rush everyone into the carriage prior to matters worsen. Prior to departure, Rian's reckless behavior provokes an older aristocrat's fury, igniting a tense confrontation. Power flares violently as authority seems challenged, drawing sharp attention from everyone nearby. The outburst marks a perilous start, foreshadowing trouble that will follow them beyond the city gates. Violent red force explodes at the rear Rian as humiliation turns into uncontrollable rage, drawing stunned attention from everyone nearby. Power surges wildly from his physical form, signaling that the circumstance holds shifted from rivalry into a real threat. Chiron watches in alarm, understanding Ryan's emotions remain directly fueling perilous sorcery. Ryan bolts through the streets as unstable force detonates at the rear him, forcing civilians and pupils to flee. The group chases following him, struggling to understand why he seems deliberately causing chaos. In the scene, tension spikes when Ryan's failure at school becomes known, explaining his reckless behavior. As running, Ryan exposes his privileged background, revealing the gap between status and responsibility. Destructive sorcery lashes through the surroundings, carving paths of ruin closer to the group. Terror spreads as escape by himself no longer seems possible. A sudden strike separates them, throwing Chiron into immediate risk, calm under strain. Chiron gathers mana and prepares a precise spell. Teleportation triggers simply in period, pulling them away from the collapsing battlefield. Golden radiance stabilizes around Chiron as his sorcery completes successfully. A brief glance between him and Ryan reflects opposing paths of command and destruction. The ruined forest stands silent, marking the start of consequences yet to unfold. Golden mana streaks through the forest route as Chiron's perception sharpens beyond normal arcane awareness. His widened gaze reflects complex force structures, recognizing a higher state of arcane cognition. The distorted surroundings confirm he holds stepped within an uncommon vision unique to genuine magicians. Ami runs in front as glowing radiance wraps her physical form, reacting instinctively to the unstable pursuit. At the rear her, violent red sorcery tears through trees, rapidly closing the distance. In the scene, panic spreads as the group realizes the attackers will reach them soon. Chiron abruptly stops, turning back as gathering mana with deliberate precision. The others hesitate, sensing the risk yet trusting his sudden resolve. The boy announces his intent through action, positioning everyone within a fixed arcane coordinate. Concentrated blue force erupts as Chiron activates teleportation under real combat strain. Radiance engulfs the group, bending area as red assaults narrowly miss their position. The forest collapses at the rear them as their figures vanish instantly. They reappear safely, bodies unsteady but unharmed following the compelled teleportation. Shock lingers among the group, understanding Chiron achieved advanced sorcery, distant excessively early. In the scene, elsewhere, Ryan steadies himself, acknowledging how narrowly his target escaped. A report card rests in an adult's hand, showing Chiron ranked final, prompting silent reflection rather than disappointment. The paper seems released into the atmosphere, signaling acceptance of effort over numerical evaluation. A long road and distant school suggests that this experience may someday be recalled fondly. Within the carriage, Rian difficulties to explain the devastation departed at the rear, plainly overwhelmed by the aftermath. Others react with amazement as teleportation seems identified as the spell that saved them. Shock deepens when they realize Chiron performed advanced sorcery during real combat. Questions arise about Chiron's background, especially his lack of formal arcane practice. The group learns he merely enrolled recently, making his achievement still additional unsettling. Recognition grows that Beyond 8 assisted him enter the school. In the scene, Tess reflects quietly, connecting Chiron's progress to Ryan's vow of protection. In the scene, a realization spreads that Chiron's growth surpasses normal expectations. The word genius lingers unspoken but plainly understood. In the scene, guilt overtakes Tess as she bows deeply, acknowledging her earlier judgment. In the scene, her apology shifts the mood, easing lingering tension among the group. Silent follows, marking mutual understanding as they continue forward side by side. Within the carriage, lighthearted apologies ease earlier tension as embarrassment replaces misunderstanding among the group. Laughter spreads, revealing growing comfort and trust formed through shared risk and honesty. Chiron quietly reflects, understanding companionship holds begun to shape his journey beyond sorcery. In the scene, a calm transition follows as the carriage ride ends, marking a shift from crisis to travel. The sea opens prior to them, introducing a fresh setting filled with unfamiliar excitement. In the scene, Kreese Harbor comes into view, signaling the start of their expedition. In the scene on board the ship, Chiron watches the waves with visible curiosity and awe. Information seems cautiously shared, showing his habit of preparation and research. Others listen closely, recognizing his reliability, although his youth. In the scene, a map reveals Galleon Island's crescent shape and natural defenses. Key regions remain identified, separating residential zones from perilous ruins. In the scene, attention lingers on the eastern ruins tied to ancient history. Discussion turns grave as Chiron's investigation target seems confirmed. In the scene, the group acknowledges the weight of exploring remnants of a lost civilization,
Their shared focus signals readiness for challenges in front. Chiron gazes toward the horizon with luminous curiosity, drawn to the idea of ruins departed at the rear by a civilization erased by period. Standing side by side on the deck, the group reflects on unanswered questions surrounding the collapse, sensing mystery rather than terror. In the scene, Tess observes quietly, feeling excitement rise as exploration promises something beyond simple rest. Later, Chiron studies written records as Amy watches closely, noting how seriously he approaches each detail. Period passes gradually as anticipation builds, the ship carrying them closer to unknown territory. Sudden realization strikes when the risk of magicians becomes obvious, shifting excitement into nervous tension. Tension explodes as Amy angrily confronts Chiron on the passenger ship, as Ryan watches without speaking, unable to grasp the sudden emotional shift between them. Time rewinds to an earlier instant, showing the group quietly standing side by side on deck, prior to confusion and conflict stepped within the circumstance. Preparation seems disclosed when Amy opens an aged volume displaying unfamiliar drawings that at once capture Chiron's concentrated attention. Curiosity spreads as everyone studies the pages, understanding the contents remain cautiously researched rather than casual sketches. Attention centers on Luf, a odd root described as a ritual tool employed by ancient inhabitants. Historical notes explain that Kurgo's civilization collapsed following excessive reliance on Luf to destabilize society from within. In the scene, scholarly theories suggest religious conflict masked deeper internal collapse caused by stimulant abuse. In the scene, realization dawns on Chiron and Ryan as they consider how obsession destroyed an entire civilization. The Kurgo Autonomous District seems introduced as a restricted island currently labeled a tourist site. Brief optimism fades when Amy explains that outsiders remain strictly forbidden from entering Kurgo. Ers Hyung seems mentioned as an explorer who refused to explain any method of access. His warning implies understanding matters additional than permission when facing Kurgo's truth. In the scene, Ares. Hung's message stresses that understanding civilizations requires meaningful sacrifice. Chiron quietly reflects, sensing risk beyond academic interest. In the scene, uncertainty lingers as the group realizes their journey may demand an unseen cost. Frustration lingers as Chiron reflects on Amy's odd efforts. Understanding her actions stood deliberate rather than careless curiosity. Doubt forms when the circumstance feels excessively complex for simple answers, pushing Chiron to question the real motive at the rear of the research. Attention shifts to Amy as her determination becomes obvious, suggesting personal resolve rather than academic interest. In the scene, instinct sharpens as Amy senses similarity between herself and Chiron, recognizing shared persistence and hidden intent. The group's mood lightens briefly when land appears in front, interrupting the heavy discussion. In the scene, excitement spreads as everyone gathers at the ship's edge, reacting to the approaching destination. In the scene, Gallant Island comes into view, revealing a lively port filled with travelers and merchants. Plans swiftly form as Ryan suggests regrouping prior to shifting forward side by side. In the scene, agreement follows, signaling a temporary alliance shaped by shared curiosity. In the scene, the ship docks and noise floods the scene as vendors shout offers to passing visitors. In the scene, overwhelm sets in when aggressive promotions surround the group without pause. Caution rises as Amy observes the chaos, sensing potential risk beneath the friendliness. In the scene, a warning settles over the group as trust becomes uncertain in the unfamiliar environment. In the scene, resolve strengthens when Amy decides to stay alert for Chiron's sake. In the scene, focus turns forward as something unseen draws their attention deeper into the island. Suspicion grows among dockside youths as they notice Chiron's group wearing expensive clothes, marking them as simple targets in the crowded streets. Greed outweighs caution when concern briefly rises about Chiron's blade, but competition over profit pushes hesitation aside. Attention abruptly falters as GS freezes, distracted by a striking presence approaching from at the rear. In the scene, Amy steps into view with confidence, causing GS to falter as fascination replaces his earlier aggression. A shift in tone occurs when GS recalls his severe upbringing at the docks, revealing pride in surviving the streets. In the scene, the city skyline glows as GS points out the harbor, framing Gallant as his greatest personal treasure. Impulsively, GS invites Amy to leave the island, imagining a route ahead beyond the docks. Decision hardens as he orders his companions to seize Chiron's group, assuming they remain harmless pupils. Authority seems asserted when GS declares himself ruler of the docks, forcing his followers into action. Interruption arrives as Chiron's group confronts the circumstance quietly, disrupting GS's display of command. Introductions follow as GS rebrands himself as a friendly local guide, swiftly changing tactics. Tension eases slightly when Chiron confirms they remain pupils traveling during break. Interest sharpens as GIS presses for details, gauging their background cautiously. Focus lingers on Amy as GIS grows additional captivated at near range. Surprise replaces confidence when he learns they attend Althea's sorcery school. Understanding his targets remain distant additional perilous than expected. In the scene, casual teasing turns awkward when Gis comments on Amy's size, provoking visible irritation from her and alert reactions from Sharon's group. Without waiting for approval, GS boldly grabs their luggage, startling Sharon as the circumstance escalates excessively swiftly. Confusion grows when GS casually announces a elevated service fee, plainly testing how distant he can push them. Shock spreads as Sharon realizes the demanded price seems excessive, confirming Gaius seems exploiting them. Tension tightens when Amy points out the obvious scam, as Gaius insists his status justifies the cost. Strain increases as GIS claims other customers hold previously departed, forcing an urgent decision. A firm refusal cuts through the instant when Sharon decides they no longer need a guide. Unease flashes across Gias's face as command slips from his grasps for the initial period. Ami steps forward quietly, ending the dispute by placing gold directly into his hands. In the scene, greed overtakes hesitation as Gias and his companions eagerly snatch the coins. In the scene, confidence collapses when Sharon confronts Gis's pride, exposing his insecurity beneath arrogance. Resentment simmers as Gisus lashes out, unable to accept being dismissed, therefore easily. Ami interrupts with composed authority, reminding Gias of the risk he nearly forgot. Terror replaces rage as GS recognizes the circumstance holds shifted against him. Silent follows as the group moves on, leaving GS at the rear with bruised pride and borrowed gold. Rage erupts when Amy abruptly moves to strike, her look sharp and unrestrained. As she decides the dock thugs must be dealt with at once, urgency fills the instant as Chiron and the others react in alarm. Understanding her actions could escalate into grave trouble. Concern deepens when reasoning seems voiced about hidden dangers, suggesting these dock youths remain backed by something additional organized. Tension thickens as the group observes the boys' hardened expressions, hinting they remain accustomed to exploiting travelers without consequence. In the scene, shock flashes across Chiron's face as the implication of orphaned children being manipulated sinks in. In the scene, violence nearly breaks out when Amy lashes forward, driven by fury rather than calculation. Motion halts abruptly as Chiron steps in, gripping Amy's arm steadily to stop her mid-action. Silent follows when authority replaces emotion, making it obvious the circumstance must end currently. Conflict flickers in Amy's gaze as she difficulties between restraint and outrage. Frustration lingers as Amy questions why she seems being stopped. Although the injustice she witnessed, understanding begins to surface as the group regains composure, recognizing the risk of drawing attention. The scene closes with the introduction of Luf's record, foreshadowing deeper corruption tied to command, collapse, and hidden influence. Amy's wrist became abruptly caught as Sharon stepped in, halting her motion on the stone road with firm intent. Shock crossed Amy's face as her gaze widened, understanding his action became deliberate rather than accidental or careless. At the rear them. Other pupils slowed as Sharon positioned himself slightly forward, choosing restraint over confrontation. Ami wrestled briefly, frustration rising as she felt unwanted attention gathering from surrounding bystanders nearby. Nearby onlookers reacted sharply, judging the pair as assuming authority based on status and appearance by himself. Sharon remained composed, understanding the hostility yet refusing to escalate, although mounting strain around them. Tension peaked when a hostile figure advanced, loudly asserting dominance toward the pair school pupils. Without delay, valuables slipped from Amy's hand as the confrontation disrupted balance and focus. Gold scattered across the earth, drawing attention as symbolizing the unfair power dynamics at play. The aggressor mocked openly prior to turning away, satisfied following venting resentment toward aristocrats. Ami glanced back without speaking, emotions conflicted as Sharon yet held her hand without releasing it. In the scene, understanding passed between them as retreat became the safest option under the circumstances. From at the rear, the pair strode away side by side as scattered coins remained abandoned on the road. Ami steadied herself, accepting the circumstance as deciding to leave the area quietly. Chiron observed quietly, uneasy by how easily prejudice turned public spaces into threats. A blonde young woman observed from at the rear as Chiron and Amy strode side by side, reflecting quietly on the incident that possessed just unfolded. Guilt settled heavily as she recognized Amy's rage became justified, caused by Chiron's decision to stay neutral. Conflicted emotions surfaced as she challenged whether shared suffering became the cost of unspoken feelings. Elsewhere, several men gathered in a narrow alley, taunting the idea that aristocrats could be challenged over spilled money in the scene. Jealousy and resentment fueled their discussion as Amy's status became the focus of crude assumptions. In the scene, frustration grew among them, driven by the belief that fate unfairly favored those of higher standing. Abruptly, heavy footsteps echoed as an imposing figure emerged, silencing the group instantly. Terror replaced arrogance when they understood someone distant, additional, perilous, possessed been listening. In the scene, panic spread as the atmosphere shifted,
revealing consequences beyond careless words. At the Sorcery Association headquarters, an imposing tower loomed as a grim contrast to the city's streets. Within the investigation chamber, violence stained the floor, evidence of ruthless interrogation methods. A wounded figure begged helplessly as unseen authority went on its brutal task. Back in the alley, terror froze the men as they felt absolute dominance prior to them. Realization struck that money meant nothing when power chose worth. Silence followed as terror erased each trace of their earlier bravado. Pain echoed through the interrogation chamber as Lucas demanded answers. His physical form previously battered beyond resistance. Sakari remained quietly with a bloodied weapon, revealing himself as the investigator in command of the circumstance. Terror replaced confusion when Lucas understood this violence became deliberate and sanctioned. Collapsed on the floor, Lucas protested helplessly as his wounds went on to worsen. Another strike landed, forcing out desperation as Sakari pushed him closer to breaking. Exhaustion followed as Sakari casually finished the beating, satisfied with the progress created. Barely conscious, Lucas wrestled to breathe as being identified as a key criminal figure. Strain intensified when Sakari demanded information about the group's leadership. Under extreme stress, Lucas at final disclosed the name he feared most. The mention of Palkoa shifted the atmosphere, signaling the involvement of a distant greater threat. A massive figure emerged, looming over the injured male with immense presence. Power radiated without speaking as Palkoa asserted dominance without needing words. Lucas lay helpless beneath Palkoa, understanding money possessed triggered irreversible consequences. In the scene, regret surfaced as Palkoa reminded him of the cost of misplaced pride. The chamber fell silent, sealing Lucas's fate under absolute authority. Pair men lay trembling on the earth, overwhelmed by pain as terror crushed any remaining defiance within them. A brutal figure loomed above, quietly claiming a debt and revealing his fixation on the red-haired young woman. Hatred burned within the injured male as he understood aristocrats and outsiders stood beyond his reach. Elsewhere, Amy remained quietly within a heated lit chamber, unaware of the risk forming around her. A peaceful sunset framed the scene, masking the tension gradually approaching from unseen places. Her calm look contrasted sharply with the violent intentions brewing distant away. In another location, Rian noticed Chiron's uncommon quiet as holding a odd clover-shaped item. Concern spread among the adults nearby, sensing Chiron became carrying a burden he refused to share. Rian chose quietly that Chiron would need aid rather than distance this period. As evening settled, the group gathered side by side, tension easing slightly under the fading sky. Abruptly, Ryan stepped forward loudly, cutting through the mood with an urgent interruption. In the scene, hunger became his excuse, shifting the group's focus away from darker thoughts. Chiron glanced around at his companions, alarmed by their synchronized reactions. Amy and the others leaned in, intrigued about what Rian intended following. With confidence, Rian raised a finger, proposing a simple plan to shift forward side by side. Rian stepped forward confidently, proposing a simple plan to cook side by side as a way to lift the group's mood. She responded enthusiastically, showing familiarity with cooking as standing beside Amy under the fading sunset. Amy hesitated briefly, alarmed by the suggestion yet plainly considering whether to join. Chiron glanced stunned as he understood Amy possessed cooking skills he never expected. Confidence returned to Amy as she acknowledged her upbringing, standing straight. Although Chiron's disbelief, Rian escalated the circumstance by proposing a competitive cook, off to energize everyone involved. Teams chose swiftly, pairing Tess with Ryan against Amy and Chiron for balance. Rules stood clarified plainly, dividing responsibilities between planning dishes and gathering ingredients. Tess added a playful punishment, ensuring the losing side would handle chores side by side. Amy and Chiron concentrated on writing ingredients cautiously, sharing a silent instant of cooperation. In the scene, Ryan and Tess departed confidently, baskets in hand, promising a swift return. Within the kitchen, anticipation built as preparations started in earnest. In the scene, Amy tied her hair back methodically, signaling her readiness to cook seriously. Tess remained beside her at the counter, preparing tools with practice movements. A private conversation started between the pair, hinting at deeper emotions beneath a light-hearted trial. Rian leaned in with a confident grin as Chiron listened quietly, sensing the shift toward the additional grave instant between them. Night settled over the city as Chiron strode by himself, his thoughts heavy as distant lights reflected the weight of recent events. Isolation surrounded him beneath the open sky, revealing a lad burdened by worries he wrestled to put into words. Night settled over the port town as Chiron and Rian strode toward the lit marketplace, tension lingering from earlier events. At the rear them, memories of Amy's severe judgment surfaced, revealing Chiron's uneasy former periods and the pain surrounding his adoption. Although recalling those wounds, Chiron remained composed, choosing silent instead of dwelling on resentment or regret. Along the forest route, Ryan observed Sharon cautiously, observing his calm demeanor although emotional instability beneath the surface. Rather than rage, Sharon reflected inwardly, accepting that disappointment did never always require confrontation or explanation. With a distant gaze, he acknowledged that expectations placed on Amy possessed quietly shattered without becoming an argument. Reaching the town square, the pair separated briefly, allowing area for individual thoughts to settle. Amid heated lantern radiance, Ryan attempted to ease the atmosphere, masking concern with casual optimism. At the same period, Sharon observed him leave. Understanding aid could exist without complete understanding. In the scene, elsewhere, Amy worked in the kitchen, her frustration evident as thoughts of Sharon disrupted her focus. Although she denied conflict, lingering unease disclosed unresolved feelings about Sharon's passivity. Standing yet, Amy wrestled to articulate terror that Sharon might quietly disappear someday. Later that night, the forest trembled as unfamiliar motion echoed through the darkness. Abruptly, a masked stranger hurried the route, shocking Sharon prior to he could react. Instinctively, risk replaced reflection, signaling that calm moments stood about to end. Within the kitchen, Tess cautioned Amy to stay silent as revealing perilous information about Sharon's former day's actions. Grave tension filled the chamber as Tess clarified that Sharon possessed once been an unlocker who risked his own existence. A vivid image formed of Sharon sacrificing himself, releasing immense power that ultimately guarded everyone around him. Darkness followed the explanation as the concept of Sharon's return became, compared to someone crossing back from death. Blinding radiance symbolized the miracle of survival, emphasizing how unnatural and uncommon such a return truly became. Back in the kitchen, Amy listened quietly, struggling to process the weight of what she possessed learned. Tess quietly reminded Amy that Sharon faced hostility from numerous pupils, never merely strangers, but likewise familiar faces. Terror surfaced as Tess challenged whether Amy could ever endure such sacrifice for everyone, without exception. Amy's silence disclosed hesitation, understanding how vast and terrifying that responsibility truly became. Later, Sharon strode through the night market carrying supplies, blending into the lively island atmosphere. A powerful scent caught his attention, exposing the presence of illegal substances spreading quietly among the crowd. Locals clarified the risk, warning that addiction in this place ruined lives without mercy. As lanterns glowed, the island's cheerful former periods contrasted sharply with its current corruption. In the scene, memories surfaced of cleaner seas and peaceful visits from the Blue Dragon long ago. Standing yet, Sharon felt how swiftly a paradise could decay without anyone observing. Under glowing lanterns, Sharon paused in the town square following observing pair frightened children hiding near a stone pillar. Nearby, the children desperately shared food between themselves, revealing hardship that contrasted sharply with the lively festival surroundings. Watching without speaking, Sharon closed his gaze, reflecting on how different lives unfolded within the same illuminated streets. Within the kitchen, Tess clarified to Amy that people often view the realm merely from their own limited position. In the scene, calm reasoning followed as Tess described how maturity required understanding perspectives beyond personal comfort. Listening closely, Amy understood that Sharon's choices stood shaped by awareness most people never reached. Back beyond, an adult stepped forward to assist the children, offering food with steady compassion. Such an action demonstrated growth beyond self-interest, embodying responsibility toward unseen difficulties. In the scene, from a distance, Sharon observed quietly, recognizing character in actions rather than words. Later, Sharon strode by himself beneath hanging lights, considering justice, sacrifice, and unseen consequences. Memories surfaced of lives lost and saved, reinforcing how invisible values shaped the route ahead. Through those thoughts, he accepted that still life itself could be weighed differently. Abruptly, awareness sharpened as Sharon felt Amy reaching for him through the crowd. Turning back, he met her gaze, understanding without speaking, passing between them. In that instant, perspective aligned, binding unseen meaning to shared resolve. In the crowded market, Sharon noticed a frightened female being cornered, as others laughed and treated her suffering as entertainment. Nearby merchants mocked her helplessness, claiming authority as hiding cruelty at the rear untrue accusations. Standing yet with a basket in hand, Sharon quietly assessed the imbalance of power unfolding prior to him. The crowd grew louder as threats replaced reason, revealing how easily public strains silence the frail. Without raising his tone, Sharon stepped forward, placing himself between the female and her aggressors, gaze turned toward him, alarmed that an outsider dared interrupt something they pondered normal. The merchant fabricated justification, insisting the female deserved punishment for damages she could never repay. In the scene, Sharon listened patiently, recognizing familiar patterns of abuse disguised as order. Beside him, the female trembled, understanding that resistance by himself would never save her. Ignoring ridicule, Sharon reached into his pouch and offered payment without delay. That simple act shifted the mood, exposing greed rather than justice as the genuine motive. The crowd faltered, understanding command weakened when consequences appeared. As the merchant accepted the money, the female became released from his grasp. Lantern radiance reflected in Sharon's steady gaze, showing resolve instead of rage. Walking away quietly, he departed at the rear, a lesson that power meant responsibility, never dominance. Amid taunting laughter, the merchants openly belittled Chiron, assuming his calm stance meant weakness rather than resolve. Surrounded by hostile faces, Chiron remained steadily as the crowd pressed closer, sensing that intimidation became their preferred weapon. Although strain-mounted, his look remained unchanged, concentrated on preventing the circumstance from worsening further. Raising his hand, Chiron plainly outlined the circumstance, separating the actual wrongdoing from the cruelty being imposed. By offering payment, he removed the excuse the merchants employed to justify their command over the female. Nearby onlookers hesitated, understanding that the conflict no longer benefited them as easily as prior to. Holding the silver out openly, Chiron compelled the merchant to reveal his genuine intentions. Shadowed hostility surfaced as greed replaced pretense, exposing the man's rage at losing dominance. Meeting that gaze without terror, Chiron signaled that several lines could never be crossed, regardless of numbers or threats. Night settles over a silent mountain village as heated lights glow from a single house, suggesting an uncommon instant of peace away from the school's rigid realm. Within, Amy seems held tightly as emotions surface. Chiron's actions remain recalled through her look. In the scene, later lanterns illuminate a busy street where Chiron stands forward. In the scene, mockery spreads among the crowd as resentment builds. Chiron observes their reactions cautiously, sensing something off in their rage rather than being shaken by it. A near stare reveals his calm resolve as he compares empty cruelty. In the scene, sudden rage erupts from the men, their faces twisted as violence becomes the answer they choose. Weapons remain drawn swiftly, turning the lively street into a location of imminent bloodshed. Panic spreads as civilians scatter as blades swing recklessly through the atmosphere. Chiron moves without delay, stepping into risk as if previously accepting the outcome. His gaze hardened, signaling that this confrontation holds crossed beyond simple misunderstanding. A male lunges forward, thrusting his weapon with lethal intent. Another strike follows at once, forcing Chiron into the center of converging threats. Blue force begins to rise around him. Elevated above the street, a minor object drops from the shadowed sky. In the scene, a violent burst spreads outward as smoke and debris flood the area. Chiron reacts swiftly, recognizing the chaos as an opening. Through the thick smoke, a hooded young woman appears and pulls Chiron away. Both figures retreat into narrow alleys as puzzled shouts echo at the rear them and footsteps scatter in multiple directions. The attackers struggle to regroup, understanding excessively late that their targets hold previously vanished. Elsewhere, a tavern remains calm as patrons drink casually, unaware of the violence that simply unfolded nearby. An older male observes the chamber cautiously. From the shadows, the hooded young woman watches without speaking. Seated by himself, Chiron reflects on the night's events. The young woman reveals fragments of the truth, explaining that the incident became never as simple as it appeared. In the scene, her calm demeanor contrasts with the weight of her words. Memories surface in Chiron's thoughts, recalling former periods, moments where justice led merely to pain. Silent resolve forms as he accepts that change requires additional than instinctive compassion. Standing firm, Chiron decides to shape himself into someone capable of surviving the realm as it truly seems. In the scene, a sharp gaze from Marcia studies Chiron closely. In the scene across the counter, Chiron reacts with surprise. A glass rests between them, reflecting tension as Marcia frames his struggle as silent desperation rather than arrogance. In the scene, Marcia smiles faintly, confident in her judgment, revealing she recognizes the same patterns within herself. Her crimson gaze sharpen, suggesting shared scars formed long prior to this meeting. In the scene, the implication of abandonment hangs heavy. Marcia introduces herself quietly, positioning her identity as a mirror rather than a threat. Chiron listens intently, sensing familiarity in her presence. Although lingering unease, a silent tavern hum contrasts with the personal truths unfolding between them. Marcia recalls being departed at the rear as an infant, framing survival as her earliest lesson. The girl contrasts that former periods with Chiron's upbringing. In the scene, acceptance follows as she recounts abuse endured under a violent foster guardian. In the scene, fragments of pain surface as Marcia describes surrendering to harm without resistance. Chiron absorbs her words, understanding how differently mercy and cruelty shaped them. Silence settles as understanding forms. Within the tavern, Marcia continues recounting her former periods, explaining how repeated violence compelled her to rely on sorcery simply to survive each beating. Chiron listens closely, learning that she became merely 17 currently,
In the scene, her words shift from resentment to emptiness. Sharon lifts his glass and without speaking wonders what choices he would hold created if raised under such cruelty. A shadowed image forms in his thoughts. The question lingers as he realizes judging another life seems distant, additional complex than he believed. Marcia quietly states that the realm itself holds zero obvious justice, reinforcing her belief that proper and wrong often blur side by side. In the scene, Chiron acknowledges his mistake, understanding his desire to fix everything came from limited experience. When Chiron asks what he should do following, uncertainty replaces his earlier confidence. Marcia turns back with a faint smile, offering a simple but immense answer. The girl tells him change begins never with judgment but with reshaping the realm itself. Morning arrives as Chiron seems called away, breaking the heavy mood within the tavern. Beyond, familiar companions argue loudly, pulling him back into everyday life. Chiron moves forward, carrying Marcia's words. Aware his route will no longer be simple. Morning radiance fills the kitchen as Amy stands by the window with crossed arms, plainly irritated following being disturbed without notice. Noise erupts within the house when Chiron arrives. In the scene, reacting on instinct, Amy bolts forward. The girl rushes to the entrance and swings it open with power. Standing beyond, Chiron appears hesitant, caught off guard by her intense reaction. In the scene, an awkward pause follows as recognition settles in, marking the start of a reunion shaped by unspoken emotions and unfinished thoughts. Within a shadowed warehouse, Chiron seems compelled to kneel as a scarred thug studies him with chilly interest. Command seems asserted through intimidation as guards watch without speaking, making escape or resistance impossible. Violence follows without delay, teaching Chiron the cost of defiance through pain. Terror deepens when his thoughts turn to his younger sister, whose safety becomes his merely priority. Memories of her fragile dependence strengthen his resolve to endure humiliation by himself. Determination replaces panic as Chiron accepts the duty compelled upon him. That night, he stands prior to a great estate, tension visible as he hesitates at the gate. Recognition strikes upon seeing a red-haired young woman within, disrupting his readied resolve. In the scene, understanding dawns when he realizes this meeting connects to the earlier threat. Ami notices Chiron initial, sensing unease from his stiff posture and pale look. Rion and the others grow wary, recalling Chiron's former period's behavior with suspicion. In the scene, overwhelmed, Chiron instinctively raises his hands to avoid escalation. In the scene, the boy bows deeply, choosing submission over confrontation. Regret drives his actions as he seeks to correct his former period's mistake. In the scene, uncertainty lingers, leaving his fate suspended between judgment and mercy. Beyond the estate, Chiron desperately proposes a way to apologize, hoping sincerity might soften the hostility surrounding him. Rejection comes swiftly as the entrance begins to near, signaling that his presence seems no longer welcome. In the scene, panic takes over when he lunges forward, grabbing the handle in a final attempt to stop it. Immediate backlash follows, as Ryan and another student shift to restrain him for crossing an obvious boundary. Amy steps in, halting the escalation as cautiously observing Chiron's trembling state. Shame overwhelms him, forcing Chiron to beg as terror and desperation surface openly. Amy listens closely, understanding his actions stem from coercion rather than malice or arrogance. Understanding grows as she connects his terror to hidden forces manipulating events at the rear of the scenes. Clarity settles when Amy at final comprehends what Chiron noticed earlier about the realm's cruelty. Elsewhere, a silent discussion unfolds about changing society through bonds rather than power. The idea of household seems reframed as something chosen, never limited by blood by himself. In the scene, hope emerges as the concept expands into a refuge built on trust and belief. In the scene, Amy walks away toward a modest house, representing stability amid uncertainty. Conviction strengthens as she envisions a location where people can always return. Determination defines her resolve to create a home that offers acceptance instead of terror. Following leaving home, Marcia reflects on repeated encounters with abandoned children, recognizing familiar wounds shaped by neglect and rejection. Observation turns inward as she explains how early trauma reshaped her view of household and belonging. A silent conclusion forms when she believes discarded lives can start once more through acceptance. Marcia quietly admits that clinging to misfortune merely deepens the realm's coldness and isolation. Hope seems reframed as something built intentionally through warmth rather than power or revenge. The blonde lad listens closely, understanding her perspective challenges his long-held beliefs. Memories surface as he reflects on receiving additional care than he ever expected. In the scene, determination grows when he decides to become someone who shares warmth with others. Companions appear in his thoughts, reinforcing his desire to guard meaningful connections. In the scene, affectionate honesty leads him to express admiration toward Marcia's outlook on life. Embarrassment briefly interrupts the instant, easing tension through shared misunderstanding. In the scene, laughter follows, signaling trust forming naturally between them. News arrives that Risk holds past, allowing the evening to settle peacefully. In the scene, Marcia teases him gently, acknowledging the bond forming through conversation. Gratitude defines the farewell as he leaves, carrying a clearer sense of what household can mean. As the evening winds down, Marcia quietly suggests they will meet once more. Her composed gaze revealing silent confidence. Relaxed assurance follows when she remains at the bar, signaling she holds zero intention of leaving soon. In the scene, attention shifts as unfamiliar youths enter, their presence subtly changing the room's atmosphere. In the scene, the newcomers approach Marcia casually, masking curiosity with playful bravado. In the scene, tension sharpens when their interest borders on provocation, testing boundaries within the tavern. Marcia responds quietly, making it obvious she seems never seeking trouble. Risk erupts abruptly as armed men storm within, weapons raised with hostile intent. Chaos spreads when accusations remain thrown, revealing pursuit linked to Marcia's former period's escape. Prior to violence escalates, she moves decisively, knocking attackers down with swift precision. The bartender freezes with surprise. Understanding the female he served seems far more perilous than expected. Order returns as the threat retreats, leaving the chamber shaken but intact. Elsewhere, Amy and a blonde lad process the aftermath. Understanding intervention changed everything. In the scene, a mysterious figure reflects on the boy's involvement, noting his unexpected interference. In the scene, Marcia listens quietly as assumptions form about the boy's background and upbringing. Certainty settles when she concludes his route differs from theirs, marking him as an outsider. A male in a coat speaks coldly, judging Chiron as someone ignorant of invisible bonds that tie people sharing the same suffering. Dismissal deepens when he criticizes the lad for never knowing his location as acting like a hero. Marcia watches without speaking, deciding Chiron may need a severe lesson to survive reality. That night, Chiron runs by himself toward a silent house, exhausted and pressed by period. Frustration grows as he realizes everyday responsibilities maintain slipping away sense of constant trouble. Urgency peaks when he reaches home, rushing within to recover prior to consequences follow. Confrontation erupts as Amy and Ryan scold Chiron for arriving late once more. Guard replaces panic when Chiron insists the circumstance seems being misunderstood. Tension lingers following Amy abruptly leaves, leaving Chiron at the rear with regret and unanswered concerns. At night, a carriage leaves the school road as Amy departs by himself, shifting toward the island's darker outskirts with determined posture. Within the carriage, Amy's look remains calm but distant, showing resolve formed following deciding to face the circumstance herself. At the rear Chiron and others remain departed, puzzled, sensing risk yet unable to stop her sudden departure. Latter memories surface as Amy recalls reassuring words, believing power and courage could solve what awaited beyond the gates. At the same period, Chiron reflects on her decision, struggling to understand why she would stride into an obvious trap. Doubt spreads among the group, yet Amy's conviction seems recalled as something Chiron himself might hold shared. In the scene, Tess confronts Chiron afterward, explaining Amy's loneliness and emotional strain during his long absence. Guilt settles over Chiron as fresh information reveals another young woman connected to the same perilous organization. Conflicting perspectives collide, exposing how intentions can appear righteous or foolish depending on who seems watching. In the scene, Marcia Nunona speaks of the island's cruelty, reminding everyone that darkness shaped both victims and accomplices alike. Still, therefore, Amy knowingly stepped forward, convinced that Chiron would hold acted the same way. In the scene, the realization hardens Chiron's resolve as regret turns into urgency. Without delay, Chiron runs into the night, declaring his intention to find Amy himself. Ryan and Tess swiftly follow, refusing to let him face the risk by himself. Side by side, they race toward the island road, unaware of what consequences await beyond the lights. At night, Chiron rides within the carriage with Amy, observing Galliant's seaside park as lights pass quietly beyond the windows. Memories of running along the beach surface in Chiron's thoughts, making the calm journey feel unreal compared to his severe daily life. Amy listens patiently, her chilly demeanor softened, revealing curiosity and comfort as the destination draws closer. Abruptly, Amy exposes Chiron's former period's humiliation, showing sharp awareness that catches him completely off guard. In the scene, embarrassment overwhelms Chiron as she bluntly points out his weakness and unsuitability for criminal life. In the scene, her judgment feels strict yet purposeful, forcing him to confront truths he avoids acknowledging. Following a pause, Amy explains her reasoning further, recalling Chiron's reckless act of throwing gold prior to aristocrats. Surprise spreads across Chiron's face as he realizes she respected his honesty rather than taunting it. Approval replaces criticism as Amy concludes that decency does never belong in their brutal realm. The carriage grows silent, and Chiron reflects on her words with heavy guilt and gratitude. Thoughts drift toward Yuna, whose kindness shaped his resolve and desire to guard others in the scene. Regret settles deeply as he remembers failing to live up to her expectations. A heated memory shows Yuna offering freshly ironed clothes with a gentle smile. Childish encouragement echoes as she praises Chiron's route ahead, believing in his potential without doubt. Without speaking, Chiron apologizes to Yuna, vowing to become worthy of that faith. Chiron stands by himself and his thoughts, recalling a life marked by insults, isolation, and the belief that he became born useless without parents or aid. Amy listens as he reveals his terror, explaining the risk of Falcoa and the immense power controlling the island. The memory of his little sister resurfaces painfully, transforming terror into desperation and unresolved responsibility. In the scene, Chiron describes Falcoa's rise, emphasizing how the island fell under his rule through violence and survival experience. Tension builds as Chiron questions whether escape seems yet possible prior to everything collapses completely. The pondered of running ends abruptly when responsibility outweighs self-preservation. Amy begins to understand Chiron's inner struggle, recognizing how complicated his reasoning holds always been. Her thoughts shift to Chiron himself, wondering how long he holds carried such strain without speaking. Nearby, another observer reacts, misunderstanding the depth of Chiron's resolve. Chiron explains his confusion, admitting he no longer knows the proper route forward. Ami reveals her abandonment, explaining how Chiron disappeared following leaving her across the sea. In the scene, distance and uncertainty deepen the rift between intention and outcome. In the scene, night settles over Galliant Harbor as criminal groups discuss plans involving Amy's capture. In the scene, confidence spreads among them, believing Chiron will never succeed. Unseen, consequences start shifting toward everyone involved. Within a tavern, members of the organization discuss Chiron carelessly, underestimating him as drinking and arguing about former period's provocations. Abruptly, Ryan and Tess burst in with power, overturning the calm and sending panic through the chamber instantly. Chaos erupts as the men flee, understanding excessively late that they remain zero match for the intruders. The duel spills into the hallway, where terrified members rush blindly, chased by immense strain. Ryan takes command with precision as Tess blocks escape routes, leaving zero chamber for resistance. Terror replaces arrogance as the organization collapses within moments. Beyond, the coachman watches quietly, amused as the group leaps into the carriage in urgency. In the scene, without delay, the carriage races through Galliant streets, heading straight toward the palace district. The city blurs at the rear of them as night deepens and risk grows closer. In the scene, Chiron confirms his suspicion that the organization gathered near the harbor to transfer Amy. Determination sharpens across their faces as they agree at that place seems zero period departed. Amy's safety becomes the merely priority driving them forward. At Falcoa's palace, guards remain watch as Amy arrives under heavy supervision. Falcoa's presence looms, symbolizing absolute command over the island. Unaware of the approaching rescue, the palace doors near tightly. Within the lavish corridor, Falcoa lounges confidently, surrounded by attendants, viewing Amy's arrival as an unexpected and valuable gain. From her seat, Amy cautiously observes the decorations and Falcoa's behavior, swiftly judging his status and hidden intentions. Silence follows as she questions why she became carried in this place, feeling her period deliberately wasted. Falcoa claims politeness, offering comfort and luxury, insisting zero harm became intended during her capture. Amy remains guarded, sensing manipulation beneath the hospitality and observing how cautiously everything seems staged. Doubt lingers as she wonders whether this approach seems meant to lower her defenses. Holding the drink, Amy reflects on whether this encounter will truly assist her understand Chiron's choices. Suspicion grows as she questions the purpose of the glass placed, therefore deliberately, in her hand. In the scene, her attention shifts when sudden tension interrupts the calm atmosphere. Chiron bursts forward, panic written across his face as he recognizes immediate risk. In the scene, Falco's grin sharpens, revealing satisfaction as events unfold exactly as planned. The instant freezes between intent and consequence. Beyond the sealed doors, guards remain unaware as footsteps approach rapidly. Pair figures rush in, sensing something holds gone terribly wrong within. The confrontation seems inevitable, as the palace tension reaches its breaking point. Within the lavish corridor, a youthful male endured mockery as servers and aristocrats observed him with amusement. Unease settled as he challenged the circumstance, observing odd reactions and unfamiliar confidence among the surrounding guests. Across the chamber, a red-haired female quietly observed, previously aware something perilous had been set in motion. In the scene, attention shifted to a drink glowing unnaturally, suggesting a substance rumored to manipulate thoughts and obedience. Recognition struck when Falcoa's influence became obvious, revealing a method employed to command forceful aristocrat families. Terror overwhelmed the youthful male as he understood victims gradually lost free will following consuming the substance. Abruptly, chaos erupted when guards confronted him,
treating his presence as an unacceptable disruption. Violence followed as he became struck down, collapsing as the crowd went on dancing without concern. Darkness spread through the corridor, masking his disappearance amid music and flashing lights in the scene. Elsewhere, concern rose when Amy vanished, prompting her companions to suspect deliberate abduction. Determination replaced hesitation as the group chose to search without relying on casino security. Motion through upper floors started, each step increasing tension and urgency. On the casino floor, staff went on laboring normally, hiding the unfolding risk above. A sealed VIP corridor drew attention, suggesting Amy possessed been taken deeper within. The group advanced chamber by chamber. A wear period became running out, and consequences would be severe. Chiron swiftly assessed the circumstance. Understanding evacuation became safer than confronting hidden threats within the crowded building. Sudden motion in the hallway disclosed hostile men approaching, confirming that escape routes stood previously compromised. Tension spiked when a heavy presence blocked their route, forcing immediate confrontation instead of retreat. A great male stepped forward confidently, believing physical power by himself would intimidate everyone in the corridor. Ami reacted initial, intercepting the assault with precise power and demonstrating practiced combat gift. Shock spread as the rival became overpowered, his confidence collapsing under Amy's controlled strikes. Momentum shifted when Amy delivered a decisive blow, ending the duel prior to it could escalate further. Bodies fell to the floor, leaving the hallway briefly silent except for rushed breathing. Chiron and Rion regrouped swiftly, recognizing the urgency possessed merely increased. Arguments broke out over responsibility as terror spread among remaining enemies. Chiron seized command, demanding critical information about Palcoa's location without delay. Under strain, the captive disclosed a hidden destination connected to the temple. Realization spread that the circumstance became distant, additional perilous than expected. Alarms echoed as guards started mobilizing throughout the building. With zero period departed, the group hurried forward, determined to reach Palcoa prior to everything collapsed. A sudden clash erupted as Chiron intercepted an incoming assault. Stopping the strike prior to it could land and sending shock through nearby enemies. Momentum reversed when multiple attackers stood thrown aside, their bodies crashing into the temple floor and walls. Silence briefly followed as remaining figures hesitated, stunned by the power and speed of the counterattack. Within the sacred corridor, Palco reacted with rage. Understanding uninvited intruders possessed breached his controlled domain. From the shadows, Chiron, Rian and Amy emerged side by side, drawing attention from aristocrats gathered nearby. Recognition spread across faces as the group's presence disrupted the untrue calm Palcoa maintained. Focus shifted to Amy seated near a glowing drink, revealing she possessed been isolated and closely monitored. Suspicion deepened when the glass became noticed, reminding Chiron of the substance employed to command victims. Palcoa's confidence showed as he observed, convinced the circumstance remained under his command. Tension thickened when Chiron stepped forward, his gaze fixed steadily on Amy's condition. Unease appeared among Palcoa's men as they felt the balance beginning to shift. Authority became asserted when Palcoa ordered the intruders restrained without delay. Ami gradually remained, regaining composure, although the lingering risk around her. Determination hardened within the group as they readied for escalation rather than retreat. Palcoa turned away confidently, sending his forces forward as believing the temple would become their end. Shadowed figures emerged without speaking, their gaze glowing unnaturally as they surrounded Chiron and applied immense mental strain. Shock rippled through the group when the power intensified, causing Chiron to stagger as sensing coordinated hostile intent. Realization struck as Rian identified them as schema users, confirming Palcoa's command extended deeper than expected. Rage surged within Chiron when he noticed Amy restrained within the oppressive field generated by their combined presence. Urgency spread as Amy wrestled, revealing the risk of letting emotions disrupt focus during a critical instant. Command wavered briefly prior to Chiron steadied himself, understanding reckless reactions would merely worsen her circumstance. Without notice, the surroundings warped as a massive spatial distortion formed, resembling a violent collapsing wave. The group observed as force twisted outward, dragging everything nearby toward the unstable phenomenon. Instinctively, Chiron moved forward, determined to confront the source rather than retreat once more. In the scene, the wave surged violently, tearing through the area and forcing everyone to brace against its pull. Power went on escalating as the environment shattered, proving Palcoa possessed, readied this outcome deliberately. Facing the chaos in front, Chiron resolved to push through, knowing Amy's fate depended on his following decision. Chiron reached through the mana stream wishing to become stronger, therefore he could guard those he once failed. Floating in arcane currents, he practiced never for glory but to prevent helplessness during risk. The boy didn't want to remain a magician incapable of acting when it mattered most. In the scene, the boy reached toward a distant figure, determined to uncover his origin and understand himself fully in the scene.
Approaching his red-clad reflection, he sought to erase the inner pain that held him back. In the scene, the red figure emerged, confronting him with truths about identity and emptiness. The figure claimed a rootless tree would shrivel and die, taunting Chiron's lost foundation. In the scene, Chiron lowered his gaze, questioning the meaning of his roots and what truly sustained him. He understood his roots weren't bound to the former periods by himself. Following speaking with Marika, he saw that others supported him beyond blood ties. Turning around, he saw allies who remained beside him without delay. These people possessed previously become the roots he became searching for. With resolve, Chiron cast aside doubt and remained firm. The red figure faltered under Chiron's newfound power. Trusting in others, Chiron charged forward without delay. A sudden explosion of radiant sorcery erupted, sending shockwaves across the battlefield as Alan activated a mysterious power within him. Nearby enemies shielded their faces, unable to withstand the blinding radiance that surged from his physical form. Single rival screamed in pain, overwhelmed by the intensity, as others observed in astonishment at the source of the power. Alan gazed at the glowing orb in his hand, puzzled yet firm, as golden radiance expanded around him. From each direction, allies and enemies alike gazed with wonder as the sorcery force gathered. Shock spread across the faces of onlookers, including Amy and Ryan, who felt the shift in his mana. Raising his hand, Alan announced his resolve, refusing to hesitate any longer in the face of threats. Amy called out, alarmed by his recklessness, but he possessed previously launched forward. With a strike of pure force, Alan crashed down, unleashing his complete power in a devastating blast. Earlier, Amy recognized the enemy's trap and chose to resist, Though aware of risk, she drank a potion to steady her thoughts and act cautiously. As clash erupted, her foresight permitted her to remain composed. Ami observed with surprise as unexpected allies burst in, shifting the tide. She hesitated, unsure how to respond. Afterward, understood she failed to acknowledge their determination. By the period she acted, the confrontation previously exploded into chaos. Rian and Elise shouted in unison, standing at the rear Chiron, ready to duel, although being outnumbered. Their courage stirred panic among enemies who weren't expecting resistance from pupils. Single hostile figure stepped forward, enraged and puzzled, demanding to know Chiron's identity. Chiron quietly disclosed his name and school, unbothered by the risks surrounding him. Laughter erupted from the enemy leader, taunting Chiron for acting without still being a magician. Ignoring the threat of expulsion, Chiron steadily stated Amy mattered additional to him than any rule. Amy cautioned the attackers never to carry her into risk once more. Her tone steady. Chiron announced he would destroy everything if they dared to threaten her once additional. Rian joined in, attacking without delay, proving their bond outweighed any terror of consequences. In the scene, Elise shouted her agreement, standing united with the others against injustice. In the scene, the enemy tried to downplay everything, insisting Amy came willingly. He argued they possessed zero proper to interfere with a aristocrat's freedom of decision. Chiron came closer, Amy, asking her to return with them without strain. In the scene, Amy quietly reached for his hand, moved by their resolve. The girl remained up, choosing to go back with her companions on her own terms. Elise and Rian gazed in astonishment as Amy remained confidently, unaffected by the drug that should have paralyzed her. The gang leader's face twisted with surprise, understanding Amy might belong to a forceful lineage. Ami stepped forward, revealing her identity as a Karmas, silencing the chamber with her presence. The girl exposed their operation, stating the drug became their main source of income and influence over others. With sharp gaze, she cautioned that any shift against them would cost them their entire business. Understanding her threat became real, the leader panicked, knowing crossing a high-ranking aristocrat would destroy him. Later, the group strode back under the night sky, quietly reflecting on the incident. Elise pondered Chiron must hold, known Amy wasn't affected, but waited patiently for her decision. She recalled Amy's silent earlier, understanding it wasn't resistance, but emotional hesitation. Amy, yet bothered by former period's events, strode without look, hiding her thoughts. Rian and Elise noticed, puzzled by her silent demeanor. Chiron smiled as Amy reached for his hand, proving still a proud aristocrat could yet be gentle. A massive school building glows under the night sky as pupils gather beyond, sensing unrest spreading through the grounds. Chiron arrives with Amy and Rian, observing anxious movements and hearing echoes of shouting nearby. Attention shifts abruptly as a disturbance pulls everyone's focus toward the inner courtyard. A worn male steps forward under the lights, his unstable posture revealing desperation and exhaustion. Resentment spills out as his failure and frustration toward school pupils become painfully obvious. Ami stiffens as Chiron quietly realizes the rage comes from wounded pride. Bitterness peaks when the male directs blame at Chiron, unable to accept his own limits. Ami reacts emotionally, yet Chiron remains calm. Refusing to escalate the circumstance, following venting everything, the male turns away, leaving heavy silent at the rear. Ami reflects on ambition. acknowledging that worth seems never defined by rank by himself. Sharon listens, reaffirming his resolve as understanding others' difficulties. The male departs with clenched fists, vowing silent revenge through self-improvement. Later, the group walks through silent streets, tension gradually fading. Normal conversation restores balance following the confrontation. In the scene elsewhere, unseen threats gather, hinting that greater trials await. Within a dim underground chamber, the Parrot Bandits' leader clutches his head, weighed down by strain as recent failures threaten their fragile survival. A subordinate explains the risk of provoking aristocrats and the Sorcery Association, revealing how single mistake could erase everything they built. Reluctant acceptance settles in as the leader chooses retreat for currently, ordering rest as unresolved terror lingers beneath his pride. Luminous daylight opens over a silent seaside where waves crash gently against the shore under an obvious sky. In the scene, Amy and their companions tumble into the water, chaos breaking out as the sudden splash turns calm scenery into playful disorder. Rian flails as Sharon difficulties to maintain balance, marking a sharp contrast from recent tension. Later, food arrives at an outdoor cafes as Ryan eats eagerly, fully immersed in the instant. Sharon, Amy, and the others sit side by side, sharing a peaceful meal as overlooking the ocean. As night falls, lanterns glow above the beach, shifting the mood into silent warmth. Amy walks in front holding skewers, confidence returning as lights reflect in her gaze. Sharon watches her thoughtfully, understanding how uncommon moments like this truly remain. In the scene, Ryan points skyward, excitement spreading through the group. In the scene, fireworks erupt above the sea, filling the night with color and sound. The group stands side by side without speaking, sharing awe beneath the display. In the scene, Chiron reflects inwardly, hoping to someday share such peace with those he loves. Morning sunlight breaks through palm leaves as the following date begins, signaling a shift from rest toward motion. A carriage rushes along a jungle road, dust rising as Sharon and Ryan sit waiting as the delay stretches longer than expected. Amy and the blonde companion at final appear within, their presence easing irritation as curiosity replaces impatience. The carriage speeds forward once more, swaying through the forest as talk turns toward appearances and preparation. In the scene, Ryan grows awkward when attention shifts to him, revealing his unfamiliarity with compliments and emotions. Amy notices the subtle tension, understanding feelings remain changing faster than expected during the journey. Silence fills the carriage as Sharon observes quietly, sensing distance forming between his companions. In the scene, Amy reflects internally, questioning whether assumptions truly close the gap she believed existed. In the scene, the road stretches onward, carrying unresolved thoughts alongside the group. In the scene, a map reveals the Kurgo ruins, once part of a golden civilization destroyed by volcanic disaster centuries ago. Although plans to restore the site, resistance from locals halted development and tourism. Suspicion grows as Sharon senses deeper reasons at the rear of the opposition. The carriage arrives near the ruins, blending into crowds of normal travelers. Amy and Ryan study the surroundings, understanding the location feels excessively normal for its history. Unseen secrets linger in front, waiting to surface as their exploration begins. Crowds shift through the ruins as Sharon, Amy, Ryan, and their companions blend in, scanning faces and surroundings cautiously. A tall, scarred male from Kurgo draws attention, his presence standing out as Sharon quietly gauges his power. In the scene, recognition spreads among the group, confirming the man's origin and hinting at deeper local power. The Kurgo temple rises in front, its ancient stonework revealing layers of history and destruction. Tourists marvel at the depth and scale, unaware of how greatly of the ruins remain hidden. In the scene, Chiron senses unease beneath the surface, his focus shifting away from sightseeing. Stepping aside, Chiron kneels and studies the earth, isolating his senses from the noise around him. Spirit perception spreads outward, yet the area feels unnaturally empty, although expectations of buried remains. Confusion deepens as the absence extends distant beyond normal range. Amy reacts sharply, understanding something fundamental about the ruins does never align with recorded history. Rian suggests excavation as watching Chiron's growing concern. In the scene, tension builds as the group debates the meaning of absolute emptiness. Amy kneels and activates concentrated spirit perception, narrowing her search with precision. Power concentrates as her awareness pierces deeper than prior to. The silent in front promises a hidden truth waiting beneath the ruins. Chiron senses a sudden distortion as standing among Amy, Ryan, and their companion, observing unease spreading as the surroundings feel subtly misaligned. Concern deepens when Chiron studies Amy's reaction, understanding her spirit perception seems responding to something abnormal beneath the ruins. Shock settles over the group as Amy confirms the inconsistency, signaling that the ruins conceal a truth distant additional grave than expected. Chiron sensing a odd disturbance as Amy and Ryan watch his reaction cautiously nearby. Amy feels her consciousness stretch thin, suggesting an external power interfering with the surrounding zone. Tension rises as a forceful vertical surge of force erupts beneath the school grounds. Chiron analyzes the phenomenon. Understanding the spirit domain behaves unnaturally compared to known structures. A conclusion forms that the disturbance exceeds student capacity, requiring beyond expertise to continue safely. Force concerns deepen when the group considers halting progress, although unclear risk signs. In the scene, realization dawns as guidance from a senior figure reinforces caution over reckless pursuit. Attention shifts when the group agrees to proceed merely with careful judgment. Consensus stabilizes as trust replaces urgency, anchoring their following decisions. Moments later, the school's ancient structure appears calm, masking hidden connections beneath stone corridors. In the scene, guided exploration reveals historical ruins, hinting at a long-buried spiritual network. Although searching, Chiron finds zero immediate threat visible on the surface. Discussion turns toward employing spirit zones to communicate with lingering remnants. Amy recalls observing overlooked patterns as others concentrated elsewhere. Chiron understands the core connection involves people rather than neglected structures. Chiron, Amy, Ryan, and Tess quietly observe the ruins as blending among tourists near the ancient structure. In the scene, careful attention reveals individuals uninterested in sightseeing, standing rigidly and watching surroundings instead of scenery. Suspicion forms as heavily built men shift side by side with discipline, exposing themselves as mercenaries hiding in plain sight. A wider view establishes the school grounds below, where crowds and temporary camps suggest uncommon activity. In the scene, closer inspection highlights armed figures entering interior halls with practiced confidence. Motion continues, as mercenaries disperse toward gathering points within nearby taverns. Within a tavern, mercenaries gather openly, drinking as maintaining alert posture. Background noise contrasts with their silent coordination, confirming prior suspicions. In the scene, relief appears as Tess's observation proves accurate without confrontation. Chiron notices how common weapon-carrying holds become. Unease grows when attention shifts toward their group from another table. In the scene, Ryan restrains reaction, choosing restraint over escalation. Near expressions show tension tightening between Chiron and Ryan. A silent decision forms as Ryan steadies himself. In the scene, resolve settles, signaling trouble may soon surface. Mercenaries retreat from the tavern entrance following provoking trouble, leaving Chiron's group unharmed but alert. Nearby adults intervene swiftly, confirming those aggressors remain repeat offenders known for causing chaos. Calm returns as the group realizes zero grave conflict occurred, preventing unnecessary escalation. Ryan visibly relaxes as Amy reacts with relief at how the circumstance finished. Confidence appears as Ryan regains composure, previously planning their following encounter. Agreement forms when Chiron, without speaking, accepts the need to observe those mercenaries once more. The mercenary group moves through greenery as maintaining disciplined formation, although being in public. In the scene, analysis unfolds as the team studies equipment, leadership structure, and individual positioning. Suspicion deepens when attention focuses on a cloaked female lacking visible weapons. The cloaked woman's presence feels unnatural, although zero physical threat displayed. Realization strikes as Chiron identifies her as a magician based on subtle mana behavior. Concern spreads since a magician within such a group suggests deeper intent. In the scene, approach begins as the mercenaries reach an ancient sealed structure. Security tightens, revealing the site seems actively guarded rather than abandoned. Significance becomes obvious, confirming the historic site hides something worth protecting. A massive stone gate opens, revealing a shadowed stairway descending underground as nearby mercenaries react with surprise. Torchlight exposes a long passage, confirming the ruins remain active rather than abandoned. Several mercenaries turn back following hearing footsteps approaching from at the rear. Chiron confidently raises his hand as approaching, followed closely by Ryan, Amy, and Tess. In the scene, shock spreads as the mercenaries recognize the same group from the tavern earlier. In the scene, tension escalates when armed men block the entrance, attempting to intimidate them away. A mercenary lunges forward aggressively, convinced Chiron seems a simple target. In the scene, unexpected calm appears as Chiron stands unmoved beneath a raised blade. Doubt spreads when the attacker hesitates, sensing risk excessively late. Veteran mercenaries observe from at the rear, plainly aware this confrontation risks escalation. Rage brews as single leader clenches his teeth, frustrated by resistance. Resolve settles when Chiron's concentrated gaze signals the balance of power holds shifted. A rough-looking gatekeeper blocks the stone entrance, evaluating the group with sharp gaze as implying survival by himself grants them this single opportunity. At the rear him, armed figures remain watch as the tension thickens, making it obvious that entering this location is a test rather than an invitation. Above the gate, ancient authority looms, suggesting unseen forces remain observing each decision created at the threshold. Ryan advances initial with relaxed confidence, as Amy follows cautiously, sensing unfamiliar strain within the stone passage in front. Nearby, Sharon turns his head slightly, his sharp focus detecting something uncommon, although no visible arcane reaction. Side by side, the group steps former periods the gate, leaving daylight at the rear as the interior swallows them whole. A long staircase descends profound underground, illuminated by torches that barely reveal the scale of the structure. Unease spreads as the group realizes the depth continues distant beyond what normal ruins should contain. Chiron analyzes the silent, noting how still his senses struggle to grasp what lies below in the scene. As they descend further, concern grows about unknown dangers waiting in the darkness. Hostile adventurers appear in front, angered by the newcomer's presence in a location they paid dearly to reach. Resentment boils as accusations surface, exposing greed and terror beneath their aggression. In the scene, tension peaks when violence nearly erupts, revealing how fragile alliances become underground. In the scene, calm determination spreads through Chiron's group, refusing to be intimidated by threats. A demand for payment hangs in the atmosphere, signaling that deeper trials await beyond this encounter. The cloaked male demands payment for information, positioning himself above Chiron as implying that understanding in this location always carries a price. Irritation flashes across nearby adventurers as the demand feels additional, like extortion than negotiation. Hidden hostility surfaces when the male proposes further descent merely if his terms remain accepted. Rage overtakes single of the men, his look twisting as former period's humiliation fuels his resentment. Chiron quietly observes the reaction, recognizing that emotion rather than logic drives the confrontation. Although tension rising, he counters with a reduced offer, shifting command of the exchange. A single gold coin seems presented, surprising everyone who expected desperation. Rian and Amy exchange looks. Understanding Chiron seems testing the truth at the rear the information. In the scene, reluctant acceptance exposes cracks in the other side's confidence. In the scene, questions about the ruins reveal vague answers, hinting at hidden dangers and deliberate omissions. Suspicion grows as Chiron senses the locals remain avoiding direct explanations. Gradually, hints of illegal trade connected to the ruins start to surface. The truth points toward the ruins being a route for loot trafficking rather than sacred earth. Amy reacts with disbelief as Ryan quietly processes the implications. Chiron concludes that the deepest threat lies never in monsters, but in the secrets people guard. Chiron confronts the cloaked male with calm certainty, revealing that the so-called secret route leads directly to the independent Kurgo authority. Shock spreads across the man's face as he realizes his hidden understanding holds been exposed without complete payment. Although the tension, Chiron offers compensation, choosing resolution over unnecessary conflict. Under strain, the male explains that the locals employ loop artifacts for rituals tied to authority command. In the scene, Amy listens closely, recognizing that the ruins serve as a supply route rather than a holy site. Rian connects the information to the Kurgo authority, understanding that merely privileged locals manage such trade. Confidence shifts as the male acknowledges Chiron's reasoning, understanding his secrecy Zero longer holds value. With Zero further questions inquired, the group prepares to shift deeper underground. The passage in front glows faintly, hinting that the genuine structure lies beyond normal ruins. In the scene, torchlight reveals guarded doors marked by authority symbols unfamiliar to outsiders. In the scene, as the doors open, the scale of the hidden facility overwhelms everyone present. Recognition dawns as they understand this location functions as an official entrance rather than a neglected basement stepping within. The group witnesses a grand interior built for administration, never worship. In the scene, a sense of confirmation replaces doubt as the information proves accurate. Chiron concludes that uncovering truth in this place will carry them closer to the core of Kurgo's power. A massive black sphere floats within the corridor, drawing everyone's attention as its presence distorts the refined structure surrounding it. Shock spreads among the group when Chiron at once recognizes the phenomenon, sensing familiarity rather than confusion. In the scene, unease deepens as others question how he could identify something unknown to most locals. The sphere settles at the center of the chamber, radiating authority rather than raw arcane power. Chiron's look tightens when he realizes the object seems connected to Miro, a name carrying heavy implications. Murmurs ripple through the chamber as the name by himself disrupts the calm atmosphere. An elder figure steps forward, his presence commanding silence without effort. Surprise flashes across his face following hearing Chiron claim personal understanding of Miro in the scene. Doubt spreads among the onlookers, as such a connection seems impossible for an outsider. Chiron insists on his claim, maintaining composure. Although growing scrutiny, the elder responds by invoking judgment rather than denial, shifting the circumstance toward ritual authority. A declaration echoes through the corridor, stating that entry requires passing Miro's trials. Confusion spreads when the elder explains that entire who stepped within remain bound equally to the test. In the scene, the sealed doors reinforce the finality of the announcement. Cutting off retreat. Sharon stands without speaking, understanding that truth in this place will be chose never by words, but by survival. Panic spreads through the gathered groups when it becomes obvious that never everyone present belongs to the same party, disrupting any sense of shared fate. The elder quietly announces the conditions of the trial, framing survival as proof of worth as implying that sacrifice seems unavoidable. At the center of the corridor, the black sphere looms once more, reinforcing that this test seems bound to an authority distant beyond negotiation. Shock ripples through the crowd as the rule seems disclosed, that merely single sacrifice will grant entry for a single survivor. Rage and terror erupt among the adventurers, numerous understanding excessively late that they hold been trapped by hidden terms. Chiron remains outwardly composed, although the strain, understanding that the trial seems designed to power choices rather than reward power by himself. Radiance descends from the circular ceiling, revealing a massive corridor readied for judgment, at once signaling that the trial seems formal, ancient, and unforgiving in nature. Chiron stands among aristocrats and commoners alike, quietly studying the surroundings as recognizing that status offers zero advantage within this chamber. Tension spreads as groups form instinctively, though distrust remains powerful due to uncertainty about the trial's genuine purpose. In the scene, elders explain the rules, introducing the concept of sacrifice. In the scene, unease deepens when everyone realizes success may require abandoning or surpassing others, rather than cooperation. Chiron listens cautiously, understanding the test values judgment and intent over raw arcane gift. Elder Miro reveals a black orb at the center, describing it as an impartial judge that responds merely to genuine worth. Candidates learn at that place remain zero penalties for failure, but those who do never pass must leave at once. Silent follows as ambition and terror collide within the group. Arguments arise, with several relieved cooperation seems unnecessary as others question the morality involved. Chiron observes quietly, noting how desperation alters people's behavior. In the scene, Amy remains wary, sensing hidden motives forming beneath the surface. In the scene, Elder Miro announces the final rule. The chamber falls silent as everyone understands the weight of the decision in front. In the scene, with steady resolve, Chiron prepares to step forward, ready to face the orb's verdict. The sealed entrance closes, marking the end of the rules as confirming that the trial holds officially begun within the silent chamber. Chiron, Amy, and Rian remain side by side, quietly questioning why the rules allow teammates to be sacrificed, therefore easily. Nearby groups discuss the logic at the rear. The trial, with confusion growing as the conditions seem deliberately perilous. Chiron studies the circumstance closely, understanding that compelled unanimous decisions create manipulation distant, easier than cooperation. Through observation, he concludes that dominating others would be simpler than reaching agreement among numerous competitors. Concern rises as Chiron recognizes the test could turn violent if emotions override reason. In the scene, several candidates openly suggest eliminating rivals to secure entry. Amy notices tensions escalating, as Ryan remains alert to sudden assaults near the orb. Chiron analyzes the orb itself, understanding it can absorb limitless force and cannot be destroyed through power. The group agrees that attacking the orb seems pointless. Attention turns toward capable fighters, as stronger individuals remain seen as the safest option to test initial. Rian steps forward with resolve. Silent follows as Ryan announces his intent to go initial, drawing each gaze toward him. Amy watches cautiously, sensing the risk but respecting his resolve. In the scene, with steady steps, Ryan advances toward the altar. A noisy tone mocks the group from at the rear, drawing attention as tension rises among the candidates watching the trial unfold. Ryan stands by himself prior to the black orb, positioning himself cautiously as the others observe from a distance. Chiron focuses on the circumstance, understanding that information and repeated attempts may be additional valuable than brute power. In the scene, Ryan strikes the orb, causing a glowing number to appear. Chiron swiftly interprets the number as a form of divine language. The orb shifts color, signaling failure, as unease spreads among the watching candidates. Ryan regains composure and draws his blade, deciding to test the orb's reaction through controlled power. A forceful slash lands, releasing force that seems instantly absorbed rather than repelled. Shock crosses Ryan's face as he realizes the orb consumes power instead of resisting it. The crowd reacts with alarm, understanding that excessive power merely empowers the trial further. Chiron watches closely, confirming his concept that the orb measures restraint and comprehension. Ami grows anxious, sensing the risk of went on reckless attempts. The orb displays a higher number, glowing ominously as force continues to flow into it. Ryan freezes, understanding his efforts hold pushed him closer to failure rather than success. Silence settles over the chamber as everyone understands that passing requires insight, never immense power. Rian difficulties to remain steady following his attempt. asking to try once more as the others notice his fatigue and unstable posture. Chiron steps in to assess the circumstance. Understanding the orb absorbs power and converts it directly into numerical judgment. As Rian rests, nearby candidates start taunting the process, underestimating the risk hidden within the trial's mechanics. A muscular warrior moves forward confidently, convinced that immense power will secure a higher outcome than Ryan achieved. He swings his weapon with brutal power, releasing a shockwave that shakes the corridor and draws alarmed reactions. Although the destructive display, the orb absorbs everything quietly, revealing a slightly higher number instead of approval. In the scene, shock spreads as the warrior realizes his immense power barely changed the outcome. Chiron observes closely, concluding the orb does never measure raw power by himself. Others start questioning the trial's genuine criteria, sensing a deeper condition at task. In the scene, arguments break out as participants accuse the orb of malfunctioning. In the scene, Chiron quietly notes that misunderstanding the rules leads to wasted effort. Ami watches cautiously, recognizing a shift toward additional calculated approaches. In the scene, a blonde swordswoman steps forward with calm confidence. Her look sharpens as she prepares to test the orb differently. The atmosphere tightens, signaling that the following attempt may reveal the trial's genuine answer. Surprise crossed Chiron's face as the bold young woman stepped within the arena without delay. Ignoring the protests around her facing the black orb, she lifted her blade with purpose, radiating confidence in each motion. In the scene, rather than speak further, she smirked slightly, certain her actions would prove her point. Cracks spread beneath her feet as force gathered around her yet form. In the scene, with calm precision, she drew the blade into position, narrowing her gaze on the distant target. Abruptly, her physical form launched forward in a burst of raw speed, excessively swift to track. Dust and debris scattered as her feet pushed off with incredible power. At the rear, her alarmed faces observed as the earth split under the strain of her dash. A blinding strike followed her blade, crashed into the orb, releasing a violent burst of radiance. Momentum carried her upward, her physical form arcing through the atmosphere. Steel met darkness as the blade pierced the orb's center. To Chiron's gaze, the sheer velocity mimicked the arcane flash. Numbers appeared 442, drawing stunned gasps from the crowd. Nearby, a contestant yelled furiously, unable to accept the outcome. Quietly stepping forward, Chiron readied for his own trial. A cloaked figure disclosed glowing blue shells, cautiously loading single into his weapon as others remained in his pouch. Chiron and the red-haired young woman noticed at once, intrigued. Chiron repeated her words, recognizing it as something unfamiliar, a mana stone bullet. Never simply normal ammunition. A mana stone bullet contained a deadly offensive spell bound within its core. In the scene, due to their rarity and the complexity of embedding spells, as discussing their cost and risk, the group observed the male prepare to demonstrate its power. With a sudden motion, the male struck the orb, channeling a surge of blue lightning into his weapon. Crackling force burst from the impact, surrounding the orb in violent arcs of sorcery. Spectators shielded their gaze as the power unleashed waves of electric radiance through the arena. The scoreboard lit up 10-20, leaving everyone stunned by the outcome. Though impressed, he declined another attempt, admitting the bullet offered him an advantage. Observing closely, Chiron, without speaking, gauged the difficulty of surpassing such an elevated score. The red-haired young woman volunteered to go following, proposing a friendly competition to see who became stronger. Excited, she stepped forward with resolve, flames flickering around her aura. From a distance, Chiron observed intently, eager to witness her sorcery firsthand. She quietly came closer, the arena reviewing flame sorcery's destructive nature and its terrifying potential at elevated temperatures. As ice holds a fixed chilly limit, flame holds zero ceiling, yet reaching 1000 degrees Celsius remains uncommon. Most materials on Earth fail to endure that heat, making flame incredibly lethal. Although its constraints, since flame seems radiance, it difficulties with long-range travel and loses effectiveness swiftly. To fix that flaw, magicians developed fusion sorcery Flame Strike Blending Flame, with wind to extend reach. Rather than assault up near, she chose on a full-range fireball to maximize power. In the scene, spectators reacted instantly as an enormous fireball formed in her hands. Without delay, she launched the spell, flames crackling and twisting around it. Gaze locked, she drove the fireball straight toward the target with explosive momentum. Fire engulfed the orb, immense the arena with blistering heat. The crowd could barely watch as flames dominated the entire area. Single rival murmured in astonishment, stunned by the scale of her spell. A luminous number 3270 appeared, shocking everyone present. Compared to the lightning spell, hers became triple times stronger. Yet, she couldn't understand why such power wasn't enough to pass. A senior magician stepped forward confidently, telling the others to observe closely as she readied to cast. Ignoring the tension at the rear, she claimed she would likewise employ fireball sorcery to prove herself on equal footing. Lowering her hand to start casting, she dismissed the idea that she became copying anyone's method. Several fireballs formed around her as she channeled force, drawing attention with the scale of her sorcery. Concentrated and smiling, she gathered the flames into a single massive projectile above her head. Spectators stood stunned by the size of the spell as it grew larger and additional unstable. The technique she employed mirrored textbook methods for enhancing fire-based output. Clenching her fists, she unleashed entire her power in a final effort to outperform her rival. The girl struck with everything she possessed, driving the sorcery into the target with a final shout. Spectators anticipated an elevated score as flames consumed the orb. The final outcome appeared 1330, falling short of expectations and her rival's record. Watching nearby, the red-haired young woman smiled subtly, amused by the outcome. A robed woman stepped within the hall, at once drawing attention from close-by magicians, intrigued about her identity. Gossip confirmed she became a renowned magician among mercenaries, known for her exceptional gift and rising fame. Although her reputation, she became known to reject any party that didn't meet her strict standards. Within the arena, she gazed at the outcome board in astonishment. Blaming a lack of focus, she insisted her actual power became distant greater and could surpass, but the truth remained firm. Her score became 1330. As the red-haired girls reached an immense 3,270, observers agreed it wasn't about practice but pure gift that set the red-haired young woman apart. Everyone, without speaking, acknowledged she became the strongest among them without question. Turning to Chiron, she urged him to prepare as their test neared the final stage. Several pupils lost hope and suggested leaving, thinking nothing additional could be done. Yet Chiron's group remained, ready to offer their best regardless of the odds. Their determination unsettled those who possessed previously given up. Chiron abruptly paused, sensing something became off about the chamber. He understood they might hold misunderstood the genuine objective of the test. Recalling Miro's intent, he started to understand the room's real purpose. Chiron accepted a steady step forward, ready to start his attempt without delay. Standing prior to the test orb, he blocked out entire distractions around him. The boy raised his hand, quietly generating a glowing orb of condensed radiance. Observers stood puzzled. Photon emission wasn't known for dealing powerful damage. In the scene, someone noticed the orb behaving strangely, pulsing and vibrating unnaturally. The radiance oscillated rapidly, drawing everyone's attention toward Chiron's growing force. Single teammate recalled Chiron once employing a similar radiance to blind enemies. The boy possessed slammed the earth afterward, causing great disruption. They currently understood that technique wasn't random, it became his hidden specialty. Chiron launched the orb downward, triggering a burst of explosive radiance. In the scene, the impact created a massive flash and wave that shook the arena. Shock spread as still veteran magicians recoiled from the sudden blast. In the scene, the display showed his score 4,783, surpassing everyone else. Stunned, they challenged how mere radiance caused such destruction. His ally clarified Chiron's spell wasn't normal radiance. It became engineered for real combat. Single participant became stunned by the sheer speed of Chiron's assault and challenged if he could still defend against it. Terror settled in as he understood the sorcery became multiple times stronger than a sword fighter's full-force strike. Chiron, nevertheless, quietly doubted if his current spell could push his score former period's 5,000, eager to improve. Chiron expressed a desire to try once more with a different approach. The red-haired young woman encouraged him, suggesting they rethink their strategy employing laser sorcery. Nearby, a disinterested participant chose to leave, calling the test boring and pointless. Prior to he could exit, a reminder from the test supervisor stopped him in his tracks. He became told zero single could leave until all had finished the test. Reluctantly, he turned back, preparing to accept his turn at the arena. Others started discussing the test's genuine purpose, evaluating trust between teammates. The deeper meaning at the rear, the trial started to surface among the observers. Although its odd method, numerous understood this test disclosed more than raw power. A sword fighter charged in, aware that the test heavily favored magicians in raw power. Still, therefore, he understood that swordsmen possess their own value and roles in clash. He recognized the test's limitations and how unfair it became for certain combat styles. The narration disclosed that assigning numerical scores created an untrue sense of fairness in clash performance. Lower scorers felt inferior, as elevated scorers glanced down on others, breaking team unity. Ultimately, the trial demanded single-person sacrifice, therefore the team could succeed. Charging forward, the brown-haired participant struck with entire his might in a final attempt. Although his score appeared 32, an extremely lower outcome. He remained without speaking as others glanced on, stunned by the disappointing outcome. In the scene, admitting defeat, he suggested leaving, assuming the group couldn't do anything further. Chiron reflected that the group's structure might break down following this trial. As everyone exited the corridor, Chiron paused and turned to ask a final question. He inquired if anyone possessed ever passed the test prior to. The elder clarified that several succeed, with simply single in 10 managing to pass. Chiron listened cautiously, processing the grim odds and lower success rate. The male added that those who came by himself possessed better chances of passing. Chiron understood the test wasn't impossible. Several possessed succeeded prior to. In the scene, the boy concluded the principal likely sent them in knowing it would be a trap. As the elder offered insight, Chiron became told he'd grasp Miro's reality through action, never pondered. Understanding struck him, never to analyze who Miro became, but to face the trial prior to him. Though others chose retreat, determination flared in Chiron's gaze as he refused to back down. At the same period, the red-haired young woman observed without speaking, gauging the shifting force in the group. In the scene, by the gate, impatient voices demanded their release, eager to escape the tense atmosphere. Without forcing a decision, the elder inquired the group to confirm their consensus. That instant of pause finished when a firm refusal halted everyone in their tracks. Rising to speak, the red-haired young woman redirected focus with calm authority. Her words created it obvious entering cargo currently became the team's following objective. In the scene, in a dim corridor, Amy halted the group, suggesting a final plan. In the scene, everyone faced her, unsure of her intent. With a sly smile, she mentioned an option zero single possessed pondered, piquing their curiosity. Although rising tension, in the scene, though hesitant, they listened closely. Amy's tone hinted that this decision would never be simple to accept. They arrived at an odd corridor called the Chamber of Achievement and Sacrifice, where the trial's nature became obvious. A tone instructed them to prove their worth by surviving Miro's trial or sacrificing quadruple for passage. Shock spread swiftly. The idea of leaving at the rear teammates caused panic and frantic murmurs. Ami interpreted the message differently. Quadruple people could die, therefore quadruple others might pass. In the scene, her bold claim triggered outrage. In the scene, others accused her of misrepresenting the rule. In the scene, arguments broke out as doubt clouded everyone's memory of the original instructions. Several backed away. Chiron suggested letting Amy handle it by himself. The girl stepped forward confidently, ready to trial the opposing group. With a fiery glare, Amy cautioned them never to surrender easily. A fierce clash started. Chiron observed cautiously. The swordsmen stood evenly matched, but Amy outclassed the enemy leader. Flames erupted as Amy unleashed a devastating arcane assault. The archer stepped forward and drew his bow, determined to contribute to the duel. Nearby, single man froze in terror, as his comrades stood unsure at the rear him. Amy's chilly stare fell on him, stopping his actions instantly. Afterward, Amy mocked their confusion, pretending never to remember ever seeing them at the bar. Her laugh unsettled them as they wrestled to recall events plainly. Frustrated, single male demanded answers, his nerves unraveling. Single member understood Amy possessed never once hesitated or glanced back. Everything she did currently seemed planned from the start. Terror filled the chamber as Amy remained without speaking, dominating the atmosphere. A compromise became offered. He'd leave if they accepted his condition. Amy quietly disclosed the entry code needed to proceed. Chiron recognized that she manipulated them perfectly. As the others departed, Amy's group remained ready to shift on. Chiron admired Amy's efficiency, although her odd behavior. In the end, magicians simply knew how to win. Reciting the code aloud, the sealed entrance responded with a luminous arcane glow as it started to open. A forceful surge of force burst from the entryway, releasing strain that swiftly faded. Once beyond, the group felt relief wash over them. In the scene, laughter returned as tension melted away. They gathered at the temple's entrance, debating whether to continue or call it a date. Chiron suggested planning in front. Currently, that re-entry became possible at any period. When food came up, Amy and Chiron disagreed. He preferred variety, as she wanted additional pasta. The rival group came closer awkwardly, nervously extending a surprising offer to join them. In the scene, Chiron reacted with confusion, unsure how to respond to the proposal. They promised him leadership, pledging loyalty and fair treatment of his companions. Pausing, Chiron smiled politely. Afterward, quietly declined the offer. Disappointed, the group muttered among themselves and started to stride away. Departed at the rear, they challenged their misfortune, staring at the route in front. That night, in the silent western lodging area, Amy strode under the moonlight. The girl reflected on Chiron's growth, remembering how distant he possessed come. Although former period's failures, Chiron possessed become someone truly dependable. Intrigued but puzzled, Ryan observed Chiron manipulating an odd form of sorcery. The concept became unclear to him, but its power became undeniable. With calm precision, Chiron shaped radiance into something solid. Still, though, he didn't fully understand how it worked. During his reflection, Ryan understood Chiron's power possessed grown rapidly during his period in the graduation class. Walking under the trees, Tess raised a question about Chiron's route ahead, if Amy graduated this cycle. Instead of answering, Amy hesitated, caught off guard by the seriousness in Tess's tone. By joining the army following graduation, Amy would leave Chiron at the rear at the school for a complete cycle. At instant, Amy recalled telling Chiron to follow her without thinking of the consequences. Merely her personal goals possessed guided her decisions. She hadn't pondered Chiron's route at entire laughing lightly. Tess teased that Amy could task as a spy since of her appearance. Claiming she lacked the skills, Amy swiftly dismissed the suggestion. Without notice, Tess grabbed her, insisting she'd train her to be additional aware. Lowering her tone, Tess pointed in front. Someone became beyond, beneath the moonlight. A lone figure remained without speaking in front of the house. The group hurried over, each step filled with urgency as they spotted someone collapsed. To Amy's shock, the person on the earth became GCS, injured and barely conscious. Amy and her group discover Chiron collapsed in the school corridor, unconscious and severely injured, sparking immediate panic. They kneel beside him, understanding he's never breathing. In the scene, urgency rises as they try to assess the damage. Chiron's hand jerks upward, gripping another student's wrist. In the scene, the blonde-haired student freezes, overwhelmed by Chiron's words and his own inaction during the incident. Rain begins pouring beyond. In the scene, tension builds as the group processes the truth under the weight of guilt. A single radiance glows from the school as the storm rages, symbolizing the risk yet to come. Chiron rests in bed, unconscious but stable following receiving emergency care. His companions watch in silence. In the scene, doubt stirs as they recall Chiron's warning. Rian solemnly declares Palkoa's threat seems returning, and their duel isn't over earlier that night. Palkoa reflects within his hidden castle, enraged over the pupils' interference. The boy decides never to let them leave unharmed, fearing they'll ruin his influence. Resolving to retaliate, he clutches a red liquid ready to strike in the scene. Palkoa unveils a deadly potion designed to kill instantly, without fail. The boy orders Gis to secretly administer it to Amy during their following encounter. Smiling darkly, Palkoa confirms any victim would die at once, 0 exceptions. Shadowed red force filled the chamber as Palkoa reinforced his command, demanding the young woman be poisoned. Gripped by dread, Gis gazed at the vial, unsure whether to obey or resist. Within his thoughts, Single Pondered echoed louder than all others. The man prior to him was truly insane. Without notice, Gis dropped the vial and stepped forward with trembling fists. A noisy shatter followed as the deadly potion smashed against the chilly stone floor. Raising his tone, he announced his refusal and screamed that he became done being part of this. Palkoa roared in fury, ordering his men to carry in Gis's sister as punishment. Beaten and thrown to the earth, Gis bled quietly, but his resolve didn't falter. Still with blurred vision, he clung to his vow, shouting once more that he possessed quit. As resting, Gis confirmed to Amy that he possessed held his word. In the scene, Rian proposed reporting Palkoa's crimes, citing attempted murder and abduction. Chiron reminded them grimly that the island became cut off from beyond assist. Turning to Amy, Chiron inquired about the enemy's power. She responded bluntly most stood muscleheads, but 10 of them stood advanced schema users. Among Palkoa's followers, the most perilous ones stood known as the Parrot Bandits. Chiron's gaze widened as the name Parrot Bandits hit a nerve buried in memory. Tess disclosed they'd faced the group prior to, during a former period's assault on their school. Among the attackers became a schema user, once employed by the Archmage Arcane, secretly part of the Parrot Bandits. Amy recognized single of them at once. Lucas, a violent criminal she'd hoped became long gone. Cycles ago, he became supposedly captured by the Sorcery Association and taken into custody. That arrest didn't final currently. Lucas possessed resurfaced, gaze filled with rage and vengeance. Amy cautioned that Palkoa might be still stronger than Lucas, deepening the group's concern. In the scene, Ryan murmured the link between Parrot and Palkoa, his thoughts circling. Tess felt something crucial became yet missing, something tied to that name. Palkoa's former periods in the Special Forces came to radiance, casting his threat in a fresh radiance. Gis, abruptly alert, panicked and shouted for everyone to flee. With urgency, he clarified their tracking tool possessed been destroyed. They stood exposed. In the scene, questions turned toward Gis's sister, hoping for clues to her location. Desperation cracked through his tone as he yelled that Amy wasn't the target. Pointing in front, he disclosed the terrifying truth: someone else became being hunted. Gis pointed directly at Chiron, revealing that he never Amy became the genuine target. Chiron froze with surprise, unable to comprehend why Palkoa would come following him. Gis shouted urgently, revealing it wasn't Palkoa who ordered the capture, but someone still higher elsewhere. A gun clicked into location at the rear Palkoa's head, halting his laughter. A mysterious figure held the weapon, catching everyone in the chamber off guard. Palkoa remained smiling, but his underlings glanced shaken as the circumstance flipped instantly, wounded but grinning. The intruder mocked Palkoa, calling him a real thug currently. Palkoa's bravado wavered as his gaze locked with the figure holding the gun. Gasps followed when the attacker leapt from the window, their identity yet hidden. Revealing her tattooed back, the female announced she'd at final tracked him down. The girl accused Palco of betrayal, saying he abandoned her during a former periods mission. Holding him tight, she whispered coldly he became her father, and she his lost daughter. Memories flashed through Palcoa's thoughts, a youthful young woman, her escape, and cycles of silent. In the scene, visions of happier times pierced his shock as he recalled her face as a child. Tears formed in his gaze as he at final said her name aloud, Marcia Geiss. Gis urgently cautioned that the female named Marcia possessed Cum, and her genuine target became Chiron. Stunned, Chiron repeated the name simply as an explosive blast erupted at the rear. Hammy and the others instinctively moved to shield Chiron as flames tore through the chamber. Gis hurried forward, reacting simply prior to the explosion intensified. In the scene, destruction shattered the building's foundation, sending fire and debris across the chamber. Smoke rose elevated into the night as the entire estate burned under the assault.
In the capital city of Bashuka, the towering Sorcery Association headquarters loomed under a gray sky, signaling a fresh operation underway. A captured male named Lucas, bloodied and restrained, disclosed that Palcoa led the Parrot Bandits, hinting at deeper criminal ties. The boy cautioned that Palcoa couldn't be stopped without his cooperation due to command over loop distribution networks. Investigator Sakir quietly confirmed the information, pressing further for details about the organization's structure. Lucas begged for leniency in exchange for complete disclosure. In the scene, a sharp blade pierced his side, forcing a cry of pain as the interrogation intensified. In the scene, collapsed and gasping, Lucas faced renewed questioning from Sakir. The boy demanded the genuine leader's name, targeting the real network at the rear. The crimes. Lucas exposed a chest tattoo, identifying the hidden power, the Parrot Mercenaries, once feared. The Parrot Mercenaries nearly toppled the Iron Kingdom 7 cycles ago. Though scattered following a failed ambush, several survived and continue roaming. Currently, their leader moves once more, seeking to restore their former power. The mastermind seems Clay Marcia, the fallen saint, an A-class criminal. Her identity remains unclear, with 0 consistent witness accounts. 0 single knows if she's still a magician, or if she truly exists. A shadowed figure challenged the odd and immense power the female possessed. With glowing gaze and a parrot tattoo across her back, she remained without speaking, exuding strain. Facing Palcoa, she offered a chilly command urging him to wake from the loop. Without delay, she struck Palcoa down, forcing him to the earth in single blow. A youthful male nearby froze, horrified at the sudden violence. Bleeding and stunned, Palcoa gradually rose, questioning why she possessed returned. Suspicion filled his gaze as he wondered if she became the same Palcoa from the former periods. Rage surged, he recalled how she departed them to suffer in Iron Kingdom. Currently, she reappeared as if nothing happened, pretending to be household. In the scene screaming, he accused her of killing everyone they cared about. The girl remained firm as he listed their lost comrades. Her tone cut back, he possessed been fooled entire along. Heated memories surfaced of joyful periods with the group. In the scene, chaos followed laughter, turned to screams as violence erupted. A dying young woman, covered in blood, whispered her final plea to Rush. In the scene, the city burned as enemies swarmed. A young woman, bleeding, cried out for her sister to flee the battlefield. Turning away, the female recalled how she possessed done what others couldn't. She possessed fed the survivors by enduring the loop. Palcoa, watching her, trembled in rage, unable to accept her words and questioning her choices. She stated coldly that pity possessed 0 location in a mercenary's life. Her words cut deeper, blaming them for running away and causing additional deaths than necessary. With burning gaze, she announced the single who killed their household wasn't her but Palcoa himself. In the scene, the girl condemned his actions, saying he always fled on the field and in life. The younger lad stepped forward, startling Palcoa with his presence. When inquired, she said he became called to assist her find someone Chiron. Palcoa became stunned. She knew about Chiron, linking him to a recent incident. The lad confirmed Chiron possessed assisted him, showing loyalty. The female issued a final order. Carry her Chiron. What happened to the others didn't issue. A distant observer observed without speaking, reacting with surprise. In the scene, the boy admired Chiron's bravery as ripples formed in the portal. Afterward, her gaze fixed on the trail, the female whispered single word, chase. In the pouring rain, a white-coated male loaded his gun, his face calm as the smoke cleared. The boy remained without speaking on a cliff, watching a burning settlement, engulfed in flames below. In the scene, without speaking, he narrowed his gaze, unmoved by the destruction across the coastline. In the scene, flames devoured the jungle village, sending black smoke into the night sky. In the scene, from afar, firelight illuminated the trees as the group witnessed the devastation. Entire 6 gazed in front, stunned, unsure what to do as chaos unfolded in the distance. Among them, the red-haired young woman concentrated on the lad standing quietly prior to her. With blood on his shirt, he challenged why Clay Marcia possessed targeted him in the scene. Below the cliff, the fire raged on as panic echoed throughout the burning town.
In the scene, flames erupted across the cliff, casting a fiery glow over the coastline. Below, the silent town remained yet, unaware of the inferno above. At the rear-worn wooden walls, a lad slept soundly within a dim tavern. In the scene, sweat clung to his face as he bolted upright in bed. In the scene, a single name Yuna filled his chest with dread and urgency. Without delay, he emerged from water, legs breaking into a frantic rush. Violent images flashed masked figures, piercing gaze, and chilly blades. These weren't dreams. The risk he felt possessed been real entire along. Through the broken entrance, he dashed, unaware of the shadow that lingered at the rear. Scattered belongings and bloodied sheets disclosed signs of a violent struggle. His footsteps thundered down the hallway, toned desperate as he shouted her name. Distant in front, narrow streets stretched endlessly beneath the storm-filled night. In the scene, morning arrived as he stirred, whispering her name in his sleep. Sunlight disclosed smoke rising from the forested cliffside in the distance. From the crowd, single names spread in fearful murmurs. Clay Marcia. The blonde female reminded the others that Aaron possessed once been assaulted without notice. As she challenged the immense sorcery employed back afterward, doubt crept into her tone. In response, the blue-haired male argued that the failed invasion proved they didn't need to terror her currently. From the rear, a red-haired female stepped forward, concerned by the mention of timing. The girl listened closely as the others discussed how the mercenaries may hold been manipulated. Single members suggested the Parza group possessed been employed as pawns in a greatly larger scheme. Suspicion deepened when they recalled how the royal army arrived at once following the mercenary assault. According to single of them, a key figure in the upper assembly possessed orchestrated the entire event. They understood the mercenaries stood disposable, employed to strengthen political command through a staged conflict. Gripping the reins, the blonde youth voiced determination to confront whoever became at the rear it entire. He inquired if the others stood ready to shift forward without delay. Side by side, the triple allies nodded, their expressions resolute as hooves struck the earth. In the scene, their horses charged along the beach as sunrise lit the horizon. Leading the group, the blonde rider fixed his gaze in front without speaking, concentrated. Zero issue the cost. He vowed to reach his enemy personally. Within a tall building, a pale hand rested on the window, gazing out at the sunrise. The female smirked, amused by the audacity of her enemies who dared to confront her directly. Down below, a group of subordinates waited for orders as their commander observed in silence. Through the dense forest route, the quadruple riders advanced swiftly toward their destination. Single inquired Ryan if he possessed ever killed anyone, prompting a pause. Though unsure, Ryan admitted he hadn't, as his companion shared former period's experience hunting bandits. Rather than answer, Ryan turned silent, gaze narrowed and pondered. His companion advised him never to dwell excessively greatly on killing. Prior to additional, could be said, enemies ambushed them from the trees. The attackers underestimated them, thinking they stood merely untrained youths. Single shouted in confusion as flames burst forth without notice. In the scene, in a fiery counter, the group retaliated, catching the ambushers off guard. At the center, the red-haired young woman unleashed forceful sorcery, flames spiraling from her hand. Recognizing her as a magician, the enemies panicked and tried to retreat. Explosions followed as projectiles hit their mark, tearing through the forest with power. Single bandit called out with surprise, merely to be swiftly met with a counterattack. The blonde warrior's blade struck with precision, silencing the threat prior to he could escape. Landing lightly, she maintained her stance, ready for the following enemy in the dense forest. In the scene, a shout rang out as Ryan found himself face-to-face with an attacker. He understood excessively late that fighting without a schema put him at a grave disadvantage. Above him, a hidden enemy mocked the circumstance, calling him reckless for bringing a greatsword into the woods. Although the terrain, Ryan charged forward, blade gripped tightly in both hands. His rival laughed, taunting his tactics as naive and impractical. Unshaken, Ryan narrowed his gaze, determined to prove otherwise as he readied his strike. In the scene, with a roar, Ryan delivered a devastating blow, cleaving through bark and bone alike. The explosion sent enemies flying. Single of them frozen midair in astonishment. He collapsed, unable to comprehend the fatal strike. His final pondered, questioning if he possessed previously died. Yet gripping her blade, the blonde girl observed him in stunned quiet. Ryan admitted he'd never cut down a person prior to, but possessed killed that fearful version of himself countless times in practice. He recalled his promise to become the strongest knight and guard the single who would become a magician. Ryan gripped his blade with conviction, declaring he'd never fought without purpose. Motivated by his words, the blonde young woman responded with a firm nod. Within the enemy's scope, their team appeared composed yet clash, worn in the forest clearing. In the scene, from the watchtower, guards spotted the scene through long-range lenses. Realization struck as they observed how outmatched their scouting squad possessed become. In the scene, determined to escalate, the officer adjusted his weapon, ready to shift the tide. A fierce explosion shattered the forest floor, sending dirt and leaves flying in entire directions. Blades clashed violently, their power lighting the shadowed tunnel with a burst of sparks. The blonde warrior deflected each strike with fluid movement as the attacker pressed harder. Sensing risk, the blonde male shouted and reacted prior to the threat struck. In the scene, a massive tree trunk fell from above, moments away from crushing Ryan. Ryan dodged at the final second, beads of sweat forming on his face. Additional enemies emerged from the trees, swords raised as they advanced. In the scene, the leader's face twisted in panic as he ordered his men to scatter. Luminous arcane blasts rained down, cracking the earth around the pair warriors. In the scene, the blonde warrior soared through the sky, gripping a glowing spell. The boy hurled it down, striking the earth with thunderous power. Nearby fighters dove for cover as radiance engulfed the clearing. An archer steadied his aim from cover, waiting for the proper instant. The boy released a fiery arrow that spiraled through the atmosphere. In the scene, it struck, triggering a burst of flame and a scream below. At the rear, a shattered tree. The blonde male crouched as flames burst around him, gaze narrowing. Raising a hand crackling with fire, a red-haired magician locked onto a distant threat. From the treetops, a hidden sniper became disclosed, drawing sharp attention from Ryan's group. A shout echoed through the battlefield as the enemy commander yelled for a complete retreat. Figures darted between trees, scrambling away as Ryan's team offered chase. Trailing at the rear, the red magician hurled a blazing projectile, determined to stop their escape. In the scene, fire spiraled outward in a deadly arc, racing across the open field. Single enemy turned mid, run gaze filled with panic as the sorcery closed in. In an instant, the earth erupted beneath him, flames scattering into the sky. Currently standing side by side, the team scanned the aftermath, puzzled by the sudden disappearance. Suspicion in her tone, the red-haired magician reviewed her recording for clues. Never teleportation, it became a concealed arcane artifact that possessed enabled the escape. Between twin cliffs, a fortress gate remained tall under the morning sky. On the wall, a soldier observed how such gift would catch Captain Marsh's eye. Still, therefore, he reminded his comrades that raw gift could never guarantee victory surrounded by enemies. The group braced themselves as being observed from above by cloaked figures. Sharp arrows stood loosed from trees, forcing Ryan and the others into evasive maneuvers. As Ryan blocked a shot midair, the blonde fighter launched a counterattack employing radiant sorcery. In the scene, smoke covered the battlefield, yet nothing remained of the attackers when it cleared. Red-haired magician frowned, recognizing the pattern another teleportation possessed been employed. Doubt settled in as the group understood. It became zero basic spell, but required precise coordinate syncing. She sniffed the atmosphere, claiming at that place became an unnatural scent nearby, prompting disbelief. Explaining her heightened senses, she led them toward a carved sorcery circle hidden in the earth. In the scene, standing around the formation, everyone examined its design, noting its enormous scale and embedded mechanics. A arcane network appeared, revealing a vast teleportation system stretching into distant forests. Their enemies possessed planned well, ensuring escape routes remained open for each engagement. Knowing period became short. Ryan proposed they destroy the circle prior to the enemy employed it once more. The red magician cautioned them the structure became greatly harder than it glanced almost unbreakable by normal means. The girl identified it as high-grade, guarded by auto, repairing enchantments against damage or tampering yet. The group readied to try. Ryan raised his blade as they surrounded the circle. Ami raised concerns about how the sorcery circle wasted period and drained stamina during prolonged engagements. As crouched beside the formation, the blonde lad quietly agreed, showing zero hesitation. In the scene, rather than argue, he suggested eliminating the circle entirely within minutes to shift the momentum. Amy pondered his idea, estimating how long such destruction might realistically accept. Following a pause, she ordered everyone to shift back, clearing the area for action. Concentrated and confident, the blonde lad claimed he could destroy the entire structure in bare minutes. Chiron remained within a glowing sorcery circle as the others observed cautiously from at the rear of the trees. In the scene, kneeling near the center, he examined the sigil, aware of the power pulsing beneath him. His gaze concentrated, without speaking preparing, as Ryan noticed Amy's sudden unease. Amy cautioned against wasting period but felt something change instantly. Her look stiffened, recognizing Chiron's force increasing rapidly. As they backed away, she confirmed Chiron's spirit domain possessed previously activated and was intensifying. Blue radiance exploded outward, surrounding Chiron in dense arcane strain. Ami gazed, stunned at the impossible mental speed he became maintaining. The boy gritted his teeth, urging himself to push simply a little further. Single of the observers noticed the shift radiance turning golden. Chiron's gaze widened as structured radiance patterns became visible. Golden force burst upward, forcing the group to shield themselves. In the scene, the explosion blasted through the clearing, sending debris flying. Cracks split the earth as force surged outward violently. Ami remained amid the wreckage, whispering in astonishment, "Will this?" Sharon gazed at the ruined earth, quietly processing the aftermath of the spell he unleashed. From the tree line, his allies came closer cautiously, eyeing the massive crater in astonishment. Ami muttered that the scale became insane. As Ryan checked if Sharon became harmed, he quietly clarified the spell wasn't made, it came from a concept he once imagined. Afterward, Amy pondered back to how sorcery reacts to imagination, forming differently for each magician, yet nothing clarified how a protective idea caused such devastation. Earlier that date, the group inquired Sharon about his meeting with a female named Marcia. Ami wondered if anything possessed triggered his arcane senses during the encounter. Sharon shook his head but announced he would stop her regardless of the cost. Concerned, Amy inquired what exactly became making him feel therefore anxious. In the scene, instead of answering, she redirected the group's focus toward planning. Rian suggested they target the enemy's sorcery circles to gain the upper hand. Explosions tore through the forest as the team launched their assault. Golden radiance erupted as spellwork collapsed under their coordinated strikes. Ryan concluded this approach would render the rival's strategy ineffective. Within the enemy ranks, frustration erupted as their sorcery circles stood destroyed faster than expected. A enraged commander shouted for retaliation, but another cautioned against direct combat due to the presence of magicians. Following a brief argument, single strategist grinned and proposed a fresh tactic: open the route and let them advance. A beam of golden radiance pierced the treetops, marking the start of their rapid approach. Both Amy and the white-haired magician charged forward, cloaked in sorcery. Dozens of projectiles flew overhead as they felt enemies drawing closer. Although the looming threat, the enemy forces oddly avoided blocking their route. Amy narrowed her gaze as additional openings appeared along their route. Sharon recognized the risk, but insisted they maintain shifting regardless of the trap. In the scene, on the fortress wall, scouts spotted the incoming team and sounded the alarm. Commanders ordered entire troops to prepare as red flares lit the sky. Weapons and siege tools stood mobilized, awaiting the final phase. At the rear of the defenses, operators readied massive catapults without delay. Single muttered regretfully, blaming the kids' effort for forcing their hand. Still activating a fraction of their arsenal, they claimed, could annihilate an entire army. From the tower, a commander observed the incoming group, noting the defenses stood never meant for this gentle of assault. Upon receiving word that enemies stood simply a kilometer away, he ordered immediate retaliation. He swiftly spotted something unexpected through his scope motion from another direction. Chiron, glowing with mana, charged in front by himself at complete speed toward the gate. Confusion spread among the defenders as they challenged why he wasn't accompanied. The commander, refusing to be outplayed, ordered entire weapons to fire on him. Archers released a volley of arrows as siege weapons launched projectiles down the narrow route. Understanding the risk, Chiron identified the incoming barrage as mana. Imbued explosions erupted around him as the initial strike hit the earth. In the scene, Amy screamed from above as Chiron vanished beneath smoke and falling debris. Her warning came excessively late. Massive boulders stood previously collapsing toward his final position. Dust and rubble swallowed the route, blocking any view of what remained. In the scene, the catapult stones struck in succession, creating thunderous impacts across the valley. Smoke cleared gradually, revealing a devastated corridor leading to the enemy's gate. From above, defenders observed without speaking, unsure if Sharon possessed survived the assault. Grouped side by side, Amy, Rian, and their allies remain alert as enemies draw near with confident strides. Grinning wide, the enemy leader leans forward, unaware of the risk in front. Abruptly, his gaze widens as a odd glow erupts from the distant rocks. From beneath the surface, a fierce golden blast surges upward, throwing dust into the atmosphere. Chunks of stone scatter wildly, torn apart by the power of concentrated sorcery. Observing the rapid destruction, Amy narrows her gaze. Understanding the pattern seems deliberate. A forceful shockwave ripples outward, tearing through the terrain. Amid the collapsing earth, single figure remains unmoved, surrounded by chaos. Emerging from the fading dust, Chiron stands calm within the shattered earth. In the scene, astonishment spreads across the group as they witness the aftermath. As recalling Chiron's sudden sprint forward, Amy understands his intent. Without delay, he possessed chosen to face the trap by himself. Disoriented by the flash, the enemies stumble back in terror. In the scene above the ruins, a glowing red beam flickers ominously. Unprepared for what's following, they fail to see that Chiron's spell isn't over. Warnings echo as panicked soldiers brace themselves for impact, shielding their heads from the approaching power. Period slows briefly, tension rising, but nothing strikes. Confusion spreads across their faces. Without notice, tremors start beneath their feet, triggering chaos and wild shouts of alarm. Glowing red sorcery tears through the gate, shattering stone with immense power. In the scene, a beam concentrates on the structure's center, breaking through reinforced barriers in seconds. In the scene, as debris rains down, enemy soldiers abandon commands and react with blind rage. Dozens of sorcery projectiles remain launched, entire targeting Chiron's position. The boy leaps forward, slipping former periods the barrage, surrounded by sparks and flame. The soldiers look upward in astonishment, expecting destruction, but he vanishes instead. Caught with surprise, they witness radiance twisting through the sky like a ribbon. Single commander mutters, puzzled teleportation should have been impossible mid-clash. Amy, quietly watching, thinks it is absurd but begins piecing side by side how he managed it. Rather than flee blindly, Chiron employed a laser to initial scan the field. Radiant sorcery transmitted terrain data, calculating spatial coordinates in real time. Although constant movement and chaos, he teleported flawlessly, leaving still his enemies speechless. Footsteps echo as Chiron steps forward, towering over the men who possessed captured Yuna Zero. Hesitation shows in his tone as he delivers a obvious warning to release her. Staring up, single male snarls and refuses, demanding Chiron back down. Rather than comply, the group moves to assault, rage flashing across their faces. Weapons remain drawn as they shout and charge in unison. Lowering his head, Chiron responds quietly, gaze shadowed with restrained fury. Single firm step forward and Chiron makes his vow he will destroy them if they harm his companions once more. Recognition flashes in their minds as they recall the spell he possessed employed earlier. Gaze shift toward the fragile terrain, questioning whether the entire structure could collapse. With clenched fist, Chiron releases a devastating burst of golden force. In the scene, shockwaves ripple through stone walls, crushing defenders under the collapsing castle. Screams echo as another blast erupts, scattering soldiers and rubble alike. Explosions continue, sending debris elevated as the castle falls apart under the strain. Brian, Amy, and another ally observe the destruction from a distance. Smoke rises as the castle crumbles completely, its ruins departed at the rear in silent. Elevated on a distant cliff, a mysterious female observes the collapsed castle with calm amusement. The girl speaks of her younger brother's power, acknowledging the power of an unlocker's sorcery. A wicked grin spreads as she admits her fascination and her desire to claim that sorcery for herself. Below the cliff, a heavy-set male stares upward, silent as he meets her gaze. Realization sinks in as he confirms entire of his men hold been defeated. Though visibly angered, he accepts the collapse of his power without a word. Amid the chaos, memories of a former period's battlefield flood his thoughts. Once hailed as a phantom warrior, he currently recalls fleeing when his kingdom needed him most. Currently, with enemies approaching, he sees zero escape, merely a reckoning. Boots scrape the earth as he gradually approaches his weapon, determination returned to his gaze. Regret weighs on him, he's been avoiding this instant for cycles. In the scene, standing tall, he declares this confrontation as his final destination. In the scene, elsewhere, Chiron and his allies march quietly through shallow water. Abruptly, Chiron halts mid-step, alerted by a faint mechanical sound. In a blink, bullets whistle through the atmosphere toward him, gleaming in the sunlight. In the scene, a sudden explosion bursts through the forests, scattering flames and debris across the trees. From at the rear cover, Ryan and the others observe the chaos, understanding it became zero accident. Ami steps out cautiously, noting the precision of the assault as Chiron remains silent. In the scene, the girl shouts into the forest, demanding the hidden attacker show himself. Heavy footsteps approach, breaking through the brush without delay. A male in a long coat appears, introducing himself quietly as Agado Freeman, vice captain of the Parrot Mercenaries. Under a pale beam of radiance, Yuna seated himself frozen, terror gripping her minor frame. From the shadows, a female stepped forward, confirming Yuna's name with silent certainty. Instead of comfort, the female stated that Yuna's brother became safe, and she'd return her following everything finished. Curled against the wall, Yuna nervously challenged if she would really be sent home. Avoiding direct answers, the female claimed the Beyond Realm became excessively perilous for a child. Without resistance, Yuna became placed on the bed as her tears slowed, and the female departed in silent. Luminous sunlight pierced through the smoky haze drifting over the forest. Among the trees, Chiron and his group observed a figure approaching with immense presence. Identified by his coat and stance, he became the vice captain of the research division's second unit. With sharp focus, Chiron felt multiple presences concealed nearby, in the scene, rather than attacking. The enemies waited, possibly coordinating in split formations, stepping forward with resolve. Amy announced she would handle the threat herself. Alarmed expressions spread as sudden motion disclosed hidden hostiles. Amy reacted swiftly as Chiron shouted to stop her. A metallic object gleamed. The enemy possessed drawn a gun. Amy's group discussed the threat, noting others may hold guns, but none stronger than the current enemy. Chiron cautioned that staying would endanger the hostage if entire of them got stalled. Shay reminded him he possessed additional significant priorities, challenging his hesitation with a sharp look.
Accepting the logic, Chiron told Amy he would leave the circumstance to her. Doubt echoed among the group as they challenged if Amy should face the threat by himself. The enemy raised his weapon once more, demanding zero motion as he held Yuna in command. With blazing determination, Amy activated her sorcery, flames erupting around her. In the scene, a wave of fire surged across the field, cutting off the enemy's position. Although the inferno, the enemy remained unfazed, remarking on Amy's power and practice. In the scene facing Amy, he respected her bravery in allowing her team to escape. As the group fled, Chiron admitted Amy's power but worried about drawn-out combat. He clarified Amy didn't sacrifice herself but chose the merely route she could accept. Chiron acknowledged Amy's superiority, stating she became 10 times stronger. In the face of risk, Amy offered to teach the enemy a lesson in targeting. In the scene, witnessing her resolve, Chiron quietly understood her intention. A quiet pondered passed through Chiron's thoughts as he understood it wasn't about power by himself. In the scene, memories of moments shared with Amy replayed. Their teamwork wasn't built on emotion, but unwavering trust. Since they trusted each other completely, they could act boldly without delay, still in the face of risk. Chiron, without speaking, wondered if he became capable of the same sacrifice for his team. As they rushed toward their destination, the castle rose in front like a looming trial. In the scene, stepping onto stone tiles, the group pressed forward, the atmosphere growing heavier with each step. The triple pupils crossed the castle bridge, alert and readied for what waited in front. Without notice, a male appeared, his presence commanding and tone calm as he addressed them. The boy mentioned Marcia's name, confirming their objective became previously known. Following, observing them, the male offered permission to proceed, signaling with his tone and posture. In the scene, without delay, the group moved through the archway, stepping into the inner courtyard. Chiron followed at the rear, his look sharp with purpose. Single by single, his teammates urged Chiron forward, telling him to continue by himself. Both companions drew weapons, ready to buy him and face whatever threat awaited. The boy nodded once, promising to return prior to breaking into a determined rush. With firm steps, the pair defenders charged forward, blades drawn and gaze concentrated on the threat. A burst of radiance exploded as an assault became unleashed toward the enemy, catching him by surprise. Instead of being rattled, the male laughed, taunting their shift and calling it a sacrifice. Facing him head on, the female denied his claim, declaring their combined power additional than enough. Unfazed, the enemy sneered, revealing that Chiron became currently walking into a distant, more perilous circumstance by himself. As the villain cackled, the duo readied themselves, weapons steady and hearts resolute. Across the courtyard, Chiron sprinted through the halls, scanning for his genuine destination. Realization struck he possessed, taken the wrong route, and swiftly changed direction. His feet hit the earth harder as he pushed through the grassy field beyond, reaching a silent house. He opened the entrance without delay. Within, the female from prior to waited quietly, addressing him with familiarity. Seated under sunlight, she welcomed Chiron to continue the conversation they possessed, departed unfinished. Chiron stepped within the silent chamber, gaze narrowing as he absorbed its worn, eerie atmosphere. On the wall, a blade and shield hung beside certificates, relics of neglected pride. The table bore signs of recent activity, scattered dishes, blades, and cards departed untouched. The female by the window mentioned Yelena and reached into her clothing quietly. She disclosed a pendant, letting it dangle as her gaze gleamed with silent menace. Frozen Chiron gazed at the keepsake, hearing her question his following shift in the scene. The girl blamed his delay, implying it cost something irreversible. Chiron denied it, but she called him naive, asking if he became disappointed. Demanding answers, Chiron inquired her purpose, but she turned the question back. She cautioned that misfortune distorts the realm into something chilly. People always seek someone to blame, she said, still without proof. Magicians, excessively, believe in causality, blind to deeper truths beneath. Diagrams flashed models of logic, and order framed the realm's illusion. She claimed there's zero genuine cause or effect, zero real culprit at the rear ruin. Smiling darkly, she said the realm's essence seems contradiction and absurdity. Chiron recalled former periods' memories, moments of joy and pain, each scene flashing prior to his gaze as if questioning his resolve. Approaching a closed chamber, he saw what lay in front, lifeless feet, and the heavy silence of reality pressing in. He remained yet. Confronted by truth, he could deny it, pretend it never happened, but it became at that place. Unable to escape, Chiron gazed at the physical form, the truth undeniable. The female spoke coldly, saying he became born with misconceptions, shaped by ideals he never challenged. His desire to act became never justice but impatience, and that mistake would become the reason his companion died. Elsewhere, Amy ignited her flames, facing a masked gunman quietly. The male readied his weapons, challenging her directly, accepting her power with deadly intent. With a confident smirk, he lifted his guns, ready to test her resolve in combat. Amy analyzed his weapon, 12 shots ready, enemies hidden nearby,
period running thin. Estimating the threat, she understood it became excessively late to wait for backup. Grinning, she accepted the odds, ready to face the enemy by himself without regret. Elsewhere, enemies mocked loyalty, questioning why anyone would stay at the rear. A sword fighter listened in silence, fists clenched, standing firm in his belief. The enemy admitted once having a trusted team excessively a bond long lost in clash. A radiant beam burst from the sky, slamming into the earth with destructive power. In the scene, shockwaves tore through the village square, knocking people down amid rising dust. The earth Palkoa reached out, weakened and stunned, barely grasping consciousness. The boy choked under surging water sorcery, struggling to breathe as it engulfed him. Marcia remained beside Freeman, watching him duel against drowning terror. Without delay, she told him to come if he wanted to survive. That instant stayed with Palkoa. Marcia possessed given him a reason to live. Their bond, built on survival, became a household stronger than blood. In the scene above, allies defended fiercely as swords clashed under the open sky. Their enemy recalled his own former periods in the Parrot mercenaries. The boy once fled in terror, abandoning those who trusted him. Though he lived, guilt from that instant never departed him. Rian and his teammate charged in alert to the risk in front. In the scene, a swift enemy strike landed squarely, sending blood bursting from the impact. Thrown across the battlefield, Rian slammed into the earth, physical form limp. A massive impact shattered the earth. Dust and debris filled the atmosphere as the enemy struck difficult. In the scene, Rian's teammate screamed his name, rushing to his side as rubble settled. In the scene, with fury, she launched herself at the enemy, blades spinning in retaliation. In a distant chamber, the woman's tone echoed as she spoke to Chiron with bitter truth. The girl dropped the pendant, its gentle clink on the earth underscoring her message. Smiling darkly, she cautioned that Chiron's companion stood previously in risk beyond saving. Chiron remained silent, footsteps steady as he came closer the confrontation. The girl taunted him, wondering what power he believed he yet held. Gaze glowing, Chiron responded. Quietly, he became yet deciding what to do next. Her laughter turned wild as she launched a sonic cannon, revealing her identity as a sound magician. The assault hit the chamber, forcing Chiron to brace against the forceful wave. Realization struck she possessed, led him in this place on purpose, employing the room's acoustics. Her tone dripped with contempt, calling him her poor little brother. The girl mocked his righteousness, claiming it created him frail, grimly determined. Chiron's gaze lit with power, refusing to back down. Force spiraled violently around Chiron, binding him in midair with crackling power that distorted the surroundings. In the scene, from the shattered floor, a lone figure advanced, his pace calm amid the chaos. Taunting words followed. He dismissed Chiron as frail, suggesting escape became his merely option departed. Without delay, Chiron propelled himself toward the window, aiming to flee prior to collapse. Watching closely, the female magician analyzed his motion, unconcerned by his attempt. A swift strike obliterated the wall, yet Chiron's form possessed previously disappeared. Above her, he reappeared, and unleashed a volley of sorcery, aiming to strike. Dodging effortlessly, she weaved between blasts that shattered the chamber. Surprise filled Chiron's gaze as each assault missed its target. In the scene, utilizing vibrations, she pinpointed his location through refined auditory detection. Although she disliked employing sonic, base spells, their efficiency couldn't be denied. In the scene, momentum carried her forward as she disrupted his footing with sharp precision. Luminous arcs of lightning enveloped the battlefield as she moved with blinding speed. An internal radar guided her each reaction, locking onto Chiron's position. Her counterattack landed from the flank, driving him backward under strain. Chiron crashed to the floor, struggling to recover as the female commented on his uncommon fighting instincts. He challenged how she understood complex sound-based spells, recognizing she mastered something that required cycles of practice. Thoughts raced. He recalled the Parrot mercenaries, orphans who refined sorcery through survival, and currently he faced single of them. Confusion deepened. Why would she employ sorcery she openly disliked? Her smirk widened as she admitted irritation. Afterward channeled her power with a sharp blast. Pain surged through Chiron's physical form, launched backward as she quietly clarified the employ of arcane sequencing. A forceful scream echoed Banshee's scream, distorting the area around him with cursed vibrations. Blindness struck initial. Darkness swallowed entire radiance and sensation. Panic followed. He couldn't hear, see, or still feel, trapped in sensory isolation. In the scene, like prey caught in a predator's trap, he knelt as illusions danced around her form. She cautioned that single additional sonic blast would completely shut down his brain. Helpless, Chiron admitted internally that he felt absolutely nothing anymore. Despair clouded his thoughts. At that place became zero. Action departed to accept. The girl leaned near to whisper goodbye, certain of her victory. Abruptly, the atmosphere shifted. Chiron's spirit domain activated, catching her completely off guard. An enormous blast ripped through the area, sending debris flying as Sharon countered from within his spirit domain. The female, stunned, understood he shouldn't hold been able to respond or feel anything yet. Sharon launched a concentrated red beam, catching her midair with precise, instinctive command. The girl flipped backward and landed, barely avoiding the blast trailing at the rear of the laser. Although the lingering effects of Banshee's scream, Chiron cleverly employed the laser to track her movements. His gaze remained unfocused, yet he aimed with startling accuracy, forcing her to retreat. Surprise flashed in her gaze. He possessed cut through her sound, base perception with sheer arcane power earlier. When his laser pierced the atmosphere, it likewise sliced through the highly vibration field she relied on. Currently recovered, Chiron gathered mana into a radiant sphere and hurled it beyond, exploding the structure's side elsewhere. Another red-haired magician observed Chiron's wild force output and overuse of mana bullets. In the scene, they observed from a distance, dodging wreckage as a massive barrage tore through the battlefield. Single pondered echoed. He couldn't possibly understand the resource cost of firing, therefore recklessly. Amid the smoke, the red-haired observer crouched lower, narrowly avoiding additional shots. In the scene, gun barrels smoked from rapid fire, the rhythm unrelenting as bullets filled the forest. Multiple figures hidden among trees went on suppressive fire, watching the circumstance unfold. Amy crouched at the rear cover, analyzing the battlefield as she flicked a minor rock into open area to gauge enemy reaction. Her red gaze narrowed, calculating bullet trajectories to trace the shooter's hidden locations. By initiating sniper mode, Amy scanned the landscape and swiftly identified multiple targets hidden across the forest. The girl conjured a fire spell in her palm, preparing to strike initial prior to the enemy could relocate. In the scene, the flaming projectile flew across the sky, its trajectory aimed at a concealed position in the woods. Upon impact, the explosion shook the area, exposing single of the snipers compelled out of hiding. Mercenaries shouted as blasts erupted, alerting others of the sudden assault. Single identified the origin point, believing the spell came from the southwest side. Still, as returning fire, they failed to suppress the growing inferno Amy created. Confusion spread as they understood. Amy became no longer stationary. The group panicked when they understood she memorized each former period's firing point. In the scene, their vision searched frantically through the flames. But Amy remained unseen and advancing. Massive flames rained down, incinerating the mercenaries caught in their rout. In the scene, panic surged as they screamed under the weight of the inferno. Engulfed in fire, the men collapsed single following another. Zero escape remained. As the flames consumed them completely, their charred remains fell silent. Amy remained nearby, watching without emotion as the blaze crackled around her. Amy addressed the calm male prior to her, questioning his lack of reaction to his men's deaths. Agato Freeman responded without hostility, claiming he disliked fighting and admitting terror. Her look stiffened. She, without speaking, challenged his intent, unsure whether to accept him seriously. Taunts from his former periods echoed. Agato became mocked as a coward by village boys. They laughed and teased him, forcing tears simply to lure Marcia out. Overwhelmed, youthful Agato fled, tears streaming as he rushed from their jeers. In the scene, the boy climbed Marcia's window, hoping she'd hear his cries. Abruptly slipping, he landed difficult, but yet smiled as she appeared. Marcia, unbothered, inquired if he became beaten once more, smirking. In the scene, present, Agato turned to leave, ignoring Amy's concern. The girl pressed him, angry he cared additional about the captain. The boy cautioned her, the lad won't survive meeting the captain. Without delay, Agato announced Marcia must never be defeated, his tone steady and chilly. To Amy, the statement sounded absurd, and she challenged his grip on reality. Instead of backing down, she advanced confidently, claiming she became distant stronger than Marcia. In response, Agato remarked, they stood both in the same circumstance, offering little else. Alarmed, Amy narrowed her gaze, struggling to understand his cryptic tone. Abruptly, Agato lunged forward, catching her completely off guard. His aggressive charge compelled the duel into near range, defying her expectations. Though Amy unleashed fire sorcery instantly, she underestimated his relentless pace. Explosions followed each bullet, shaking the earth and lighting up the sky. Her flight spell failed as he disrupted the atmosphere around her with precision. Clash instincts sharpened by experience created his assault difficult to counter. In midair, his strike connected cleanly, pushing her back difficult. Frustration building, Amy acknowledged he wasn't simply a marksman, with zero period to waste. She gathered flames at her fingertips. An instant later, she cast Fire Mist, sending a wave of fire toward him. Flames flared from Agato's muzzle as he fired as retreating, aiming to widen the gap between them. Twisting midair, he released another volley of shots that exploded across the earth around him. Above, fire orbs formed rapidly, casting a glow over his concentrated look. In the scene, from the sky, Amy launched a bombardment of blazing projectiles meant to overwhelm her target. In the scene, rather than panic, Agado activated Compound Eye, shifting his perception into overdrive. In the scene, with calculated movements, he slipped between the blasts, untouched by the destructive rain. Recognition struck Amy as she understood. He became employing a uncommon sensory enhancement. At the same period, Agado quietly aimed and readied his following bullet, finger on the trigger. Glancing around, he noticed her presence possessed vanished entirely from sight. Above the treetops, Amy floated in silent, analyzing his gift's weakness. To counter his vision, she created an atmosphere tunnel, masking her motion. In the scene, fire gathered in her palm as she molded a burst shot with precision. Within moments, she recalled his senses react to sound prior to radiance. That meant merely a supersonic strike could break through his reaction window. In the scene, unleashing everything, she fired, fire call, sonic speed, piercing forward at maximum velocity. Amy's sonic Zen-speed flame bullet closed and swift, spiraling toward Agado's position. With a sharp movement, Agado shifted aside, the blast missing its mark completely. Relieved, Amy believed the hit landed until she saw him unharmed, quietly approaching. In the scene, shock overtook her as the reality set in. She missed. Analyzing swiftly, Amy suspected his gun carried an anti-Zen sorcery effect. Abruptly, she became knocked back by a blast, frustration rising. Zero mistake possessed been created in her casting, her aim possessed been precise. Although this, something altered the spell's trajectory simply prior to impact. It became obvious Agado's weapon disrupted sorcery still slightly, ruining her calculated shot. Although the anti-Zen sorcery rate became lower, still a Bifinger Sen change shifted her outcome. At elevated distances, that minor error became a massive problem. Dashing in, Agado went on firing, forcing Amy to dodge through heavy fire. Closing the distance became her dilemma up near. She'd be overpowered. Mentally strained, she wrestled to hold focus midair. Agado cautioned her once more, but she refused to retreat until an unexpected explosion broke the standoff. Afterward, he froze as flames abruptly surged near his face. Sensing the assault became different from Amy's earlier sniper Zen-style strike. A burning crystal Zen-like core spun through the atmosphere, changing direction mid-flight as if it could adjust its route freely. With fierce focus, Amy advanced as controlling the fire projectile. Amy's mental power dwindled to near zero as flames swirled violently around her wounded physical form in mid-air. Employing her final ounce of power, she cast Fire Call, unleashing a searing blaze toward the distant enemy. The flames deviated unnaturally, rushing into the rival's spirit domain with explosive intensity. Her technique bypassed conventional casting, directly launching power as if striking with a weapon. That power overwhelmed frail anti-sorcery and landed difficult, blasting the earth beneath. Its limited range meant it merely worked since she risked getting dangerously near prior to attacking. Though on the verge of collapse, Amy recalled the man's odd warning about Chiron and Marcia. Unsettled, she compelled herself forward, determined to find Chiron at once. At the rear the burned male barely clung to life, whispering, "Marcia." As a child, Marcia possessed stolen fruit to survive, sharing it with her brother Freeman. Their father offered zero kindness, food possessed to be stolen or never eaten at entire. Marcia lived with nothing, simply hunger, terror, and duty to guard Freeman. In the scene, her foster father denied her everything, forcing her to steal scraps. Still stolen goods stood taken, and punishment came swiftly. Freeman once offered her a gift, knowing it would be stolen excessively. Afterward, he inquired where Marcia got the money, puzzled by her interest in a mirror. Rather than explain, she insisted that each young woman deserved to own still someone like her. Caught off guard, he shyly challenged whether she liked him, causing an uncomfortable silence. Laughter erupted as Marcia mocked the idea, brushing off the awkward instant. Though she joked, Freeman recalled the bruises she always tried to hide. Back afterward, he believed entire kids stood punished the same, unaware of Marcia's harsher reality. Those weren't normal scoldings, her wounds proved something distant worse. Sprawled on the earth, Freeman clenched his fists, determined to guard her from further harm. At the same period, Amy reached the gates, unaware of the devastation in front. Blood soaked the stone root as Amy halted, her gaze locking onto the horror. Rian's lifeless physical form lay in Chiron's arms, his chest pierced profound. Chiron cried out, his tone echoing in despair as Amy glanced on, frozen. Earlier, Ryan possessed faced immense odds without delay. Dodging blow following blow, he pushed forward with resolve. But a final strike slipped through, ending his duel instantly. In the scene, Tess darted across the battlefield, narrowly avoiding a deadly slash from the enemy's blade. With hair flying and blade raised, she countered with a sharp strike, meeting resistance mid-air. Exhausted and wary, she acknowledged that their rival wasn't simply forceful, he became overwhelmingly precise. Bracing herself, Tess gritted her teeth as struggling to stay on her feet. never merely became his power immense, but his technique departed no gaps to exploit. Seeing him advance, she trembled, uncertain of what shift to create following. Abruptly, Ryan reappeared, stepping forward from the rubble with calm clarity. The boy accepted in the scene, recognized the threat, and clenched his stomach wound. Still the enemy became stunned. Ryan possessed Risen following a strike meant to kill. Concerned, Tess inquired if he became okay, but Ryan insisted he could duel. The boy proposed she strike as he covered her, refusing to back down. Although Tess's protest, he remained firm, ready to risk everything. Looking her in the eye, Ryan reminded her that this clash wasn't about survival. Merely victory mattered. Survival without winning meant eventual death. In the scene, the boy recalled their instructor's words, "Sometimes, to win, you must be willing to sacrifice an arm." Tess's gaze concentrated sharply as memories of trust and comradeship flickered through her thoughts. Images of former periods, promises, and shared battles reminded her that Ryan possessed always remained by her. Without delay, she reached out and clasped his arm, whispering her resolve never to let him die. As the clash resumed, the enemy lunged with complete power, confident in overpowering them both. The boy shouted mockingly, certain that Tess's fall would guarantee a simple victory. Confusion struck him mid-swing. She wasn't defending, she became aiming straight for him. Ryan intercepted the blow, blocking with brutal power as sparks erupted between blades. Fueled by fury, the enemy tried to end Ryan initial, turning complete aggression his way. Each strike landed difficult, but Ryan held firm, forcing him back with sheer will. In the scene, swiftly, Tess launched her counter, her blade glowing with charged determination. Her strike grazed the enemy's face, pushing him into a guarded stance. Locked in location, the enemy cursed, understanding he became trapped between pair relentless opponents. Although pain, Ryan grappled him with entire remaining power, locking his arms down. The boy shouted Tess's name, urging her to strike without delay. Channeling each ounce of power, Tess raised her blade and readied the decisive blow. Ryan strikes the enemy's face with explosive power, creating a violent burst of force. Thrown backward, the male crashes difficult against the earth. Momentarily dazed. Without notice, he lunges up and locks Ryan in a tight hold from at the rear. Holding firm, Ryan tightens his grip and suppresses the man's motion. Choking for atmosphere, the enemy's resistance weakens under the strain. Nearby, a command seems shouted as the blonde warrior prepares her blade to strike. The girl dashes forward and leaps, gaze locked on the exposed target. In the scene, uncertainty fills her thoughts. Missing could endanger Ryan's life. Tension builds as her blade hovers midair, hand trembling. Understanding the risk of delay, she pushes hesitation aside. With complete power, she drives the blade toward the enemy. Concentrated completely, she commits to the strike without pause. Steel tears through flesh as the enemy seems pierced cleanly. Blood spills as shock overtakes his look. In the scene, crashing down, he falls, overcome by their combined efforts. In the scene, a royal flag waves as soldiers of the Iron Kingdom gather for a solemn command. Single Knight raises his blade, ordering the execution of the enemy nation's leaders in Iron's name. Elsewhere, someone recalls former periods' suspicions about a male who would soon betray them entire. Hans boldly declares himself part of the Parrot mercenaries prior to a cheering crowd. Lifting a drink, he claims their raid will spark fresh growth for the Iron Kingdom. The mercenaries celebrate joyfully, unaware of the betrayal set in movement that night. From across the corridor, members question whether Hans's words can truly be trusted. In the scene, uncertainty grows as doubts surface about the raid's purpose and deeper motives. Hans feigns ignorance, calling himself excessively stupid to understand, as trying to gain trust. Others start observing how easily the enemy's leader became welcomed among them. That uneasy alliance casts doubt on Hans's intentions and the female supporting him. Subtle exchange between Hans and the female reveals growing unease beneath the surface. Blood spills on the floor as a male lies wounded, reflecting on his former period's decisions. The boy regrets surviving, believing he should hold died instead of fleeing. In the scene, calling out to Marcia, he fades into unconsciousness as a figure kneels beside him. Tess drops to her knees beside Ryan's wounded physical form, panicking as she calls his name. Grief overwhelms her as she holds him tightly, blaming her lack of gift for his condition. From a distance, Amy watches without speaking as Tess mourns over Ryan's yet physical form. In the scene, Amy rushes to the scene, demanding answers from Tess about what happened. Tess explains that Ryan restrained the enemy, therefore she could deliver the final blow. In the scene, consumed by guilt, Tess breaks down, convinced her action led to Ryan's death. Without warning, Ryan speaks up, revealing he's yet alive, bringing shock and relief to both. In the scene, Tess sobs as Ryan reassures her that without her strike, the enemy couldn't be defeated. With a faint smile, he compliments her gift and bravery prior to groaning in pain. Side by side, the triple aid each other as they prepare to shift. Ryan mentions an explosion he heard nearby and expresses concern for Sharon. Amy agrees without speaking, gaze narrowing in worry as they continue forward. In the scene, a blast erupts violently atop a building, throwing Tess off her feet. Amid the chaos, a lad channels golden force, releasing forceful waves. Shouting in warning, he tells everyone to stay away, revealing the assault seems sound sorcery. Cracks split the rooftop as a shadowed, haired female steps forward, overlooking the battlefield below. With a taunting tone, she questions whether entire of the enemy's hold been defeated. In the scene, from above, she spots fallen warriors and scoffs at their failure. In the scene, her gaze settles on Palco's corpse, lying lifeless in a pool of blood. The girl claims that by dying in clash, he erases the stain of betrayal. Nearby, Sharon and his allies search frantically for someone Yuna remains missing. Ami realizes the worst, shouting in astonishment as she processes the destruction. She accuses the shadowed female of killing an innocent civilian during the clash. Standing firm, Chiron argues his choices stood created in trust, never reckless justice. The female claims he became wrong, her tone turning sharp and dismissive. A young woman quietly steps forward from the shadows, hesitating near a doorway. In the scene, Chiron freezes as he sees the girl's hand appear. Everyone turns to look. Recognition dawns. Yuna seems alive, standing on a balcony above. The boy stares upward with surprise, unable to form words below. The shadowed, haired female laughs coldly, taunting his ideals and forgiveness. In the scene, Marcia holds a blue ring with unease, doubting the mission's safety from the start. Freeman notices her silent as she debates the risk, suspecting a possible trap. Though concerned, she admits there's zero turning back due to Hans's status as a long-standing client. In the scene, Marcia issues strict orders to abort the mission if anything feels wrong. The girl tells Freeman to inform the vice captains and maintain formation. Zero issue what happens. Freeman hesitates, afterward asks about Palcoa's location, as the male quietly walks away by himself. On a rooftop, Tess and Ryan surveyed the devastation below, where a building lay in ruins following a violent clash. In the scene, amid the destruction, Chiron frantically searched the rubble. Elsewhere, a young woman leaned from an elevated window, crying out with urgency, echoing Chiron's desperate call. Rian relied on his spirit domain to confirm the girl's identity, concluding that she became indeed human. Earlier, Chiron possessed merely glimpsed a girl's legs on the bed, failing to investigate the circumstance thoroughly. Avoiding further risk, he refrained from checking with sorcery, fearing Yuna might be caught in the blast. In the scene, descending swiftly, Marcia confronted him with confusion, reminding him she hadn't harmed the hostage as promised. Although, following his request, she challenged why he yet held resentment toward her. Without showing emotion, Chiron responded coolly. In the scene, raising her hand, Marcia offered herself to judgment, telling him to end it if he wished. With narrowed gaze, Chiron gazed, silent but visibly shaken. A single pondered race through his thoughts. He needed to know who she really became. Memory stirred as someone inquired Marcia about her household. The girl recalled beatings from her drunk parents, mercenaries who showed zero mercy faced with death once prior to. She possessed whispered, "You may kill me," without resistance. The phrase Marcia once employed to survive her foster father's abuse echoed once more, currently aimed without warning at Chiron. Caught off guard, Chiron challenged her intent, unsure if she truly saw him as another tormentor. Across the field, Tess, Ryan, and Amy remained silent as doubt clouded the truth about Marcia's identity. Emotionless, Chiron's stated forgiveness became meaningless without the hostages and her household's acceptance. Marcia mocked his response, amused by his unwavering morality still in conflict. Prior to additional words could be exchanged, Chiron launched forward, fully readied for clash. In the scene, his charge clashed against Marcia's power, sparking a violent explosion that sent shockwaves outward. From a distance, Ryan and Tess cried out as Chiron became thrown to the earth, wounded. Amy noticed his motion became abnormal. It wasn't hesitation, but a disrupted teleportation attempt. Chiron's spirit domain possessed been caught in Marcia's trap, interfering with his spell's flow. Staggering to his feet, he felt something wrong. His teleportation wasn't responding. Ami understood. It became sealed. As Chiron, stunned, wondered why it possessed been blocked. Zero issue how difficult he tried. Chiron's spell wouldn't activate under strain. A massive impact followed, as Marcia's assault connected prior to he could retreat. Flames engulfed the scene in a forceful explosion, swallowing Chiron in blinding radiance. Upward Chiron soared as his spell broke free, confirming his sorcery wasn't fully sealed. Confidence surged when he understood offensive spells remained functional, allowing him to strike once more. At the same period, Marcia quietly conjured a radiant spear, her look unreadable beneath the glowing sky. Bare feet stepped forward through the smoke as sorcery spiraled around her figure. The girl extended a hand toward him, stating that someone with therefore greatly could afford to lose. In the scene, from her point of view, balance demanded something be taken in return. A sudden flash widened Chiron's gaze as risk accelerated toward him. Without delay, he dodged, but the spell curved unnaturally, yet guided by Marcia. With a flick, she dismantled the sorcery completely, ending the threat prior to impact. At the rear, the dust, Amy noticed the cannon's disappearance and froze in astonishment. Thoughts of his fortunate life, foster parents, school, and gift crossed Chiron's thoughts. Marcia remarked coldly that his realm must hold glanced like a hero's tale. Questions about his dreams stood met with scorn as she labeled him naive. Another sphere of power formed in her hand, glowing ominously. A cry from Amy shattered the instant as beams descended violently toward Chiron. In the scene, explosions erupted around them as Ryan and Tess sprinted to escape the falling debris. Above the chaos, Marcia laughed wildly, announcing that the sorcery became Chiron's own. Amid the craters, Amy spotted Chiron's physical form lying motionless under rubble. In the scene, rocks scattered as Chiron lay unconscious, barely breathing through the dust. From the shadows, Marcia came closer and admitted she possessed stolen her power. Her tone remained calm as she disclosed the truth at the rear her stolen sorcery. Explaining her motives, she said she possessed grown up with nothing of her own. Yet smiling, she mocked Chiron for grieving over simply a several spells. A chilling realization dawned his teleportation and cannon spells stood zero longer usable. In the scene, Marcia dismissed the loss, claiming he could relearn everything from scratch. Bitterly, she added those stolen spells would never return to him once more. To her, they stood simply spells. But Amy understood they stood Chiron's highly soul. Cycles of memories flashed prior to Chiron's gaze, his journey, his growth, his everything. That power hadn't come simple. It became forged through hardship and near-death trials. Watching him struggle, Rian hurried in, but Chiron's power became previously slipping away. Within the darkness, Chiron understood how easily everything possessed been taken from him. Thoughts raced as he challenged if he would truly never employ his sorcery once more. Sinking deeper, he started doubting himself, wondering if he possessed been arrogant entire along. Simply prior to falling further, Amy's tone called out, urging him never to offer in. The girl reminded him about exception, something he possessed once learned in class. The term struck him, he recalled hearing it, but the details stood yet unclear. As he drifted underwater, Chiron felt it might be excessively late to recall anything currently. Determined never to fade, he refocused and compelled his thoughts to remember. The instant from that day's lesson gradually started returning to him. Back in the classroom, a younger Chiron seated himself attentively at his desk. The instructor's hand moved with chalk, signaling the start of a special topic. That date, the class started learning about an uncommon phenomenon, something called the exception. Within the classroom, a male boldly questions their assumptions, presenting the word exception to the pupils. With a composed look, he asks if being an instructor changes anything, provoking confusion. From his seat, Chiron watches without speaking, recalling a similar instant from his former periods. Gesturing to a diagram, the instructor explains that denial often forces deeper recognition. According to him, resisting a truth strengthens its grip on the thoughts. By combining understanding and power, he says sorcery becomes possible and real. The boy afterward questions what would occur if someone fully believed a falsehood, writing untrue understanding beneath the diagram. He treats it as valid as truth. Doubt spreads across the chamber as he poses a fresh concept: sorcery fueled by lies. Without notice, a male collapses following the instructor speaks. The boy declares that anyone labeling him as instructor will meet the same fate. Though pupils object, he insists still exceptions follow arcane laws. Single instructor warns that death through sorcery demands a steep cost. To succeed, the target must likewise trust the distorted belief completely. In period, Chiron realizes how rules subtly twist perception until escape seems impossible. Standing prior to the class, the male begins his demonstration with a set of imposed rules. He states the initial rule: pupils must never believe he isn't an instructor. In the scene, the crowd instinctively affirms his role. With confidence, he adds rule pair: anyone who sees him as the instructor falls in love with him, triggering awkward reactions. Continuing, he declares rule triple: those who fall in love with him must obey. The class watches in stunned silence. As tension builds, single young woman blushes and a lad begins to feel something seems wrong. Rule quadruple follows, stating that obedience leads to suicide in his presence, an order met with stunned disbelief. Although the horror, he remarks how starting with smaller rules makes acceptance of worse ones easier. In the scene, to eliminate resistance, exception users distort others' perception, creating chaos through belief manipulation. He clarifies that exception users remain uncommon, typically formed through immense trauma and madness. Chiron questions the logic, citing the law of equivalent exchange in sorcery. In response, the instructor explains that normal magicians pay with mana, but exception users cannot. Instead, the cost of their sorcery seems placed entirely on the opposite end, onto their victim. The instructor reveals the user's price became an act of self-destruction to kill others.
Realization dawns on Sharon as the truth becomes obvious. Everything became done for single purpose. The boy at final understands the meaning of price. Sharon begins to suspect that if Marcia seems truly an exception user, afterward he holds been under her influence since the start. His thoughts races as he sinks through fragmented memories, understanding her rules may hold been in effect entire along. Images of former periods encounters flash around him. He recognizes that her manipulation started long prior to he noticed. A fresh set of rules appears. The initial claims that those who hear her story become incapable of hating her. Faces from his former periods appear, entire linked to her narrative, locked in emotional submission. The second rule declares that those who cannot hate her remain unable to kill her, still, if permitted. Another rule states that she can absorb sorcery from those who fail to kill her. This absorption strengthens her as failed attackers remain departed powerless. Her price, exposing her defenseless physical form prior to her enemy to lure them into hesitation. Possessed he struck her afterward, Marcia likely would hold died instantly. To prevent that, she disclosed Yuna's survival ensuring his hesitation. The boy currently sees the tactic, hesitation born from untrue vulnerability. Following the devastation, Sharon walks through the rubble, gaze locked on her figure. He at final speaks, understanding the truth at the rear her actions and intentions. Currently aware, he declares that he knows exactly what gentle of person Marcia seems. From the shattered earth. Amy and Ryan shout Sharon's name, their voices cutting through the smoke. Instead of responding, Sharon rises amidst the rubble, determination blazing in his gaze. Fixing her gaze on him, Marcia quietly claims that understanding of exceptions won't change his fate. In the scene, blood trailing from his mouth, Sharon steadies his breath and refuses to falter. The boy challenges her, declaring that sorcery stolen must obey the rules of balance. Marcia answers with a smirk. If he wants his power back, he'll hold to catch her initial. In the scene, shock grips Sharon as he tries to comprehend her game. Amy, yet bruised, listens as Marcia dismisses the trial as boring. Though she mentions contact restrictions, doubt lingers. Became that rule ever real? Elsewhere, allies accept action, unleashing assaults in unison. Flashes of radiance explode across the battlefield as spells collide. In the scene, from the distance, Marcia lifts her hand, launching a blazing counterstrike. In the scene, Amy urges everyone forward, refusing to back down. Marcia laughs, demanding additional resistance with cruel delight. Spells fly once additional as the confrontation reaches a fever pitch. As Ryan strikes back with power, he calls out desperately to Sharon amid the chaos. Marcia observes the circumstance with a twisted smile, entertained by the struggle. The girl notes how most would hold fled by currently, questioning Sharon's persistence as he continues pursuit. In the scene, charging forward, Sharon answers through action, determined to reach her. The boy declares that he understands the weight at the rear her sorcery and the pain it carries. In the scene, impressed, Marcia comments on his resolve, finding his resistance intriguing and unexpected. Distant away, a beaten physical form lies in the forest under the moonlit trees. A dying male mutters her name, blood covering his mouth. With fading power, he utters a final warning: Marcia must never be defeated. Children cheered under the luminous sky as Marcia remained triumphant. The girl possessed won once more, lifted by those who saw her as their symbol of hope. The village filled with war orphans offered zero real route ahead. Yet moments like this offered them brief comfort and something to admire. Lacking household and education, the children didn't understand Marcia's silent suffering. At the rear, her powerful smile. In the scene, when winter came and they turned 15, the village grew quieter. Single lad strode by himself toward Marcia's house. Observing the entrance ajar, he stepped within cautiously, calling her name. Merely silent and coughing responded. Within, chilly atmosphere and darkness filled the area. In the scene, the boy followed the sound deeper into the house. The boy found Marcia collapsed, bloodied and frail. Her arm became cut and her face bruised. The girl glanced up and muttered something faint. He understood this wasn't simply another beating. Her tone shook as she confessed. She stabbed her adoptive father. The boy froze, gaze on the blood-soaked floor. Everything felt unreal. The girl recalled her words prior to the act. This period she possessed inquired to be embraced, never to be killed but accepted. Footsteps came closer. They weren't by himself. In the scene, the girl pulled his hand. They possessed a rush. In the scene, staying meant capture. Escape became their merely option. Freeman rushed through the open entrance with Marcia at his side, guilt consuming him for never observing her pain sooner. Her cheerful smiles masked profound suffering. He currently understood the truth he possessed long ignored. As the sun rose, he without speaking vowed to guard her from everything that possessed once broken her. Marcia halted, insisting she could survive by himself. In the scene, Freeman tried to stop her, pleading to stay. The boy shouted, determined to follow. But she cut him off, calling him frail and delayed. In the scene, her final words stung. She didn't like him yet. He remained his earth unmoved. Elsewhere, Sharon awakened violently, his physical form reacting to a sudden shift in surroundings. A mysterious arcane power struck from beyond, flinging debris and shaking the building. The forceful impact signaled a deadly enemy's arrival. This became zero accident. A shadowed, clothed female assaulted mercilessly, pushing her rival back with precise power. Her explosion struck difficult, and her enemy screamed in agony as blood splattered. Chiron hurried in, blue hair flashing as he confronted the fierce enemy. In the scene, the boy launched a kick, but she countered with ruthless efficiency, unfazed. As their duel intensified, she mocked his cleverness as deflecting blows with ease. Distant away, a red-haired magician started casting sorcery, preparing for a final shift. A blast struck the earth, sending Marcia skidding across the battlefield, but she maintained her stance, refusing to fall. She narrowed her gaze at Chiron, yet stunned by his resilience. Suspended midair, Chiron launched himself toward her once more, spell force yet surging around him. Chiron's concentrated gaze locked on her as his remaining sorcery burned in his veins. His final spells activated, crashing into the earth and lifting debris in their wake. Marcia mocked him, noting how little power he possessed departed yet, he yet offered it entire. In the scene, the battlefield quieted. Craters marked the land, and Chiron remained amidst the dust. Marcia taunted him once more, but he rose gradually, unwilling to yield. He gazed at her defiantly, declaring he would never offer up, zero issue how outmatched. Her look changed. For the initial period, hesitation touched her face. In the scene, a memory or feeling stirred within, its weight making her waver puzzled. She whispered, unsure what became happening to her. In the scene, her hand trembled as sweat beaded on her glove, an unfamiliar weakness. She glanced at Chiron once more, understanding his sorcery might be affecting her focus. Alarm filled her gaze, became she losing her mental grip since of his spells. Entire along, Chiron possessed been channeling a hidden spell, steadily draining Marcia's focus with each instant that passed. What she once dismissed as persistence currently disclosed itself as a calculated trap. Urgency overtook her thoughts, escaping at once became the merely viable option. With a burst of motion, she launched upward, attempting to create distance. Still at that height, her route twisted unnaturally, making teleportation impossible. Surprisingly, the surrounding trees formed an unnatural barrier, cutting off each route. Chiron's strategy became obvious. Windcutter possessed carved this trap well in advance. Although her gift to steal spells, she lacked the refined command needed to adapt them. Faced with zero other decision, she started preparing a forceful explosion to break through. A violent blast shattered the earth beneath her, scattering shockwaves in each direction. Flying debris compelled Chiron and his ally to brace under the strain yet within the chaos. Marcia felt a sudden shift in the arcane field. Her spirit domain surged uncontrollably, reacting to something unknown and immense. Confusion spread as she wrestled to identify the odd power Chiron possessed triggered. Without notice, a blade tore through her side. Another enemy possessed created their shift.
Recognizing Marcia's error, Chiron concluded that her downfall started the instant she ignored her exposed vulnerabilities in combat. Instead of adapting, she foolishly relied on the stolen sorcery, trusting power that wasn't truly her own. In the scene, unaware of the mental cost, she cast photon cannon recklessly. Cracks erupted beneath her feet, a obvious sign her command became slipping under the strain of her own sorcery. Although that, her thoughts calculated possible escape routes. Yet zero amount of planning could counter the raw instinct of a sword fighter's sudden charge. A single strike landed cleanly, slicing through her defenses prior to she could muster a response. In the scene, confusion clouded her thoughts, unable to believe such precision came from a mere 17-year-old. Still her thoughts trembled, struggling to understand why his presence induced such immense terror. Waves of golden force surged outward, reflecting Chiron's immense zero. Longer could he be dismissed as naive, his gift plainly exceeded expectations. That difference in genuine capability, she understood, became something completely unreachable for her. Lying wounded, Marcia observed as her enemies came closer with unwavering determination. Terror widened her gaze. This became zero bluff. It became an all-out assault. In the scene, from the front, Chiron stepped forward, calm and firm, daring her to defy their advance. In the scene, Marcia recoiled in panic, injured and overwhelmed. In the scene, Chiron stepped forward, surrounded by an intense aura. A simple hand gesture triggered a forceful release of force, sending radiant orbs surging through the atmosphere, disorienting her completely. Recognition sparked in Chiron's gaze as he spotted a figure he pondered possessed previously been defeated. Rage overtook the enemy commander, unable to comprehend how Chiron yet remained. He unleashed a wild assault with his men. In the scene, weapons raised, they issued a deadly warning any approach toward Marcia would be met with lethal retaliation. Hidden among the trees, Marcia observed the confrontation unfold with tension building in her chest. Memories of someone long gone surfaced in her thoughts. Back afterward, a lone figure possessed remained under the shadowed sky. On a hill at sunset, pair figures remained apart, a distance drawn by their differences and unspoken history.
with tears forming. The lad listened as the words struck profound his presence possessed. Never been welcomed. The boy tried to explain, insisting she misunderstood him, but the area between them merely seemed to widen. The girl turned away, stating plainly that still families often fail to understand each other, although living side by side, additional than anything, she possessed desire to be understood. As the wind picked up, she strode off gradually. Freeman's steps broke the silence as he came closer, madness brewing in his gaze. The boy abruptly clawed at his forehead, blood streaking down as he let out a scream. With trembling hands and a cracked smile, he announced his weakness became gone. His tone cracked with desperation as he inquired if he yet glanced like a coward. The boy shouted his vow to become the strongest, begging her never to leave. Still following her severe rejection, he screamed louder, saying he didn't care who she chose. Yelling through the pain, he claimed the proper to follow her regardless of her words. She remained yet, look unreadable, as his tone echoed in the wind. Abruptly, her attention snapped away as someone shouted, "Captain!" Pair allies confronted the enemy, declaring the clash previously won. The opposing leader drew his blade, offering them a decision. If they departed Marcia, he would spare their lives. Sharon stepped forward, face calm and gaze chilly. Naming Ryan, he cautioned Entire, who blocked him, would fall. Everyone froze, stunned by the weight at the rear his words. A sudden realization hit Amy. Those enemies, still without guns, stood schema masters. As she volunteered to act, Chiron steadily refused, stating this duty wasn't hers. He quietly turned, declaring it became a responsibility merely his knight could fulfill. Rian steadied himself, injured but resolute, acknowledging the command without delay. Without terror, he promised to follow Chiron's will, still into the depths of hell. The enemy charged recklessly as Freeman roared at them for choosing their own destruction. Enemies closed in from each side, but Rian didn't flinch. Amy remained firm, trusting that Chiron would never let Rian fall in clash. With his massive blade, Rian retaliated with a fierce roar, slashing through the onslaught. Something shifted. Rian's senses picked up a change in flow mid-duel. An enemy faltered, stunned by the sudden shift in speed entire around them. Period itself seemed to delayed as the momentum of clash broke down. Through photonization concept, Chiron stepped within the realm of sublight movement. Enemies moved like shadows in delayed movement, unaware of the gap forming. The girls gazed with wonder as Marcia, without speaking, observed. Sensing the impossible unfold prior to her, Chiron stepped forward with steady resolve, golden radiance surrounding him as the battlefield fell yet for his advance. His gaze sharpened, glowing blue with concentrated intent. Opponents surged in panic, their expressions shifting from arrogance to terror as they felt what became about to unfold. A single name echoed in Chiron's thoughts: Rian. His vision fixated on the chaos in front, tension gripping his breath. Rian raised his massive blade without delay, his gaze narrowed. In the scene, thoughts faded. The boy leaped forward with deadly intent, ignoring everything except the mission to strike down Entire prior to him. Enemies advanced, although unease. Killing a comrade felt wrong, but the order came from above. They hurried forward. In the scene, Rian's blade met them midair, severing hesitation with brutal clarity. A blinding beam of force shot into the sky, shaking the battlefield and halting motion with wonder. Pair soldiers fell instantly, bodies lit in golden glow, weapons dropping uselessly. Single survivor turned, panic in his gaze, knowing they possessed underestimated their foe. In the scene, Marcia, hidden among trees, clenched her weapon tightly and whispered a trembling warning. "Don't." In the scene, blood spilled. In the scene, survivors screamed. Flames swallowed the land at the rear of them. A desperate figure lunged forward, rage overpowering terror. Marcia stepped from the shadows, gaze filled with wrath. "Die," she mouthed, without remorse. In the scene, a radiant barrier exploded open. Pair magicians observed with surprise as it lit the sky. In the scene, Ryan and Chiron faced each other. 0 words passed, merely silent resolve. In the scene, Chiron surged forward. His fist struck Marcia, ending her wrath in single clean blow. With explosive power, Chiron's assault slammed Marcia to the earth, sending dust and silence across the battlefield. Her limp physical form hit the dirt, and a desperate cry rang out. Someone yet cared. Rushing to intervene, a male froze when a sharp blade became pressed to his neck by the blonde warrior's swift response. Elsewhere, pair women called out as Chiron came closer, gradually, the duel currently at the rear of them. Uncertainty filled his tone as he admitted his sorcery hadn't yet returned. Gaze narrowed. The blonde understood the spell required additional than simply physical impact. It demanded something deeper. A silent instant followed as Chiron glanced toward Marcia, suspecting what remained undone. From the earth, she lifted her head, acknowledging the cost she by himself possessed set. Everyone remained silent as she disclosed the final condition, words spoken once touched by the original source of power. With steady breath, Marcia spoke the phrase, unlocking the final seal on the sorcery. Flickers of her former periods raced through her thoughts, choices that could zero longer be undone. Nearby, Sharon observed her closely, knowing this instant would mark their conclusion. A bitter smile spread across her lips, accepting what she must currently lose. Zero excuses departed. This became her final payment, her unique sentence. Surrounded by radiant force, she faded, ending the tales she possessed written with her own hands. Amy challenged the word embrace, her tone uncertain and gaze shifting to the others. Rian glanced puzzled, but prior to anyone responded, Marcia seized Amy and slammed her down. With fury in her tone, Amy shouted that if it stood a lie, the spell wouldn't hold. Responded. In the scene, Marcia turned toward Chiron, apologizing softly for dragging him into her downfall. The girl admitted her own trap possessed begun tightening long ago, leaving Zero escape. As her hand trembled, she requested single final favor, his blade to end her. Amy pleaded desperately, but Marcia insisted death became the merely route to peace. Chiron knelt in silent, conflicted by her request and unable to decide. Instead of answering, he placed his hand on her head, lost in pondered. From afar, someone screamed her name, sensing what became unfolding. Tears fell as Amy understood Marcia might truly be at her end. Marcia whispered, accusing him of denying still a peaceful farewell. The girl accepted the instant, recalling how deeply she possessed wronged him. Knowing mercy wouldn't come, she closed her gaze in silent. Her lips parted gradually as she murmured, "This seems." Sharon held Marcia tightly, refusing the ending she inquired for, and instead chose his own standard. His tone calm, he announced that he fulfilled the condition he possessed, embraced her. Without notice, Marcia screamed in rage, overwhelmed by the meaning at the rear. His action and unable to command her emotions, tears fell as she begged once more for death, consumed by guilt and sorrow. Chiron refused, reminding her that she possessed once shown him how to change the realm. He challenged her resolve. How could she currently wish to destroy everything she assisted him believe in? Memories of her companions and sacrifices replayed in her thoughts as he listed those she'd saved. She heard how numerous lives possessed begun through her actions still if she hadn't understood it. Others glanced on as Chiron reminded her that following entire that, she yet mattered. Amy stepped forward, her tone shaking as she demanded to be recalled excessively. Emotions collided as Marcia's own words stood thrown back. Life became yet worth living. Under the moonlight, Chiron held her once more, without speaking, urging her never to offer up. A newborn became departed crying on a wooden floor, discarded like trash without a name or welcome. A male lifted the baby indifferently, inspecting her with a scowl as if she stood a mistake. Labeled as useless, Marcia's life started never with love, but rejection from the highly start. Marcia grew up isolated, watching the realm from a corner. Zero single else saw. The girl learned to grip a weapon prior to ever knowing comfort, surrounded by threats and darkness. Killing became her escape, and she concluded zero god existed in a realm, therefore cruel. The realm remained chilly, ruled by chaos, never fairness or divine order. Yet through unlikely bonds, she strode alongside others, calling them household. Seeing them suffer stirred a desire to guard those like her, hoping they'd live better lives. The girl believed that by saving others, maybe she excessively could belong. But war accepted everything. Once more children, comrades, and hope fell in blood and ash. Surrounded by corpses, Marcia saw zero salvation, merely endless loss. In the scene, death welcomed her gently, offering what life never did: peace. Her soul detached from pain, drifting into glowing silent, she vanished beneath a radiant sky, at final escaping the weight of her former periods. In the scene, a golden hand reached out through the void, glowing with warmth unknown to Marcia's shattered soul. The girl understood that such kindness did exist, a person willing to touch her without terror or disgust. As her physical form dissolved, she collapsed in golden arms, embraced like a child for the initial period. Distant away, others observed as radiance enveloped the wounded and weary, unable to hold back tears. Her spirit returned, never in pain, but cradled in someone's embrace. Zero longer by himself in her final moments, bathed in sunlight beneath a silent sky. She became held as if she truly mattered. The building yet remained, though wounded. Silent filled its halls where memories possessed burned. Ami remained by the window, gaze fixed on the distant ruins, reflecting on cycles of failure. The girl confessed to trying everything to heal Marcia, but trauma of that depth obeyed zero rules. The male beside her called it catharsis, a uncommon instant that defied entire understanding. Still, those who experienced it possessed zero words to explain how it happened or why. Everyone simply accepted it for what it became: a miracle. In the scene, Amy never imagined such an ending, where enemies turned into allies overnight, aunts ready to kill. Those same people currently shared meals with her comrades. Their acceptance felt unreal, but undeniable. They currently saw her group as saviors. Fury burned in her tone as she reminded him who initially announced this realm became worth living in. When Chiron wrapped his arms around the young woman, warmth replaced despair without explanation. From the distance, Amy lowered her gaze, without speaking, begging him never to vanish from her life. Underneath the sky, Marcia disclosed that her exception possessed quietly ceased to exist. With the rule erased, zero power remained to bind her to that cursed power. A gentle breath escaped her lips as she offered Chiron a heartfelt thanks. Appreciation filled her tone as she expressed gratitude for his unwavering belief. Rather than retreat, he faced her pain and announced it his own. Side by side, they currently carried the same burden, bound by unspoken understanding. Entire her life, she searched for meaning, but it been seated quietly beside her. Although being wounded himself, he chose to reach for her without delay. To her, Chiron become additional than hope he became her salvation. If he believed she should continue, afterward she saw zero other decision but to endure. With power in her step, she inquired him to guide her through fresh sorcery. Zero longer interested in normal spells, she sought something merely an exception could understand. With uncertainty, Marcia suggested that another exception could possibly appear in the route ahead. She steadily inquired Chiron to create a vow never to create an exception if it meant breaking himself once more. In the scene, to lighten the tension, she smirked and proposed inventing a spell that could charm blondes. From the shadows, a profound tone dryly requested a spell for eyebrow, less men instead. The unexpected comment caused chaos, making Marcia enraged and Chiron visibly alarmed. Prior to the instant escalated, Amy's commanding shout silenced them entire, calling everyone to eat. Laughter and conversation filled the chamber as pupils gathered for their meal. Between bites, Marcia apologized for dragging Chiron into their circumstance during his brief visit. Without delay, Alzon claimed responsibility for choosing the ruins as their following destination. Attention shifted to the Kurgo ruins and the mysterious chamber of achievement and sacrifice. Marcia became alarmed by the hidden understanding. Understanding the ruins held additional than expected. Frustrated, she scolded the silent male for withholding answers until inquired. Intrigued about Chiron's purpose, Marcia challenged his reason for going to such a location. The boy disclosed his intention to seek out Miro and uncover truths about his own identity. Impressed by his determination, she inquired plainly if he still possessed a real plan. Chiron's gaze narrowed as he announced single possible solution yet remained for their problem. Everyone around the table stiffened, puzzled and intrigued about the method he hinted at. Marcia quietly confirmed the possibility as the others reacted in astonishment at her silent response. Questions filled the atmosphere as the group leaned in, eager to hear what she meant. Without warning, single male disclosed an aged smuggling route, dropping a permit onto the table. Stunned silence followed as the group understood it became an official pass to enter Kurgo. The group leaned in, stunned as they saw the permit in Chiron's hand, unsure how to respond. It became confirmed to be an uncommon loop smuggling access permit, known merely through gossip. Amy challenged the point of their test if smuggling became the real route given by mercenaries. Ami suggested the test might serve another purpose beyond access, possibly tradition. Tess offered a simpler pondered that it saved bribe money by testing candidates. Chiron insisted at that place possessed to be meaning, since the principal wanted it investigated. A grave male agreed to create permits and cautioned they'd need a language expert. The female declined to assist further, fearing pursuit from the Sorcery Association. Tess raised her hand, offering her brother who knew several of the needed language. The group brightened at Tess's solution, relieved to hold an option. Ami proposed employing both routes to uncover everything. Chiron supported the plan, signaling with pair fingers. At dusk, a sorcery artifact became entrusted to them for mountain guidance. They lined up for departure, ready to face the unknown. At the rear them, allies offered parting words, trusting them to succeed. With unwavering gaze, Marcia confirmed her decision as the group started walking away. Gratitude weighed heavily on her heart, admitting she might never repay what they possessed done. As she called out, Chiron paused mid-step, hearing her question about meeting once more. Confidence replaced concern as Marcia assured them never to worry. Zero issued the distance. She announced that Clay Marcia could always find him. In a shimmer of sorcery, streaks of radiance burst skyward as their departure commenced. Irritated, Marcia scolded her partner for keeping secrets until currently. He remained calm, pointing out that Chiron's team possessed additional power than she understood. She offered a minor nod, without speaking accepting his judgment. Night possessed fallen over the inn when sudden footsteps echoed through the hallway. Rushing into the chamber, Yuna called her brother's name with urgency and terror. In the scene, from the bed, Gis sprang up, disbelief etched across his face. Tears streaming, he pulled Yuna into a tight embrace without delay. His tone cracked as he learned the others possessed come to his rescue. Gaze wide, he wrestled to believe they defeated such terrifying enemies. In the scene, grateful beyond words, Gis bowed deeply, declaring he'd never forget their kindness. Although Chiron brushed it off, Amy stepped forward, mentioning they possessed a favor to request. In the scene, caught off guard, Gis nervously faced the team, unsure what they expected from him. Seated with uncertainty, he gradually pieced side by side their request for assist as a translator. Though capable of basic speech, the pondered of dealing with smugglers created him visibly anxious. Although warnings of risk, he volunteered eagerly, wanting to contribute to their mission. Chiron lightened the mood by announcing their departure would start tomorrow. Laughter followed Gis's alarmed reaction to the swift schedule. With confidence, Tess clarified her chosen schema and reassured everyone with her power. Amy mentally observed Gis's terror, but likewise his resolve to aid Marcia. Chiron, intrigued, inquired Tess to explain the schema build concept. In response, Tess started describing how human features stood enhanced employing arcane sigils. In the scene, each sigil connected to a bodily trait, and the sequence formed a customized build. In the scene, Tess clarified that schema usage wasn't simple and required careful balance to avoid drawbacks. In the scene, remembering his duel with Rian, Chiron recognized how limitless schema growth could truly become. In a flashback, Chiron recalled sensing limitless power through swordsmanship by himself. He currently understood why both schema and spirit domain stood as pillars of power. In the scene, Tess's explanation impressed Chiron, who appreciated her detailed insight. Tess humbly dismissed the praise, admitting she yet possessed additional to master. In the scene, her light-hearted tone shifted as she announced her absence from healing duties. That sudden remark caught everyone off guard, especially Ryan, who remained silent. In the scene, doubt crept into Chiron's thoughts as he worried he'd embarrassed Ryan. As Ryan seated himself motionless, frustration boiled under his calm surface. The boy denied needing healing, claiming power still without schema. Tess suspected otherwise, recalling how greatly pain Ryan must have endured. Yet, she couldn't ignore what she'd seen Ryan's power fueled purely by will. Chiron afterward reasoned that healing Ryan by power might hurt his pride. Yet, still with pride at stake, Chiron cautioned that failure in Kurgo meant risking everyone. Understanding the risk, Ryan at final acknowledged Chiron's concern. With resolve, he vowed to recover swiftly, never for himself, but to guard his lord. The following date, arcane force enveloped Chiron's hands as healing started. At dawn, healers treated the injured pupils in an open chamber. Afterward, the group became guided straight toward the designated ruin site. In the scene, Chiron and his team arrived near the excavation area, ready to proceed. A worker pointed toward the rail carts that stepped within the ruins in front. They presented their entry permit, stating they stood associated with Palkoa. Single official mentioned the following departure would happen in an hour. Chiron expressed his intent to visit the altar prior to the transport. Ami and Tess chose to remain at the rear as others moved in front. In the scene, the group reached the altar of judgment hidden in the cliffs. Chiron confirmed he recalled the code required for entrance. They came closer, the sealed gate under the guard's watchful gaze. Single guard turned to pull a lever without waiting for the code. Gears shifted and the heavy entrance started opening instantly, puzzled. The group gazed without speaking as Chiron remained yet, suspecting something deeper. In the scene, as the sealed gate opened, footsteps echoed from within the shadowed corridor. Chiron's group glanced on in confusion as a shadowed figure stepped into the radiance. Amy's look shifted to horror upon recognizing the black-clad individuals approaching. Tess inquired about their identities, but Amy steadily responded they weren't allies. Pair figures dressed in shadowed uniforms emerged quietly, drawing the group's attention. Chiron challenged their presence, sensing something additional than coincidence. The black-haired youth smirked, feigning ignorance, as his partner greeted Chiron timidly. Chiron responded with a casual tone, trying to gauge their intentions. Laughter from the shadowed-haired male hinted at veiled malice beneath his calm demeanor. Tension rose as taunts about failure and superiority sparked rage between groups. Ami's fury ignited when her rival referenced her former period's defeat and near death in the scene. Unable to hold back, she charged at him in rage. A guard shouted a warning, but black force surged as the male retaliated. His shadowed aura transformed, forming a monstrous shape between him and Amy. The arcane entity, Harvest, disclosed itself, stunning the onlookers with its presence. In the scene, with swift reflexes, Ryan dashed forward and drew his blade toward the creature. In the scene, in contrast, Chiron raised his hand and addressed Canis without aggression. Calling out the insult, he cautioned against employing someone's painful memories, therefore carelessly. From across the chamber, Canis grinned as he welcomed the rising tension. Another duel, he hinted with gleaming gaze, feeding off the hostility. Without speaking, Tess stepped forward, her stance signaling a readiness to engage. In the scene, without delay, Amy charged, fists clenched and filled with seething fury. Midair, Tess intercepted her, understanding the assault carried distant additional power than expected. In the scene, to her surprise, Amy seemed to nullify the spell's effect with raw power. At the rear, the advancing duo, the summoned creature towered ominously and silent. In the scene, as the others tensed, Tess noticed an unsettling sound approaching. In the scene, from the depths of the chamber, a guttural growl vibrated through the floor. Amy remained yet, her gaze locked on the shadow in front. In the scene, nervously, Canis shifted as dread crept across his face. At final, Tess's look cracked, her physical form trembling from the monstrous presence. Tess started to eat without speaking, her actions drawing several uneasy glances. Opposite her, Arin mirrored the movement, devouring food with silent urgency. From nearby, Sharon and the others observed, understanding they were disciples of a forceful magician. Their plates emptied swiftly, showing simply how hungry they stood. Following finishing, Canis leaned back, casually suggesting they reveal their genuine intentions. Chiron inquired why they possessed cum, prompting an unexpected mention of archaeology. Sipping water, Canis admitted part of their reason became a lie. Though the trial became nearly impossible, he and Arin pushed through with luck. At the end, Chiron gazed in front, knowing their survival currently depended on cooperation. In the scene, gathered around the table, the group faces a direct question about their purpose. In the scene, Chiron explains they came to enter Kirago. In the scene, in response, Amy pretends they know little, trying to deflect suspicion. Nevertheless, Canis's ally swiftly senses her excitement, exposing her feigned indifference and causing visible panic. Understanding it's pointless to lie, Sharon chooses honesty and admits their understanding seems limited, though Amy tries to interrupt. He quietly insists there's zero harm in sharing. Canis, amused, permits questions as Amy glares with doubt and annoyance. Without delay, Chiron asks about Miro of spacetime, drawing everyone's focus. In the scene, Canis replies vaguely, prompting Amy to demand a clearer answer. In period, he confesses ignorance, but hints that Harvey might possess the truth. The name Harvey stuns Chiron, tightening his look. A memory surfaces Harvey seems an arcane being who inherited Arcane's understanding. In the scene, understanding deepens as Chiron realizes Harvey may hold answers about Miro. Although their curiosity, Canis refuses to elaborate, dismissing the meal's value. Ami leans forward, stating that he wouldn't be in this place if he didn't need them. Acknowledging the truth, Canis falls silent. Canis gritted his teeth, understanding Amy possessed completely seen through his intentions. Originally, he meant to manipulate the others employing their understanding advantage, but currently the circumstance possessed shifted, compelled to reconsider. He wondered how greatly truth to reveal, doubting their readiness for what awaited. In the scene, Amy and Sharon pressed him to state what he wanted in return. Rather than asking for a permit, Canis clarified that Arin's mental sorcery could produce single realization dawned on Sharon this gift. Possessed let them read the altar's text without assist. Clarifying further, Amy inquired if he planned to employ illegal routes, but Canis denied it. He disclosed that his aim became to pass the trials, having failed alongside Arin. In the scene, hoping to succeed, Canis requested to borrow their power. Ami, intrigued, inquired for his score, causing visible distress in Canis. The boy avoided answering, sparking a comical exchange as the group started comparing scores. Each person refused to go initial, turning the question into playful chaos. In the scene, Chiron interrupted, steering the topic back to the main issue. Following brief hesitation, Arin advised that sharing their side became necessary to build trust in the scene. With a sigh, Canis reluctantly agreed. In the scene, from across the table, Canis questions their resolve, warning them of dangers within Kirago. Sharon's firm look confirms their commitment to entering. Zero issue the risk, leaning forward. Canis warns them without his assist. Their chance of survival seems nearly zero. In the scene, Amy explodes in frustration, angered by Canis's blunt tone. In the scene, the girl charges forward in rage, unwilling to accept his warning at face value, although her outburst. Canis insists the real threat comes following entering, never prior to. Sweat runs down Canis's face as he hints at secret understanding about the trials. The boy turns to Sharon, implying that he likewise understands how to pass. Sharon quietly acknowledges it. He possessed intended to employ the immortal function. Confusion spreads as the others ask what immortal function still means. Sharon speculates the trials stood designed to test additional than power. Canis admits it might be connected, but considers employing it extremely perilous. Arin summarizes they want to borrow Chiron's gift to obvious the trials. In return, they offer aid that will raise everyone's chances of survival. Though he can't reveal everything, Chiron promises he knows a way to get them entire out alive. Chiron reflects without speaking as the weight of recent warnings settles in his thoughts. Thoughts of the immortal function swirl with memories of former periods' mistakes and his stolen sorcery. He clenches his fist, understanding the route forward seems additional perilous than expected. Trusted elder's words echo. He must rely on his own judgment within Kirago. Determined yet cautious, Sharon agrees to the plan, but sets single condition. He proposes a split, single team for the trials, single for the smuggling route. He'll face the trials by himself. In the scene, the ancient structure stands tall as Chiron approaches. Calm but resolute, Amy calls out, reminding him never to overuse the immortal function. In the scene, warning the others in turn, Chiron urges caution on their route, knowing what's at stake. With a smile, Chiron departs, promising to meet once more soon. His figure grows distant, as the others remain at the rear, silent and uneasy. Aaron calls Canis's name, sensing something uncommon. Looking at the sky, Aaron asks if Sharon holds blonde hair. Canis confirms with a delayed nod, falling into a heavy silence. The boy turns sharply, asking Aaron can she yet see Sharon. Aaron's perception differed vastly from others, making her see the realm through a lens never bound by physical form. What appeared normal to others accepted on distorted, swirling shapes in her vision. Alive with unknown colors and layers, her sight disclosed what remained hidden to entire, forming a boundary between what she saw and what others could comprehend. As Sharon challenged her, Aaron offered zero answer, urging him to shift forward without explanation. As they strode, Aaron's focus shifted entirely, her look tightening as something drew her attention in front. In the scene, the girl spotted the golden-haired youth glowing amidst radiant waves. A ritual chant rang out, signaling the entrance to a sacred location bound by tradition and power. A vast chamber disclosed itself, golden rings illuminating the floor beneath the sacred hall's name. A stern priest announced the trial, a test of thoughts and soul judged under divine watch. A memory cautioned Chiron, return became impossible if he fell once more. Yet, he trusted the infinite versions of himself to endure. The boy raised his hand, determined to shift forward. Laser front launched violently, piercing through atmosphere and stone in the scene. An elder gasped as the numbers surged wildly. Blinding red bursts marked Chiron's immense power. Chiron released an intense burst, gaze sharp as his power surged upward in violent momentum. The force count climbed rapidly, reaching Faye, but the outcome stunned him. Although the outcome displayed as 0, leaving him breathless and puzzled. He remained yet, admitting quietly to himself that he possessed failed. Realization struck the system measured average power, never momentary spikes. Yet, Chiron refused to stride away and resolved to try once more. Entering the following test area, he remained within a glowing formation. Determined, he knew merely the immortal function could break the limit. In the scene, the boy calmed his breath, preparing to push beyond human capability. Blue radiance surged upward, forming spirals of raw arcane power. The sheer strain warped area, stunning those who observed. An elder gazed overwhelmed by the magnitude of Chiron's output. Force points reacted violently, resonating with his presence. Chiron felt as if he connected pair realms through his power. Within the chaos, he begged without speaking, let him remain whole. A rocky shoreline came into view as a fresh contact reached out to greet the arriving group. With a firm handshake, he introduced himself as Gis, their fresh point of contact. The group at the rear him listened closely as Gis challenged their legitimacy and inquired about the usual contact. Palkoa, they informed Gis that Palkoa became dead, news that visibly unsettled him. In the scene, tension rose as Gis demanded proof, requesting to see their permit without further discussion. The permit became handed over, and Gis snatched it swiftly to verify its authenticity. Soon following, the team boarded a rail transport that launched them into the forest at elevated speed, struggling to maintain balance. Several nearly fell, prompting shouts and panic among them. The red-haired young woman voiced concern over safety, as the blue-haired lad clung to the edge. Suspicion grew among Gis's men about Palkoa's death and the unexpected importance of the group's duty. They challenged why inexperienced youths possessed been given such responsibility. As the group neared their destination, Kurgo, they readied for what awaited them. On board, the red-haired young woman inquired Aaron if she became translating thoughts for them. Aaron clarified that she linked minds at a surface level, never reading genuine thoughts. The girl reassured them it became a safe, filtered connection useful for group understanding. Aaron observed that Gis wasn't part of the channel, keeping her abilities hidden from him deliberately to maintain secrecy. She chose to connect the others as warning them to act naturally. The group at once noticed the link, thrilled by the gift to communicate without speaking through thoughts. An accidental pondered leaked, causing brief panic as inner feelings slipped into the connection. Aaron smirked softly as the red-haired young woman grew embarrassed over the exposure. Chatter spread through the group as several thoughts turned to food and suspicion, raising tension. Although jokes, everyone acknowledged the usefulness of Aaron's thoughts link gift. In the scene, their conversation shifted toward the risks of smuggling and the punishment it carried. Yet, they suspected the escorts weren't normal and possessed deeper motives. When inquired about the altar's genuine purpose, single of them clarified it became sacred to Kurgoyans. The boy hinted that it became a site for greetings but departed the subject vague. As questions rose, single words surfaced in everyone's thoughts, angels elsewhere. Chiron's gaze shone as mysterious forces accepted hold of him. The priests observed with wonder as he started to ascend into the radiance, with divine chants. The sacred rite unfolded, Enki La, echoing through the corridor. In the scene, a century earlier, the Galliant government proposed a tourism project to the Kurgoyans as a way to generate mutual economic growth. Believing change became inevitable, the Kurgoyans agreed, opening their lands to foreign visitors. In the scene, tourism flourished, attracting crowds and generating vast income for the region. At initial, tourists merely observed the locals from a distance, mostly from within carriages. Gradually, things turned grim. Children stood abducted and sold into servitude. When the Kyrgoians protested, they received zero justice, merely silent and rejection. Though physically powerful, the Kyrgoians lacked political leverage to duel back. To guard what remained, they surrendered sacred relics and sealed off their territory. They vanished from the Beyond Realm, their district locked away indefinitely. In the scene, Amy and her group stepped into a vast underground structure hidden for generations. They understood they possessed found Kyrgo, buried beneath Volcano Ashpa. Ancient ruins stretched endlessly, untouched and neglected. In the scene, survivors moved in the shadows, barely clinging to life. Amy challenged whether this location became truly Kyrgo. In the scene, Chiron quietly confirmed it resembled Ladum. In the scene, led by the locals, Amy's group ventured further into the depths of the sealed Kyrgo district. A massive figure emerged at the end of the corridor, halting their approach with silent authority. Identified as Mahatu, the male remained firm, radiating power and suspicion from his guarded stance. Single of the villagers clarified that Mahatu managed loop distribution within the district. Recognizing his aura, Amy felt that any employee of sorcery would at once draw his attention. Without delay, he challenged the group about Palkoa's fate, tone lower and direct. GS relayed the truth. Palkoa became gone, and trade possessed ceased. According to Mahatu's rules, zero foreign presence would be tolerated unless tied to loop transactions. In the scene, his gaze sharpened as he emphasized the district's firm restriction on outsiders. In the scene, a sharp response followed as Mahatu demanded details on their link to Palkoa. In the scene, though pressured, Gis tried to explain, but Amy stepped forward confidently. Curiosity flashed in Mahatu's gaze as he assessed her words. Amy disclosed that she and Palko saved each other once. In the scene, her calm declaration seemed to meet Mahatu's expectations. He stated she must currently carry the burden of that former period's debt. Mahatu challenged the amount owed by Palkoa, to which Amy responded the debt became 8,000. Shock spread through the group upon learning the complete amount reached 10,000 gold excluding the down payment. Amy reflected on how greatly that sum could have done enough to feed the entire population for a cycle. Rian speculated that massive profits possessed been earned through loop over the former period's quintuple cycles. Although the trade, Amy couldn't understand why Kyrgo remained in such poor condition. To gain period, she promised repayment and requested permission to stay temporarily. Mahatu, puzzled, inquired what exactly carried them at that place. Amy clarified they stood waiting for their companion undergoing a trial called Chamber of Achievement and Sacrifice. With a smirk, Mahatu claimed he at final understood their planned deceit to gain entry. The boy accused them of sending someone to the altar as pretending innocence. Mahatu cautioned them never to lie, demanding the truth at the rear, their presence. Amy shouted back that their companion became facing trials, and they possessed zero malicious intent. The villagers grew suspicious, claiming aristocrats stood among the group. A search became ordered, prompting chaos as the group backed away. In the scene, Rian stepped forward, demanding they stop and recognize their connection to Palkoa. With a forceful glow in his chest, Mahatu abruptly announced they would accept the group's stay. The decision stunned everyone, from Amy to Ryan and the rest of their party. At the same period, a sudden vibration in the corridor signaled an unexpected event became unfolding deeper within. Mahatu and his men felt an odd force rushing through the passageways. Confusion struck the guards as they challenged the phenomenon currently sweeping the underground. Without delay, Tess and Chiron chose to follow the flow alongside the Kyrgoians. Blinding radiance filled the tunnel's end as everyone sprinted toward the source. The group arrived at a grand corridor, previously crowded with anxious villagers. Cries of faith erupted as single elders shouted that their messiah possessed arrived. A sea of people knelt in reverence as the blonde youth stepped within the chamber. Understanding the focus became on him, he nervously called out to Amy. In astonishment, the villagers praised him as the chosen single meant to save them. Frantically, the lad pleaded for assist, unable to understand the circumstance or the people. In the scene, Mahatu's confusion grew. None of it aligned with what he knew. Overwhelmed, Amy confessed she didn't understand either, and admitted she became afraid. A Kyrgogian legend tells of a figure destined to awaken the 8 gaze of the angel within a secret chamber. This chamber, called the Chamber of Achievement and Sacrifice, holds 8 pedestals surrounding a radiant infinity symbol. The single who succeeds seems named the angel's descendant divine and untouchable. Kyrgo became destroyed for angering such a being. Single male knelt, begging the golden-haired youth to end his life, calling him God's Messiah. In the scene, others dropped to the floor, apologizing for their disrespect, unaware of the Messiah's presence earlier. Chiron listened without speaking as Amy disclosed that Aaron's sorcery became translating their words. The villagers parted as a tall male with golden markings stepped forward toward Chiron. The boy addressed Chiron as God's Messiah and inquired about Miro's vision. Chiron remained yet. uncertain, as the others observed in silence. In the scene, the vision showed a glowing figure descending from the sky. A girl's radiant eye disclosed images of towering structures and radiance. Massive black tower rose above clouds, obvious in Sharon's memory. Sharon recognized the scene from an ambition he once possessed. The male introduced himself as Kadum, chief of Kurgo. The boy pledged to guard Sharon from this point onward. Chiron cautioned Gis to stay at the rear, sensing the risk in front. Afterward, accepted the lead deeper into unfamiliar territory. Watching him leave, Gis observed how different this Kurgo felt from what he once knew. Sharon smiled lightly, thanking Arin for the translation prior to continuing with the others. In the scene, as Sharon descended, crowds gathered, cheering the arrival of the prophesied Messiah. In the scene, desperate villagers cried out pleading for food, healing, and salvation for their families. Overwhelmed by their emotions, Arin wrestled to command the mental channel linking their voices. Chiron understood following Kadum might reveal answers to everything they sought. Tess and Ryan, without speaking, agreed, trusting that the chief held understanding vital to their mission. Kadum remained solemnly as Miro's name echoed once more, her role yet shrouded in mystery. In the scene, the group arrived at Kurgo Palace, crossing towering bridges into the heart of the hidden city. In the scene, expansive landscapes unfolded, lush forests, streams, and homes nestled within the cliffs. In the scene, villagers observed quietly as the guests advanced toward the central compound. Within the banquet corridor, food became served and celebrations started in honor of the Messiah. In the scene, Kadum presented a sealed chest, declaring it the promised offering. Opening it disclosed gold and jewels, a gift readied merely for Kurgo's divine savior. Tess gasped at the overflowing treasure, stunned by the sheer amount offered. Without speaking, Sharon gazed at the gold, unreadable in look. Kadum, mistaking the silent, clapped with a smile, thinking it wasn't enough. Priestesses in elegant robes stepped into the corridor, dancing with practiced grace. Introduced as Kurgo's finest, they stood meant to please the Messiah. Observing closely, Amy noticed their blank stares and challenged their condition. In the scene, concern grew on Kadum's face as Sharon failed to react as expected. Admitting uncertainty, he confessed this became his initial period hosting a Messiah. Thoughts swirled in Chiron's thoughts about how distant the customs possessed strayed. Within his thoughts, the concept of immortal function resurfaced nirvana as a root, never a reward. Wealth and women, once seen as blessings, currently felt like chains. In the scene, accepting them might mean surrendering to a distorted expectation. In the scene, Kadum spoke with reverence, naming Sharon the bridge to their divine. Hoping for guidance, he inquired the Messiah to carry their faith. Faced with a sacred role, Sharon and his companions wrestled for answers. In the scene, chants of Anki-Ra echoed as villagers raised their hands toward the radiant sky. Sharon, hearing the unfamiliar phrase, inquired about its meaning with a puzzled look. Kadum clarified that Anki-Ra meant Re the Immortal, their eternal creator. A sudden tone broke the atmosphere, filled with disdain and taunting contempt. An elder in red robes stormed into the corridor, demanding answers for the chaos. The unexpected entrance stunned the attendees, disrupting the ceremonial mood entirely. In the scene, Kadum tried to calm him, but the elder scorned the lavish offerings. The boy accused Kadum of wasting resources on unnecessary rituals as people suffered. In the scene, other seated elders agreed, glaring with disapproval and questioning Kadum's choices. Though calm on the beyond, Kadum's looked tensed as criticism mounted. The elder pleaded for reason, stating the tribe needed real happiness, never untrue hope. From a distance, Chiron, without speaking, observed the rising tension between aged beliefs and leadership. A tall robed figure remained by himself beneath the night sky, watching the stars in silent. Below him, Chiron and the group arrived at the wide balcony, sensing something uncommon. Rian, Amy, and Tess followed closely, waiting for the male to explain his purpose. The male instructed them to search the northern sky, making everyone puzzled but alert. Chiron studied the stars cautiously, believing the answer became hidden in the sky itself. His look changed as he noticed something odd forming above them. In the scene, a glowing loop-shaped mark appeared, shining like an endless symbol in the darkness. The radiance gathered into a luminous star, and Chiron understood it became connected to Kurgo's origin. Afterward, a male clarified it became the location where souls returned following death. The luminous star became described as heaven, the country of the skies. Chiron refused to fully believe it, trusting analysis additional than stories. Still, therefore, the male went on, claiming giants existed prior to humans. In the scene, a vision showed gods creating giants from blood and flesh in ancient times. In the scene, later, humans appeared and survived until Hannes shaped Kurgo into its current form. The explanation finished with the claim that ancestors once traveled freely between heaven and earth. Careful attention filled Chiron's face as the mysterious male claimed the underground facilities stood evidence of an ancient reality. At the rear him, Amy and Tess remained tense,
sensing that the explanation became leading toward something hidden for centuries. A sharp ponder crossed Sharon's thoughts when he connected the man's words to the sealed relic buried beneath the basement. Rage and confusion rose as Chiron challenged how an underground place could exist without his spirit domain detecting it. Without delay, the male disclosed that an entrance was concealed within the relic's basement, far beyond normal perception. Shock spread through Rian when the male insisted that the hidden entrance became linked directly to heaven. Wide gaze showed Chiron's disbelief as the meaning of heaven started to sound reduced, symbolic, and additional real. Above them, the night sky appeared endless, suggesting that the stars stood never simple lights but distant worlds. Terror gradually built as Chiron understood the male might be referring to real planets beyond their own. Standing with confidence, the male clarified that opening the entrance required an immortal function. A deeper warning followed when he stated that merely descendants of angels could activate its power. Silence struck the group as Tess and Amy gazed, as Chiron's look tightened in growing alarm. Pair black-clothed figures observed from a distance, hinting that forceful forces stood previously involved. Fragments of the former period surfaced, showing that immortal function once permitted someone to return from another realm. In that instant, Chiron understood the terrifying possibility that the entrance led to another planet where God might exist. Chiron challenged the man's genuine reason for sending them into such risk. With firm belief, the mysterious male insisted Chiron became needed to meet God and restore Kurgo's lost glory. Amy protested loudly, but the male claimed Chiron's angel, descended bloodline created him the merely key. A grim explanation followed as the male described Kurgo collapsing under corruption and violence. Volcanic ash and buried land stood mentioned as proof that the realm became previously weakening. Desperation showed in his look as he announced he would accept any sacrifice for Kurgo's revival. Tess and Amy observed as Chiron stepped forward with a sharper question. Chilly focus filled Chiron's gaze when he inquired if any unlockers possessed returned from heaven prior to. The male admitted that it happened 100 cycles ago, involving the Messiah and a chosen party. In the scene, a vision-like story unfolded, showing the Messiah safely returning from heaven. Shock spread when the reward became disclosed to be $100 million gold. Terror grew as the male confessed the Messiah later said, "The journey became never profitable." Silence fell on Chiron as he understood the risk outweighed any reward. A hidden connection appeared when Canis became mentioned as someone who previously knew the truth. Under heavy strain, Chiron inquired for period, understanding his decision could reshape everything. On the silent balcony, the mysterious male called out to his father and challenged the plan to send Chiron's group to heaven. The aged father appeared and cautioned that anyone who stepped within would die. Unease grew as the male recalled that merely single person possessed ever returned from that journey. Raj exploded when the male rejected the warning and announced he would revive Kurgo himself. His tone turned violent as he accused his father of destroying Kurgo's route ahead. Silence followed as the father gazed, understanding the man's obsession possessed become extreme. Elsewhere, Chiron and the others arrived at a minor hut hidden in the wilderness. Within, a tired male seated himself quietly as Chiron demanded everything he knew about heaven. The male responded coldly, saying Chiron possessed previously gained benefits and currently owed him answers. A silent young woman came closer, Chiron, and offered him a snack without terror. The male agreed to explain, but merely following being treated seriously. Careful listening filled the chamber as Chiron understood the truth might change everything. Beyond, footsteps crushed the earth in the darkness. In the scene, a shadowed figure climbed toward the hut, watching the area closely. Risk quietly came closer, prior to Chiron could learn the complete story.
In the scene at the altar of judgment, Chiron experienced a vision that lingered in his thoughts. Prior to him remained a towering sanctuary bathed in divine radiance and awe, inspiring reverence. Rather than illusion, the scene disclosed a real location what numerous might call heaven. In the scene, seated among allies, Chiron directed a sharp question toward Canis. In the scene, according to Canis, his master Arcane once stepped into heaven and returned. Yet the possibility arose that Arcane stepped within a different ruin, suggesting multiple gateways. Intrigued, Amy inquired about what existed within that mysterious location. Zero obvious answer followed, as still Harvest couldn't recall its contents. Apparently, Arcane possessed removed entire traces of heaven from his own memory. Alarmed, the group wrestled to accept that decision. In the scene, Harvest confirmed Arcane erased his memories with intent. In the scene, protecting heaven puzzled, Chiron challenged what truth Arcane possessed hidden. Rather than speculate, he inquired Canis if a god truly lived at that place. Without delay, Chiron announced his resolve to uncover the answer himself. Although earlier resolve, Chiron steadily declares he won't go to heaven. In the scene, Canis insists on proceeding, but others express their reluctance to send him as well. Though Amy warns of the risk, Chiron acknowledges the risk yet remains firm in his decision. Harvest reacts with frustration, understanding Chiron's presence seems critical for the journey.
In the scene, Canis reminds the group of their earlier promise to increase the odds of return. With calm clarity, he reveals that he holds a method to come back following reaching heaven. The group recalls how the Sorcery Association confiscated Arcane's legacy. Employing Harvest's unearthed memory, they followed a lead to a hidden location. Profound underground, they discovered a secret site Arcane concealed still from himself. Saron questions if the location hides a return route. In the scene, Tess brings out a mysterious cube, ready to demonstrate. In the scene, everyone reacts with shock as they recognize the object, an ancient relic of great power. Canis confirms the seal seems undone, meaning it's usable currently. Excitement erupts. The relic's sheer presence seems immense. In the scene, as Saron activates it, the relic glows ominously, triggering an unexpected surge. Instead of resisting, Arn prepares to demonstrate the relic's employ as requested by Canis. As the others watch with caution, she channels her power, causing the relic to react. In the scene, Tess explains that Arn's special gift allows her to perceive the essence of objects, enabling relic activation. A radiant glow emerges from the cube as its pieces start to shift. Moments later, force explodes outward, forming a great swirling black vortex in the chamber. Sharon swiftly recognizes the phenomenon unfolding. It's a gateway to another area. Unlike normal sorcery, this portal connects through area and period itself, a metagate. In the scene, Harvest steps forward playfully, demonstrating how it operates with ease. Nevertheless, Arn reminds them it merely stays open for single minute, requiring precise usage. Plans remain created to input their current coordinates prior to departure. In the scene, that way reactivating the portal from heaven will allow them to return safely. According to Canis, this becomes their fallback method single that ensures survival. Amy wonders aloud about its monetary worth, plainly impressed rather than answer directly. The others focus on the artifact's immense importance. At final, Canis reveals his reason. Still, Arcane wasn't an Archmage prior to entering heaven. Saron learns that following returning from heaven, Arcane's class advanced dramatically. A realization hits him. Arcane likely gained profound understanding that elevated him to Archmage. Everyone seems stunned, and Canis explains that zero magician would ignore such an opportunity. As reviewing Arcane's aged notes, the group finds most of the content encoded. Nevertheless, single obvious line remains, a reference to the origin of everything, including schema, ancient sorcery, long lost to period, and forceful weapons remain hinted to exist within heaven. In the scene, with resolve, Canis prepares to leave, intending to guide the others to the hidden realm. Evrione, currently united in decision, prepares to accompany Saron on the journey. In the scene, the group cheers with excitement, declaring their commitment to discovering heaven's secrets. Abruptly, someone knocks on the entrance, interrupting the preparations. In the scene, alerted by the noise, Canis signals the group to stay cautious. Each member stands in silent, facing the entrance, waiting to confront the unknown visitor. Chiron came closer, the wooden cell, his steps careful. He paused, facing the entrance, where a tense silence lingered around him. Through the iron bars, he locked gaze with the prisoner, who waited within with a calm yet grave gaze. The male addressed Chiron as Messiah and pleaded for him never to ascend to heaven, confusing the watching group. With a silent breath, the male inquired for an instant, placing his hand to his chest as force gathered. In the scene, a sudden red aura burst outward. His physical form transformed, power crackling as he crossed his arms. The power swept the group into the atmosphere. In the scene, they tumbled downward through a swirling red abyss. Back in the chamber, the group remained stunned. Amy inquired what possessed happened. The male clarified he couldn't go to heaven with them, having failed the required test. Sharon understood the male feared they'd suffer as he did. The boy admitted his failure in the Chamber of Sacrifice and Achievement. Chiron quietly responded. He merely wanted to know about someone named Miro. Hearing that name, the man's gaze narrowed. Miro possessed changed Kurgo's fate. Kurgo once suffered destruction, bodies fallen across scorched earth. In the scene, Miro's success in the trial reversed that decline. Her legacy lit the route. Currently Chiron's group readied to follow it. In the scene, Amy raised a sharp question about Gerfin's identity, prompting the group's attention to shift. The male responded solemnly. Gerfin became the single who opened heaven's entrance. According to him, the entrance earned its name from McLean Gerfin, its initial user. In the scene, his tone suggested reverence, as if speaking of a legend. Nevertheless, Amy swiftly challenged the claim, noting the gap in period. In the scene, her logic caused visible hesitation in the man's stance. Unsure, Chiron admitted the truth became unclear. Yet doubt didn't stop him from thinking deeper. He reasoned that for such a meeting to occur, Gerfin must likewise be an unlocker, someone never bound by period. Miro's purpose became clearer. She stepped within Gerfin's entrance to meet a figure beyond normal reach. Respect filled the man's tone as he acknowledged Chiron's unwavering resolve, unmoved by terror or persuasion. Image 8 Panel 2. Rather than object, He expressed trust in Chiron's gift to choose his route. Confidently, Chiron recognized his journey mirrored Miro's, both chasing truth beyond Gerfin's entrance. A question echoed in Chiron's thoughts. Why would the principal send him of entire people? That doubt lingered, mixing with curiosity as he pondered his role. In front, the towering structure awaited a location holding answers. The group reached the lowest level of the Kurgo ruins, currently facing Gerfin's entrance. Footsteps echoed as they came closer. Radiance spilled from the ceiling above. Prior to them remained the sealed gate, silent yet beckoning. A male with divine markings came closer Chiron, calling him God's Messiah, and inquired him to deliver a letter. He entrusted Chiron with a message meant for the volume corridor of the angels, located in a location called Ingress. Receiving the scroll without speaking, Chiron glanced back at his group, uncertainty in his gaze. Later Chiron challenged what decision the principal expected from him in the end. A companion responded that heaven became likely the intended decision anyone would have made. Anathertone claimed his own appearance became the unexpected variable that changed Chiron's route. The others stepped forward, announcing they possessed chosen to follow their own direction. Amy playfully scolded Chiron, demanding to know why she became carried along. Her words, though teasing, disclosed a deeper bond between them. Anather's companion smiled, saying she'd go anywhere with him still to unknown places. The blue-haired male announced he'd follow Chiron's zero issue where he went. Those words struck Chiron deeply, making the instant heavier with meaning. Prior to Gerfin's entrance, Chiron readied himself, thinking currently he must create sure they could return safely. Radiance swirled as the entrance reacted. In the scene, power pulsed around them. With single touch, the seal shattered, flooding the chamber with blinding radiance. A sudden shock spread through the crowd as radiance erupted. Gerfin's entrance possessed at final opened. In the scene, Ankira's name echoed in celebration. In the scene, Chiron stepped toward the glowing threshold. In the scene, the radiance intensified as he extended his hand. From, at the rear, his companions followed closely. Side by side, they stood drawn into the brilliance as others observed with wonder. An overhead view disclosed the door's force releasing skyward, forming a spiraling channel of dimensional area. The group became pulled into the vibrant tunnel, their bodies twisting through waves of color and radiance. In the scene, determined expressions covered their faces. Each person concentrated on the journey in front with resolve. Radiance shifted into a golden atmosphere. They abruptly found themselves falling through open skies. In the scene, panic broke out mid-air. Chiron and the others couldn't activate sorcery. Realization struck this unfamiliar realm severed their command. Amy, the blue-haired male, and others spun through the clouds, each reacting to the descent. Multiple figures went on to fall, but zero harm yet came. Chiron saw it plainly. Currently, they possessed arrived in heaven. From above the clouds, the pupils plunged downward, their bodies twisting uncontrollably. Gravity seized them without mercy, offering zero period to react. Terror gripped them as the forest hurried into view. Although attempts to stabilize, they could merely scream as falling helplessly. In the scene, attempts to activate spells failed entirely. Chiron's focus tightened, but sorcery didn't respond, confirming their abilities possessed been disabled. Following impact, bodies lay scattered across the forest floor. Trees broke several of the fall, but the damage became undeniable. Blinking through dizziness, Chiron saw his teammates motionless nearby. Each breath felt heavy in the unfamiliar atmosphere. Cracks stretched along the earth where they landed, marking the violence of their uncontrolled descent. Rising gradually, a blue-haired student rubbed his head in pain. Shock lingered in everyone's look. Questions arose about whether they stood alive. The sky above glanced eerily perfect, giving zero answers. Massive stone relics remained among the trees, their presence unexplained. Shifting atmosphere suggested something other than a natural fall. Chiron proposed teleportation displaced them through bent area. Their surroundings differed excessively greatly to be their own realm. In the scene, smooth rock surfaces lacked signs of aging. Single student theorized the composition became unnatural and enduring. Though his spirit domain functioned, Chiron remained cautious of this realm's odd laws. Excited by the beauty, the blonde female exclaimed that they possessed stepped within heaven. Her delight remained in stark contrast to the others' unease. The girl cheerfully proposed leaving, convinced their exploration became complete. Facing the group's blank stares, she faltered, puzzled by their grave expressions. Ivrion gathered and started discussing their following shift. Caution filled their voices as they analyzed the odd land. Amy and Chiron recalled seeing a golden radiance, perhaps a city. That meant someone, or something, lived in this place. In the scene, concern grew. Zero birds chirped, zero insects buzzed. Something about the silent became wrong. By himself, the female strode in front into the deeper forest. Shadows thickened at the rear her. Drifting leaves fell unnaturally, gradually. Her gaze scanned the treetops. In the scene, the girl froze. In the scene, something invisible stirred. In the scene, turning sharply, she alerted the group. Something or someone became approaching. In the scene, the group stiffened as faint noises echoed. In the scene, branches cracked in the distance. A massive hand emerged from at the rear of a tree. A monstrous figure stepped forward, red gaze glowing. In the scene, its grin widened. In the scene, death loomed.
Their trial possessed begun. In the scene, the team froze as they faced the towering creature. In the scene, questions flew, and attention turned to Aaron. Their emotion? Reader. In the scene. With an unreadable smile, Aaron admitted she couldn't understand the creature's intent. Its presence puzzled her completely. Although employing her powers, she felt nothing. Zero rage, zero sorrow, no hint of purpose. That silent unsettled them additional than rage would hold. In the scene, a chaotic aura surrounded the monster, swirling in distorted colors. Its spirit domain pulsed with conflicting energies. Single of them denied the possibility. According to concept, such a phase shift imbalance shouldn't exist in the initial location. When inquired if it became hostile, Canis hesitated, but afterward confirmed it became. The answer came excessively late. In the scene, they turned to flee. Panic spread swift as the monster lunged forward. The creature charged, fists pounding the earth with terrifying speed. In the scene, Amy shouted in frustration. Warnings possessed come excessively gradually. In the scene, its strike sent shockwaves through the forest. Trees snapped as they rushed. In the scene, Chiron rejected escape by teleportation. The area became excessively unpredictable. Understanding retreat became impossible. He chose they would remain and duel. The monster advanced once more. In the scene, its roar echoed through the forest. Rian hurried forward with blade drawn, leaping toward its chest. With single clean strike, he slashed across the beast's side, blood spraying mid-air. Afterward, Ryan engaged the monster with swift footwork, launching another slash. In the scene, his momentum drove the blade directly into the creature's shoulder. In the scene, a sharp counterattack came instantly. The giant's fist struck, hurling Ryan backward midair with brutal power. The boy recovered swiftly, landing with impact. The enemy's speed stunned him. It moved unnaturally swift for its size. Above him, the blonde female landed a blow on the monster's face. Sparks burst from the power. In the scene, without delay, she shouted a signal. Chiron started gathering intense force beneath the beast. Sorcery pulsed in his palm, afterward burst upward in a concentrated beam that pierced the monster's torso. In the scene, the strike exploded through its chest. Damage became visible, and the assault glanced effective. In the scene, cheers erupted among the group. In the scene, surprise filled their expressions at how well it worked. Although the success, the monster remained upright. In the scene, blood spilled, but it refused to fall. To their horror, the wound started closing. In the scene, shock rippled through them. The beast became regenerating. Emerging from its physical form, a odd form surfaced, a schema embedded within.
The monstrous creature snarled in fury, its twisted face and bloodshot gaze revealing unrestrained aggression. Abruptly, it tore through the atmosphere, grabbing a shadowed object and throwing it aside with terrifying power. Standing firm, Chiron observed the chaos, bracing himself for what became coming. The creature's strike sent Chiron flying, his physical form crashing violently through the chamber. As he steadied himself, he recognized the immense speed of the monster's advance. With its fist engulfed in flame, the beast readied another devastating assault. Amy soared down from above as Chiron glanced up, alarmed by her sudden arrival. Concentrated, she shouted in observation. Its motion defied entire natural laws. In the scene below, the giant raised its burning fist, growling with renewed rage. A shadowed, haired young woman whispered mental shock, her spell targeting the creature's thoughts. In the scene, the monster screamed as the psychic assault rattled its brain. Her companion acknowledged the spell's employ with a calm explanation. Mental shock, single of shadowed sorcery's triple core spells, became introduced. Its genuine power appeared when combined with Thought's command for total domination. Through this chain, still forceful beings could be compelled to submit. Determined, the magician concentrated on seizing command of the giant's will through sheer arcane strain. In the scene, confidence surged as she believed mastering the beast would secure dominance over the forest. Instead, the spell backfired. Shards of force cracked as the giant resisted with primal rage. Perplexed by the failure, the shadowed, haired magician challenged the spell's ineffectiveness. In the scene, as the monster lunged, a desperate warning pierced the tension. Shadow sorcery activated in period, allowing tendrils to shield and counterattack with lacerating power. In the scene, a hidden observer confirmed the creature's composition mimicked human biology. Striking its joints and vessels became the fresh tactical objective. Charging forward, a blue-haired fighter launched blades as another unleashed authority of darkness. In the scene, the battlefield ignited with synchronized strikes, pressing the creature backward. Although damaged, the monster retaliated by summoning scorching flame bursts. Dropping from above, Amy joined the duel amidst the firestorm. In the scene, roaring violently, the creature released a shockwave that scorched the area. Combatants stood thrown aside, flames ripping through the soil. Amy, burned and winded, understood. The giant became employing schema-based howling. She gaze widened in astonishment as the regenerated creature emerged from the flames. Although being burned and torn, the giant remained unscathed in the clearing, radiating menace. Never merely did it regenerate flesh, but it likewise resisted mental sorcery entirely, defying known biology. Abruptly, shadow tendrils tried to restrain it, but the beast's physical form shook them off violently.
As others engaged, single of the magicians faltered, overwhelmed by terror and helplessness. Desperation filled the atmosphere as he cried for assist. Unable to contain the creature's brute power, nearby, a blonde magician concentrated, gathering photons into his hands with precision. In the scene, voices around him shouted, warning and questioning his intent as tension spiked. Observers noticed he wasn't casting normally, he became reshaping radiance itself into sharpened form. Bystanders gasped at the technique, understanding the difficulty at the rear bending dispersing radiance. Although exhausted, the blonde magician knew he possessed zero other option to match the threat. Manipulating photon movement drained his stamina rapidly, but he gritted his teeth and endured. With resolve, he launched the compressed force forward, trusting this shot to create impact. In the scene, a golden beam pierced through the trees, striking the giant head. The beast reeled back as the power landed, cracking the earth beneath its feet. Breathing heavily, Chiron staggered back, his power at final drained from the clash's toll. Entier gaze concentrated on the motionless giant, as doubt lingered in the silent. Though wounded, and yet uncertainty remained zero, single could confirm it became truly dead. Amy, cautious, admitted she tried slicing its head, but still that failed to stop regeneration. Although their fears, she observed that the physical form possessed at final stopped healing. Confidence returned gradually, and with it, the tension eased for the initial period. Praise echoed as a teammate inquired Chiron if the spell he employed became newly developed. The boy humbly attributed their survival to luck, admitting a second chance wouldn't hold come. Yet, others criticized the gamble, pointing out how near it came to failure. Understanding their concern, Chiron admitted he wouldn't employ that spell once more, unless absolutely necessary. As his technique worked, the toll on his physical form and spirit became immense. Prior to additional could be said, a faint twitch from the fallen creature halted entire motion in the scene. As the group fled in panic, questions about this forest's dangers filled their thoughts. In the distance, a fresh threat emerged. Mechanical steps thundered through the trees. With glowing red gaze, a metallic beast locked onto a lone warrior's back.
The insectoid monster roared and smashed through the forest floor, shaking the earth as it charged toward its target without delay. In the scene, from above, Chiron launched himself with precision. In the scene, the boy plunged his blade directly into the monster's heart, delivering a lethal blow that caused the creature to shriek in its death throes. The clash finished with the beast defeated, its corpse sprawled near the base of a tree. In the scene, Kanya moved forward with poise. Her footsteps stood measured, her presence confident among the fading force of the fallen enemy. In the scene acknowledging Lena's efforts, Kanya introduced herself as a citizen of Heaven Mechatoon, her tone composed and respectful. In the scene, above them, the sky twisted unnaturally. Shadowed clouds spiraled, casting tension over the forest. Amy voiced concern as Ryan scanned the area. Chiron felt additional than atmospheric change. Something unknown became drawing near. Ryan abruptly heard a girl's tone echo from the distance, interrupting the group. Amy cautioned it might be a trap. Although risks, the blonde lad urged action. Storm clouds loomed without speaking above the forest, clearing where the monster's physical form lay. In the scene, Kanya gazed upward, alert to the unnatural sky. Chiron retrieved a red elixir from the beast's physical form, quietly satisfied. Silent laughter escaped Lena as she admired the elixir, her fingers wrapping tightly around its smooth surface. Grinning brightly, she offered thanks to the slain creature without understanding the risk yet lingered. Alert and concentrated, Kanya urged her to shift, sensing that something became deeply out of location. Within the shadows, multiple red gaze flickered as additional creatures started to near in through the trees. Silhouettes emerged from the shadowed, their identical forms revealing a coordinated swarm of one-legged demons. Regret filled Lena's thoughts. She blamed herself for never monitoring the drone's readings earlier. Across the forest floor, the creatures aligned unnaturally, ready to strike in unison. With a sudden burst, Single lunged forward, shrieking as its mouth gaped wide. Kanya didn't hesitate, her stance shifted at once as force lit beneath her boots. In the scene, swiftly drawing her blade, she unleashed a charged slash that cut through the nearest threat. Screams echoed as additional monsters fell, but the assault didn't delayed. Amidst the chaos, explosions flared as bodies collapsed under her relentless assault. In a single movement, she wrapped Lena in her arms and activated a glowing shield. Entire around them, beasts slammed into the barrier, unable to break through. Although the protection, the growing swarm signaled greater risk approaching. Within the weakening barrier, Kanya and Lena remained side by side as monstrous tentacles pounded furiously against the shield. Cracks spread across the glowing surface as force surged wildly, straining under constant assault. Kanya braced herself, arms shielding Lena as the barrier at final shattered into shards of radiance. From above, a forceful beam of purple sorcery descended, scattering the monsters in an instant. Lena gazed wide-eyed as Kanya held her near, both stunned by the sudden blast.
Emerging from the smoke, the blonde lad stepped forward and quietly cast his spell. The boy muttered a single-word explosion as sorcery flared from his palm. A massive shockwave erupted, disintegrating nearby creatures and launching debris across the battlefield. Turning back, he inquired if they stood okay as Lena nodded, overwhelmed but safe. Elsewhere, Ryan cleaved through an enemy with a massive blade, relieved it wasn't stronger. The boy commented mentally that the creatures resembled monsters from their own realm. At the rear him, shadowed man the scene. Amy hurled fire toward the horde, unleashing a blast across the clearing. Close by, a black-haired girl activated her gift thoughts, command her gaze glowing. To Kanya's shock, the demons started attacking each other, breaking entire natural order, surrounded by controlled monsters. The black-haired young woman moved confidently between them, her presence commanding silent. Without speaking, she placed a hand on single creature's head. Its glowing eye responded but remained calm. Abruptly, she struck without delay, tearing through its shell as green blood splattered across the earth. From a distance, Amy observed quietly as the group gradually gathered their thoughts. The red-haired young woman voiced concern for Aaron, noting how difficult his route appeared to be. With a profound breath, the blonde lad tried to refocus everyone's attention. Spotting Kanya and Lena, he confirmed they stood human. In the scene, relief spread through the team. Excitedly, the others came closer. The tension eased slightly as they understood. They weren't by himself. Kanya, puzzled by their language, whispered her concern as keeping her guard up. Observing the confusion, single member mentioned the language barrier, calling Aaron for assist. As Aaron readied to cast a spell, the blonde lad stepped forward with an odd look. Abruptly, his tone distorted. In the scene, his words broke through. "We came from somewhere else." A red radiance blinked on his chest as Kanya gazed in astonishment. Enraged, she raised her blade, accusing them of disturbing the forest's law. With unwavering gaze, the blonde lad remained silent, tension rising between both sides. In the scene, Chiron and his group approach a wounded stranger in the forest. Tess and Ryan, without speaking, observe, sensing tension, as staying alert for sudden moves or arcane threats from the unknown figures. Amy folds her arms, plainly skeptical. Chiron steps forward, quietly stating they're human excessively, hoping to ease the growing mistrust. The stranger's device fails to translate language, indicating zero data. Raising her weapon, the shadowed-haired female accuses them of expecting trust without still understanding her words or intentions. Chiron replies that mutual understanding matters additional than language. Abruptly, the silver-haired young woman detects something alarming through her artificial eye, gaze widening with urgency. Flying scouts confirm at about 21-eyed monsters remain rapidly heading straight toward their location. The female warns they must retreat currently, recognizing they don't hold period for diplomacy anymore. She runs initial, swiftly followed by the youthful young woman. In the scene, Amy calls Chiron's name. In the scene, the boy watches the direction they're running away from the city. They entire head into the forest, uncertain of where the fresh route leads. But with little decision, Tess questions the risk. But Amy agrees to continue. Chiron reasons they know nothing about this realm. If dialogue seems possible, the understanding they gain could be limitless and essential. Mechanical scouts fly above vast mountain ranges, scanning the terrain for motion across the rugged wilderness. They descend over a profound ravine called Whirlpool Serpent Valley, revealing its dense vegetation and twisting landscape. In the scene, the group cautiously enters the valley. Chiron and others learn this area seems within the Forest of the Corrupted, forbidden to humans. Rian warns that the real risk became Chiron nearly being hit by the stranger's advanced weapon earlier. Chiron demands answers, questioning the pair girls about who they remain and where they come from. The taller female identifies them as Hanya and Lena from the Mecha tribe, noting their odd language and sorcery employ. Chiron reveals they came from another realm, surprising their listeners and deepening the mystery. Hanya dismisses it as a joke until Chiron questions the odd monsters and unknown rules of the realm. In the scene, realization hits Hanya, becomes alarmed and accuses them of killing a guardian, breaking the sacred laws. Tensions rise as Hanya pins Chiron, demanding answers as Lena watches closely. Evrione explains the giant assaulted initial. Chiron insists once more they truly came from another realm and remain unaware of local customs. Rian repeats their claim, yet trying to calm the circumstance and explain things plainly. Lena quietly tells Hanya she suspects these strangers remain never lying about their origins. The girl concludes that they may be from Earth, leaving the group stunned at the revelation. A divine narration echoes. Earthlings remain descendants of the gods, yet stripped of awareness and divine connection. Though born from a higher lineage, they became disconnected, unable to feel God's presence in the realm.
As a outcome, mortals suffer endlessly, and those branded as heretics remain cast into a cursed realm called Inferno. Sharon processes this information. Understanding the realm they're trapped in seems zero normal location. The group reflects on the name Inferno, uncertain what sin warranted their arrival in this place. Rian jokes about sin as Lena angrily corrects their misunderstanding, stating they're missing the genuine meaning. Following several silent, Lena prepares to explain. Hanya abruptly decides to guide them somewhere safer. The girl offers shelter, but Chiron questions why someone calling them heretics would assist. Irritated, Hanya accuses them of being overly suspicious, like the Nok tribe descendants. Hanya states they must go at that place regardless. The location offers zero safety still for citizens. Entire and Inferno remain equal. Heretics and citizens alike endure the same dangers. In the scene, when Chiron asks for the destination, Hanya reveals it's the Nok tribe's shelter. The Nok shelter seems shown an isolated settlement hidden profound within perilous terrain. As they stride, Chiron calls her gentle, but Hanya swiftly denies it. She clarifies she merely wants to avoid additional trouble, never out of sympathy or compassion. Chiron walks beside Lena, who reassures him with a cheerful tone. Although Hanya's harshness, Tess praises Lena's kindness, and the group continues shifting with lightened mood through the dense forest. Leading the group with sudden force, Tess rushes in front, as Hanya questions Lena about her earlier words. The party arrives near a wide river shimmering under sunlight, blocking their route forward. Water flows rapidly, hinting at the difficulty in crossing without preparation or sorcery assistance. In the scene, surrounded by trees and rushing currents, the group pauses, assessing the safest route across the stream.
In the scene, a vast canyon opens beneath pale sunlight, waterfalls cutting through steep cliffs and disappearing into mist. Within a dense forest near the cliffs, a red-haired female studies a volume as a blonde, youthful man watches cautiously. In the scene, the page displays the name Nok Tribe Shelter, identifying the refuge they intend to find. In the scene, that title marks the beginning of their search. Profound within the forest stands a concealed marketplace built among enormous trees. In the scene, platforms and bridges connect wooden structures in a shadowed clearing. A cloaked youthful male meets an elderly guide. In the scene, their encounter in Whirlpool Serpent Valley indicates that outsiders must rely on guidance to reach the tribe. In the scene, attached to a woman's wrist, a compact device activates with a sharp vibration. Metallic wings unfold from a minor drone, revealing advanced scouting technology. The drone rises above the forest road, hovering steadily as it begins scanning from above. Below, its operator tracks its motion with concentrated attention. A blonde female reacts with visible amazement at the machine's performance. Her look reflects how uncommon such devices remain. From overhead, the drone surveys the canopy, functioning as a reconnaissance weapon designed for observation rather than assault. The operator explains that the device seems exclusive to members of the Mecha tribe and secured by a personal lock. Her stance shows firm command over it. In the scene, disappointment appears on the blonde woman's face when she learns it cannot be shared. Nearby, a blue-haired male listens without speaking. Further explanation reveals that the drone transmits visual data through frequency signals directly to the operator's thoughts. In the scene, the girl describes the process as retinal projection, sending images from the drone into her sight. Eager to witness it, the blonde female steps closer as permission seems granted. In the scene, a glowing blue interface forms across the operator's iris, confirming the live transmission. The blonde youthful male and the green-eyed female lean in near to the shadowed-haired operator. A noisy crash interrupts the instant, breaking their focus and forcing area between them. In the scene, the sudden impact shifts the mood from curiosity to confusion. Regaining composure, the operator steps back as the blonde female reacts sharply to the closeness. Following the commotion settles, the group regathers in the forest clearing. The blonde female stands near the blue-haired male. In the scene, irritation briefly crosses the operator's face as she prepares to explain the background in detail. The girl kneels and draws simple shapes on the earth, signaling the start of a structured explanation about Heaven's triple tribes and the Nok people's position among them. A visual comparison forms in the explanation, showing that Heaven's citizens remain born with fixed lifespans that determine their existence. In the scene, the operator emphasizes that once their assigned lifespan ends, they gain eternal life. In the scene, the blonde youth reacts with disbelief at such predetermined fate. The girl continues by stating that several among the Nok challenged these assigned lifespans. In the scene, her calm tone contrasts with the weight of that defiance. In the scene, the story shifts to a darker memory of citizens gathering with torches and secrecy. Their decision to reject divine law marks a turning point. In the scene, those dissenters abandoned heaven and escaped to the Inferno. The operator asks whether the blonde youth understands the magnitude of that decision. He reflects without speaking, understanding that such rebellion could reveal truths about their realm. Abruptly, he calls the others over following, sensing something in front in the forest. In the scene, the group approaches cautiously as he reports a smell of blood coming from a cave entrance hidden by foliage.
Confusion follows when someone points out that the drone located the cave. Never a sense of smell. A boot steps cautiously over damp grass and stone as the group approaches the cave entrance hidden within thick foliage. Within the tunnel, the team advances in formation, the luminous exit at the rear, them fading into darkness. The blonde youthful male gestures quietly, reasoning that if the scent stood beyond, suspicion would be greater. Golden radiance abruptly bursts from the blonde youth's hand, illuminating the cavern walls. The spell radiates steadily, providing visibility in the profound tunnel. Surprise spreads among the others as they realize he produced radiance directly from his physical form. The shadowed-haired female studies the glow. From at the rear, observers comment that such uncommon power resembles techniques from the nation of Earth. As speculation continues, the shadowed-haired female silences the smaller silver-haired companion for voicing irreverent thoughts. In the scene, the silver-haired youth boasts slightly, regaining focus and setting aside distraction. Silent determination replaces earlier curiosity. Without notice, the blonde youth and the blonde female leap forward, reacting to sudden risk in front. Their motion signals immediate threat. The blonde youth shouts a warning as the earth and ceiling shift violently. Rock fragments start collapsing toward the group. In the scene, falling debris crashes around them, forcing everyone to scatter. The golden radiance flickers amid the chaos. Following the collapse, he checks urgently to ensure zero single seems injured. The others regroup as understanding the disturbance became zero accident. A shadowed figure retreats deeper within the cave, indicating someone triggered the assault. The presence confirms they remain never by himself. A distant tone echoes through the tunnel, warning that the following strike will never miss. The threat leaves zero doubt about hostile intent. Holding the shadowed-haired woman's hand, the blonde youth advances cautiously under the steady glow of his spell. Under the glow of the floating radiance, pair injured men remain disclosed within the cavern, an elderly guide clutching his chest and a younger male supporting him. Sweat runs down their faces as they argue in lower voices about employing power in such a fragile tunnel. Prior to tensions rise further, the approaching group surrounds them. Recognition flashes across faces as identities remain swiftly connected. The shadowed-haired female demands confirmation that they remain guides of the Nolk tribe shelter. The elder realizes that the single who summoned them became never a normal citizen. Suspicion sharpens when he questions why members of the Mecha tribe remain present in a heretic zone. In the scene, concern shifts to the elder's injury as blood seeps through his fingers. The boy explains he became struck never by a beast, but by someone named Kurgo. In the scene, shock spreads through the group at the mention of that name. The red-haired female stiffens, recognizing it at once. The elder confirms hunter heretics remain operating nearby and warns that their presence will soon be discovered. In the scene, realization dawns that such techniques imply a deliberate scheme rather than random violence. In the scene, urgency replaces hesitation as escape becomes necessary. The shadowed-haired female steps forward and asks to be taken to the Nolk tribe shelter at once. The elder reacts in astonishment, recognizing that his language holds been understood without translation. He studies them cautiously, noting they do never appear perilous and resemble descendants of the Nolk people. A fresh figure emerges from the shadows, illuminated faintly by purple force. His gaze fixes on the group with chilly certainty. In the scene, the stranger addresses them directly, identifying them as moto-humans. In the scene, his tone suggests accusation rather than curiosity. Silence falls within the cavern as the confrontation begins, the glow of golden radiance clashing with the newcomer's shadowed presence. Within the cave, the group faces the shadowed figure who calls them moto-humans, causing visible confusion among them. A brown-haired youthful male abruptly shifts his tone and gestures toward a pile of luggage, pretending the strangers remain nothing additional than servants. In the scene, the team lowers themselves instinctively, watching his movements with caution. In the scene, suspicion grows as the atmosphere tightens within the narrow cavern. The brown-haired male grabs a lock of the red-haired woman's hair and mocks her appearance, treating her as inferior. In the scene, amusement spreads across his face as he suggests they could live comfortably under his command. Without notice, killing intent fills the atmosphere from the group, freezing his confidence. Realization strikes him excessively late as the threat around him becomes undeniable. The elderly guide abruptly strikes his disciple with a staff, stopping the reckless behavior. His action prevents further escalation within the unstable cave. Following knocking him down, the elder apologizes for the misconduct and urges immediate escape. Prior to they can shift, the silver-haired scout reacts in alarm as fresh risk approaches from beyond. On a near view of the scout's eye reveals the drone's projection detecting motion beyond the cave. Urgency sharpens her look. Beyond, multiple armored riders in red advance rapidly through the forest, their formation organized and aggressive. The leader removes his helmet, exposing a hardened face as the group identifies them as Kurgatans, confirming the threat holds arrived. A silver-haired young woman grabbed her head as a floating mechanical scout relayed urgent information as pair allies remained at the rear her in the cave, sensing sudden risk. Through her glowing eye, she observed armed riders in red armor shifting swiftly through a forest route toward the mountain.
In the scene, the cavalry advanced in tight formation, their numbers significant as they headed directly for the cave entrance. Leading them, a horned captain in crimson armor gazed forward with hostility, recognizing signs that confirmed their targets stood nearby. Within the cave, an elderly male trembled, understanding the approaching warriors carried obvious signs of violence and bloodshed. As terror spread, the aged male stumbled as a younger guard tried to steady him. Understanding escape became no longer possible. A blond, youthful male turned quietly toward his companions following being inquired what should be done, maintaining composure under strain. The group assembled within the cavern as distant vibrations signaled the enemy's arrival beyond. Beyond the lake at the cave's entrance, the red-armored soldiers halted, their captains scanning the surroundings cautiously. Several warriors waited in shallow water for orders, watching the shadowed opening across from them. The captain concluded the cave dwellers stood attempting to lure them into terrain influenced by nature-based abilities. Lifting his head, he unleashed a forceful howl that echoed across the forest and into the mountain. A surge of force expanded outward as he threatened those hiding within, demanding they reveal themselves. Within the cave, the elderly male covered his ears as the blond youth and his allies readied defensively. Overwhelmed by terror, a youthful guard collapsed as tension tightened within the cavern. The blond youthful male listened as his companion clarified that the enemy squad likely possessed a sensor-type gift, making concealment nearly impossible due to the smell of blood and the presence of injured villagers. Lowering his gaze, he analyzed the circumstance in silence, aware that remaining within the cave would merely endanger everyone further. Turning to face the group, he quietly inquired if they would follow his instructions without delay. Confusion spread among his companions, yet they observed him closely, sensing that he possessed previously formed a plan. Beyond, the horned captain raised his hand and started counting, signaling his troops to prepare for an assault. In the scene, archers on horseback drew their bows in unison, aiming toward the cave entrance as tension tightened across the forest. The captain shouted the following count, his tone filled with aggression as force gathered above his helmet. A concentrated sphere of fire formed overhead, signaling an imminent great-scale assault. In the scene, the blazing projectile descended and detonated violently at the cave entrance, engulfing the area in flames and shockwaves. At the instant of impact, the blond youth sprinted forward, leading everyone out prior to the explosion could trap them within. The group dashed across the shallow water near the cliffside as fire and debris erupted at the rear of them. Raising his hand, the youthful leader cast sorcery toward the pursuing soldiers, sending sharp projectiles to block their advance. Explosions tore through the water's surface, forcing the riders to delay as the fleeing group gained distance. Single Companion urged the others never to hesitate, pointing out that the destructive power they faced became immense. As they stepped within a narrow valley, arrows rained down from at the rear as a soldier reported their escape route to the captain. Surrounded by flames from the recent blast, the horned captain raised his weapon and admitted they underestimated their enemies. Understanding another tribe became aiding them. A cruel grin spread across his face as he ordered his soldiers to capture the fugitives and create an example of them. Distant below in the narrow canyon, the fleeing group raced along the river, and a companion urgently inquired which direction to accept. Following rapid instructions, they shifted course through the tight valley as water splashed around their feet. The shadowed-haired female challenged the usefulness of conventional weapons, doubting they could match the enemy's perception. The blonde leader clarified that their pursuers would never expect unfamiliar technology, and such surprise would create a critical opening. As they went on running, he ordered Single Companion to navigate employing the drone as the rest readied for a sudden strike. Arrows sliced through the atmosphere from at the rear, forcing the shadowed-haired female to duck as a projectile narrowly missed her. In the scene, riders burst into the canyon, galloping through the shallow river in relentless pursuit. A youthful fighter announced he would hold the enemy back briefly, determined to buy period for the others. With a grin masking his terror, he thrust his hand into the flowing water and invoked its power. In the scene, in response, towering blades of water surged upward, forming a rushing wall that charged toward the advancing cavalry. In the scene, the torrent slammed into the riders, sweeping horses and soldiers off balance as the current roared through the canyon. Observing the impact as yet running, the blonde leader recognized the elevated level of sorcery shaping the battlefield. Although brief success, the group pressed deeper into the valley, knowing the captain would never abandon the chase. A sharp projectile split through rising water as the women in the rear felt the cavalry closing in from at the rear. In the scene, the red-armored soldiers charged down the canyon walls and riverbed, accelerating unnaturally as if gravity itself aided their descent. Single Rider twisted midair and regained balance, revealing that the enemy adapted swiftly, although the earlier water assault. As retreating along the river, a blonde female rebuked the attackers for violating sacred laws, but the captain rejected her accusation with fanatic conviction. The horned leader announced his faction divinely chosen, lifting his weapon as force spiraled around him. The boy launched himself forward from above, descending toward the fleeing group with immense power. In response, the blonde magician fired a concentrated beam of radiance as the red-haired young woman released a burst of flame. At the same period, shadowed force surged from another ally, attempting to restrain and disrupt the charging soldiers. Their combined assaults collided with the enemy's advance, detonating across the canyon floor. Black tendrils erupted from the earth, throwing armored riders into the atmosphere as flames spread through the narrow passage. A youthful girl's violet gaze glowed as her power tightened around a soldier, seizing command of his movements. Still under assault, the captain endured the barrage, pushing through fire and impact with relentless intent. Unable to near the distance, he circled within the swirling aftermath, searching for another opening. In front, the exhausted group went on running through the shallow river as single ally urged the employ of a final measure. With resolve overriding terror, a desperate call became created, and a foot struck the water's surface to invoke greater power. Riding a forceful current shaped by sorcery, the group surged through the narrow canyon as water spiraled beneath their feet, increasing their speed to break away from the pursuing cavalry. The blonde leader rushed at the front as the red-haired young woman and the silver-haired scout followed closely, maintaining balance over the rushing surface, although the unstable flow. Abruptly, the turbulent stream shifted violently along the cliff wall, nearly throwing single of them off course as the confined valley amplified the chaotic currents. Recognizing the terrain in front, the blonde youth seized the shadowed-haired woman's hand and redirected their route toward a tighter bend in the canyon. With firm resolve, he chose that conventional escape would fail and readied to activate a higher-level spell. Although the surrounding instability, golden radiance started gathering around his arm and eye, signaling the initiation of teleportation as his force output sharply intensified. Radiance enveloped his physical form, and his form started dissolving into concentrated radiance as the others remained within reach. In the scene, his transformation accelerated, turning him into a luminous figure suspended above the rushing water. In that instant, his power evolved beyond normal sorcery, demonstrating not only command over light, but the gift to become it. Blazing golden radiance erupts within a profound canyon as several figures remain lifted into the atmosphere, their bodies surrounded by radiant energy as the cliffs stretch endlessly upward. A concentrated beam shoots skyward, bursting with intensity as the power spreads outward and shakes the surrounding rock formations. Pair individuals fall rapidly through the glowing currents, their bodies caught between rising radiance and gravity as confusion overtakes the instant. The scene shifts to a memory where a youthful boy produces a luminous sphere of light within a cave, illuminating the darkness as others watch with surprise. An aged observer studies the phenomenon closely, understanding that the radiance seems unnatural and far beyond what a normal magician should command. As the present returns, the same immense radiance engulfs the canyon once more, and the realization forms that the lad seems no longer controlling light but transforming into it. A warrior in red armor charges forward across the water with aggressive power, determined to intercept the escaping group. His gaze sharpens as he tracks their motion, preparing to strike prior to they can gain distance. A violent shockwave erupts from his assault, blasting outward and sending debris and force rippling across the canyon. The elderly male panics as he seems carried away, calculating the risk as the rushing wind and height threaten his survival. Abruptly, a hand grabs him mid-fall, halting his descent as golden radiance stabilizes his physical form in mid-air. The armored pursuer looks on in astonishment, unable to comprehend how the lad manipulates such immense power. A massive pillar of golden force descends at the rear of the group, driving them forward as shielding them from risk. In the scene, once they land, tension breaks into brief frustration as the group regains footing, their escape barely secured. The aged male runs in front, yet shaken, as others watch him go, understanding that both mentor and student share the same reckless nature. The group regathers within the canyon as the aged male questions how two of them remained unaffected, as the shadowed-haired magician stands quietly beside the others without showing strain. Confusion spreads when the explanation given feels excessively simple, leaving the elder unable to accept that they merely endured the immense power. Attention shifts as the brown-haired youth urgently points in front, signaling risk approaching from deeper within the canyon. In the scene, a distant view reveals armored pursuers rapidly advancing through the narrow waterway, their speed closing the gap with alarming intensity. Panic rises as the group realizes escape seems becoming impossible, with terror of capture growing stronger by the second. Prior to the tension escalates further, a firm action silences the panic,
forcing the group to stay concentrated as they remain pulled side by side. A golden glow surrounds the entire group as they gather near, forming a stable formation under a single source of power. Sharon stands at the center, his look steady as radiance gathers around him, suggesting command over a higher form of sorcery. Force surges upward into a concentrated beam, indicating that the spell extends beyond normal techniques and begins reshaping area itself. The pursuing warriors push forward relentlessly, refusing to let their targets escape. Although the growing distance, a forceful howl erupts from the lead attacker, releasing a destructive wave meant to overwhelm everything in front. The group braces instinctively, but the assault's intensity contrasts sharply with the calm radiance surrounding Sharon. Sharon's form stabilizes within the glowing field, his presence currently defined by controlled force rather than visible effort. A silent surge of power moves outward, redirecting the incoming power and overtaking the battlefield with immense precision. The attackers falter with surprise as their strongest technique fails, leaving them unable to comprehend how their assault became rendered ineffective. Silence settles across the canyon as empty cliffs remain, showing zero trace of the group as pursuers lose sight of their targets. Moments later, a faint spark forms elevated above, signaling a sudden shift in position rather than normal motion. A hidden cave appears as their destination, and the elder swiftly recognizes it as a neglected route tied to the Nolk tribe. In the scene, concern rises about lingering blood scent, prompting the elder to suggest masking it to prevent tracking. Focus turns toward Sharon as curiosity builds around his gift to manipulate radiance without restriction. Shallow water surrounds them as explanation follows, stating that radiant sorcery normally depends on specific gathering points. Obvious plan emerges as the elder explains that reaching a certain spot will allow a transportation spell to be cast. Motion begins at once, with everyone following closely as maintaining awareness of their surroundings. Understanding deepens as realization forms that this method resembles spatial teleportation rather than simple motion. Sharon walks in silent, reflecting on someone named Miro and wondering if she holds previously reached the same destination. An image of a mysterious young woman fills his thoughts, adding uncertainty to the circumstance in front. In the scene, steady progress continues through the canyon as anticipation builds, with each step forward. Elsewhere, pair figures advance along a similar route, nearing the same location from another direction. Trust between them becomes obvious through their actions, showing determination to continue. Although the risks, a concentrated gaze looks in front, driven by a promise to reach the destination zero issue what obstacles appear. A tall female with long shadowed hair looks down quietly, her look steady as she reflects on how distant they have come. Although breaking established rules, a closer view reveals silent determination in her gaze, suggesting that reaching this location became never accidental but driven by purpose. She walks through shallow water with a smaller companion following at the rear, as another figure in front remains quiet, concentrated on the route forward. Pair cloaked figures shift deeper into the canyon, their pace steady as tension lingers in the atmosphere, although their composed appearance. Sudden motion disrupts the calm as a mounted power rushes in, water splashing under hooves as they near in swiftly. Armored pursuers arrive in formation surrounding the area with power, signaling that escape routes remain rapidly disappearing. In the scene, attention shifts to a familiar cave entrance as the pursuers recognize it as a location tied to earlier discoveries about the Nolk tribe. Confidence rises among them as they conclude their targets must hold passed through this exact route during their escape. Doubt begins to surface when timing and distance fail to align, raising questions about how the group managed to vanish therefore swiftly. A leader studies the circumstance closely, understanding that the sorcery employed does never match known techniques of the Nolk tribe. Suspicion grows as the possibility of outsiders influencing the circumstance becomes additional likely. Thoughts shift toward a fresh conclusion, identifying the involvement of beings beyond their expectations. Single Soldier dismisses the idea at initial, unable to accept that such individuals could be present in this location. Realization strikes abruptly, forcing a reconsideration of everything they hold witnessed, therefore distant. A deeper truth emerges as ancient understanding seems recalled, hinting that the circumstance may involve forces capable of altering fundamental laws. A commanding officer halts the pursuit, raising his hand as mounted soldiers gather in the canyon, shifting focus from chasing to reporting. Confusion appears among the troops as Single Soldier reacts to the sudden order, unsure why retreat seems prioritized following closing in. Motion changes direction as horses turn and start advancing side by side through shallow water, forming a controlled retreat formation. Unease spreads as Single Soldier looks upward, observing that period and natural signs no longer align with expected patterns. A realization forms within the group that something holds previously begun, suggesting a disturbance beyond normal understanding. Shadowed tension grows as a leader concludes that fundamental laws remain shifting, signaling a perilous and unnatural change. Sudden darkness engulfs the area as mounted soldiers delayed down, sensing an unseen threat surrounding them. An invisible power strikes without notice, cutting through formation and throwing riders from their horses in rapid succession. Aftermath settles into silence as bodies lie scattered across a blood-covered canyon floor, leaving zero sign of resistance or survival.